Chapter 1 Godly Hero System. Iris Capital. Xing Chang. Lin Xuan is playing the game, just about to take the auxiliary to cross the tower to kill. Suddenly popped up a text message. The hero directly stuck out of the phone screen. 2 seconds later, looking at the broadcast of being double killed by the opposite side of the silk blood, Lin Xuan's face was black. Spam SMS. What a time to come. Lin Xuan cursed and clicked on this SMS. Congratulations on obtaining access to the Shinhouse system. Hurry up and click on the link below to receive it in a hurry. http://Shinhao**********************************************************************************************************่Messages. In order to attract the public's attention is really nothing. The system is given on the whole. Shouldn't the next step be to click on the link to directly cross over? Waste of time. Lin Xuan just wanted to scratch away, but his curiosity stopped him. Why don't we click and try? He was eager to see what was inside, and even though he knew it was an advertisement text message, he just couldn't change this cheap hand. Moreover, the text of this SMS is very innovative. If there is a virus, he is not afraid. Anyway, he is poor one. He has no money at all. Lin Xuan did not think much, and directly clicked on the link. The next second, the cell phone screen issued a dazzling glare. Lin Xuan was flashed in front of his eyes white. When he slowed down, a pleasant mechanical sound rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Super Divine Hero System. System binding in progress. System binding complete. Host information entry complete. System? Lin Xuan froze. It wasn't a voice from his cell phone, but a voice from his mind. Could it be that he really bound the system like it was written in the novel? Immediately after that, a virtual panel popped up in front of Lin Xuan's eyes that only he could see. Name, Lin Xuan. Divine Magnificent Gold Balance, 1,000 trillion Huaxia coins, refreshable. Remaining number of draws, 0. Looking at the panel in front of him, Lin Xuan froze. I really bound the system? And gained 1,000 trillion Chinese coins? Boy, what was the concept of 1,000 trillion? It was equivalent to the total income of the entire Chinese population for 10 years. How much does Papa Ma earn? How much is the richest man in the world? I'm afraid that the wealth of the top 100 people on the Forbes list combined wasn't even 1/10 as much as his own. All this money could almost buy half of the earth. I'm not dreaming, am I? Lin Xuan felt disoriented. Ding! Host is not dreaming. You have indeed obtained the system through the link, and the money will appear in your account in a very reasonable way, without any spending restrictions. And the host will receive a lottery number for every consumption over 100 million yuan, with rewards including various skills, props, etc. A pleasant mechanical sound came from the mind again. In the next moment, another text message popped out from the cell phone. Your account 9421 credited the amount at 7:39 on August 29th. Huaxia 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. Please pay attention to checking, bank. Really to the account. Looking at the text message, Lin Xuan was thrilled. The system not only gave him 10 million billion for him to spend, but he can also draw a prize if he spends more. This was not a system. This is clearly his regenerative parents. It was true what was written in the novels. As long as he got into college, he would get the system at some random time period, and he just happened to get the acceptance letter from Iris University last month, and now there were still 3 days before the time to leave for school. For a while he was lost, suddenly having such a large sum of money. He actually had no idea where to spend it. The previous he was a poor, parents are farmers. When his grandfather died of cancer, he not only spent all the family's savings, but also owed a debt. He is also very understanding. In addition to tuition, pocket money and other things are vacation to earn their own. Each time home in order to save a few dollars, specially run to the station to squeeze the bus. Lin Xuan never dreamed that he would be able to change from a chicken to a phoenix. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xuan decided to go first to transform himself. He was dressed in a slightly rustic outfit. Hairstyle is from childhood to big pot head. Bodywear clothes is less than $200 of stall goods. The clothes he was wearing were less than $200. It was a bit unworthy of his current wealth. After stopping a cab on the side of the road, Lin Xuan went straight to Baida Plaza. He first went to a private styling club and designed a refreshing short side parting. Then he went to the mall and bought a casual Armani outfit. When Lin Xuan came out, the whole person's temperament was instantly sublimated. Compared to before, it was simply a world of difference. His face was originally very good looking, 1.8 meters tall, deep eyes, high nose. Only in the past, he didn't have any money and didn't like to dress himself up, giving people a very ordinary feeling. Now a little bit of dress up, unexpectedly have a kind of elegant temperament, just very handsome. He looked at the time, it was now 9:30 a.m. Lin Chuan thought about having to buy a car first. The house can be bought later, but the car must be there. A car is not just a walking tool for a man. It is a man's face, a symbol of identity. You wear more expensive clothes, others cannot be recognized at a glance. After all, only a few people recognize these high-end brands, but you drive a luxury car is different. There is no money. What taste? A glance can be clear. Even if you are wearing dozens of dollars of ground goods, others will feel that you are very easygoing and low-key. Taking a cab, Lin Chuan went straight to the Iris International Convention and Exhibition Center. He remembered that the auto show would be held here from the 28th to the 30th of August every year. Today was the 29th, which was just right. Half an hour later, Lin Chuan arrived at the convention center. Looking around, the entire building was magnificent and atmospheric. The outside of the building was made up of glass curtain walls, bright and shiny, and people passing by from the outside could clearly see the layout of the inside of the building and the exhibits inside. When Lin Chuan was in the car, he had already thought about what kind of car to buy. Now that he has billions of dollars in his hands, ordinary cars can no longer enter his eyes. BBA he directly did not consider. Too cheap. Maybach, Bentley, Rolls-Royce and so on, although high-profile luxury, but slightly business. Young people driving is not suitable. Only like Ferrari, Lamborghini, Bugatti. Such a top sports car is the type of young people most desired, both flamboyant and temperament, but also loaded, casually stopping a temperament of beautiful women to take the initiative to talk to, praise you young and talented. After entering the hall, Lin Chuan found that the convention center was already bustling at this time. Almost every booth was surrounded by several people. Some booths were also specially equipped with car model ladies, attracting countless photography enthusiasts and car lovers to gather around. Lin Chuan also curiously gathered around. The figure of a car model naturally has nothing to say, and as it is close to several universities, many dance students come to work as part-time car models. They are youthful and beautiful, with a hot body, wearing uniform high-forked dresses, showing flirtatiousness between their hands and feet, making people think about them. If you have the strength and money, you may even be able to take one. No wonder they come early in the morning to see the car show. The original car is fake. See the car model is real. Chapter 2, Porsche 918. Vulgarity. Lin Chuan expressed his disgust at this behavior. He wasn't as shallow as those people. After just briefly taking a few pictures, he headed inside. This showroom was huge, and the outermost ones were all ordinary models. Lin Chuan didn't even look at them, and went straight inside, where all the high-end brands are. When Lin Chuan finished shopping around, he was not confident. There are many sports cars in this showroom, but they are all very crotch, most of the 2 or 3 million. The most expensive Ferrari SF90 high-end is only 6 million, not even a 10 million sports car. Lamborghini only a calf. His favorite Bugatti did not even see a hair. The most expensive in the entire showroom is the Rolls-Royce Phantom, which costs more than $10 million. Lin Chuan took a look and left. The car is a good car, but it is not appropriate for him to drive. In the school to drive this car others thought he was the illegitimate son of some big boss, but then he thought, Iris is just a city just to the threshold of the second tier. Naturally, the level of consumption with the Magic City, Huadu and other big cities cannot be compared. It is he himself who has drifted too much. Lin Chuan wanted to buy a Ferrari SF90 to cope with the situation first, and then buy a more powerful car when he went to the big city later. Just as he turned around, a booth covered by a black curtain attracted him. Although it was all covered and the lights weren't on, there was a group of people surrounding it. Brother, what are you guys waiting for here? Is there something back here? Lin Chuan asked curiously. It's not 11 o'clock soon. Today's $10 million luxury car is going to be announced. 10 million luxury cars announced? Lin Chuan was a little shocked. Little brother, don't you know? A long time ago on the internet said, this year's auto show launched 3 10 million luxury car display. One will be displayed every day from 11 to 4 p.m. Yesterday's was the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Today it should be one of the Porsche 918 or Lamborghini Big Bull. Porsche 918 and Lamborghini Big Bull? Yeah, I heard it from the insiders. I just don't know which one is on display today. Lin Chuan came to a realization. It turned out that it wasn't that there wasn't one, but it was hidden until the end. It was fine if there was one, so he wouldn't have to run to another place to buy a car. Looking at the time, there were still 10 minutes to 11 o'clock. Lin Chuan found a spot and waited quietly. A few minutes later, with a burst of uplifting music, a host in a flirty red suit arrived at the showroom with an ethereal stride. The lights of the surrounding exhibition hall also shone one after another toward the host. Lin Chuan was startled by the sudden music, and the people around him also rushed over at the sound. Welcome, friends, to the site of our annual auto show. I'm sure many of you have already guessed what's in the booth behind me. That's right, it is the $10 million luxury car that we are going to unveil today. So what exactly is it? Come on, Let's count down to 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, pang, pang. Several brilliant salutes rang out. The curtain of the showroom also slowly rose after the host's words. A brand new Porsche 918 then appeared in everyone's eyes. It was a silver-colored beast. The scene was instantly agitated with cheers. Look, it's the Porsche 918, one of the 3 divine cars. Wow, it's really I heard that there are only a dozen or so cars that can be licensed in the whole of China, but I didn't expect it to appear in Iris today. This car must cost $10 million, right? $10 million you can buy an engine. This car landed at nearly $19 million, and the collection value is very high. According to my opinion now at least $20 million to start. Husband, you see, is the Porsche 918A? Before I went to the Magic City when I saw thought only big cities only have. Did not think that Iris surprisingly can also see. Husband, you buy to me, okay? No problem baby, but you have to wait. I earn 100,000 every month. You wait for me after 20 years must buy you. Lin Chuan looked at this silver-colored beast also followed the agitation. 918 he is aware of. Porsche's most expensive model, limited to 918 units. With Ferrari Lafa, McLaren P1 is known as one of the world's 3 great god car. He had seen it many times when he swiped the video on his cell phone, and he had once dreamed of driving the 918 with his beloved goddess in the city. Only he didn't expect to see the actual car in Iris today. He decided, whether the boss sells this car or not he will take it. Just as the crowd was excited about this beast, a car model in a long pink dress walked up. The moment she appeared, all the men on the scene looked over almost simultaneously. The screams boiled over again. A dozen or so photographers rushed over snapping the shutter frantically at 360 degrees without a dead angle. Is this a fairy? She's really pretty, and so young, she looks like a college student. Wow, this is the most beautiful car model I've ever seen. Just bubbly. I don't know if she has a date. If she becomes my girlfriend, I'm willing to live 10 years less. I'm willing to live 20 years less. Don't try to steal it from me. I'll be 50 years. Lin Chuan also froze after seeing her. This was the most beautiful girl he had seen in 18 years. If beauty was used to describe other car models, the one in front of him was beautiful to the core. She was like a single branch in the garden, lonely, elegantly exuding her charm. Not only was she pure and lovely, she was unusually sweet when she smiled, and at the same time has a unique temperament, and looking not too old. She should still be in college. Jade fat like long legs with pink high heels. If then tied up high ponytail is simply pure desire ceiling. The otaku's dream goddess. Lin Chuan's eyes were on fire. He admitted that he was moved. If it were before, he could only look at it from afar and have a good time. But now, he was no longer the little chick he was back then. Although he had nothing but a string of cold numbers in his account, but he believed that money could solve all problems. Some might say that feelings can't be measured by money. No, it's just that you don't have enough chips. Just like in the movie, Xia Zhu didn't like money, but every moment Wang Duoyu touched her couldn't be separated from money. Okay, friends, as you can see, the multi-million-dollar luxury car we're showcasing today is this Porsche 918 Spider, which is limited to 918 units worldwide. The color of this car is the original liquid metal silver, and it is powered by. The flirty host on this side was still explaining how awesome this 918 was. On the other side, Lin Chuan had already circled back to find a staff member on the side. I want to buy this Porsche 918. May I ask where to swipe my card? Lin Chuan said very directly. I'm sorry, this gentleman, this Porsche 918 is our boss's collection. It's on display today to raise the heat of the car show. It's not for sale to the public. If you're interested in supercars, we'll also release a Lamborghini Aventador tomorrow. It's also a multi-million-dollar luxury car. I can make an appointment for you if you need it. The staff politely explained to Lin Chuan. Chapter 3 Li Yuxian. When Lin Chuan came over, he began to observe a low-key luxury, saying that buying a $20 million luxury car was just like buying groceries, breezing through it without frowning. There is no doubt, this was a top-tier rich second generation. I'm very interested in this car. Please inform your boss. I'm willing to add money. Lin Chuan said decisively. Alright sir, please follow me to the VIP room for a moment. I'll go inform our boss. About 5 minutes later, Wang Mingjun, the owner of Iris Capital's largest car sales company, came to the VIP room with a big belly. Behind him was a beautiful secretary with black silk and long legs. Hello, I am the general manager here. Wang Mingjun, I heard that you want to buy this Porsche 918 on the spot. May I ask what is your name? Although Wang Mingjun did not want to sell, but out of professionalism or very polite asked Lin Chuan. After all, the customer is God. Even if he doesn't buy this supercar, he can convince him to buy another sports car and he can still make a big profit. Hello Manager Wang, my name is Lin Chuan. I came here today to buy this Porsche. I know the value of this car. I can add money. as long as you think it's appropriate. Lin Chuan looked very much at the middle-aged man in front of him and replied flatly. He knew in his heart that the fact that the boss could come over meant that it was negotiable. Collectibles are not for sale as for ordinary people. Collectibles are also commodities. Not sold just did not reach the psychological price. Would he not sell it if given $100 million? I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin. Although there are nearly 100 of this car in all of China, there are only a dozen that can be licensed. This is one of them. I bought it for the purpose of collection, and don't intend to sell it. In fact, I think it's quite good for you to buy a Lamborghini Big Bull. It suits your temperament. Wang Mingjun politely said to Lin Chuan. Let's put it this way, Manager Wang. I've also understood this car. The most expensive landing price is only $20 million. I'll offer $30 million. What do you think? Lin Chuan said back. $30 million. The female assistant was shocked. She had seen rich people, but she hadn't seen such a bold rich person. Surprisingly, he offered an extra $10 million for this car. Isn't this just an old car from a few years ago? Even if it has a collection value, it doesn't need to be at such a high premium. Wang Mingjun was also shocked after hearing this. In fact, this car he is not selling. He is waiting for Lin Chuan bid. When he bought this car is to see its collection value, as a financial tool, but now the value of this car was declining. That's why he took it out to show it, with the aim of getting out before the price drops. His psychological price is $25 million. As long as Lin Chuan gave this price he would not hesitate to sell. Who knew that the moment Lin Chuan opened his mouth was $30 million? This level of bravado was no longer comparable to an ordinary rich second generation in Iris City. He knew a few of the top Daejins in Iris City, so he thought that the teenager in front of him must be a great young man from somewhere else, or the child of a hidden big shot in Iris capital. At this moment, Lin Chuan was a god in Wang Mingjun's eyes. Since you opened your mouth, then I'll consider it a friend. Wang Mingjun seemed to be having a hard time on the surface, but in his heart, he was actually happy. About to hoard $10 million for nothing. Okay, swipe the card. Ding. Received $40 million successfully. Ah, Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Wang Mingjun was puzzled. What's this for? Adopting me? Tomorrow's Lamborghini Bull doesn't need to be displayed, also give it to me directly. Lin Chuan said plainly. It was just like buying a toy. This operation directly made the two people in the room look silly. Wang Mingjun directly sucked in a breath of cold air. So luxurious? At this time, the female assistant Xiao Li's eyes were also sparkling with golden light, as if she had seen her belated Prince Charming. Just now Lin Chuan payment looked too handsome. If not, they are already married. She had to leave Lin Chuan a contact information. She only hated that she was born too early. Okay, Mr. Lin, wait a moment. I'll go get it for you right away. Wang Mingjun said respectfully. 10 minutes later, he came over carefully holding a large pile of materials. Mr. Lin, these contracts need you to sign them. After signing you can just drive the car away. I'll help you with the rest of the process. Give me an address. I'll send you the license plate and stuff when the time comes. Lin Chuan nodded. Not long after, Lin Chuan had already signed a large list of contracts for the Porsche, but he didn't sign for the Lamborghini. Manager Wang, do you know the name of that car model by the 918? Is there a boyfriend? Lin Chuan asked. Wang Mingjun smiled knowingly and showed an I understand expression. Her name is Li Yuexian. She's a prospective sophomore in the dance department. She's still the school flower of Iris University. There shouldn't be any boyfriend, but this kid is very high and cold. No less than 100 people asked her for contact information in the past few days. Among them there are also a few high-flying men, but she doesn't even look at them. I don't know if there's a problem with her sexual orientation. Wang Mingjun replied. He knew that Lin Chuan definitely had thoughts about Li Yuexian. After all, this kid was top-notch in both body and face value. Of course Lin Chuan was also very good, rich and temperamental, and quite handsome, but he didn't think Lin Chuan would catch up with Xian Xian, and he might not even be able to ask for contact information. Xian Xian, this child is too cold, private, completely a stranger, rejecting people outside the face. It was also when she smiled on stage that she gave people a very warm feeling. Oh, it's a student from Iris University. Originally, he was still thinking that if he directly sent Li Yuexian a Lamborghini, would such a way of hitting on her be too high profile? When he heard that Li Yuexian was also a student of Iris University, Lin Chuan thought of a more advanced way of picking up. That was to have someone else deliver the car for him, whether she wanted it or not. Just give it to her. That way she would definitely contact herself. And one doesn't have to do anything to turn active into passive. This was the highest level of picking up. Manager Wang, please give Li Yuexian the Lamborghini's car keys and contract when you get there. Just have her sign her own name, and tell her that it was given to her by one of his schoolmates. Lin Chuan said and handed the Lamborghini contract to Wang Mingjun. Wang Mingjun was stunned when he heard it. Do rich people's children play with such flowers? Casually buying a sports car worth $10 million and turning around and giving it to someone else? The main thing is that you still don't know the person. What family? It's not good for me to give it to her. Why don't you give it to her yourself? Or I'll call her over and you can give it to her directly. I'll give it to her in case she doesn't accept it. This he really can't do. Others? I'm afraid they all grabbed it. After all, this is a $10 million Lamborghini. Xian, this child often come to part-time work. He knows very well. Colleagues invited her to drink a cup of milk tea she has to return the next day. Sports car so expensive things certainly will not accept. She does not accept. That is your responsibility, Manager Wang. I consume so much in you. This favor is not much. This, well then, Wang Mingjun was a little difficult, but after thinking about it, it was not very difficult to do. That's fine. Manager Wang, you help me drive the Porsche to the door. I'll go to the door and wait for you. License plate or something. After 3 days you send me to Iris University on it. Lin Chuan just got his driver's license last week. He was afraid of hitting someone if he was allowed to drive the car out from the showroom. Okay. Lin Chuan first went to the restroom and came out just as Wang Mingjun drove the car over. Mr. Lin, this is your car key. Okay. Lin Chuan took the car keys and pressed the start button. The irascible beast instantly went crazy and let out a roar. With a kick of the gas. Before the crowd could react, Lin Chuan directly flew out. Slow down, Mr. Lin. Chapter 4 5-star hotel. Lin Chuan drove a Porsche 918 on the road, and anyone who saw the car stopped to look. Even when Lin Chuan was waiting for the traffic light, there was a young lady in an Audi who asked him for his contact information, but Lin Chuan did not agree. She is too common, and he is not a world of people. Looking at the time, it was already more than 12 o'clock. He was hungry. He had played the game all morning and hadn't eaten a meal, and now his legs were a bit wobbly. After searching for the address in his cell phone, Lin Chuan drove to the only platinum 5-star hotel in Iris, Coastal International Hotel. This was the most luxurious and money-burning hotel in Iris. The location was next to the wetland park. The environment was beautiful, and the price of a presidential suite for one night was even as high as $90,000. Lin Chuan drove to the entrance of the hotel. A very handsome concierge ran over and opened the car door for him. After Lin Chuan got out of the car, the concierge carefully took the car keys again and drove his car to the parking space. Lin Chuan felt that he should give a tip at this point, but when he touched his pocket, he only had a few $10. This couldn't be taken either. Sorry brother, I don't have any cash with me today. I'll make it up to you next time. Lin Chuan took the car keys and said somewhat apologetically, "It's fine sir, have a nice meal." Entering the entrance of the hotel, Lin Chuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. The luxury of this hotel's decoration was comparable to a palace. Even the pillars were encrusted with diamonds. There were also several musicians in tuxedos playing beautiful music. It was heartwarming. "Hello sir, how can I help you?" Lin Chuan had just gone in when a beautiful waitress with white skin and long legs, wearing a black uniform, came over. Her name was Chao Jie. She was 24 years old and was a foreman. Originally, it would have been fine to let an ordinary employee do such a small thing as receiving guests, but when she saw Lin Chuan, she was moved and took the initiative to take over the position. She was originally a senior student at a prestigious university, and was also a class flower-level character, and there were a few people chasing after her, but at the time, she was so high-minded that she thought she would definitely meet a better one, so she rejected one suitor after another. Unexpectedly, until after graduating from college and arranging a job, she did not meet that better person. When she wanted to fall in love, she realized that the people in the society were worse than one another. Even some of them look at her with nothing but lust in their eyes, and her boss, even tried to subvert her after her overtime on the pretext of giving her a promotion. In the end, it was only when she lied that her friend was coming to pick her up that she escaped. Since then, she left her job and came to this hotel. She wants to find a good person to fall in love, and this 5-star hotel is undoubtedly the best choice. The people who came in and out of here were either rich or noble, proper big kaiju. When she saw the young and handsome Lin Chuan driving over in a Porsche 918, she knew her chance had come. Porsche 918, what a concept! A $20 million luxury car. It's a real high roller. If she could get involved with this rich man, she wouldn't have to worry about anything for the rest of her life. And she was quite confident in her figure and looks. As long as she was a little more seductive, the man in front of her would definitely fall under her pomegranate skirt. "Get me a presidential suite," Lin Chuan replied. "Yes sir, please follow me," Chao Jie said with a sweet voice. Lin Chuan followed her to the front desk of the hotel. "Sir, our hotel's presidential suite is 888 a room. May I ask how many days you plan to stay?" Chao Jie personally went to the front desk and operated the process for him, during which a pair of charming eyes still drifted towards Lin Chuan from time to time. "1 month first. Lin Chuan said and handed her his ID card. This place wasn't very far from the school. Lin Chuan was thinking like this: if the school dormitory was bad, he would just move out again. A house is not as comfortable as a hotel, so it's better to buy it later. Ding! Payment successfully 2,666,640 yuan. Chao Jie, who was holding the ID card, couldn't help but be shocked for a moment. He was only 18 years old this year. Is someone this age so rich? $2,700,000 without even blinking. She knew that Lin Chuan was a rich man, but she didn't expect Lin Chuan to be such a young rich man. Then you can't run away. Mr. Lin, please follow me. There is a special elevator for the presidential suite over here. The elevator door opened and Lin Chuan took the lead and walked in. When Chao Jie went in, her high heels slipped smoothly and she directly jumped into Lin Chuan's arms. Egu, it hurts. What's wrong with you? Is it okay? Lin Chuan slowly helped her up, only to see her brows furrowed, and a thin layer of sweat beads on her forehead. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, my high heels were uncomfortable to wear and I broke my foot just now. In fact, she did it on purpose. The space in the elevator was small and there were only the two of them, so all it took was a little accident to bring them close together. This was the first step of her plan. Only just now, she exerted a little too much force and seemed to have really broken it. Ha, let me see. Lin Chuan hurriedly squatted down to check, only to see that Chao Jie's delicate ankle had swollen, and some parts of it had even turned purple. You're seriously injured. Let me take you down. No need, Mr. Lin, it just hurt a bit just now. It's much better now. Your ankles are swollen. I'd better take you down to have a look. Thank you, Mr. Lin, there's really no need. Look, I'm already much better. Chao Jie even endured the severe pain and moved around a bit after she finished speaking. Alright, then you must go see the doctor later. Lin Chuan couldn't argue with her and could only give in. When the elevator arrived, Chao Jie limped out of the elevator. Lin Chuan saw that she was having a hard time with this, so he went forward and helped her. Chao Jie saw Lin Chuan holding her, so she directly leaned on him and rubbed against him. Thank you, Mr. Lin. At this moment, Lin Chuan's old face blushed. Feeling the softness coming from his arm, he was a little excited. What is this sister doing? What's the meaning of leaning on me one after another, and rubbing against his arm from time to time? Teasing me? Yuck, how can I think like that? Lin Chuan thought that what he thought might be too evil. People broke their feet trying to bring you to the room, and you're imagining things about them? Simply. Outside the suite, Lin Chuan's personal butler had already arrived. It was a middle-aged uncle with a very refined temperament. He was shocked when he saw the two people across the street walking over. When did Xiajia have a boyfriend? Still limping. What did the two of them do? Will not be yet into the room on. It wasn't his fault that he thought so. From his perspective, Lin Chuan was walking this way with his arm around Chao Jie. Chao Jie is not only limping, the face seems to be very enjoyable. Anyone would be thinking about it. In fact, Lin Chuan was only holding her up. It was Chao Jie who threw herself at her. During this period, Lin Chuan wanted to send her down a few times, but she refused, and had to introduce Lin Chuan to the layout of the room before she could do so. Lin Chuan also marveled at Chao Jie's seriousness in her work. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm your personal butler. During your stay, you can contact me if you have any problems, the butler said respectfully. When he looked at Chao Jie gave him a very mysterious expression back. He instantly understood, pushing open the gate. After the two went in, he quietly closed the gate again. The suite was on 3 floors, with an area of over 1,000 square feet. Upon entering, the first thing that caught his eyes was a luxurious main living room, next to which was the dining room, kitchen, and a parlor. On the second floor is a recreational area with a wine fridge, cigar room, library, study, etc. On the third floor was an oversized bedroom, a side bedroom, and a couple of queen-sized bedrooms. After Chao Jie had finished introducing the room layout to Lin Chuan, a bead of sweat had appeared on her forehead. All she could feel right now was a burning pain in her ankle. Mr. Lin, can I rest here for a while? She pointed to the large bed on the side and said to Lin Chuan. Of course you can. If you want, stay here all you want. There's plenty of room here anyway. Lin Chuan said bashfully. He looked at Chao Jie's bloated ankles with some heartache. It was all like this and still insisted on completing her own job. What a noble quality this was. What a responsible girl this was. Looking at Chao Jie on the bed who was kneading her ankles, he felt that he should do something. He silently took out a pack of ice from the refrigerator. Coming to the bedside, he bent down and gently took off Chao Jie's high heels, then cupped her delicate feet and carefully applied it to her injured ankle. A cold compress will make you feel better, Lin Chuan said very gently. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Looking at Lin Chuan's handsome side face, she only felt that he was so gentle and considerate right now. He even lowered himself to dress the feet of a tiny waitress like her. The movements were still so gentle. Feeling the warmth of Lin Chuan's palms, her eyes unexpectedly became a little moist, since she remembered, there had never been a man who had been so kind to him. Those who approached her in the past were rich and handsome in many ways, but they all had one thing in common. That was the desire for desire in their eyes. And Lin Chuan was different. He was not only handsome, his body is also good, and rich, and low-key, gentle, kind, considerate and caring. Most importantly, his eyes were clear, not mixed with a trace of desire, like a spring of water. At this time, Chao Jie's heart was like the ice in Lin Chuan's hand, melting a little bit. She had completely fallen. A sense of inferiority unconsciously welled up inside. She couldn't match such a good man. At the same time there was a feeling of regret. I don't know how many people he will be cheated by in the future. Lin Chuan watched the ice melt in his hand and planned to replace the pack. Just as he got up, Chao Jie hugged him. Just very suddenly, Lin Chuan's delicate body shook, smelling the charming aroma of Chao Jie's body. For a moment he actually had a bit of a dry mouth. Just as he was about to respond, Chao Jie let go of him. I really thank you, Mr. Lin. I'm very happy today. You're welcome. Then I won't disturb your rest. Bye. After Chao Jie finished speaking and gave Lin Chuan a quick nod on the face, she went downstairs with a happy face, leaving a dumbfounded Lin Chuan alone and confused. Chapter 5, Gold Medal Chef. What does this sister mean? Playing with me? Kissing and hugging, and then just leaving? I don't know what it's called, and I don't have any contact information. The starry flame that had just been lit in Lin Chuan's heart suddenly went out. It was quite hard to bear. Butler, I want to eat. Lin Chuan was already hungry, and even hungrier after letting Chao Jie toss him around like this. Not long after hanging up the phone, his personal butler came over with 2 menus. Mr. Lin, this one is the menu that the hotel provided for you for free. You don't need to pay for ordering. As for this one, it's the hotel's high-grade ingredients list. You need to pay extra if you want to order. Oh, give me a look at the high-grade ones. After taking the menu and looking at it for a while, Lin Chuan casually said a dozen or so inexpensive and unattractive-looking dishes. Don't have the ones I just said. Have one of the rest just the same. Mr. Lin, are you saying that the rest of these 20 or so dishes come as one? The butler thought he had misheard and confirmed once. Yes, order the kitchen to hurry up. I'm hungry. Okay, Mr. Lin, please wait. On the other side, after the staff in the hotel lobby saw Chao Jie limping down the stairs, one by one, their eyes dropped. No way? Are the 2 of them so raw? Ha, what are you talking about? What's so fierce? A small receptionist who had just changed shifts asked with a puzzled face. I'll tell you. Just now, Foreman Chow brought a rich kid to open a presidential suite. She was fine when she went up, but now look, she can't even walk. Yeah, and stayed for a long time. Guess what the 2 of them did? Another staff member also came over to chime in. The little receptionist's little face reddened upon hearing this. Even though she was young, after hearing the several sisters next to her say this, she understood what Foreman Chow had gone up to do. Some blushing images unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Aya, how could Sister Chow do this? Foreman Chow, what's wrong with you? A very nosy waitress went up and asked knowingly. Nothing, I accidentally broke my foot when I was going up the stairs just now. Chao Jie returned with a red face. As soon as she thought that she had kissed Lin Chuan with a hot head, the deer in her heart thumped. Chao Jie's very casual sentence changed flavor when it reached the ears of the crowd. Not only did the 2 of them do that, but they also broke their feet? This is too exciting. The crowd felt that this melon today was just too powerful. The handsome concierge at the door also noticed Chao Jie. At first, he just thought that Chao Jie had accidentally bumped into it. When he heard the comments of the people around him, he knew that the last thing he wanted to face had happened. His hands were trembling and his heart was dripping blood. He loved Chao Jie. From the first moment he saw her he was captivated by her angelic features. Couldn't help himself. She was perfect. Not only was she a college graduate, she also spoke fluent English. She loves to laugh, and in her spare time, she will elegantly play a piece of piano for the crowd. The manager also paid special attention to her, and she had already become a foreman in just 2 months after joining the company. Everyone knows that Chao Jie will be promoted to supervisor at the promotion meeting next month. He, on the other hand, is just a concierge who graduated from junior high school, a little man, so he just watched her from afar, secretly hiding this love. But when he saw his goddess being bullied and struggling to walk, he was furious. How dare you treat my goddess like that? You wait for me. He knew that he was just a passerby and couldn't afford to mess with Lin Chuan, but it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge in 10 years. If it doesn't work in 10 years then 20. This day will always come. Inside the presidential suite, the dishes ordered by Lin Chuan had already been served. It had to be said that star hotels were efficient. Less than 20 minutes before and after the 20 dishes were all served. Sir, the dishes you ordered have all been served. Please enjoy your meal and call me directly if you have any problems, the butler said thoughtfully. Okay. Lin Chuan looked at this table of mountainous delicacies. His mouth watered. What's sea cucumber, abalone, Boston, king crab, shark's fin, bird's nest, foie gras, caviar, phoenix, flying dragon, and so on were all available. He had only seen these things on the internet before, and he was able to eat them today thanks to his system, not caring about the image. He was alone anyway. With a handful of Boston lobster and a handful of king crab, he began to wolf down the food. This tomahawk steak is really good. It's just a little bloody. This phoenix is a pigeon. This flying dragon is a chicken. This French foie gras is not as good as the stinky tofu next to my house. What's so good about this caviar? It's fishy and salty. Yuck. It's awful. Butler, bring me another serving of this phoenix spreading wings and tomahawk steak. The steak should be fully cooked, and a bottle of 82-year-old Lafite. As we all know, 82 years is actually a brand. It has always been the leading brand in the Chinese Lafite market, although there are also brands such as 83, 84 and so on, but their influence is far less than 82. Okay, Mr. Lin, please wait. This table of food was just better to look at, and when it came to really eating it was only this pigeon and steak that met Lin Chuan's appetite. The Boston lobster and king crab or whatever was the same flavor as the seafood sold at the seafood market. It was just too much to eat. Foie gras can be eaten to death. There is also caviar, sashimi. It is really difficult to eat. How difficult to eat? Lin Chuan couldn't understand why so many people regarded these unpalatable things as delicacies. The taste of rich people really didn't suit him. A meal. Lin Chuan ate half, wasted half, plus red wine consumed less than 250,000 yuan. After eating and drinking, Lin Chuan lay down on the soft big bedroom, opened the system panel. Name, Lin Chuan. Balance of divine magnificence gold, 999 trillion huaxia coins, refreshable. Remaining number of draws, 0. Lin Chuan did the math. He had spent less than 43 million a day. When is this going to be a lucky draw? That's right. Swipe the gift. Live streaming is a good thing. The bigwigs on the network rewarded, often throwing hundreds of millions of dollars, and he had seen one called General Smoke, who rewarded in billions of dollars. It is simply luxurious and inhuman. Opened the Flounder app. Lin Chuan casually browsed and found that the gold medal chef, Mr. Ma, was actually live. He watched few live broadcasts, but Mr. Ma's big name had long been imprinted in his mind. A sentence of looking back and pulling out opened the door to the source of all his evil. A farewell to Earth, directly causing countless netizens' souls to return to the spot, and his invincible face-changing technique, muscle golden wheel, had even made him a household name for a beautiful man. At this time, Mr. Ma was singing in the live broadcast room. Lin Chuan almost got sent away with a hiss when he clicked in. Missing your armpit. How I wish you were by my side. I wonder if in your heart, you can still change for me. Ah, I miss your armpit. This emotionally charged voice instantly made the live broadcast audience explode. The pop-ups were wearing pain masks. Countless torments streaked across the public screen. Thanks to the airplane with the hemorrhoids in my ears that are back. Thanks to the hemorrhoids. Thanks to the airplane that's all emotion and no skill. Thanks to skill. Thanks to the rocket that looks forward to meeting you at night. Thanks for meeting. After the song, The Night I Missed You was sung, Lin Chuan had a very sad feeling, as if he had entered heaven, and as if he had fallen into hell. He cracked up. It was true that Mr. Ma was the ceiling of power singers. Lin Chuan backhanded a wave of recharge. Must give Mr. Ma a big swipe. Chapter 6, The Magnificent and the Impersonal. On this side, Teacher Ma was still looking for the next song to sing in the pop-up screen, while on the other side Lin Chuan had already sent a super rocket flying up. Then Teacher Ma's magical voice came back from the live broadcast. Thank you, Lonely Ashtray, for sending the super rocket. Thank you very much. Did Lin Chuan want thanks? Nah, he just wanted to finish spending $100 million on the lottery. Immediately after that, Lin Chuan's fingers quickly twitched, and round after round of rockets rubbed and crashed out. For a time, Mr. Ma's live room exploded with special effects. Lonely Ashtray sends super rocket to anchor Mr. Ma X99. Lonely Ashtray to anchor Mr. Ma's super rocket X999. Lonely Ashtray to the anchor Mr. Ma super rocket times 2999. The Flounder platform is limited to a single recharge amount, up to 1 million. Lin Chuan didn't mind sending it as he recharged. The entire binomial fish platform, as well as the live rooms of all the anchors, were dominated by this glorious and dazzling rocket special effects. The audience and the platform have smelled and joined Mr. Ma's room, and even a few beautiful female anchors game also do not play to run to dip in the luxury. Mr. Ma's live room heat instantly soared from 20 million to more than 100 million, and even still soaring. The pop-ups of the audience in the live broadcast room are directly bursting the screen. all kinds of Tycoon, Big Brother, great in the public screen flying. The audience was so blocked by the pop-ups that they couldn't even see Mr. Ma, Lonely Ashtray, sends anchor teacher Ma Super Rocket X 5999, *******. It finally stopped. This special effect must have been flying for an hour. Is this a Tycoon? It's simply inhuman. Is this big guy called Lonely Ashtray new? I haven't seen him before. Good lord. Another level 150 fully leveled bigot has been born. Our gold medal chef also froze. At first he kept thanking the ashtray. Then he was directly dumbfounded. He had seen a lot of big scenes as a veteran of the live streaming world, but this was the first time he had seen a scene where more than $10 million was thrown down. This wasn't a game made by some labor union to create a web celebrity. Obviously this is called Lonely Ashtray is a new mysterious boss. The 6000 rocket swiped by Mr. Cylinder, that is $12 million. The platform accounted for half of it. The labor union took a part of it, and then paid a part of the tax, and he could also get more than $4 million. This 1 hour netted over $4 million. It was simply outrageous. Once again, thank you to our Mr. Cylinder for the 6,000 super rockets. Thank you again, Mr. Jung. Everyone in the live broadcast room, in order to thank Mr. Cylinder, I'm sending you my famous song, a piece of Joe Dong's confession balloon for Mr. Jung. The familiar prelude rang out, and Mr. Ma offered it with deep emotion. On the banks of the Seine, chai 6 on the left bank, a cup in my hand, savoring your May, leaving lip prints on the mouthy eye. Lin Chuan couldn't take it anymore, and directly exited the live broadcast after opening a Super Emperor by hand. Brushing rockets was too laborious. It was only 12 million, and his hands were already sore. The software background private message him has been countless. He took a general look. Most of them are some female anchors in the face value area. There are also advertisements, passers-by, asking for a date or something. Lin Chuan decisively ignored. Mr. Ma also sent a private message asking for his contact information, and he didn't reply. Then there is an official message from the software, which is basically a thank you for opening the Super Emperor, sending you any title, and customized special effects and so on. Lin Chuan felt that special effects can be had, and in the future to enter the field, brush gifts and so on will be more domineering. So he applied for a nuclear explosion entry special effect. After exiting, he opened the Douyin short video again. As the hottest software of the new era, the people who live in it are not less than the professional live broadcast software at all. The main thing was that Douyin could customize exclusive gifts after the full 60 levels, 100,000 or so of the kind. If you send this then it must not be great? Lin Chuan opened the live broadcast and casually swiped a few times. Most of them are some of the main players with goods and road users. He was disappointed that he didn't even see a pure and lovely beauty. In the next second, the anchor called Wan Air, who was less than 10 kilometers away from Lin Chuan, came into view. In the live broadcast room, a beautiful woman in yoga clothes was jogging on a treadmill. Her body and temperament were simply unrivaled, and Lin Chuan could only use a wow to describe it. Her face value was even higher, at least at the department flower level in school. The most important thing is that she is still in the camera with her face. The beauty face is not even on. This is very confident. Lin Chuan above brush to those passers-by simply. Special effects pull full or passerby level. If you turn it off, what's wrong with it? There are even a few women with a big body and a face like a loli, really hot eyes. But this one called Wan Air was different. She was young. Not only was her body hot, but she was also sweet looking. The point is that the beauty filters are not open. Face live, giving a very real feeling. Although she doesn't speak but the number of people in the live room is more than 100. Lin Chuan used his toes to think about it and knew that these more than 100 people were definitely the incarnation of Chow Chow. Come here to be Chow Chow's thieves. A few small gifts popped up in the live broadcast room from time to time. A few cents, a few dollars, nothing above $10. As long as Wan Air saw it, she would name it and thank it. One could tell that she was live streaming from her home, and her home was very wealthy. It was possible that the live broadcast was just for fun and didn't care about the gifts. But congratulations, you met me. Lin Chuan smiled with the corner of his mouth and casually performed a wave of recharge. After tapping recharge more than 100 times in a row, he successfully recharged $5 million. Such a big platform can only charge a maximum of 50,000 in a single time? Lin Chuan was a bit speechless. It seems like I have to find some time to reflect this to the customer service, or else it'll affect how I spend my money. Opening the gift bar. The most expensive one was worth $3,000. It was the Douyin Supreme Carnival. Although Lin Chuan was a bit dissatisfied, it was a bit better than Super Rocket. In the next second, a gorgeous carnival special effect was pulled all over the screen. Thank you Lonely Ashtray for the carnival gift. It's the first time I've received such an expensive gift. Thank you brother. Wan Air thanked with some surprise. At this time, the pop-up screens in the live broadcast room also began to come alive. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother rich man ah. The sister is smiling. So cute. This ashtray seems like I've seen it somewhere before? So familiar and can't remember. Lin Chuan crooked his mouth. In the live broadcast room, he typed down 6 big words of special pretenses. This is just the beginning. He rubbed his wrist and directly started the streak mode. Lonely ashtray. Give Anchor 1 Air Supreme Carnival X10. Lonely ashtray. To Anchor 1 Air Supreme Carnival X100. Lonely ashtray. To Anchor 1 Air Supreme Carnival times 1000. The crowd in the live broadcast room was instantly confused. From the moment Lonely Ashtray sent out those big words, the carnival special effects in the live broadcast room didn't stop. This is a real tycoon. Nah, this is already a divine tycoon. I remember. He's the big man who just threw over $10 million at the flounder. Mr. Tank. Chapter 7 Wang Mingjuan's short story. What? He just swiped more than $10 million over at flounder and came back here to do it again. Could he be Principal Wang's trumpet? Right during Lin Chuan's frantic streak, the Douyin platform had quietly opened up its pushes on all the major channels. The number of people in Wan Air's live room had also gradually skyrocketed to 100,000 plus. It was at the top of the popularity list. This was already quite an exaggeration for a small anchor like her. Before, there were only a few thousand people following her, and the highest number of people online was only over 200. But now, in less than 20 minutes, her live room surpassed 100,000 plus. The number of people following her has even soared to 30,000 and is still increasing. The Lonely Ashtray has given Anchor 1 Air the Supreme Carnival X1666. At this point, Lin Chuan stopped. Do you think it's over? It is the end. Lin Chuan's hands were numb from pointing. Originally, he had been tired all day. Plus he had eaten a little bit. Lying on the big, luxurious, soft bed, he could not open his eyes anymore. The small goal of spending 100 million today could only wait until tomorrow to be realized. Lin Chuan slept very peacefully. Wan Air in the live broadcast room was stunned. Steps also do not run. This scene is really too shocking. The live broadcast movement has earned more than $2 million after a while. Her parents opened the factory only earned more than $1 million a year. This not a moment will earn them 2 years of money. And he himself did nothing but move. Thank you for the 333 carnivals sent by Brother Lonely Ashtray. Thank you so much. Brother, let me add you on WeChat. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Brother, why don't you reply to me? Wan Air sent several private messages over in a row. Lin Chuan was sleeping like a dead pig and couldn't hear them at all. He was sleeping soundly on his side. Douyin and Flounder's side collectively exploded. The name Lonely Ashtray was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the various anchors on the two platforms. Especially those female anchors who wanted to evening out the big money had already focused on the movements of Mr. Cylinder. Numerous netizens in the live broadcast room, but also a rumor. 10, 100. The Cylinder totaled 2 hours to throw 17 million deeds to spread the word. At the same time the major hotspot software also pushed his behavior onto the hot list. Iris International Convention and Exhibition Center. Li Yuexian had just gotten off work when she was called into the office by Wang Mingjun. Xian ah, you've worked hard today. This $10,000 is your paycheck for today. Take it. Wang Mingjun smiled and pushed a large red packet in front of Li Yuexian. Ah, Manager Wang, didn't we agree before? $800 a day. How can you give me so much? Li Yuexian was a bit puzzled. In the past, she used to work part-time for $800 a day, with no commission. What's going on today? A bonus? Even if today's sales reached an all-time high, but there's no need to give so much. You take this money, it's not much. As for why I'm giving you this money, there's no rush. You first listen to me tell you a story. Wang Mingjun said in a serious tone. This is a very touching story. There is a boy. He grew up mischievous and uneducated. Not only was he the bottom of the exams every time, but he also often bullied others. In the eyes of his classmates he was a punk. In the eyes of his teachers he was a stirrer. And his parents were even more disappointed in him, even threatening to cut ties with him. But he didn't care about his future. He still did what he wanted, and even intensified his behavior. So he went through elementary school, first year, second year, third year, until a chance, he saw a girl like a fairy. She a long dress, elegant demeanor, knitted brows and smile between the boy's heartstrings. Teenagers, it is the age of the first love. Ignorant young man just met the goddess of his heart. He looked around, asked around, and finally learned that the girl is a senior high school student than him. The boy panicked. He knew his own results. Full score of 750 points, he can only test a 0. There is no way to get into high school, but he likes the girl. These days his heart has been filled with her. He wants to look at her every day, even if it is a passerby, even if only from afar, but as long as he can look at her every day, the boy will be satisfied. So he began to bury his head in the hard reading, the false heart to ask for advice, head-hanging beams, all stabbing the stock, and insisted on sleeping only 4 hours a day. His classmates thought he was crazy, his parents thought he was stupid, and his teachers thought he must have been stimulated by something. Only the boy knew in his heart that he just wanted to be closer to his goddess. Finally he got into that high school and met his goddess as he wished. She was prettier than before, but also much more aloof. He plucked up the courage to go up and say hello, but his goddess turned a blind eye to him. In retrospect, he realized that he was just a punk who barely made it to high school, and no one wants to be friends with a punk. But he didn't give up. He had just started high school. There was still time. He had to change himself, for his goddess, but also for himself. After 2 years, the girl went to college. A year later, the boy also got into the girls' university. At this time he has completely changed a person, looks tall and handsome. His parents also told him the truth on the day he got into the university. In fact, he is a rich second generation, but the boy didn't care about the money because he only had that girl in his heart. Until today, he saw her again, but he didn't greet the girl. He just asked me to give that girl a gift that he's been wanting to give to that girl all these years. Wang Mingjun finished handing Li Yuexian a Lamborghini car key and several contracts. This girl is you. Wang Mingjun was confused himself after he finished speaking. He was almost moved by the story he made up for himself. He was a veteran florist when he was young, and he made up stories so vividly that even he believed them. Originally, sending a car was just a very small thing, but Li Yuexian's character was too outgoing, and if she sent it directly, she would not accept it 100%. So Wang Mingjun made up a little story. Let her think it was a gift from a boy who had liked her for many years, and he is just a middleman to help people. In that case, even if she didn't accept it, it was none of his business. Not offending both ends. It was perfect. Manager Wang, is the girl you mentioned really me? Li Yuexian asked with moist eyes. Her voice trembled a little as she was moved. She couldn't believe that the main character of this story was herself. It's you, and that boy is your schoolmate who is about to start school. His name is Lin Xuan. Li Yuexian couldn't hold it together, and tears flowed down her white cheeks one by one. She didn't think that one day she would be the one in the story. All along she had been the object of others' discussion, not discussing how good-looking she was, but ugly. There had been a black birthmark on her forehead since she was born. Her parents had also taken her to many hospitals, but the results were the same. The best option was to have laser surgery and it was impossible to remove it, only improve it. Her parents were desperate, but there was nothing they could do. At that time she was still young and didn't understand how others looked at her until she was in elementary school. Her classmates disliked her, left her out, and scolded her. They even insulted her with some extremely unpleasant swear words. Every day just live in a kind of cynicism. She thought of dropping out of school, thought of changing schools, but what's the use? It was just a different group of people to taunt. She also wanted to be a normal person, play with her classmates, study together, go to and from school together. There were friends she played with, but there was no hiding the eyes that disliked a person. So she began to isolate herself and keep to herself. Elementary school, middle school, high school, even college, always alone. In her senior year of high school, she learned to wear makeup and always used a thick layer of powder on her face to hide her birthmark. Although she looked beautiful after applying makeup, her classmates would still talk about her. There was even a student from another class who confessed his love for her with flowers. But when he heard about the birthmark on Li Yuexian's forehead, he just walked away without looking back. The flowers fell to the ground and broke her heart. It wasn't until she went to college and was surrounded by strangers that she found a trace of warmth. But she still didn't dare to make friends. She was afraid that people would know and look at her in a different way. Others said she was a high-school schoolgirl, so cold that she didn't even have a friend. And she didn't even like boys. But is she like that inside? She also wants to make friends. She also wants to fall in love. She also wants to go shopping and watch movies together hand in hand like others. But she was afraid. Until today she didn't realize that there was someone who had been silently liking her behind her back. Does not mind her, but also for her to pay so much. Li Yuexian decided to have a sensational love affair with him. It didn't matter if that person was poor or rich, ugly or handsome, as long as he truly loved himself. Thank you, Manager Wang. The money is still according to our agreement, just give me 800. But this gift is too expensive. I will return it to him. Li Yuexian wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and revealed a very sweet smile. Alright then. Wang Mingjun knew her character and didn't be polite with her, taking out $800 and giving it to her. Thank you, Manager Wang. Then I'll leave first. See you tomorrow. Looking at Li Yuexian's departing back, Wang Mingjun scratched his head. This child doesn't seem to be that high and mighty. Chapter 8, The Crooked Mouth War God. The night was surprisingly quiet. The next day, the sleeping Lin Xuan awoke with a jolt. He hurriedly opened the system panel. When he saw that the familiar balance was still there, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he had actually dreamt that the system he was bound to was a fake, but just a fantasy he had before he died. Scared me. Luckily it was a dream. He opened his cell phone to see that he had actually slept until past 10. Opening Douyin again. A news item on the hot list attracted him. Shocked, Flounder and Douyin surprised a mysterious big brother, throwing $17 million at anchors in just 2 hours. And there were several other versions of news below that were also about him. Little Anchor surprised by mysterious Tycoon. He swiped $5 million in half an hour. He's suspected to have been adopted. What is the mysterious Tycoon's lonely ashtray? Let's listen to the experts to analyze it for you. Lin Chuan was confused. It's only been one night and he's on the hot search? He wanted to keep a low profile. It seems it can't be hidden. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 99 private messages yet? Lin Chuan looked down and realized that the ones that had private messaged him were already 99 plus. Clicking through to take a look. It was pretty much the same as Flounder. All small anchors asking for contact information, as well as labor unions, passers-by and the like. Wait a minute. There's even MS. Orange. Lin Chuan casually flipped, but even flipped to MS. Orange's private message. Ashtray brother, can you leave your contact information? People are very worshipful of you. He even asked for his contact information. Lin Chuan was thrilled. MS. Orange was a beautiful anchor woman who had recently become super popular in Douyin, with nearly 7 million fans. She has a sweet look, a wow body, and her pretty features coupled with her slimy voice make her the dream goddess of countless geeks. A fine dog, but also let her less than a month up powder more than 3 million, to their own strength to dominate the whole fitness circle, and also long so reasonable. It's hard not to get excited. Lin Chuan backhandedly flung over a microsignal. Don't get me wrong, he just wanted to certify whether MS. Orange was really that reasonable, and in passing, he sent it over to One Air. People wanted to invite him to dinner, so he couldn't refuse their good intentions. Lin Chuan casually flipped through a few live broadcasts and realized that there weren't any eye-catching anchors. Just as he was about to exit, someone in his focus suddenly and abruptly turned on a live broadcast. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. The ones he was following were all beautiful-looking young ladies. Clicked to take a look. Surprisingly, it was Xin Luoxin from the Iris Art Academy. It's this? Lin Chuan was surprised. Xin Luoxin was a popular figure in the entire Iris City student circle. Not only was she pretty, her body was quite hot, and because she usually liked to wear black silk, she was also affectionately known as the Black Silk Goddess. And Dance a Great, only released more than 20 videos on the chopped nearly 1 million fans. Not only that, her emotional history is also very rich. Rumor has it that she changed at least 30 boyfriends during her 2 years in college, an average of more than 20 days to change one, and all of them are rich second generation. It was even revealed that she played mahjong with many people. This matter has been widely circulated throughout Iris, and a video was also released at that time. Only Lin Chuan, some pity, did not catch the bus. At this time, she just opened the broadcast. The number of people in the live room is not much, only a dozen. Was chatting with netizens. Welcome Lonely Ashtray to the live room. Welcome brother. Brother, your name seems to be the same as the one on the hot list. Oh, another one pretending to be Mr. Cylinder. I've just seen a lot of people with this name. What's wrong with Mr. Jar? He just spent $5 million on a small anchor. A level 57 big brother named Crooked Mouth God of War mocked. Brother God of War is here. People haven't seen you for a long time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A level 57 big brother. That mustn't have spent nearly $10 million? This is a real big brother. Kneel down and worship. Yes, 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 you're the big brother. This is called the Crooked Mouth God of War. Not only is Xin Luoxin's list 1 or a 57 level tycoon, Jitterbug up to level 57 has to cost nearly $10 million. I don't know why, but Lin Chuan's account doesn't even show a level. Otherwise it would have to be more than 50. Xin, brother is here. Won't you give brother a dance? The Crooked Mouth God of War sent a message. Oops. Brother God of War, I'm not feeling well today. Another day, okay? Crooked Mouth God of War sends anchor Little Shinshin to set sail for Love X1. Crooked Mouth God of War to anchor Little Shinshin for Love Sailing X10. Is it okay now? The Crooked Mouth God of War said again. Thank you brother God of War. Then wait for me to change my clothes. It's still the War God Big Brother who's bold and generous. One shot is more than 10. 000. Today, the brothers are also following Big Brother's lead. Not long after, Shen Luoxin, who was dressed in a powerful dance outfit, walked over. She was wearing a super short skirt with lacy black silk, with only a sexy and hot butterfly battle dress on top, and a pair of Valentino. Then a piece of music rang out and Shen Luoxin began to twist her enchanting body. Lin Chuan was dumbfounded, didn't blink for more than a minute. This was really too good at it. Raising her hands and feet tugged at the audience's heartstrings. The dance ended, and small gifts flew up in the live broadcast room. Occasionally a few over 100 popped up, and she thanked them all by name. Crooked Mouth God of War. Giving anchor little xin Supreme Carnival X1. Thank you again, brother God of War. As soon as I saw the carnival, I thought of Mr. Cylinder. I don't know if I'll have the chance to see his inspiring streak again. Lin Xuan had planned to leave. It wasn't a loss to finish whoring for nothing, but when he saw this pop up, he came back. Since you want to witness me so badly, I'll fulfill you. Lin Xuan clicked on recharge and surprisingly found that the single highest recharge had 2 more zeros. It went to 5 million. It seemed that Douyin was still very considerate, and had even opened up a large recharge for it. Then it's much simpler. Casually recharge 40 million. The next second, the uplifting carnival special effects floated up. Lonely Ashtray. To anchor Little Shinshin Supreme Carnival X88. Lonely Ashtray. For anchor Little Shinshin Supreme Carnival X888. Lonely Ashtray. To anchor Little Shinshin Supreme Carnival times 8888. In an instant, Little Shinshin's live broadcast room exploded. Countless viewers rushed into the live room to get a glimpse. Most of them had swiped the hot video of the day. Originally, I thought that this Lonely Ashtray Big Brother was just a flash in the pan, and had adopted a small anchor. In the end, he popped up again. The first shot is 8,888 Hair Carnival, worth more than 26 million. Simply sick. Are all rich people so abnormal? Plus yesterday's 40 to 50 million thrown around for fun? It's, I love you, Mr. Cylinder is so bossy. I want to give you a monkey. Ah. War God. Calling Crooked Mouth Warlord. You've lost your #1 spot. The audience went crazy. Shen Luoxin went crazy. The Crooked Mouth God of War also went crazy. I think I even taunted him myself, so I hope he didn't see it. Chapter 9, The Big Green Stick. Lin Xuan stopped after brushing 8,888 carnivals. For one, he felt like giving this woman so much to brush, and secondly, he was full leveled. He was level 60. Douyin level 60 Big Brothers had the privilege of customizing their gifts. That's when an official window popped up for him, asking if he needed to customize his gift. Set the gift amount. What gift special effects were wanted? Lin Xuan thought about it and the amount was of course the highest. Unfortunately, the maximum limit was 9W. The gift special effect would have to be a nuclear explosion. It is this kind of shocking feeling that is needed. After submitting, Lin Xuan quietly exited Little Xin's live room. He casually opened the live list. There was no doubt that Little Xin was firmly at the top of the popularity list, more than 10 million popularity ahead of the second. He casually flipped through it, clicking in to take a look when he saw a favorite anchor. The live broadcast room saw the full-level Cylinder always enter the field, and directly cheered. That a gold glittering special effects brightly blinded the eyes of the major anchors. Along with it came pieces and pieces of the audience. They were like General Cylinder's followers. No matter where Chief Jar was, they could smell it and rush over. Mr. Vat, we've come to worship you. Mr. Jar, do you want a little brother? Mr. Jar, do you like men? Lin Xuan also simply meant it. A small wave of Supreme Carnival X88 was sent. If he happens to get a good look, he'll go straight to 888 or 1888. With this flurry of maneuvers, he not only brought gifts to the anchors, but also increased traffic. Many of the anchors who hadn't been flipped by Lin Xuan even wrote "Welcome Mr. John's presence" on the cover of their live room. The cover of the broadcast room even wrote "Welcome to Mr. Jar" in large letters. After a round of rewards, Lin Xuan's recharged $40 million had already bottomed out, and his private messages reached 99+. Lin Xuan didn't look at it and directly withdrew it, because just now his system draws had increased. Name, Lin Xuan. Divine Magnificence Gold Balance, 999 trillion Huaxia coins, refreshable. Remaining number of draws, 1. Drawl. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Primary Physique Potion X1. Primary Physique Potion can increase each of the host's basic attributes, physique, strength, spirit, agility, by 2 times. Ding. The physical rewards drawn from the raffle will be automatically stored in the system. Lin Xuan moved with his mind. In the next second, a large 550 milliliter green stick appeared in his hand. Asterisk. This is a potion? Is there one this big? But this bottle looks so familiar. Anyway, the system gave it to him, so Lin Xuan didn't think much about it. He directly tilted his head in blue. As the bottle went down, Lin Xuan burped. In an instant, he only felt his body heat up. His originally skinny muscles began to surge, and his body became harder and harder. A few seconds later, this feeling disappeared, and Lin Xuan only felt filled with strength. The head was also fluid to use. The body was still light. It was just that the body was sticky. First went to take a shower. When he came out, he looked at himself in the mirror. Lin Chuan was almost stupidly handsome by himself. At this time, his features were as angular as a carving. His body was impeccable. His robust physique with beautiful muscle lines. A proper male god. Good guy. The effect of this bottle is so top. What if we have a few more bottles? It's not a dream to tear the ghosts apart. Lin Chuan looked at the time. It was already past 12 noon. Calling the butler, he ordered a table of food. Today he ordered less. Only a dozen dishes. After eating and drinking, he opened WeChat. There was not much news, except for some irrelevant messages from a few groups, and 3 friend requests to add. One was Wang Mingjun, the owner of the largest car sales company in Iris. One was Wan Air, who had rewarded $5 million in the live broadcast of Douyin. One was MS Orange, who was very hot in Douyin recently. After adding it, Wan Air first sent a message. Wan Air, brother Lonely, how are you? I'm Wan Air from Douyin's live broadcasting room. My real name is Renwan Wan. Wan Air, thank you brother Lonely for the reward in the live broadcasting room. I don't know if you have the time. I want to treat you to a meal and thank you properly. Lin Chuan frowned. Dinner? Why didn't you say so earlier? I just got full. Lin Chuan, it's fine. Wait for the evening. You didn't say earlier. I just finished lunch. Wan Air smiles. No, brother Lonely, I just added you, and I couldn't tell you earlier. Lin Chuan, I'm sorry. I just ate a bit too much. The CPU hasn't reacted yet. Wan Air, smile. It's okay brother Lonely. Then I'll see you at night. After chatting with Wan Air, Wang Mingjun then sent a message. Wang Mingjun, Mr. Lin, I've already given the car to Li Yuxian. It's just that she thinks it's too valuable and wants to return it to you in person. Give it back to me? Then who will I drive it for? Lin Chuan was worried. No, you have to take it even if you don't want it. Lin Chuan, okay, I know. Thank you manager Wang. Wang Mingjun, it's okay, should do. You first busy, I will not bother you. There is any car related problems contact me on it. Just after chatting with Wang Mingjun, MS Orange sent another message. Lin Chuan scratched his head. Are you guys pinpointing the time? So punctual? MS Orange, hello Mr. Jar. I've been listening to your deeds since last night. I didn't expect you to be on the hot search again today. How come you're on the hot search again? It makes sense that he swiped over 40 million in the morning to be on the hot search again. Lin Chuan, normal. I can be on every day if I want to be on. And I can let you be on every day if you want to be on. MS Orange, Mr. Cylinder, you can really joke. Lin Chuan, MS Orange, please do something. MS Orange, Mr. Cylinder, just say it, I'll help if I can. Lin Chuan, can you call me Fine Dog? MS Orange, Mr. Jar, you're so humorous. MS Orange, voice, can it be done Fine Dog? This voice is really magical. After hearing this voice, Lin Chuan only felt an invisible force pulling him to the gym. Lin Chuan, this sentence is so top-notch. MS Orange, thank you Mr. Zhang, can Mr. Zhang do me a little favor too? Lin Chuan, of course you can. It's just let me buy you the entire Wuyu media. MS Orange, laughs, Mr. Zhang is really funny. I have a live broadcast at 3 p.m. this afternoon. I'd like to ask Mr. Zhang to go over and support the show. Is that okay? Lin Chuan, I thought it was something. No problem. MS Orange, thank you Mr. Zhang, then I'll wait for you. After chatting, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel how boring the life of a rich man was. The current him actually had nothing to do. Opened the pesticide. Lin Chuan came to a few rankings. Originally a starburst, he accidentally came to a 10-game winning streak to get to king. He realized that after his body was strengthened, his reflexes were much faster. He used to have a negative record before, but now he was super god all the time. Boring. At this time, MS Orange sent him another WeChat. Mr. Cylinder, I'm going live soon. Waiting for you. Oh, beaming. I don't know why. Lin Chuan suddenly had a feeling of going to work. Opened Douyin. The eye-catching 99 plus came into view. Chapter 10, Nuclear Explosion. Basically, they were all irrelevant private messages. Lin Chuan didn't even look at them. At this time, MS Orange had already started broadcasting. A golden floating screen flashed in the live broadcast room. Welcome lonely ashtray brother. People can wait for you. MS Orange's slimy voice came from the live broadcast room. A level 60 big brother entered, and the audience knew that the hot man had arrived. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm seeing Mr. Cylinder again. Quickly shake the man. Mr. Cylinder, what do you like? I can change. Mr. Cylinder, I didn't even chase after my girlfriend to see you. I'm your true fan. Lin Chuan's entry into MS Orange's live broadcast room caused her popularity to skyrocket. Just after the broadcast, her popularity instantly skyrocketed to the #1 spot on the Hot 100 list. Between these anchors, they often swiped gifts to go PK in order to increase their popularity. Soon, Ms. Orange was connected to an anchor called Social My Dragon. This brother Long was a socialite, and it wasn't known whether he had a dragon or tiger tattooed on his arm. He connected to Ms. Orange mainly because he wanted to rub some powder. He had even thought of a set of tiger and wolf words and was ready to get a video after it was over, so he might even be able to catch fire. Just as he was about to start with a set of social quotes, a dangling special effect flew across the room. Ms. Orange's side. The crowd only saw an oppressive nuclear bomb slowly landing. The moment it landed, a screen full of mushroom clouds flew up. Even when it exploded, the crowd's cell phones vibrated. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this the customized gift nuclear bomb explosion from Chief Cylinder? Shock. Awesome. Bunker. Which big brother can tell me how much this gift costs? I'm going to get two later. Don't brag. This gift is worth $199,000. It's the most expensive customized gift in all of Douyin. Opposite brother Long was dumbfounded. He had nearly 2,000 fans in his live room, but after a nuclear explosion from the opposite side, there were less than 200 left. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Opposite side is actually a customized gift from General Cylinder. I'm sorry brother Long. The opposite side is just too shocking. You wait. Brothers go and come back. Lin Xuan originally wanted to come to the 888 carnival to pull some popularity for Ms. Orange and leave. But when he clicked on the gift he was surprised to find that his customized nuclear blast was online. He was instantly interested, backhandedly charging $1 billion first. After a nuclear explosion, the sense of special effects pulled full. There was also a vibration effect. Simply don't be too cool. Lonely ashtray. Customized gift for Anchor Ms. Orange nuke explosion ×8. Lonely ashtray. Customized gift for Anchor Ms. Orange. Nuclear explosion x88. Lonely ashtray. A customized gift for Anchor Ms. Orange. Nuke explosion x188. A nuclear explosion special effect for 5 seconds. More than 200 is more than 20 minutes. For a moment, the entire audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded by the explosion. The cell phone vibrated for nearly half an hour. Ms. Orange's live broadcast room was stuck on the screen, speaking one word at a time. Mr. Cylinder is too bold. One shot is half a small target. Yuan Fong, what do you think? Yuan Fong, he ing kneeling to see. Brothers steady ah. This is the cylinder total of the basic operation. Do not 6 ah. Lin Xuan see Long pour, and ran to his live room rewarded 2 nuclear explosions. Long brother looked at the cylinder total came. Excited almost to Lin Xuan kowtow too. Mr. Cylinder didn't just bring gifts, but also popularity and traffic. Although Mr. Cylinder only rewarded Long with 2 nuclear explosions, but it invariably brought tens of thousands of fans to Long. It couldn't be helped. Mr. Cylinder was too influential. Wherever he went, he blew up the room. There are tens of thousands of minions following behind him. Lin Xuan's account has also inexplicably gained hundreds of thousands of fans. Huadu, Mousetooth Live Headquarters Building. In the large office, a small assistant was reporting the data, and standing next to her was a middle-aged woman who was oppressive in both temperament and stature. Mr. Wang, the latest data from the mysterious Tycoon Lonely Ashtray has been updated. Last night, Mr. Cylinder rewarded Mr. Ma in the amount of more than 12 million in Bimbo, and then turned to Jitterbug to reward the young anchor Warner with more than 5 million. And there is news that Warner has been adopted by Mr. Cylinder. This morning, the cylinder total and reward anchor small XAN more than 26 million, and then successively in other face value female anchor at the reward a total of more than 13 million. Just now, the cylinder total and appeared Douyin Orange MS. Live room reward more than 56 million. As of now the cylinder total reward nearly 110 million. According to the analysis of the technical department, the cylinder chief rewarded mostly young and high-value women, and many of them are located in Iris. And by analyzing the cylinder total Douyin concern can be concluded, the cylinder total is located in the Iris city possibility of up to 80% or more, and the age is not greater than 40 years old. Mr. Wang's eye stared. A mysterious kite capital tycoon whose age is no greater than 40. Immediately notify all the leaders of Iris Capital. Launch a carpet search for Mr. Tank. No matter what means are used, be sure to dig him out for me. Yes, Mr. Wang. She slowly got up and gazed out the window. Her department was not big, but it was the most important department in the entire rat's teeth. It was mainly responsible for digging up walls. That's right, it was just digging for footholds. Now that the live broadcasting industry was prevalent, several other giants in the live broadcasting world were flourishing. In addition to arch-rival flounder, Douyin, ratio, slow hand, and Penguin and other live platforms are even bigger and bigger. The cake is so big, more people share it, they naturally eat less, so their department for other platforms was born. Usually focus on stalking major platform anchors and tycoons. Once they found a gap, they wouldn't hesitate to insert themselves and dig them over. In order to dig them up, they even went so far as to use some small means. Once they succeeded, it wasn't just growing themselves, it was a blow to other platforms. Therefore, the Cylinder Chief was targeted by them as soon as he appeared in the flounder, and was listed as a key surveillance object. A person who could reward over $100 million in one day was definitely a super tycoon, worth at least tens of billions. Although he was currently only present in Bimbo and Douyin, there were already signs that he was staying in Douyin. That's why they had to dig ahead. Once they succeeded, the popularity of Total Tank would instantly pull mouse teeth into a new height. Coastal International Hotel. Inside the presidential suite, Lin Chuan exited the livestream after rewarding MS Orange and swiped through the videos. Who knew that almost 1 out of every 10 videos was about Total Tank? Lin Chuan laughed. What the hell is this? He had only spent $200 million now, and there were still more than $900 million untouched, and there was still a chance to refresh the amount after spending it. This was difficult. Being too rich was also an annoyance. After swiping the video for a while longer, Ran Wanwan sent him a message. Ran Wanwan, brother lonely, where are you? I'll go find you. Lin Chuan, you give me a location. I'll go pick you up. Ran Wanwan, okay, location. Lin Chuan closed his cell phone and then opened the system panel. Just now, Douyin had recharged a small goal, and now the number of draws had increased. Drawl. Chapter 11, Spirit Boy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill driving proficiency. In the next second, countless knowledge popped up in Lin Chuan's head. Trucks, trains, high-speed trains, excavators, etc. As long as they could be driven, Lin Chuan was as familiar with them as an old driver who had been driving for decades. Even manned rockets were no problem. This skill is too comfortable. Going downstairs, Lin Chuan came to the front desk. Did your sister who broke her foot yesterday go to the doctor? Lin Chuan asked with concern. After all, she worked so dedicatedly yesterday. It was only right that she cared. Sir, Foreman Chow took a leave of absence last night. She should have gone to see a doctor. The front desk lady replied. She wore a smile, but in her heart, she cursed Lin Chuan for being a scum. He made her like that, but he didn't know to take her to see a doctor, and only came over to ask the next day in the afternoon with false sympathy. Simply worse than a beast. Yesterday she thought Lin Chuan was young and handsome, but she didn't think he was such a person. That's fine. By the way, what's her name? Chow? Lin Chuan asked again. The little receptionist was shocked. She had never seen such a brazen person. Even worse than a scumbag. Crippling someone and still not knowing their name. Rat bastard. Her name is Chow Jia. She's our foreman. Although the little receptionist was furious, she still politely said back, thank her for me when she comes back. She was really dedicated yesterday. Receptionist. The little receptionist was choked speechless. There were no words to scold him anymore. She was out of words. Lin Chuan drove his Porsche 918 and came to the entrance of an upscale neighborhood based on the location Ran Wanwan sent. At this time, Ran Wanwan was already waiting for him at the door. She wore a white t-shirt, a pair of tight jeans and a pair of pink sneakers, with a small brown bag on her shoulder. The whole person looked youthful and pretty, giving off a very sunny feeling. The several youths on the opposite side of the street deliberately slowed down their footsteps in order to look at her twice more. Hello, Ran Wanwan. Lin Chuan lowered the car window and greeted Ran Wanwan. The silver-colored Porsche 918 parked beside Ran Wanwan, attracting countless gazes. She looked at the handsome face in the luxury car with some confusion. You are? Aha! Aren't you going to treat me to dinner? Ah, you are? You're Mr. Zhang? Ran Wanwan's mouth widened in shock. She couldn't believe that this handsome young man was the famous general manager Zhang on the internet, and it looked just about the same as herself, only 20 years old. She had fantasized before that someone who was so generous must be some kind of big boss or something. Anyone who could be a big boss must be at her dad's age. She had even conjured up images. A middle-aged man with a big belly and a lewd face came over to pick her up and then said he would adopt her. Although she was disgusted, but people had rewarded you with a few $1 million, so at the very least, she had to have a meal with them. It's just that she didn't expect the handsome man in front of her to be Mr. Cylinder. So handsome and so rich. Firm face, sculpted features, and a smile that warmed people's hearts. For a while, she actually looked mesmerized. One air, I'm sorry, Mr. Cylinder, I just didn't expect you to be so young. It's fine, don't call me General Manager Jar once you've met. My name is Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan stretched out his hand and politely shook Ran Wanwan's hand. He gently touched it in a very gentlemanly manner. Just as he was about to let go, Ranwanwan unexpectedly used her fingertips to gently pick at his palm. It was very unintentional. Other people didn't necessarily feel it, but Lin Chuan had sharp senses. Is it hard for this woman to have thoughts about him? Ranwanwan also felt her loss of temper. She felt comfortable when she touched Lin Chuan's hand, so she unconsciously moved a little when he pulled away. Hopefully, he didn't feel it. Soon, the two of them arrived at an old restaurant nearby. This restaurant wasn't luxurious, and was even a bit old, but it had a good reputation and was an old store. There were many people eating at this time. Brother Lin Chuan, although the environment of this store is almost the same, the food is very good. I hope you'll like it. Ranwanwan said somewhat apologetically. It's fine, eat anywhere. Those upscale places really don't make dishes as good as roadside stalls, Lin Chuan said casually. He was originally a poorer then, only in the past 2 days only a little money. He didn't care where he ate, as long as it was delicious. Brother Lin Chuan, you're really good at joking. The two of them found a place to sit by the corner. Ranwanwan gave Lin Chuan the menu for him to order. Lin Chuan didn't be polite with her and ordered 10 dishes and 2 bottles of juice. With his body strengthened, his meal size was naturally much larger. One person would have to eat at least 3 servings. Together with Ranwanwan, 10 dishes were just right. After the dishes were served, Lin Chuan wolfed them down. It had to be said that this family's food was still very nice. This big dish chicken was even better than the flying dragon in that 5-star hotel. This altar meat was also a masterpiece. Not long after, Lin Chuan alone created half of the table, and the opposite side of the Ranwanwan only ate a very small part of the things. Having eaten his fill and having nothing to do, he began to sit on the table and observed Ranwanwan. He found that Ranwanwan ate with great decorum. She sat upright, ate carefully without a sound, very elegantly, and held her chopsticks gently. At a glance, she was a very polite and educated person. Unlike him, he eats without eating, sits without sitting, and gobbles. He turns the table when someone else pinches the food, and he doesn't drink when the elders toast him. It seems that in the future, you have to learn table manners. After all, you can't be too cheap when you have money. Ranwanwan ate without moving on the surface, but in fact her face was red to her neck. Lin Chuan had been staring at her for at least 5 minutes or more since she finished eating. This made her not help but think about it. Why does he keep staring at me? Am I that pretty? Could it be true what the internet said about him wanting to adopt me? He's so handsome. Being adopted by him is not unacceptable to me. I can poop too. He won't mind me, right? Just as she was rambling, a beer bottle cap flew onto Ranwanwan's head. Lin Chuan looked to see that it was a couple of youngsters pretending to open a beer and hadn't paid attention to the fact that the cap had hit someone. Lin Chuan just got up. Ranwanwan pulled him back. It's okay, brother Lin Chuan. They didn't mean it. Lin Chuan smiled at her and let go of her hand. Coming to the table of the young youths, Lin Chuan patted the spiritual young man who was telling a sad story. You just opened a beer and hit my friend. The spiritual youngster looked at Lin Chuan and then at the goddess like Ranwanwan. He was on fire. He just lost his love and you came over to show off your girlfriend, right? Scram! Don't force me to slap you. Apologize to her. Lin Chuan said expressionlessly. Ma da. You seek death. The spirit boy lived up to his name. Directly copied a bottle and smashed it on Lin Chuan's head. This one knocked on and definitely opened a big scoop. Chapter 12 Pang. But Lin Chuan wasn't a vegetarian. He now had 3 times the physical qualities of a normal person. He only saw him dodge the bottle with a backward step, then ripped over the mental boy's arm and slammed a knee strike. Pang! The little guy flew out directly, his body bowing into a prawn. The beer he just drank and also wowed and spat out. Several other guys also copied their bottles when they saw this. Grass! Brothers! Him to death! Lin Chuan was not the least bit afraid, looking at the few people coming over, not retreating but advancing. First kicked a long-legged one. Immediately after that, he sidestepped a bottle, copied a leg of lamb on the table with his hand, and slapped the guy behind him to the ground. The remaining one was still trying to sneak up on him. Lin Chuan violently turned around. His powerful palm directly clamped down on the bottle in his hand. The guy drew it several times without pulling it out, so he let go and gave Lin Chuan an apologetic smile. Lin Chuan also didn't care about him, walked to the front desk, smiled at the store's owner and said, "Boss, all the store's consumption today, including the losses, as well as the store's impact, you do the math. I'll be fully responsible for it." Originally, the boss had already planned to call the police, but since someone was willing to compensate for the losses it didn't matter. Calling the police would not only be troublesome, but also affect business. At this time, Ranwanwan's eyes had completely changed when she looked at Lin Chuan. Appreciation, adoration, touching and even a little bit of gravy. A tall, handsome and well-built man of God, would fight with 4 punks for himself, and the body hand is also so good. A fight 4 not only single killed 3, but also hit a hanged one. and also took the initiative to bear all the losses of the restaurant. This is simply a combination of poise and elegance in one of the male gods, the Prince Charming of his dreams. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that this meal today had caused such a big mess. I'll treat you to it some other day when I have time, Lin Chuan said somewhat apologetically. It's fine, brother Lin Chuan, thank you. Ren Wanwan blushed as if she had a fever. The current her. Not only would she blush when she saw Lin Chuan, but her brain would even unconsciously fantasize about some scenes when she talked to him. Let's go then. Lin Chuan pulled her wrist and walked outside. The hungover guy even took the initiative to make way for Lin Chuan. After coming out, Lin Chuan didn't let go of Ren Wanwan's hand, but kept pulling her. This made Ren Wanwan's heart incomparably apprehensive. Being held by Lin Chuan's hand had a wonderful feeling. It was warm and comfortable. It turned out that boys' palms were surprisingly so soft as well. Get in the car. I'll send you back. Lin Chuan turned back to Ren Wanwan and said. On the way she was like a little daughter-in-law. Her head was lowered and she didn't say anything, and she didn't know what she was thinking about. Lin Chuan felt a little funny, wanted to reach out and touch her head, but felt it wasn't quite appropriate. Thank you, brother Lin Chuan. Don't call me brother, just call me Lin Chuan, and I'm probably even younger than you. Ha, how old are you then? Ren Wanwan asked curiously. Not telling you. After sending Ren Wanwan home, Lin Chuan returned to the hotel already at more than 9 in the evening. Simply wash up, go to bed, sleep. The next day, Lin Chuan was woken up early by the phone. After answering it, his father Lin Jianghai's voice came from the phone. What time is it for the brat to still be sleeping? Didn't you say you'd come home today, Dad? It's only more than 8 o'clock. What's the hurry? There's nothing to go home for. We're not in a hurry. Tomorrow your cousin's child at your great aunt's house is full moon. Your mom and I are going to drink. Tomorrow school starts, you pack up and go on your own. The money is left on the table for you. Ah, isn't my cousin's house in Huadu? How are you going to get there so far away? Take the train. I've bought the tickets. Let's not talk about it. The train will be leaving soon. Da. Without waiting for Lin Chuan to finish, Lin Jianhai directly hung up the phone. Lin Chuan was speechless. Abandoned me again. He's been going to school by himself for the past few years, as if he's adopted. Lin Chuan got up and washed up, then simply ate 3 bowls of spaghetti. Today he had to go home to get his acceptance letter and some materials and such. Drove in the car and arrived at the Qingqing station. After parking, he called a car and then went back home. The reason why he didn't drive a sports car back was because he thought it was too pretentious. And secondly, it was not easy to explain if the village people saw him. You were originally a poor then. Suddenly drive a sports car back, others think? The first thing is that it's not a good idea. Or do something illegal. In short, it is not easy to explain. When I got home, his parents had already left. They left him tuition and living expenses on the table. Exactly $10,000. Lin Chuan collected it, just as a small fee. He systematically gave this money. He hadn't thought about how to tell his parents now. After all, the amount was too big, so it can only wait until later to find an opportunity to explain to them. Taking the notice and some materials, Lin Chuan came to the intersection to wait for the bus. His family is in the countryside, and cabs don't run in the countryside, so he had to wait for a bus to get into the city. After waiting for a while, did not wait for the bus, a brand new BMW 5 Series parked next to him, only to see the car down a 1m83 dressed very flirty young man. Lin Chuan? Lin Chuan fixed his eyes. This is not my brother Pang. This guy rely on the family has too money. From junior high school on bullying classmates. Lin Chuan also not less by his bullying. But Lin Chuan went to high school after he did not see him again. I didn't expect to run into him again today. It's Pang Ah. Long time no see. Your car can be really good looking. Must be several $100,000. Lin Chuan patted a horse's ass. Chen Peng immediately smiled with joy. Ha ha, not expensive. Not expensive. Just over $500,000. As long as you work hard you will definitely buy it. Chen Peng patted Lin Chuan, the corner of his mouth almost grinning to the back of his head. He originally got off the car just to show off a wave, and in the meantime mocked and taunted Lin Chuan. After not seeing him for a few years, this beggar Lin Chuan had become handsome. He was very upset. Before he was like a dog. He did whatever he was told to do. Now even learned to pretend. Yes. Brother Pang, where are you going? Lin Chuan said with a fawning face. I'm going to Qingcheng. There's a boss over there who has to invite me for dinner. Hey, can't help it. Busy business. Chen Pang continued to pretend. I just happened to be going to Qingqing station. I wonder if I can rub brother Pang a car. Okay, no problem. I happen to be on my way. Come up. From Lin Chuan's house to Qingcheng station was only 30 minutes away. But this 30 minutes, Lin Chuan had an incomparable torment. Chen Peng, this guy is too able to pretend. Really caught him to death. From his car to his house, Even his dog is a cross between the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. Lin Chuan was too embarrassed to retort, and could only follow him and kiss his ass. After all, it is still sitting in someone else's car. Finally made it to the station. Thank you, Brother Pang. I'll definitely treat you to dinner some other day. Lin Chuan got out of the car and said to Chen Peng in the car. Chen Peng also got out of the car. He was just about to go buy a bottle of water. Just now blew all the way awesome. His throat was a little dry. The next second. Chapter 13 8 billion. He only saw Lin Chuan walk over to a Porsche supercar, pull out the car keys, open the door, then sit in it. The brightly lit 918 behind the ass of that car hit him in the face like a big mouth. It snapped. Lin Chuan just drove the car out and realized that Chen Peng was staring straight at him. Yo, Brother Peng hasn't left yet? Lin Chuan, is this car yours? Chen Peng had a constipated expression on his face and his speech was a little shaky. He couldn't believe that this car was his. How could he have this class of luxury car when he was just a beggar? It's mine. Just bought it 2 days ago. How much money to buy? Not expensive. Not expensive. Just less than $20 million. As long as you work hard, we'll also surely buy on. Go Peng brother. Lin Chuan kicked the gas, leaving only a dumbfounded Chen Peng in the wind. Lin Chuan returned to the hotel and realized that the atmosphere was slightly off, like the weather before it was going to rain. It was gloomy. The staff all had ugly faces, like they were constipated. Even the few masters playing music in the lobby were gone. He was puzzled. Was this going out of business? At this time a waiter boy passed by him. Lin Chuan grabbed him. What's going on with each and every one of you? Did the boss run away with the money? The boy at first stammered, and then Lin Chuan stuffed him with 2 banknotes before he quietly talked to Lin Chuan. After half a day with the guy, he finally understood. It turns out that the hotel has not been very good. The occupancy rate is not high. Not to say that the loss but also cannot earn much. The owner is a Magic City people. Do not often come to Iris, so there has always been the intention to change hands. This morning, the hotel owner brought a few customers to visit the hotel and put out the news of the upcoming layoffs, which is why the hotel is on edge. Lin Chuan smiled slightly. He was worried about not having a place to spend his money. A 5-star hotel, just built to spend 5 to 10 billion, which is still the price of building an ordinary city, plus decoration, room configuration and other hidden expenditures. A 5-star hotel transfer at least 1 billion to start. This is a good opportunity to earn lottery tickets. Coming to the front desk, Lin Chuan said very directly, notify your boss. Just tell him that I'm interested in your hotel, and if he wants to sell it, let him come to my room to find me. After saying that, Lin Chuan went upstairs. In the hotel office, the boss Hu Yuan had a sad face. It was obvious that he wasn't satisfied with the price offered by the few bosses who came just now. In fact, he could have not sold it, but he had problems with the funds of his industry on the Magic City side, so he had to bid for the hotel on this side. Mr. Hu, Boss Shang's side has come with news. He said that if you want to transfer it, you can only offer 1.5 billion, and you can only give 50% cash, and pay the rest in installments. The little secretary ran over and said to Hu Yuan, no way, tell him that 1.5 billion is fine, but it must be full payment. Hu Yuan slapped the table and said angrily, 1,500 million, this is a platinum 5-star hotel, the cost alone is over 1.5 billion. The few old things who took advantage of the situation. Damn. At this time, the secretary just went out and came back. Mr. Hu, the front desk called to say that there is a guest who is very interested in our hotel and wants you to go over to talk. Quickly, hurry up and take me over. Inside the presidential suite, Lin Chuan was nibbling on a large Spanish ham. There were 5 other hams like this on the large dining table for 20 people. Next to them were several bottles of 82-year-old Lafite, all of which he was blowing into the bottle. As the saying goes, ham with wine, the more you drink, the more you have. Lin Chuan's side was eating vigorously when the housekeeper called. Mr. Lin, our hotel boss is here. Is it convenient for you? Just let him come in. Immediately after, the door to the room was pushed open and Hu Yuan in a black suit walked in with a smile on his face, followed by his little secretary. Lin Chuan got up and politely shook hands with the hotel owner. He didn't notice that he had smeared Hu Yuan's hand with oil from eating ham. You are Mr. Lin, right? Really young and promising. I am the boss of our hotel. Hu Yuan, I have long heard that you have spent more than $3 million here. I should have come to visit, but just returned to Iris today. Disrespectful, 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 disrespect. Hu Yuan said with a polite face, completely unconcerned that Lin Chuan had smeared his hand with oil. Before coming over, he had his secretary check Lin Chuan's information. An 18-year-old youth. Not only was he driving a luxury car of nearly $20 million, he had also spent over $3 million here. Without a doubt, this must be a big boss. or a son of a big family, and if he wants to buy his own hotel, he must have more than $1 billion of liquidity. The assets behind him are at least also $10 billion or more. Once I saw it today, it was really different from the others, eating with such bravado, just slightly unhygienic. Mr. Who? You're too polite. I'm just a junior. What's it like for you to visit me? Come. Let's go to the next room to talk. Lin Chuan brought him to the side parlor. Mr. Who? I heard that you have plans to transfer the hotel? After sitting down, Lin Chuan said very directly. Yes, Mr. Lin, I'm from Mordor, and my industry over there is having some problems, and I need a portion of the capital to operate, so I plan to offer this hotel. Hu Yuan didn't hide anything. After all, it wasn't something unseemly. I'm quite interested in this hotel of ours. Mr. Hu, you directly make a price. How much I'll buy it? Lin Chuan said seriously. Okay, Mr. Lin, I like dealing with a cool person like you. You take a look at the information first. Hu Yuan said respectfully. The small assistant behind him handed Lin Chuan several pieces of information. It roughly recorded the various costs for the completion of the hotel, as well as the prices for the procurement of various facilities. Lin Chuan looked at it very carefully. In fact, he hadn't read a single word into it. He was only pretending to keep Hu Yuan from feeling that he was too perfunctory. I've understood. You quote a price. Alright, Mr. Lin, my offer is 1.8 billion. Hu Yuan said seriously. This was the true value of this hotel. He didn't quote it too high. He was afraid Lin Chuan wouldn't be able to accept it. Okay, deal. Lin Chuan said painfully. Ha? Hu Yuan was confused. Mr. Lin, aren't you going to cut the price? No need. I'm talking about 1.8 billion in cash. I know. Then let's deal now? Yes, but I have a condition. I must go through all the processes today. I have other things to do tomorrow. Lin Chuan said in a serious manner. I still have to go to college tomorrow. Alright, don't worry Mr. Lin, I'm a professional in this area. I'll definitely go through all the processes for you today. Hu Yuan said with an excited face. Chapter 14 Starting School. Originally, he thought that the offer was 1.8 billion, and Lin Chuan would cut the price again, as long as it was not less than 1.5 billion. But who knew that people weren't short on money? Xiao Min, immediately notify lawyer Zhou to draft the contract, then call Director Wang, Director Su, and Director Li to tell them that I want to complete the transfer of the hotel today, so that they can open a shortcut for them. Hu Yuan got up and said to the little secretary, then with a smile on his face, he said to Lin Chuan, Mr. Lin, thank you very much for helping me so much. If you need any help in the future, no matter if it's in Iris or Magic City, as long as I can help, just open your mouth. Mr. Hu, then I'll make a note of it. Don't be a jerk if you have difficulties finding you at that time. Lin Chuan laughed. Don't worry, let's go sign the contract first, and then I'll have a few drinks with you at night. Good. It had to be said that Hu Yuan was still very strong. In an afternoon's time, all the processes had been completed. Now this hotel had completely fallen under Lin Chuan's name. In the evening, Lin Chuan had a meal with Hu Yuan and the leaders of the hotel. Simply held a handover ceremony. When Lin Chuan returned to his room, it was already more than 11 o'clock at night. At this time his system draw had already been updated. Lin Chuan first went to take a shower. A bottle of hand cream was also applied to his hands. Let's see how the hand luck is tonight. Opened the system. Name, Lin Chuan. Divine Magnificence Gold Balance, 999 trillion, refreshable. Remaining number of draws, 18. Let's start with a single draw. Drawl. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining singing skill mastery. In the next second, Lin Chuan only felt a coolness in his throat. The voice, which was originally a bit thick, instantly changed to be full of magnetism. It gave people a feeling of enjoyment upon hearing it. Drawl. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining basketball skill mastery. Drawl. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining cooking skill proficiency. No physical rewards? Lin Chuan was a bit puzzled. Several times in a row it was all skills, and while the skills were good, they didn't feel as energizing as the big green stick. Draw them all. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining planting skill proficiency, maintenance skill proficiency, piano skill proficiency, fighting skill proficiency, dance skill proficiency, English skill proficiency, French skill proficiency, Japanese skill proficiency, proficiency in Korean, proficiency in Chinese language skills, proficiency in Spanish, proficiency in Arabic, proficiency in Russian, performing skills proficiency, business management skills proficient, asterisk. No way. System, are you asking me to become a translator? Lin Chuan was speechless. Lucky draws a dozen times. All skills, not even a physical reward. Also a large part of it can't be used. System. Why can't I draw a physical reward? Ding. Physical rewards require 10 draws to be consumed. Then why did I draw it the first time? Ding. Newbie benefits. Lin Chuan. The next day, Lin Chuan woke up early, picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. September 1st, 8:26 a.m. The sun is shining today. It really is a good day to start school. After simply washing up, he changed into a casual outfit and came to the mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Chuan was drunk, even by karma. I can't help but have thoughts about myself. He seemed to have heard countless schoolgirls screaming and shouting at him. After dinner, Lin Chuan summoned the leaders of the hotel and simply held a small meeting. The content is generally, everything remains the same. What to do. Holiday benefits increased. The end of the year bonus doubled. Finally, under the sound of Mr. Lin Chuan left the hotel with a smile on his face. Iris University. As the top school in Iris capital, there were already countless third-grade students gathered here at this time. Some of them were with their parents. Some were dragging their luggage by themselves. There were also men and women with their fingers linked together, stepping into the sacred hall of the university together. And while the start of the school's oldest students is tomorrow, there are already many seniors here today. Most of them were members of the student council, responding to the school's call to serve the new students. The other small portion had evil intentions. They cast a wide net and focused on catching, in the name of helping out. Seeing good-looking schoolgirls or high-flying schoolboys, they would not hesitate to lay their hands on them. In the end, a slight trick was used to take them down. Lin Chuan drove slowly in his Porsche 918, and the passing students and parents all stopped to watch. There were all kinds of people taking pictures, videos, handing out business cards, and asking for dates. There are even 2 very coolly dressed schoolgirls, just a few dozen meters away from the school. Had to let Lin Chuan drive them a ride. Lin Chuan decisively refused. His own car can only carry 1 person. You 2 are up. Where do I sit? After arriving at the door, Lin Chuan just got out of the car and there were 2 sisters full of technology and hard work. Crossing several students came to his side. School brother. What's your name? Which college are you from? I'll take you to report. School brother. You are so handsome. Can we add a WeChat? Lin Chuan waved his hand and said, sorry, schoolmate, I'm not interested in you guys. Lin Chuan refused very directly. He knew that if he was euphemistic, they would still pester you. There was also the main point. He was surprised to see Ren Wanwan. I didn't realize that she was also a student of Iris University. I didn't have time to ask even after the fight that night. At this moment, she was feverishly greeting the new students at the entrance of the Department of Economics and Management. She was still dressed in the same youthful and energetic outfit as the day before. A table, 2 girls, Ren Wanwan, that big rows of dragons, a colorful schoolmates. The other girl only has a few younger students and a few younger students who can't squeeze through. It is true that good looking, wherever you go, is popular. Lin Chuan, mouth corner a crooked, also went over to line up. Ren Wanwan's job is very simple. Give a seal to the admission notice, and then fill out the form that the student brought. Originally, 2 people were just fine, but it turned out that they both ran to her. At this time, a layer of sweat beads on her forehead from the heat. After 10 minutes, it was finally Lin Chuan's turn. Give me the admission consent form and fill out another form. Ren Wanwan took it and looked at the familiar name on it and directly froze. Lin Chuan. After she raised her head, she really saw that familiar figure. Lin Chuan smiled faintly at her and took out a tissue to gently wipe the beads of sweat on her forehead. This maneuver made the schoolmates in the back look dumbfounded. Asterisk. Is this guy that good? This is an expert. Learned. I thought you were the same age as me, but I didn't realize that not only are you younger than me, you're also my schoolmate. Ren Wanwan said with a red face. Last night she even dreamed of secretly kissing Lin Chuan, and she didn't expect to meet him again today. Then, do you mind if schoolmate takes me to do the enrollment formalities? I don't know the way. Lin Chuan elegantly stretched out a hand. Then I'll reluctantly take you there. Thus, in full view of everyone, these 2 walked away holding hands. The group of schoolmates behind them directly collapsed. Chapter 15. Zhang Kaijun. No, senior sister, don't go. I've been waiting in line for more than 20 minutes and it was hard to get here. No, this is taken away? No, I've learned. First wipe the sweat, then hold hands. Pretty schoolmate, follow me. Lin Chuan was just about to take Ren Wanwan to the car. Suddenly a roar of an engine came. A red Ferrari F8 was handsomely parked in front of the school. Immediately after, a youth around 1.75 m dressed in a hip-hop outfit got out of the car. He was not tall but had a stout body, with the sunglasses and a big silver chain around his neck. The most important thing was combing a big oily back hair. I don't know how many bottles of head oil were used. I'm afraid that flies would have to fall 2 times if they stood on it. This is Zhang Kaijun? Lin Chuan's eyes stared. Sure enough, it was him. This guy was not only a veritable dude, but also Lin Xuan's classmate in elementary, junior high, high school and college. Originally, the two played well in elementary school, but when he realized that he was a rich second generation, he drifted away, gathered a group of younger brothers specializing in bullying others for fun. After growing up, his father is the richest man in Qingcheng, and he is a criminal. Chen Peng is one of this guy's minions. Lin Xuan has been bullied by him a lot, and also fought with him several times. At first, Lin Xuan is tall. Jiang Kaijun was beaten. After that, after Jiang Kaijun learned Taekwondo, it was Lin Xuan who got beaten up instead. Get in the car. Wan Air. Lin Xuan wanted to hurry up. He really didn't want to see this guy. Just as Lin Xuan had opened the car door, Jiang Saijuan's gaze swept over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xuan? Ha 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 ha. You then even dressed like a man and came out to pick up girls too? Ah ha 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 ha. It's so funny. You even rented a Porsche. Jiang Saijuan's mouth was grinning at the back of his head. He knew what kind of family Lin Xuan had. A classmate for more than 10 years. He even knew what color underwear Lin Xuan wore like the back of his hand. Only a summer vacation. He can buy a Porsche? Anyway, Jiang Kaijun did not believe it. Unless Lin Xuan won the lottery. Hearing Jiang Saijuan's words, the freshman also pointed out Lin Xuan. So it's just a beggar who doesn't have money and still likes to pretend. Cheating my beautiful schoolmates' feelings. Scum. Bah. Spicy chicken. Lin Xuan was angry, but he wasn't going to argue with Jiang Kaijun about anything. Whether or not he bought the car himself they would know by then. While he was planning to get into the car, a Maybach stopped between the two. The assistant got out first and opened the door. Then, Wang Mingjun, who was carrying a big belly, got out of the car with the license plate. At a glance, Jiang Kaijun recognized that this was Wang Mingjun, the boss of Iris Capital's leading car sales company. Seeing that he was holding a license plate, he thought that he had come to deliver the license plate to himself. After all, his own Ferrari was bought at his car show the day before yesterday. Mr. Wang, I just bought a Ferrari from you. I didn't expect it to be you personally coming over to give me a license plate. Jiang Kaijun took off his sunglasses and licked with a smile on his face. Oh, it's Mr. Jiang. Is your father back from his business trip? Wang Mingjun calmly asked. My father, he came back last week. He. Jiang Kaijun replied. That's fine. Turn around and tell him that I'll go find him for dinner some other day. Okay. Jiang Kaijun reached out and was about to pick up the license plate. In the next moment, Wang Mingjun held the license plate and walked straight to Lin Xuan. Mr. Lin, this is your license plate. I got you a 918cc license plate number. What do you think? Wang Mingjun said with a flattering face. Alright, trouble you, Manager Wang. Lin Xuan smiled. As long as you're satisfied, then I won't bother you anymore. You go ahead and just call me if there's anything. Okay. After Wang Mingjun finished speaking, he sat in the Maybach with a big belly and then left with a kick of the gas. At this time, there was another murmur from the freshman. What's the situation? Did you see it? You didn't see it? It's just that the Ferrari owner wanted to punch the Porsche owner in the face, and ended up punching the face that he himself punched. Oh, so that's how it is. At this moment, Jiang Kaijun was standing there like a pile of poop. He was confused. Why? Why would a big boss like Wang Mingjun give Lin Xuan, a beggar, a license plate? He was just a poor just when he wanted to find Lin Xuan and ask for clarification. Lin Xuan had already driven his car into the campus. Lin Xuan, you son of a made me lose face just after the start of the school year. You wait for me. Department of Economics and Management Freshman Reporting Office. Ran Wanwan very sweetly took Lin Xuan to complete a series of processes such as reporting, paying fees, and receiving dormitory supplies. Finally, she followed Lin Xuan into the dormitory and gently organized his bed. Lin Xuan quietly watched her from behind. He found that Ran Wanwan not only had top looks and body, but was also very good at taking care of people, doing things very seriously, just like a little daughter-in-law. If it wasn't for the fact that there were other people next to him, he really wanted to go up and touch her head. At this moment, the eyes of a roommate who had already made his bed were almost blinded. He couldn't believe that his goddess was actually making his roommate's bed. This was the goddess that he had lined up for half an hour at the school entrance to say a word. Did you guys know each other before? His roommate, Li Longfeng, gathered his courage and asked. We met the day before yesterday. Lin Xuan politely returned. Housemate Li Longfeng's heart was dripping blood. Woo, they only met the day before yesterday, and they led them to the dormitory today. It's really, woohoo. The bed and toiletries are packed for you. Didn't you bring your clothes? Ran Wanwan turned around and asked. No, I want to buy them directly when the time comes. Lin Xuan replied. He only brought some information for enrollment this time. He didn't bring anything else. Oh, also you're so rich. Are you hungry? Let's go eat. Okay? Ranwanwan looked at the time and asked Lin Chuan. Yeah, I've been hungry for a long time. School sister Wan Air has to take me to eat something delicious. Lin Chuan laughed. That's of course. Fellow housemate, are you going? Ranwanwan asked to Li Longfeng. Thank you, senior sister. You guys go. I'm afraid I won't need to eat for the whole day today. Li Longfeng replied. This dog food. I've already eaten my fill. The restaurant was not far from the boys' dormitory. Lin Chuan didn't drive either. The two of them walked shoulder to shoulder, enjoying the scenery along the way while listening to Ranwanwan tirelessly talk about some of the interesting places in the school. Lin Chuan also learned that there were lobsters in the school's artificial lake. The dog hole in the back wall is where you can sneak out. The security guard at the entrance, Mr. Wang, is deeply in love with the hostess, Auntie Li. There is also a senior named Rhubarb who was captured by dog dealers last year. Unconsciously the two came to the restaurant. This restaurant has a chicken casserole that is delicious. Lin Chuan, do you like chicken? Ranwanwan tilted her head and blinked her big eyes at Lin Chuan. It's okay, but I'm a big eater, so I'll have to ask for a big portion. Lin Chuan replied. Then let's go. Ranwanwan quietly took Lin Chuan's hand. Feeling the softness in his hand, Lin Chuan gripped her tightly. Jagged Man's quote number 1, don't refuse. There weren't many people coming to eat in the cafeteria because only new students were starting school today. After the two found a seat with a fan and sat down, Lin Chuan ordered his meal. Boss, a chicken pot for 5 people, 5 bowls of rice, 2 bottles of juice, and for side dishes, 1 of everything except cilantro. Chapter 16, Housemates. Things at school were still quite affordable. So much only cost less than $100. Not long after, a large pot of chicken casserole was served. Lin Chuan, you ordered so much, can the two of us eat it? Ranwanwan said with some surprise. It's fine, you go ahead and eat. I'll take care of the rest. Lin Chuan was really hungry. He hadn't eaten much in the morning and had just walked several hundred meters. His stomach was already empty. A few minutes later, Lin Chuan had already dried 3 bowls of rice in a row. A pot of chicken casserole also created a large portion. On Ranwanwan's side, she had only eaten a dime of a bowl of rice. She had just focused on watching Lin Chuan go. She didn't realize that Lin Chuan's meal was so big, and he ate with great bravado. Not a bit of the bossiness of the rich second generation, but instead very easygoing and grounded. After Lin Chuan ate another half bowl of rice, he was finally a little bit full. He was afraid that if he ate again, Ranwanwan wouldn't have anything to eat. With nothing to do, he began to quietly observe Ranwanwan again. Her little mouth was cute as it moved when she ate, and her demeanor was elegant and ladylike. Lin Chuan also wanted to be elegant, but his own meal size didn't have a chance to be graceful at all. If he was so slow, how long would a meal take? So, just look at the elegance of others. On Ranwanwan's side, her face was as red as a burning cloud. He's looking at me again. Am I that pretty? Oops, I didn't wear eyeliner today. Will he drop points on me? Should I sneak off to the restroom to fix my makeup? Forget it, he's been looking at me for so long. A few minutes later, Lin Chuan, am I that good looking? Ranwanwan asked with a red face. It was hard to get a golden needle mushroom stuck in her teeth. Lin Chuan kept looking at her and she was too embarrassed to get it off. Only when he heard her speak did Lin Chuan come back to his senses. I'm sorry, I was too mesmerized by what I was watching just now. I kind of couldn't help myself, Lin Chuan said somewhat apologetically. Ranwanwan's face turned even redder after hearing this. Was this considered a confession? It's only been 2 meals. Isn't it a bit fast? Wan Air, are you full? Lin Chuan asked. Full. Do you have anything else in the afternoon? I still have to stamp the new students at the school gate in the afternoon, Ranwanwan said with a frown. Oh, then let's go. The two had just left the restaurant when Ranwanwan's cell phone rang. After she answered it, a femme fatale's voice came from the phone. Wanwan, don't date. I'm too busy here. Come on. Okay, Ting Ting, I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, she said apologetically to Lin Chuan. I'm sorry, Lin Chuan, I'm going to go stamp. We'll hang out together in the evening, okay? It's fine. You go ahead and get busy. We'll talk about it at night when you're done. I'll drive you there. Lin Chuan smiled. Good. The restaurant was quite far from the school entrance. Lin Chuan drove up and sent Ranwanwan to the school entrance under the envious gazes of the crowd. Then he parked the car in the parking lot and returned to the dormitory. This apartment building was newly built and had a more advanced configuration. The dormitory was a 4-person dormitory, with a bed with a table, a closet next to it, and an independent bathroom and shower. This configuration beat any university dormitory. Lin Chuan just arrived at the door of the dormitory, just in time to see a roommate, big bags carrying things away. What's wrong with this brother? Lin Chuan asked as he entered. He is the pinnacle of the contestants. Originally examined watching, Great Northern no problem. The results did not play well, came to our school, and now go back to repeat. The roommate Li Longfeng said while playing pesticide. Lin Chuan pointed to the third bed and asked, "Where is this brother? I'm pooping, wait for me." A voice came from the toilet. A few minutes later, the constipated Lu Ming came out. The three briefly introduced themselves. The little brother who wears glasses and likes to play games is called Li Longfeng. From Langya. This tinfoil hat and a little constipated guy is called Lu Ming. From Yixian County. Lin Chuan just said that he is a local Qingqing person. His family are farmers. Very poor. Brother Chuan, where's your girlfriend? Li Longfeng asked with a look of contempt. Obviously, he wasn't very satisfied with the dog food he had just eaten. That's right, as soon as I came, I heard that you got my brother Feng as goddess. Let me see what it looks like. Lu Ming asked curiously. He came just when Ren Wanwan wasn't at the school gate, so he didn't know. You two don't talk nonsense. We're just ordinary friends who have had 2 meals. Lin Chuan said seriously. Don't be modest. Brother, you had 2 meals and came to make your bed and fold your quilt? Do you have something over the top? Lu Ming finished with a lewd face and gave Lin Chuan a you-know-what look. Roll. I told you to go out and don't talk nonsense, just know yourself. Lin Chuan cursed. Ha 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 ha. A few people chatted for a while longer. There wasn't much to talk about, so they went their own way to play. Li Longfeng continued to play pesticide. Lu Ming, on the other hand, watched a live broadcast. Lin Chuan also had nothing to do and opened Douyin. Tapped the eye-catching 99+, flipping randomly. Not long after, a nearby, level 51 account wanted to add him on WeChat. It said that it wanted to ask General Cylinder for a favor. Lin Chuan frowned. The Douyin level 51 account rewarded more than $1 million. This must be a rich second generation, wanting to ask for his favor. He must have encountered a financial problem. A rich kid from the neighborhood wanted to ask himself to spend money? This is not just what I want. Lin Chuan decisively threw over a micro-signal. I have nothing to do. Lin Chuan brushed up the jittery voice again. Brushing and brushing, Xin Luoxin's live broadcast appeared in his cell phone again. A golden floating screen flashed, and the live room instantly boiled over. Wow! Welcome Mr. Jar to XIN's live room. Muah! Mr. Jar, why don't you reply to people's private messages? People have been waiting for you for a long time. Xin Luoxin's slightly seductive voice came from the live broadcast room. Luckily, Lin Chuan was wearing headphones, or else the 2 roommates would have discovered his identity. Cylinder Chief, come on, I'm ready to vibrate. Mr. Cylinder, quickly, let me see your bomb. Cylinder Chief, Mr. Cylinder, Mr. Cylinder. In an instant, nearly 1,000 people in the live broadcast room began to swipe the screen. A screen full of total Cylinder flew by. The corner of Lin Chuan's mouth rose slightly. There is no way. The atmosphere is baked to this. Do not brush a little against the old iron people in the live room. There are still more than 40 million gifts in Lin Chuan's shaking voice. He first turned off the cell phone vibration. The next second a nuclear bomb blasted up. Pang! The incomparably shocking special effects flashed. The live broadcast room was filled with cheers. Mr. Cylinder is awesome. General Cylinder is domineering. General Cylinder is mighty. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Feng, Brother Chuan, quickly go to Douyin. Chief Cylinder is online. Lu Ming said with an excited face, not realizing in the slightest that the so-called General Cylinder was right next to them. Ah, Mr. Cylinder is online? Li Longfeng didn't even play the game anymore and hurriedly opened Douyin. General Cylinder was now not a person anymore, but an organization. An organization of tens of thousands of people. Wherever there were gifts, there were their shadows. Lonely Ashtray gave Anchor Little Shinshin a customized gift of Nuke Explosion X9. Lonely Ashtray, customized gift for Anchor Little Shinshin Nuke Explosion times 19. Lonely Ashtray, customized gift for Anchor Shinshin X 199. The live broadcast room blew up again. Nearly 20 minutes of bombing. The popularity in Little XIN's live room has broken through 100 million. The screen was full of cylinders of total prowess flying. The 2 of them, Lu Ming and Li Longfeng, were crying out for joy. Chief Cylinder, add me. You must add me. Mr. Jar. Xin Luoxin in the live broadcast room was frantically calling out for Mr. Jar. Lin Chuan had no choice but to send her the micro signal. After the 40 million or so swipes, Lin Chuan went offline. Brother Feng, Brother Ming, was it enjoyable just now? Lin Chuan asked. Mr. Cylinder is really awesome. A gift of 200,000, hundreds and hundreds of them. Simply not human. Lu Ming said with an excited face. He's just AA who only knows how to lose money. Li Longfeng concurred. Ha! Lin Chuan's face turned green. I'm asking you guys to praise me. What do you guys mean by coming up and cursing me? Chapter 17, Counselor Wang Wei. A familiar WeChat beep came. Little Shinshin requests to add you as a friend. Shen Luoxin? This guy was really active. After Lin Chuan agreed, Shin Luoxin quickly sent a message. Shin Luoxin, brother Cylinder Chief, you can agree to give me WeChat. People thought you didn't like me. On the other side of Shin Luoxin, after receiving the WeChat from Mr. Cylinder, she went off the air. After adding it, she has been waiting on the big bed for Mr. Cylinder to agree. She herself knew very well that she was a recognized gold-digging woman in the eyes of others. She wanted to become an upper-class person and live an upper-class life, but she had nothing but her face value and figure. And the peak of a woman's face value was only for a few years. She also fantasized about spending the rest of her life with a rich second-generation man who truly loved her, but she chose the wrong person. After that night, she was mercilessly abandoned. There were so many women around him, and she, Shen Luoxin, was just a fry in the fish pond. She changed after that. She no longer cared about other people's eyes and began to wander among the rich, handsome, ugly, even teachers, deans are within her choice. As long as you're rich and willing to spend money for me, then I'll go with you. When you've had enough and are bored, well, I'll contact the next one. She knew this game was nothing more than a trade, a deal to trade her limited youth for wealth. Now she's found a big tree. Mr. Cylinder, 2 visits to the live room had rewarded her with over $70 million. It was the highest in his entire Douyin bounty record. She knew that Mr. Jar must have taken a liking to her. He wanted to adopt himself, so she had to seize this opportunity. Even if Mr. Zhang had played enough by then, according to his wealth, he would definitely give himself a generous reward. Then there would be no need to worry for the rest of her life. Looking at the message sent by Shin Luoxin, Lin Chuan's mouth twitched. When did I ever like you? Your battle record is well known. I just covet your pretty appearance. Lin Chuan, oh, which is not. I just didn't see it last time. Shen Luoxin, Cylinder Chief brother. Then when are you coming to find me? I want to thank you properly. Lin Chuan laughed. Looking for you? You think you're the main character? Taking the initiative is a big no-no for a scummy guy. Scum man. Quote number 2, do not take the initiative. Lin Chuan, I'm now near Iris University. When I have time in a few days, come find me. Shin Luoxin, wow. Then we are very close to each other. I go to school at Iris Art College. Just my junior year. Lin Chuan, I'll send you a message when I have time. Shin Luoxin, okay Cylinder Chief brother. Then I'll wait for your message. Oh, Mua. Does Lin Chuan have thoughts about her? Of course not. Although Shin Luoxin was at the school flower level, Lin Chuan had a will of steel since he was a child. And after being strengthened, his will had increased even more exponentially. Needless to say, one Shin Luoxin, even 10 Shin Luoxins together, he would not be moved in the slightest. Brother Chuan, Brother Feng, the counselor Wang Wei sent a message in the Penguin group, asking us to gather in the classroom for the evening self-study. Lu Ming said, then let's go for a dry meal first. Li Longfeng said, you guys go first, I'll join my friends later. Lin Chuan replied, eating with your girlfriend again? Lu Ming had a gossipy face. Grass, scummy man, livestock, Li Longfeng cursed. Lin Chuan guffawed and sent a message to Ren Wanwan. Lin Chuan, Sister Wan Air, are you almost done? Not long after, Ran Wanwan returned. Ran Wanwan, well, there aren't many people now, but someone has to be here to watch. My friend went to dinner. I'll be fine when she comes back. Lin Chuan, okay, I'll go over and wait for you. Lin Chuan went downstairs and swept up a random shared tram. Driving a car was too flashy, a bit of a suspected pretender, and it was convenient to ride a shared trolley. When Lin Chuan went over, it just so happened that Ren Wanwan was walking this way. Hey, Lin Chuan, I'm here. Lin Chuan looked at her somewhat dry and cracked mouth and handed her a bottle of juice. Here, chilled. Thank you. Lin Chuan, you're so nice. Ran Wanwan said happily. Where are we going to eat? Lin Chuan asked. Go to another restaurant. It's very close to here. Ran Wanwan suggested. On the way, Ran Wanwan directly took Lin Chuan's arm to the next few schoolmates who were envious. On the way, Lin Chuan also saw the two people secretly kissing in the bushes. To Ran Wanwan see a blush. In the restaurant, Ren Wanwan ordered a bowl of tinfoil noodles, while Lin Chuan simply cooked 3 pounds of dumplings. Because it was almost time for the evening study hall, Lin Chuan sent Ren Wanwan down after they finished eating and came to the classroom. In the classroom, it was already filled with people in bits and pieces, about 30 or so. Basically, they were all sitting together in the same dormitory. Lin Chuan took a general glance. The girls' side was average in value, nothing particularly good looking. On the boys' side, there were 2 handsome ones and 2 tall ones. But the one who was tall and handsome was just himself. In the corner, Li Longfeng and Lu Ming were waving at him. They had picked a place that was fairly non-existent so that they could play with their cell phones unnoticed. After Lin Chuan sat down, a few people chatted with the people around them. the new students getting to know each other. And Lin Chuan's side was very popular with the female classmates. Just a few minutes after arriving there were 2 or 3 girls who came over to ask for his WeChat. There was even a girl with a very demonic makeup and a very reasonable look who sat directly next to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan couldn't refuse. After all, they were all classmates. After a few minutes of small talk, Counselor Wang Wei walked in. The crowd took a look. Good guy, this is a chicken hair counselor? Looks like a winter melon. Tight pants, beanies, white t-shirt with a dragon head printed on the front and back. Just like a gangster. Lin Chuan also froze when he saw Wang Wei. He had heard from Ren Wanwan when he had dinner with her. Wang Wei, this person is a gangster. Nothing. At first, it was a backdoor entry, and extremely snobbish. It's hard to ask him for a leave of absence to do anything. Lin Chuan does not think how. Such a person is very good to deal with. You give him benefits. He helps you do things. It's very common. Students, everyone, welcome to our campus. I'm our counselor Wang Wei. You can also call me Brother Wei. Tonight called everyone to, mainly want to notify everyone military training things. Tomorrow is Sunday. You can rest. Familiar with the campus environment. The day after tomorrow we unified military training. I hope you prepare in advance. Then Wang Wei spoke a few more words of attention and left. Seeing this, Lin Chuan quietly followed him to the office. Dang! Knock! Lin Chuan knocked on the door. Enter. After coming in, Lin Chuan looked at the entire office just after Wang Wei himself. Said with a fawning face, Brother Wei, I'm Lin Chuan from class 3. I have a lot of things going on at home lately, so I probably won't be able to participate in the military training, so I'd like to ask for your help. Lin Chuan, what about this matter of military training? Wang Wei just wanted to refuse, only to see Lin Chuan pull out an envelope from his pocket and hand it to him. He casually touched it. This thickness. Chapter 18 My good brother is actually a schoolgirl? Wang Wei put it directly into the drawer after looking around and seeing no one. Classmate Lin Chuan. There aren't many kids who understand things like you. If there's something going on at home you should go home and help out first. You don't have to worry about military training or anything else. Wang Wei said with a serious face. Thank you Brother Wei, then you get busy first. Lin Chuan thanked him and left. In the office Wang Wei quietly took out the envelope. 8,002, 9,006, 10,000. This kid is too uptight. After getting off the evening study hall, Lin Chuan and the 3 of them made a date to jerk off together twice at night. Going to the supermarket, one person fixed a big bag of snacks. After returning to the dormitory, the 3 of them played pesticide. Li Longfeng, this guy is a peak tournament player. A strong batch. Lu Ming is a starlight too small chicken. Lin Chuan's king's game is just like playing a human machine. 3 people can barely 3 rows. In the opening game, Lin Chuan wandered Lanling King to give vision. Li Longfeng's Li Bai saw the right time. A skill to punish the pass to grab red. With Lin Chuan to take down the opposite playing field. After that, the 2 of them were unbeatable. And the opposite side of the field, Single and Shooter died under the tower many times. Lu Ming's Chung Baijin was still in a one-on-one battle with the opposite side's Bai Qi. But the opposite side's crystal directly exploded. Brother Feng, Brother Chuan, are you two so fierce? Bring me to king, Lu Ming said with an excited face. There were a few more games, one without any suspense. Lin Chuan was all sleepy from playing. Without an opponent, it was naturally boring. I'm not playing anymore. You two can play together. I'm going to sleep. Lin Chuan huffed. Brother Feng, you lead me in the fight. Scram, hot chicken. I'm going to play the peak match. The next day, Lin Chuan got up early. Those 2 people next to him had played all night last night and weren't afraid of sudden death. After simply washing up and eating breakfast, he skipped around the school. The school is very large, covering an area of nearly 2,000 acres. Commercial street, cinema, fountain, artificial lake, driving school, incubation base and so on have everything. Today was another day for the older students to start school, and the school was bustling with activity. As Lin Chuan passed by a basketball court, he noticed that it was surrounded by a lot of people. He also curiously squeezed in. He only saw a long-legged beauty in a white sports suit sweating on the basketball court. She was holding a basketball. Facing the siege of 2 men did not panic at all. A ghostly body directly flashed through the 2 men, followed by a 3-step layup, the basketball into the basket accurately. The crowd of onlookers were astonished. Still, students are great. Who is this girl? So good looking. These long legs are too eye-catching. This you don't know, right? Her name is Lu Still. She's a freshman in the foreign language department. Someone named her the school flower just after she came yesterday. No wonder she's so pretty. So she's at the school flower level. Lin Chuan nodded even as he listened to the whispers beside him. She was very pretty and her figure was even more impeccable. Underneath a white basketball uniform was a pair of jade-like long legs. And there wasn't a single bit of flab on her legs, probably due to regular exercise. Her legs were very tight, just like anime legs in reality. This definitely had a second-to-none effect for boys with special hobbies. Lin Xuan was watching very carefully from the side, but this beauty seemed a bit familiar. It seemed like he had seen it somewhere. At this time, Lu, still on the basketball court, was about to take a break and just turned around. A familiar face came into his eyes. The crowd only saw her walk straight to Lin Xuan, then asked, "Classmate, haven't we met somewhere before?" Lin Xuan was confused by the question. He also felt that this girl was familiar, but how could he not search his mind for information about this girl called Lu still? "I also think you look familiar, but I really can't remember." "Sorry," Lin Xuan said with an apologetic face. "Then what's your name?" Lu still asked again. "My name is Lin Xuan." Lin Xuan said back. "It's you. It really is you." Lin Xuan, I'm Xiao Mang," Lu still said excitedly. "What? You are our Lu Xiaomang? You're a female?" Lin Xuan was completely confused. "My good brother has turned into a schoolgirl? This is too outrageous." Thinking back when their two families were neighbors, and he and Lu Xiaoming went to school together every day from kindergarten to 3rd grade, and even slept together. It's just that she had short hair at the time and played more boyishly than Lin Xuan, and Lin Xuan had always treated him like a boy. Then her dad got promoted and moved somewhere else, and she transferred schools with him. "Lu Xiaoming? It's really you?" Lin Xuan still couldn't believe it. "It's me. It's just that I changed my name. You forgot that we even slept together before," Lu still said with a red face. "What? All slept together?" Without waiting for Lin Xuan to speak, a boy in the crowd exclaimed. "What did you say? The goddess was slept with? No, this must be a fake. I don't believe it. Ah, why? Several heartbreaking cries came from the crowd. Yu Zihong, who was playing basketball on the court, heard it and his heart broke. The basketball slapped on his face and he couldn't feel the pain. He turned around and looked at her dumbfounded. Bits and pieces of the past came to mind. When he first started high school, his heart was captured by Lu still. She liked to play basketball, so Yu Zihong took advantage of the vacation to practice basketball hard. She said she likes talented boys. Yu Zihong took out his pocket money he saved for 3 years to learn rap. She wants to go to Iris University. Yu Zihong is not good at studying, so he practiced hard at sports and finally got into Iris University as a special sports student. He confessed to Lu several times, but was rejected. In his impression, Lu still is an angelic existence. She is innocent and lovely, sunny and beautiful. She has not dated any boyfriends, nor has there been any rumors. She was just an angel who didn't eat the fire of the earth. And now, after only one summer vacation, she admitted in person that she slept with someone else. He couldn't accept it. "I'm better than him. I can play basketball. I can rap. I'm also a national level 2 athlete. Where is he better than me except for being a little bit better looking?" Yu Zihong was furious. He's going to teach Lin Xuan, this crystal-stealing brat, a lesson before he snatches Lu still. "It's really you. I didn't expect you to become so beautiful." Lin Xuan still felt strange in his heart. A good boy had turned into a great beauty. "I also didn't think that you actually got into Iris University as well and became so handsome." Lu still blushed and said. Lin Xuan was just about to open his mouth when a basketball flew over and hit Lin Xuan right on the head. "Yu Zihong, what are you doing? You did it on purpose," Lu still said angrily. She knew that this Yu Zihong guy liked her. She had also rejected him several times, but he stuck behind her like a dog, unable to shake him off. She had thought that she wouldn't have to see him anymore after she got into college. "I didn't expect him to get into Iris University as well." Chapter 19, Playing Basketball. Lin Xuan also turned to look at Yu Zihong. The good guy had a constipated look on his face. "It's like I owe you hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he's looking at me through his nostrils." Lin Xuan was also angry. He knew what the big tall guy in front of him meant. "It's just that I chatted with your goddess for a while, and you're not willing to do it." "Classmate, sorry, my hand slipped just now. Can you help throw the basketball over?" Yu Zihong said to Lin Xuan with an apologetic face. "Of course, no problem. Then you have to catch it." Lin Xuan picked up the basketball, slightly built up his strength, took aim and gently threw it over. The movement was gentle, but the force was tremendous. The crowd only saw Lin Xuan throw the ball with one hand, but they didn't know how much force Lin Xuan had used. When Yu Zihong saw the ball flying over, he thought that Lin Xuan saw that he had gone soft and didn't dare to call his bluff. So he made a pose that he thought was very handsome, stretched out a hand and wanted to catch the ball with one hand. The moment his hand touched the ball, he realized he was wrong. The ball smashed through his hand and flew directly into his face. Yu Zihong got down on the spot and took a dog, his handsome face instantly swollen into a pig's head. The crowd of onlookers were stunned. They only saw Yu Zihong strike a very confident pose, and the moment the ball approached, he didn't even use his hands, trying to catch the ball directly with his face. As a result, it was smashed over. Lin Xuan laughed in his heart. This triple strength of his own. You want to catch it? You think you are Superman? The crowd at the stadium helped Yu Zihong up. Zihong, you're really too No matter how light the ball is, it's still a ball. How can you catch it with your face? Half of Yu Zihong's face was unconscious. It's over. I've lost my face. I didn't want to catch it with my face. I was just careless and didn't flash. Originally, he wanted to play a wave in front of Lu still. As a result, he underestimated Lin Chuan's hand strength. Brat! You dare to smash me? You seek death. Yu Zihong rushed over furiously with half a pig face. He vowed to beat Lin Chuan's handsome face into a pig's head. Yu Zihong, you've gone too far as well. It's obviously you who wanted to catch the ball with your face. And you came to trouble others after being smashed. Do you still want to have a face? Lu still stopped in front of Lin Chuan. This matter was originally caused by her. She couldn't see Lin Chuan being bullied by Yu Zihong. Yu Zihong's raised hand stopped in midair. It doesn't matter how others misunderstand me. I didn't expect even you to think so. Now his heart was like glass. It was shattered all over the place. After a few seconds, he guffawed. How come I'm here to trouble him? I'm here to invite him to play ball. Classmate, seeing that your hand is so strong, you should be very good at playing ball. Do you dare to have a match with me? Yu Zihong had a smile on his face, but his eyes had already cut Lin Chuan into 1,000 pieces. He was quite confident in his basketball skills. After all, he had been practicing since his first year of high school. He had 100% certainty that he could pin down Lin Chuan. If you don't go on, you're a wimp. If you go on, you're a loser. I'm definitely going to get this back today. Yu Zihong, will you stop looking for trouble? Lin Chuan, don't fight him. He's great at basketball. He'll just try to embarrass you. Lu still said worriedly. It's fine. I've been playing basketball for more than 2 years too. Lin Chuan waved his hand. Go, I'll compete with you. He himself was a basketball proficient. Since you want to be punched in the face, I'll help you. Okay, pain in the ass. The two arrived at the court. At this time, the crowd of onlookers had already filled up the entire basketball court, and there were also a few older students who had just returned dragging their luggage to the side to watch. There were even 2 nymphomaniacal girls secretly recording Lin Chuan with their cell phones. Guess which one of the 2 of them will win? It's definitely that big tall guy who will win. Look at him. He's all tendon meat. He looks like he plays basketball a lot. The other one, although he's also well built, doesn't look like he knows how to play basketball to me. Then why did he answer the battle? It must be that he doesn't want to let the goddess look down on him. On the court. Yu Zihong was the first to handball. His 1'9" big man had a great advantage. At this moment, he looked at Lin Chuan with a disdainful face and secretly raised a middle finger. In the next second, he moved, only to see him constantly slapping the basketball, turning, withdrawing, jamming, crotch dribbling. First showed a wave of skills against Lin Chuan. After that, he used Sam Gadet and swung Lin Chuan around. Finally a handsome jump and dunk. Pang! The basketball beautifully slammed into the basket. At this moment, the whole court was shocked. Those who could play basketball and those who couldn't applauded. His movements were flowing and smooth, especially the dunk at the end. It was simply awesome. It's just that his face is a bit swollen, which affects his aesthetics. Look at Lin Chuan's side. His eyes are stagnant and he's lost his mind. He hasn't realized that others are dunking. He doesn't know how to play basketball at all. Lin Chuan smiled slightly. So this is the level. The reason he didn't play much defense was because he wanted to see how much weight this big tall guy had. Now it seemed to be nothing more than a rat. Yu Zihong had a smug look on his face. This was the effect he wanted. Hit the face. Hit hard. Next, Lin Chuan attacked. Yu Zihong defended. Yu Zihong sneered. He had already posed. Even if he could sway over, he could still cover him with a big hat. Lin Chuan didn't tap after receiving the ball. He also didn't intend to attack. Instead, he directly came with a backward jump shot. Yu Zihong reacted very quickly and followed the jump, but unfortunately his hands were still short. Swish, hollow into the basket. This ball was not as pleasing to the eye as Yu Zihong's, but in Lu's opinion Lin Chuan had definitely practiced. It was simply impossible for an ordinary person to come up with a hollow 3. Yu Zihong's face is green. This bird hair shooting was so accurate. However, in his opinion, the fact that Lin Chuan didn't choose to attack, but instead chose the 3-point shot with the highest error rate, was enough to prove his lack of confidence in his skills. Although a ball was lost, but he still easily took Lin Chuan. Third ball. Yu Zihong didn't hesitate when he got the ball and attacked directly. He swung past Lin Chuan with a turn and jumped immediately afterward. It was the familiar recipe again. The familiar flavor. It was as if he heard the applause of the audience once again. Just a moment before he was about to snap, Lin Chuan jumped. Snap. Lin Chuan suddenly leapt up. His amazing bounce directly over Yu Zihong, and even smiled at him before slapping away the basketball in his hand. This moment, the crowd was dumbfounded. A rookie who was 1.5 meters out of his head had actually capped 1.5 meters professional? Unbelievable. And Lin Chuan's bounce was amazing. It had even reached the level of a high jumper. This made the crowd present envious. Yu Zihong was directly dumbfounded. His face was full of incredulity. Could it be that he was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? No, this must be chance. It was coincidence. Yu Zihong was not discouraged. He quickly adjusted his state. Chapter 20, A Familiar Cafe. Fourth ball. Yu Zihong had been staring at Lin Xuan dead on. His concentration was so high that there were no other voices in his head anymore. Only Lin Xuan. He was in a state. This was the state he was in when he was bound to win. At this time, it was as if he had a bonus to his various attributes. Lin Xuan also stopped pretending. He pulled out his basketball mastery skill, only to see him skillfully shoot the basketball. In the next second, he turned around and tried to pin Yu Zihong. But Yu Zihong is not a vegetarian. He has a buff. Bonus reaction speed has far exceeded normal people. Almost the moment Lin Xuan moved he also followed. But he is still an ordinary person. How can he be faster than the triple Lin Xuan? Lin Xuan took another turn, successfully shook Yu Zihong, then jumped and dunked. The whole action was lightning fast. Pang! The basketball went into the basket in response. The huge force directly shattered the rim. At this moment, the whole court exploded. Applause resounded throughout the entire court. Countless fangirls on the scene screamed in all directions. Wow! This boy is simply too handsome. Not only is he handsome, he has a good body, but he also plays basketball so well. The fans even clenched their legs in envy one by one. They all had a dream of dunking the rim. It wasn't just a symbol of strength, it was an achievement. I didn't expect to run into a bull today. Of course Yu Zihong was also very strong, but compared to Lin Xuan, he was ultimately a long way behind. In the midst of a scream, Yu Zihong silently left the stadium. This should have been his honor, but he picked the wrong opponent. He knew that staying any longer would only make his face swell more and more. At this moment, Lu still had a red face as she handed Lin Xuan his cup of water. Her eyes were starry, as if Lin Xuan's entire being had turned into light. She loved playing basketball and sports, so she had high requirements for her other half. Handsome was a must, the body must be good, and the most important thing was to have common interests. In high school she didn't find anyone who met her requirements, until she came here and met Lin Xuan. He was handsome and tall, and not only did he play basketball well, but he was also very qualified. When faced with Yu Zihong's aggressiveness, he didn't argue with him, but used his strength to prove himself. Moreover, they were childhood friends who grew up together and even slept together. Thinking about this she couldn't help but blush. Lin Xuan, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It's not bad. Actually there's a lot more I'm great at. Lin Xuan laughed. He also knew farming, maintenance, fighting, dancing, and all kinds of universal languages of the world, but these were basically unused. I'll treat you to coffee to go. I haven't seen you in so many years. It's weird to miss you, Lu still said with a shy face. Good. It just so happens that I also want to ask you how you became a girl. Lin Xuan laughed. The game ended, and Lin Xuan took the victory without a doubt. In a corner of the basketball court, a few girls were whispering, "Have you edited the video yet? Send it to me as soon as it's ready. I've put it on Shivering Sound in the campus posting bar, so go download it yourself. I'll just send it to Weibo and Headlines then." Inside the cafe, Lin Xuan was frantically adding sugar to the espresso. "You're so afraid of bitterness and you still order espresso?" Lu remained a little amused at Lin Xuan's maneuvering. "I didn't think that espresso was fragrant. Who knew it was so bitter?" His current sense of taste is also sensitive to death. This bitter flavor is infinitely amplified in his mouth. "You drink mine." Lu still exchanged her own cappuccino to Lin Xuan, then drank Lin Xuan's concentrate. Didn't mind him in the slightest. "You're really Lu Xiaoming, huh?" Lin Xuan was still a bit unconvinced by the fact that his good brother was actually a sister. Lu still said with a speechless face, "You like to be naked when you sleep, and you like to hug things, and you often peep into the women's restroom, and..." Lin Xuan hurriedly covered her mouth. "Auntie, you don't say it. I know it's you. You don't keep your voice down. It's all been heard." At this time a guy wearing glasses passed by and secretly cursed the scum. "This you're shy. Why aren't you shy when you hug me and nibble?" Lu still blushed and said, "Wasn't that when I was a kid? Besides, it's not like I knew you were a female back then. Who told you to sleep without taking off your clothes?" Lin Xuan said slyly, "You are a scum. I don't care. You have to be responsible for me." Lu still capricious said, "Okay, no problem. When you can't find someone to marry me I'll wait for you." Lin Xuan had a disinterested face. He thought Lu still was joking with him. "Okay, you said it marry me at that time, don't play tricks," Lu still said with a red face. She heard Lin Xuan's joking tone, but she did take it seriously as well. "Where did you guys go after you moved?" Lin Xuan asked. "My dad was promoted to Island City at the time, and then he took us over, and we've been living in Island City all these years," Lu still replied. "Island City is good facing the sea, spring flowers bloom, By the way, our old home, you haven't gone back to see it, right? Lin Chuan asked. Lu still shook her head. Some other day to take you back home to see. My parents see you must also be very surprised. The village has also been greatly changed. The road surface are repaired into a concrete road, but also with garbage cans. Lin Chuan said with a happy face. Are you going to take me home to see your parents? Lu still heard some heartbeat acceleration. Whenever you want. Your home is less than 2 hours away from the school. Lin Chuan said. Lin Chuan, let me ask you something. Do you have a girlfriend? Lu still asked with a red face. No. Lin Chuan said back calmly, but when he saw Lu Still's red face, he understood. Lu Still, you don't think you want to go down on old me, do you? Lu Still was also confused by the question and casually said back. Why, can't I? Am I not good looking? Good looking is good looking. But we're too familiar, right? Lin Chuan squirmed a little, not knowing what to say for a moment. I'm joking with you, silly. Lu Still realized that she might have been a bit too direct, although they were often together as children. This is the first time they've seen each other since they grew up. Slow down again. There's no rush. After that the two added WeChat to each other and talked a lot more. Later, Lin Chuan said that he had something to do and sent Lu Still back to the dormitory and left. On WeChat, Lu Ming sent him a message saying that there was a beautiful woman looking for him. At first he thought it was Ren Wan. After returning to the dormitory downstairs, Lin Chuan only saw a red Lamborghini Bull dashingly parked in front of the dormitory. Next to it stood a beautiful woman in a white dress, Li Yuxian, only to see her turn around and reveal a sweet smile. Hello, Lin Chuan's student. Lin Chuan was at a loss for words. He had forgotten about the matter of him giving Li Yuxian a car. I didn't expect to meet again. Senior sisterly. Lin Chuan had a smile on his face. Student Lin Chuan, let's change places and talk. Good. A roar of a sports car came. Lu Ming, Li Longfeng on the dormitory floor were dumbfounded. Asterisk hooked up with another one? It's still a goddess-level rich woman. I'm Nama. Inside the cafe. Familiar seat. Familiar coffee. Only the opposite side changed to girl. At this time, a guy wearing glasses passed by. He looked at Li Yuxian and then Lin Chuan, and secretly cursed the scum. Student Lin Chuan, thank you for everything you did for me. I'm very touched. Li Yuxian said with a red face. No need to be polite. Senior sisterly, this is actually nothing. Lin Chuan said indifferently. It's just a car. If you start a live broadcast, I'll give you a small reward every day. Forget it if it's more. My hands hurt. I appreciate your feelings, but this car is really too expensive. I can't accept it. Li Yuxian said and pushed the car key to Lin Chuan. Sisterly, take it. I already have a car. If you don't want it I can only park it in the parking lot to eat dust. Lin Chuan replied. But this is really too valuable. I can't. Without waiting for her to finish, Lin Chuan interrupted her. Let's do it this way. Senior sister, you can drive the car first, and you can give it to me when I use it, okay? Lin Chuan said. This senior sisterly was good at everything, but she was just too cold and outgoing to others. That's fine. Lin Chuan, I'll add you a WeChat. Then you can find me directly. Li Yuxian proposed. Good. Lin Chuan opened his cell phone and scanned it. Classmate Lin Chuan, you're so handsome and so rich. Do you really not mind me? Li Yuxian asked with a red face. Chapter 21, The Daughter of the Richest Man. This confused Lin Chuan. He thought for a moment and said, School sisterly is so pretty. How could I dislike you? Manager Wang has told me that you've liked me since junior high school. And you even came to Iris University for me. Li Yuxian blushed in shame. Lin Chuan was completely confused. The CPU in his brain almost short-circuited. What did this dead fatty say to you? Lin Chuan asked. Just said that you've had a crush on me since junior high school, and then you've liked me until now. Li Yuxian said softly, blushing so red that she didn't dare to look at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan slapped his head. Wang Mingjun, this dead fat guy must have fooled Li Yuxian. What junior high school crush on her? I do not even know where she went to junior high school. Dead fat, so you wait. Someday I will definitely blow up your company. Mr. Lin Chuan, let's fall in love. Li Yuxian gathered her courage and said. She didn't speak loudly, but it just happened to be heard by two boys who were passing by. When they came out, they crumbled. The high and cold school flower Li Yuxian actually confessed to a boy? No, my goddess, what are you yelling for? This is big news. Hurry up and post it. Mud, you have a date, you don't know that feeling well. At this time, Lin Chuan also froze. He was torn. Ran Wanwan definitely likes him. Lu Still also said she has thoughts about him. And now she's adding a Li Yuxian? I wanted to fall in love before, but now I can't choose. Refuse? This is the school beauty, and a modeling buff. I can't do it. All of them? Isn't that too bad? What if people are jealous? Whatever, just don't reject them. Sisterly, We can get to know each other first, and when the time is ripe later, we can consider it, okay? Lin Chuan said with a smile. He said it lightly on the surface, but he was actually panicking a lot on the inside. It's also it's me who was too sudden. Others say I'm high and cold. Actually it's not like that. I also want to fall in love, only because of some reasons of my own. I'm afraid that people around me will dislike me, Li Yuexian explained. Some of her own reasons? Lin Chuan frowned. It turned out that Li Yuexian's high coldness was feigned? He seemed to understand something. Li Yuexian must have some ulterior secret and was afraid that others would know about it and dislike her, so she was pretending to be high and cold. Well, it must be like this. Lin Chuan deliberately changed the topic, and after the two of them chatted for a while, Li Yuexian had something to do in her class and left first. Lin Chuan also returned to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, he found Li Longfeng and Lu Ming both staring at him angrily. Brother Chuan, I thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to be a scumbag with 2 feet, Li Longfeng said with an angry face. More than a scummy guy, he's clearly an animal. One is the department flower Ren Wanwan, and just now this one is one of the school's 2 school beauties. Li Yuexian, how do you let the brothers live? Lu Ming had a face of envy and jealousy. Just now he and Li Longfeng had already checked. Iris University has a total of 2 school flowers. One is the junior Qin Yao, the other is the sophomore Li Yuexian. I didn't expect to be led away by Lin Chuan this one. What foot in 2 boats? Don't talk nonsense, we are just ordinary friends. Lin Chuan said breathlessly. Brother, brother, teach me. I'll cover the tofu blocks you folded during military training. Please teach me how to pick up girls. Lu Ming directly hugged Lin Chuan and begged. Brother Chuan, I'm willing to wash your socks for a month. Teach me too. Li Longfeng similarly hugged Lin Chuan and begged. I can only say that I'm handsome and have a good body. There's really nothing else. Lin Chuan said breathlessly. I don't believe it. They can't be this shallow. Forget it if you don't believe me. I told you guys anyway. Don't forget to fold tofu blocks and wash my socks. Lin Chuan said. Brother Feng, I'm so hungry. Let's eat. Lu Ming pretended not to hear. I heard that there's a chicken pot that's quite delicious. Li Longfeng pulled Lu Ming and said as he walked outside. Lin Chuan was speechless. What a pair of ing assholes. Lin Chuan lay on the bed and opened his cell phone. A boy named Zhou Yuntao in WeChat requested to add him as a friend. After Lin Chuan agreed, it didn't take long for a message to be sent. Zhou Yuntao, Mr. Cylinder, my name is Zhou Yuntao. The account that is level 51 in Douyin is me. Lin Chuan, you have something to ask me for help? Zhou Yuntao, yes. I saw that you were in the neighborhood, so I added you. I have a project I don't know if you are interested in. Lin Chuan, what project? Zhou Yuntao, if you have time now, give me a location. I'll go over to you. Lin Chuan, Coastal International Hotel. You get there. Zhou Yuntao, okay Mr. Zhang. Lin Chuan drove up and prepared to go to the hotel and wait for him. Li Yuntao was definitely coming to find himself to invest. When the time came to spend a large sum of money, he would be able to draw a lottery again. Lin Chuan drove the Porsche just out of the school entrance when suddenly an extremely racy Bentley convertible rushed over from the road. If not Lin Chuan brake in time, the 2 cars inevitably come into close contact. Did not wait for Lin Chuan get off the car. The opposite car down a long-legged beauty. The male students present let out exclamations of surprise. Who is this beauty? It's too beautiful. My soul has been hooked out. Her name is Qin Yao. She's the daughter of Iris Capital's richest man, Qin Guodong, as well as Iris Capital University's #1 school beauty. He's Qin Yao? There should be a lot of people chasing after her, right? I wonder if I have a chance. A somewhat funny-looking boy said. You, in your next life, not only does Qin Yao have 3 bodyguards, but she's also the champion of the provincial fighting competition. She once released a message that as long as you are good-looking and can beat her 3 bodyguards, then she will give you a chance to chase her. Did anyone succeed then? Last year there was a very good-looking senior who practiced martial arts since he was a child, and his body of tendon meat was unrivaled. It was just a try, but it was crippled by 3 of her retired bodyguards from the special forces, and he had to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Asterisk. Then who dares to chase her? This is not playing with life. You still have a chance if you're a girl. Qin Yao is bisexual and likes girls as well. I heard that she's been chasing after another schoolgirl, Li Yuexian, recently, but she was rejected mercilessly. An older student was saying quietly to a freshman. Lin Chuan also sized up this girl. She was simply a bit unlikable in her beauty, and the dress was very trendy. On top, she wore a long and short-sleeved navel-exposing white body shirt, and underneath, a pair of sexy single-legged pants, with a pair of high-heeled slippers under her delicate white feet. The body was concave and convex, and her face was painted with light smoky makeup, sexy and flirtatious, giving people a feeling of a bad woman. If Li Yuexian was the ceiling of youthful pure lust, then she was, well, synonymous with sexy and flirty. No one would reject such a top-notch beauty with a good-looking body that was still so perfect. The main thing was that kind of badass woman's temperament. Unconsciously, a small action could instantly kill the hearts of countless men. Chapter 22, Punching Schoolgirl Qin in the Face. Xinyao walked over to Lin Xuan's car and yanked Lin Xuan out of the car by ripping open the door. Can you drive? Can't you see I'm coming over? Don't you know to give way to the female driver? Get out of my way right now. Lin Xuan was confused. He thought that this beautiful woman came over to reason with him. Who knew that she would come up and make a move? She's so good looking, but she's a shrew? I'm sorry, you suddenly cut in and asked me to make way for you? Do you think you have privileges just because you're good looking? Do you deserve it? Lin Xuan wouldn't spoil her. If you piss me off, I'll beat you to tears even for girls. Do I deserve it? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? Brat, you seek death. Xinyao was furious. She had been pampered since she was a child, and no one had ever dared to say that she wasn't worthy when she grew up. Her eyes stared. The gaze instantly became incomparably cold. Suddenly, she stretched out her right hand. She directly slapped Lin Xuan in the face. She had to teach this kid who didn't know the heights of heaven a lesson. This slap was quick. It was sudden. The force was also very strong. I could tell Xinyao had practiced. Ordinary people were afraid that they would have to receive a solid slap because they wouldn't have time to react. But Lin Xuan wasn't an ordinary person. Xinyao's delicate palm was instantly clamped down by Lin Xuan. Splat! Lin Xuan backhandedly slapped Xinyao's pretty face. A clear palm print instantly surfaced on the stunningly beautiful cheek. At this moment, the entire scene was dead silent. The crows were silent. The freshman's eyes dropped to the ground. Older students silently clenched their legs. Even the security guard, Mr. Wang, was shocked out of his remaining teeth. None of them expected that this handsome-looking rich second generation was a. It's just a matter of hitting girls. You dare to hit Xinyao. Don't you know who she is? The eyes of the crowd at this time revealed 3 parts anger and 7 parts pity. It was as if they saw Lin Xuan being beaten to a bloody pulp. Quickly call 120. Someone's going to die. Xinyao was dumbfounded by the beating. Feeling the hot sensation on her face, her anger level instantly exploded. Ever since she was a child, only she had hit others. No one had ever hit her. And this in front of her actually hit her and punched her face. She was enraged. Not only was she going to beat this to death, she was also going to let the entire school know the consequences of messing with her. You dare to hit me. You have guts. I'll wait for you at the big stadium at 6 o'clock this afternoon. You remember to bring a few more people. Xinyao eyes were ice cold, as if she was looking at a dead person. She calmly left these words, then drove off with a kick of the gas. Although she didn't fight back, the crowd knew that this was the sign before the storm. Tonight at 6 o'clock, it was destined to be bloody. A freshman who didn't understand asked the senior at the side for advice. Brother, did she just leave? You don't know. When she first started school, no one knew her identity. There was a punk who looked at her as a pretty girl and flirted with her for a few moments. It was also 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The big stadium, the punk was beaten into a plant on the spot. I heard that he hiccuped not long after that. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xuan snorted coldly. Not caring. I'll go if you tell me to? Who do you think you are? When Lin Xuan arrived at the hotel, a 23 or 24-year-old youth in the lobby had been waiting for a long time. Are you Zhou Yuntao? Lin Xuan asked. Zhou Yuntao was slightly stunned at his words. You are Mr. Zhang? I didn't expect you to be so young. You're really young and promising. Zhou Yuntao laughed. Let's talk somewhere else. Lin Xuan said back. In the conference room, Zhou Yuntao gave Lin Xuan a very detailed introduction to the project he was holding. Mr. Zhang, look at this information. Zhou Yuntao respectfully handed Lin Xuan a document. Our Iris high-tech zone is developing very quickly, and the surrounding facilities have been constructed relatively well, but there is a large shopping mall missing nearby. You see, from the center of the high-tech zone to the nearest mall is more than 10 kilometers in a straight line. My family is engaged in construction. I intend to build a mall in this location with a few friends, and the various processes have been contacted. It's just that the funds are almost there, so I would like to ask you to look into it, and consider whether or not you want to invest in this project. Lin Xuan looked very carefully. He felt that this project was very awesome, although he didn't understand some of the schemes here. What he said about building a shopping mall was very reasonable. Currently, the government was vigorously supporting the construction of the high-tech zone, and the population would increase in the future. And when it is built, it will lead to the development of the surrounding area, and the house price, land price and so on will follow. Even if he doesn't build it, someone else will, and the government will strongly support any project that is beneficial to the development of the high-tech zone. Lin Xuan thought it was feasible, although he expected to make money, but as long as he could spend money it was a good project. How much investment do you need? Zhou Yuntao rushed forward as soon as he heard that there was something to be done. The preliminary estimate is that the total cost is around $3.5 billion, and we are currently short of $1.5 billion. Good, I'll vote. You immediately find someone to get the contract process and so on. The money will arrive immediately. Lin Chuan returned painfully. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I'll have someone deal with this right away. I won't hide it from you. I've looked for several big bosses, but none of them could get so much money. It's still you who has the strength. Zhou Yuntao was instantly beaming with joy. He had long heard that Cylinder was always the son of one of the big families in Kyoto, and originally he didn't believe it. Today, it completely opened his eyes. Someone who could easily take out $1.5 billion was worth at least tens of billions, and he was still so young. He must be the son of some big family just like the rumors outside. Zhou Yuntao had a face of certainty. The investment process went quickly. After the two of them finished their meal, Lin Chuan returned to the school. Back in the dormitory, Li Longfeng and Lu Ming were not there. Those two guys had probably gone out to play. Lin Chuan turned off his cell phone and directly took an afternoon nap. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Li Longfeng and Lu Ming both rushed in. Brother Chuan, don't sleep. Get up. Qin Yao has brought a dozen people to you in the big gym. The two men's voices directly woke up Lin Chuan. What are you guys talking about? Qin Yao wants to you. In the big gym with a dozen people. Lu Ming said. Run. Someone said they're going to chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Li Longfeng said. What are you afraid of? Take me there. I want to see what she can really do to me. Lin Chuan replied. I didn't expect this shrew to think so highly of herself. Finding a dozen people to wait for him. Do you really want to go? Although it's disgraceful to run away, it's not like you're going to get beaten up. Lu Ming continued. Yeah, those dozen or so men in black look like tough characters. Not to be messed with. Li Longfeng concurred. What are you afraid of? Take me there. Lin Chuan said arrogantly. He really wasn't afraid. If there were a dozen or so bodyguards, he was completely capable of getting rid of them. Even if it was a dozen special forces with his speed, he would be able to get out in one piece. When Lin Chuan and the others arrived at the stadium, the picture of the sea of people immediately startled them. Asterisk 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 Brother Chuan. There are so many people you'd better run. Lu Ming grabbed Lin Chuan's hand as his legs went soft with fear. Lin Chuan took a look. Which is 17 or 18 people. This is clearly several hundred people. But looking more closely, it wasn't right. Qin Yao is no longer powerful, but it is impossible to call so many people off. Lin Chuan took another look. Good lord. Hundreds of students were here waiting to watch the show. They all surrounded Qin Yao, and the bleachers were full of people. Some of them were holding popcorn and drinking Coke, and some of them were holding cell phones and waiting for the video. Chapter 23, 1-5. Lin Chuan was speechless. These people were really watching the fun. It's all here. Lin Chuan can only tough it out. Coming. He's coming. I don't know which asshole suddenly shouted at the top of his voice that he had come over, and the crowd instantly gathered their eyes on Lin Chuan. There were even a few girls who were attracted by Lin Chuan's handsome appearance and screamed on the spot. Wow. Lin Chuan is so handsome. I love you. Handsome my ass. He'll be a pig's head in no time. Lin Chuan walked to the stadium and searched through the crowd for a long time before he found Qin Yao. At this time, she had already changed her clothes, wearing a white t-shirt on top, a pair of denim shorts underneath, a pair of delicate flats on her feet, a pair of bright long legs, and a hot body that was unobstructed. On her pretty cheeks, the red handprints that Lin Chuan had hit had also disappeared, and her face had reappeared with a tie and uninhibited look. Lin Chuan was still a little nervous. After all, so many people were watching, but when he looked at Qin Yao's stunningly beautiful cheeks, he wasn't nervous anymore. At this moment, most of the boys in the playground were secretly staring at Qin Yao. Even the bodyguard beside him was sneakingly sweeping over from the corner of his eyes from time to time. The two bastards, Li Longfeng and Lu Ming, both ran over to Qin Yao's side to cheer for her. Snap! Qin Yao threw the sunglasses in her hand. A cold smile appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. She thought that this Lin Chuan brat would call a few more people. That's why she had brought so many bodyguards. She didn't expect to come alone. Having the balls. Lin Chuan, I didn't expect you to have guts. Actually coming alone. Qin Yao sneered. Lin Chuan snorted coldly. Can you believe me when I say that the two people I brought with me ran away to your place? Miss Qin, do you think I'll be afraid of you? Have the guts not to fight in a group? Come and fight one-on-one. Lin Chuan said arrogantly. The moment these words came out, the boys at the scene cheered hard, surprisingly calling the shots with the provincial fighting champion. Admirable. It's a man, facing the hegemony calmly, not bowing down to the evil forces. Today next year, I'll offer you incense. One-on-one? Good. I'll fulfill you. Qin Yao snorted coldly. At this time, a bodyguard behind her said, Missy, are you going up to him, or are we going up to him? Do you know how to speak? Shut up if you can't talk. Xinyao turned around and yelled. I'll him? What kind of words is this? Brother Ma, go up and teach this kid a lesson. Don't have to hit him too hard. Just break his 3 legs, Xinyao said to a black suit bodyguard beside her, only to see a big man covered in muscle blocks walking towards Lin Xuan. He gently moved his body and the bones in his body instantly crunched. The crowd on the field instantly held their breath. These two were similar in height, but the difference in their bodies was enormous. Although Lin Xuan had a great body, he was like a vegetable chicken in front of him. Little brother Lin Xuan, I'm sorry, only to see him roar and strike first. A straight punch came towards Lin Xuan's face. The corner of Lin Xuan's mouth lifted as he made a backward step and dodged the punch, then grabbed his arm with both hands and turned around and threw himself down with vigor. Bang! The black-clothed big man fell to the ground in response. Over the shoulder drop? Awesome! The crowd was shocked beyond words. How much strength was this? To be able to wrestle a nearly 300-pound man over. They had thought that Lin Xuan was just taking a one-sided beating. They didn't expect him to have practiced. It was also very strong. Xinyao was also stunned with her beautiful eyes. She thought that Lin Xuan, the second-generation rich man, was just a hot chicken. She didn't expect that he was actually good at it. Brother Ma, can you do it? Xinyao asked with a frown. No problem. I was careless just now. Big brother Ma climbed up and replied back. He was indeed careless just now. This guy looked civilized. Who knew that he had practiced? And he must have practiced for many years. Otherwise his strike could not have been so heavy. Kid, come again. I let my guard down just now. Lin Xuan made a please gesture. Ma first tested a few times. Then another punch came. Lin Xuan didn't dodge and threw the same punch. Bang! The two of them blasted into each other. Both of them retreated a few steps back. Good. Again. Brother Ma was excited. He came from a special forces background and didn't relax and slack off after he retired from the military, but honed himself every day. When ordinary people were in front of him, as long as they could pull their weight, he would fight as many as came. Even if it was other bodyguards with the same special forces background, he could fight 3 or 5 of them. And today, he actually ran into the kid who was evenly matched. How could he not be excited? Come! Lin Xuan let out an equally furious roar. With his tripled body and his proficiency in fighting skills, beating him was no big deal at all. But he was too rusty and hadn't honed it in real combat. He needed to grind. So Lin Xuan didn't spike him. Instead, he used him as a sparring partner. The crowd present only saw 2 figures rush out at the same time. Fists against fists, legs against legs. For a while, they actually fought each other in an indistinguishable manner. Neither side attacked the other's vitals. This was no longer a fight, but had developed into a sparring match. Xinyao's side looked at the two with an unbelievable face. She knew what level brother Ma was at, and she was afraid that she wouldn't last more than 5 moves against him. Although she herself was a provincial fighting champion, it was watered down. Can a champion fought by a few people who have never been to battle be called a champion? And this young man called Lin Xuan was able to fight brother Ma 50-50. What kind of person was he in the end? A trace of curiosity flashed across Xinyao's face. Missy, should I go up as well? Another bodyguard spoke up. He saw that Xinyao didn't say anything, so he directly joined the fight. Lin Xuan secretly laughed in his heart when he saw that another person had come. Good job coming. If you don't come, I'm going to second him. As the second bodyguard joined. At first Lin Xuan was a bit overwhelmed, but after a few moves, Lin Xuan actually fought the 2 men 50-50. I'll go too. Another bodyguard joined. Lin Xuan was still 50-50. We'll go too. 2 more came. Surprisingly, it was still 50-50. The crowd's eyes dropped. This Lin Xuan knows Kung Fu, right? So capable of fighting? More than able to fight. This has been fighting for half a day and he doesn't even feel tired. He's simply not human. Lin Xuan is so handsome. Lin Xuan, I love you. Enough. Isn't it humiliating enough? The bodyguards behind Xinyao still wanted to be on, but they were stopped by Xinyao's roar. You guys stop it too, he said one-on-one. The 5 of you didn't even beat him, and you still want to go back on? What's the point of winning? Xinyao's face turned green. Originally, she was thinking of crippling Lin Xuan and then giving the crowd a warning. Who would have thought that this Lin Xuan would be so capable of fighting, that he would fight 5 without losing? She panicked. Ordinary second generation of rich people. Then she whole. But this Lin Xuan is obviously not an ordinary rich second generation. Ordinary second generation of rich people are so fierce? She wasn't one of those brainless villains. She wants to find out what Lin Xuan is about first. Then she will slowly cure you. Lin Xuan's side finally breathed a sigh of relief. His whole body had been beaten senseless. 1 against 3 was just fine. 4 is a bit too much for him. 5 he was completely beaten up. Only they didn't see it. Luckily, he had a strong resistance to blows. Otherwise he should have run away. Lin Xuan, I admit that you're very strong and it's me who lost, but the revenge for the punch in the face won't be settled just like that. We'll see. Qinya left a sentence and directly left the stadium with a dozen bodyguards. Chapter 24. As soon as Qinya left, the crowd in the gymnasium couldn't sit still. Cheers and screams followed. Lin Chuan is too strong too. Qinya even directly admitted defeat. Yeah, 1 against 5 without losing. He must be a disciple of a martial arts family. I want to be Lin Chuan's teacher. From today, I'm Lin Chuan's little brother. I love you, Lin Chuan schoolboy. Kiki, do you think he'll accept if I confess my love for Lin Chuan schoolmate? You? Forget it, it's more like he'll accept me. At the same time, the video of Lin Chuan beating up 5 special forces soldiers went viral in the campus bar. The heat directly sank the video of Liu Xian confessing to the boys. Almost all the students in the school recognized Lin Chuan. At this time, Lin Chuan was no longer able to do so. He was sore, his muscles were weak, and he was starving. He first went to the cafeteria and simply ate 10 burgers. Then he went back to the dormitory and took a shower and slept directly. Lu Ming and Li Longfeng just wanted to come over to celebrate Lin Chuan. The two searched around and couldn't find anyone else. This guy ran really fast. The next day, Freshman's military training day. Lu Ming and Li Longfeng both woke up early to change into camouflage uniforms. He's still sleeping. Call him or not? Lu Ming asked. Call him, otherwise what if the counselor looks for him? Li Longfeng said. Chuan, get up and go to military training. You guys go? I've already asked Wang Wei for leave. Lin Chuan said in a daze. He was still in pain all over, although it was much better than last night. In early September, it was still blazing hot. The older students were blowing fans in the classrooms, and the freshmen were standing in military posture on the playground. Occasionally, a few seniors eating watermelon drifted by, drawing a look of envy from the many freshmen. Did you watch yesterday's video? Can I not watch it? Lin Chuan from our class is really fierce. I think I can only take 2 hits before I lie down. You guys weren't there, you don't know. It was stormy, lightning and thunder, and Lin Chuan even had his own BGM when he came on stage. I just saw him take 1 step and cross the entire stadium. And then, without waiting for Lu Ming to finish, he was interrupted by his classmates. Alright, if you keep talking he should open the heavenly gate with a sword. At the moment of rest, a few students from the 3rd class were sitting together discussing Lin Chuan. At this moment a beautiful figure walked over. The crowd only saw a fairy riding on the afterglow of the blazing sun, slowly walking towards them. Countless men's hearts tightened. So beautiful. 3 seconds. I want all her information. She's our department flower Ren Wanwan. Don't even know her. You, classmate, may I ask if you know where classmate Lin Chuan is? Ren Wanwan asked, holding a cup of chilled lemonade to a boy wearing glasses in class 3. He took a vacation. The boy replied timidly. He was thinking that the beautiful girl had come over to look for him, but it turned out that she had come to bring Lin Chuan water. Oh, thank you classmate, Ren Wanwan said. She sent a message to Lin Chuan and didn't reply. It seems that it should be Lin Chuan's family who had something to go home for. Ren Wanwan had just left not long ago when another beautiful woman in a dress walked over. Under the blazing sun, she was like an angel. Quickly look, it's school beauty Liu Xian. Goodness, did she come over to look for me? I'm in love. The crowd only saw Liu Xian walk up to the boy with glasses and ask, classmate, do you know where classmate Lin Chuan is? She was holding a bottle of chilled juice in her hand. He took a vacation. The boy with glasses said back. He was envious. Why were these 2 big beauties both here to find Lin Chuan? In that case, thank you classmate, Liu Xian said. The crowd was dying of envy. Not long after Liu Xian left, the crowd saw another beautiful woman in military uniform walking towards them. Do you guys guess she's still coming over to find Lin Chuan? I guess yes. Lin Chuan is so hot right now. This beauty must have come to bring him water as well. Impossible. 3 beauties in a row came to bring him water? Who does he think he is? If this is still looking for Lin Chuan, I'll eat. Only to see Lu still holding a bottle of Farmer's 3 punches. He came to the man with glasses. Classmate, do you know where classmate Lin Chuan is? No, I don't know. This question is too hard. It's too hard. The man with the glasses was about to collapse. Why are they all here to ask Lin Chuan? Why can't a girl come to me? Classmate, do you know where classmate Lin Chuan is? Lu still saw that the glasses guy didn't answer and asked a boy next to him. He's on vacation. Classmate, you're so beautiful. Can I add you on WeChat? This boy saw that Lu remained beautiful and summoned up the courage to ask. Sorry classmate, I'm Lin Chuan's girlfriend. Lu still replied. Lin Chuan wasn't there, so she had no choice but to leave. Who said to eat just now? I'm going to the restroom. Are you going to fix it if it's hot? Just when they thought no one would come to bring Lin Chuan water again, another girl came this way, only to see that she was extremely heavy-toned, her legs thicker than her waist, walking towards them 1 step at a time. Guess or not, the crowd shook their heads, only to see her carrying a 2-liter bottle of Sprite to the man with glasses. Honey, I've come to bring you water. The crowd's eyes almost glazed over. This brother had such unique tastes? The man with glasses took a deep breath and said, Lily, didn't I tell you not to come to me? Why are you here again? I'm afraid you're thirsty, so I brought you a bottle of Sprite. The crowd only saw her thoughtfully opening the cap of the bottle for the man with glasses. Drink it, honey. Time went back to last night. When Qin Yao returned home, she talked to her dad, Qin Guodong, about what happened in the afternoon. However, she didn't mention that Lin Xuan had slapped her. Instead, she changed it and said that she had sparred with Lin Xuan. When Qin Guodong heard this, he immediately became interested as well. You're saying he's a rich second generation who just started college and can pick 5 and 1? He knew very well what level Ma Yongchang was at. A special soldier among special soldiers. Anyone who could fight Ma Yongchang to a draw would already be an expert among experts. Now you're saying that a young man less than 20 years old could single-handedly challenge 5 people including Ma Yongchang. He was a little less than convinced. It's true, Dad. He's very capable of fighting. I want you to help me check him out. Qin Yao pouted. I'll ask Ma Yongchang what he thinks first. Qin made a call. Not long after Ma Yongchang came over. Yao Yao said that the 5 of you beat up on people and none of you won? Qin Guodong asked. Yes, boss. Ma Yongchang nodded. Qin Guodong frowned. He had thought that Yao Yao was joking, but when he heard Ma Yongchang's affirmation, he fell into a deep thought. A young man who beat 5 and 1? What's the origin? Could it be an ancient martial arts family? Since the founding of the nation, martial arts had been completely banned in China, and martial arts had been changed to a form of performance with no lethality. But there are some big hidden families that have preserved the traditional martial arts. Their heritage can even be traced back 1,000 years. They are extremely mysterious. Normally, they were hidden all over the country. Whenever the country was in danger, they would show up en masse. After coming out to settle foreign enemies, they would revert back into obscurity. What are your chances of winning if you fight against him with all your might? Qin Guodong asked again. Less than 10%. Ma Yongchang returned. At first, he thought Lin Xuan was evenly matched with him. Who knew that the further he went, the fiercer Lin Xuan became. 1 against 5 could still beat him twice. That was when he realized how big the gap between the two was. Although the other party is just a child. But he was convinced. Alright, you go down. Qin waved his hand. He understood. This young man called Lin Xuan from Yao Yao's mouth was definitely someone from an ancient martial arts lineage. If his guess was correct, Lin Xuan's lineage would definitely arrange an extremely mediocre identity for him, and it couldn't be investigated in depth. If they found a trace, it might even lead to extinction. Yao Yao, listen to Dad. Make sure you don't mess with that young man called Lin Xuan. After Dad investigates clearly, you guys can play as you please, alright? Qin Guodong said to Qin Yao with a worried face. He knew what his daughter meant. Yao Yao had never been so attached to a boy before. Yao Yao had loved fighting since she was a child, and he knew that his daughter liked tough boys. And he also knew about what Yao Yao had said about being in love with her if she beat 3 bodyguards. Now that a boy has appeared that meets her conditions, she must have moved on. It's just that Yao Yao, in case he's really the kind of person Dad thinks he is, I'm afraid you're not qualified enough to touch him. Got it, Dad. I'll wait for your news. Muah. Thank you, Dad. Qin Yao flew up the stairs shyly after giving Qin Guodong a kiss on the cheek. She would only turn into a little girl in front of his dad. Chapter 25, Let Go of That Girl. A day of military training life came to an end, and the faces of all the freshmen were as ugly as if they couldn't poop. Inside the boys' dormitory, Lu Ming and Li Longfeng both dragged their tired bodies back to the dormitory. Upon entering, the dormitory was frighteningly quiet. There was only one figure lying flat on the bed, with a white cloth that was originally placed on the quilt covering his head. Brother Feng, why do I have a bad feeling? Do you think Lin Xuan will get cold? Lu Ming came to Li Longfeng's ear and whispered. Do you want to go up and take a look? Li Longfeng said with some concern. You go? I'm scared. Li Longfeng whispered and shouted a few times. After seeing that Lin Xuan didn't respond, he carefully climbed onto Lin Xuan's bed, gently lifted the white cloth on his head. Only Lin Xuan's eyes were closed tightly. His face was dark yellow, and his seal was black. It's over. Brother Ming, Lin Xuan is cold. What are you doing, Brother Feng? Lin Xuan suddenly woke up with a start. You swindled. Li Longfeng was so scared that he almost rolled down. What are you covering a white cloth for in broad daylight? I thought you were dead. Big brother, the sun is too bright in the daytime to sleep. Lin Xuan got up and moved around, feeling pretty good. After lying down for a day and a night, this body of his had recovered more or less. It's fine if you're not dead. Brother Chuan, you're hungry too. Let's go eat. Lu Ming proposed. Okay, wait for me to wash up. Lin Xuan had been lying down all day and was already hungry. After simply washing up, the 3 of them came to the restaurant. From time to time, people in the restaurant greeted Lin Xuan. There were also fangirls throwing winks at him. Lin Xuan was confused. I'm not this popular even if I'm handsome. You were on fire last night. Look at this video. Now the whole school knows you. Lu Ming saw Lin Chuan's confusion and explained to him. Lin Chuan took his phone and took a look. Good lord. The video of him fighting last night had been posted on the campus posting bar, and it was on fire. In the video he was edited to be heroic and invincible. The whole high energy burning point, not a bit of water. The footage of the time of the beating was surprisingly not one. I have to say, this video uploader is like a true fan. Lin Chuan slid down, and the comments at the bottom had reached 10,000 plus. Basically all of them were praising Lin Chuan for his fluff. There were also quite a few girls who confessed their love for Lin Chuan in the comments section. There were even a few that weren't afraid to die to start rumors in there. Actually, Qin Yao has already been conquered by Lin Chuan. I witnessed Qin Yao walking up to Lin Chuan and saying to him, "I love you." The replies below this comment surprisingly reached nearly 2,000. I proved that what he said was true. At that time when Qin Yao was talking to Lin Chuan, her face was flushed and her eyes were slightly thickened. Qin Yao had put out the word that if she could beat 3 of her bodyguards she would be able to have a relationship with her. And Lin Chuan has clearly far exceeded her goal. And since I haven't seen Lin Chuan and Qin Yao since last night, I'm guessing they most likely went to a room. Lin Chuan's face went black after reading it. Qin Yao just whispered in my ear, "We'll see." And you guys said that the two of us went to a room? What a bunch of. The other side. Inside the Qin family villa. Qin Yao looked at the comments in the campus posting bar and her fur exploded with anger. Immediately find out these rumor-mongering trumpets for me. I'm going to chop them up and feed them to the dogs. The bodyguard behind him heard this and ran out trembling. Marred. Lin Chuan, you wait for me. Dare to spread rumors for me. I'll definitely kill you alive. Qin Yao let out a roar and the entire room went ice cold. You're my little apple, I can't love you enough. At this time, a sharp cell phone ringtone came. Qin Yao immediately changed into a cute little girl's expression. Hello, Dad. Qin Guodong's mellow voice came from the other side of the phone. Yao, the person you asked Dad to check. Dad has already checked. His identity is very ordinary. His parents are both farmers from Iris Qingchang, but listen to what Dad told you. It's highly likely that he's a member of some hidden family. The power behind him is not something we can mess with. You must not mess with him, okay? Got it, Dad. I'm just curious about him. That's fine. Then Dad will go and get busy first. Bye. Qin Guodong breathed a long sigh of relief. After his brief investigation, it was just as he thought. Those hidden families had arranged an extremely ordinary identity for Lin Chuan. Now he could basically conclude that this young man, Lin Chuan, was sent out by the hidden families to practice. It was even possible that he was the family's future heir. Qin Yao hung up the phone and a cold smile immediately appeared on her stunningly beautiful cheeks. What the hell, hidden family? Why haven't I heard of it? Ordinary people are just ordinary people. A farmer's son dares to punch my mother in the face. Lin Chuan, you're finished. Immediately after, she picked up her cell phone and made a call. Brother Ma, it's time to move. Understood. Missy. Lin Chuan sighed. Lu Ming and Li Longfeng both froze. Lin Chuan ordered more than $80 worth of spicy hot pot in one breath. The 4 big bowls full of it were all dried up. Lin Chuan, did you starve to death in your last life? Lu Ming asked. Lin Chuan burped and said, I haven't eaten all day. Isn't it normal to eat more? You're not afraid of propping yourself up. Li Longfeng spat. After the 3 of them finished eating, they planned to go back to the dormitory to jerk off a couple times. They didn't have evening study sessions during military training. As a result, just after leaving the dining hall, Lin Chuan saw a familiar figure. A pig head with a big back comb was molesting a little loli. Jiang Kaijun again? Lin Chuan knew that this hobby was unique and unusually fond of little loli. In the past, he couldn't fight, and when he saw Jiang Kaijun molesting others, he went around. Now that he ran into it, he couldn't leave it alone. Lin Chuan waved his hand and let the 2 Lu Ming go back to the dormitory first. He, on the other hand, walked straight towards Jiang Kaijun. Little sister, you just add brother a WeChat. Brother's family is very rich. First transfer you 10,000 to you to see the strength, okay? The little loli did not agree. Jiang Kaijun pulled the little loli's hand. Not let her leave. Jiang Kaijun, you, let go of that girl. Lin Chuan let out a roar. Is it you? Lin Chuan, the little loli let out a cry of shock. How could she possibly look at this pig-headed Jiang Kaijun? She liked only Lin Chuan in her heart. Unexpectedly, when she needed help, her sweetheart suddenly appeared. Was this heaven's will? Lin Chuan, you two know each other? Jiang Saijuan's face was constipated, just like he had eaten poop. The last time he was punched in the face at the school gate. He had a belly full of fire and wanted to teach Lin Chuan a lesson. As for where Lin Chuan got the money to buy a Porsche 918, he figured it out. In his family's condition, he couldn't even afford a small car. How could they buy a top-of-the-line supercar? It must be that this stinking beggar was lucky and won the lottery. And now he hasn't gone to find Lin Chuan's. Lin Chuan popped up first, just in time to educate you. Chapter 26 Kidnapping. Lin Xuan didn't recognize this little loli at all. He thought it must be a little fangirl who liked him. Jiang Kaijun, don't go too far. You actually molested this little beauty in broad daylight. You're simply livestock. Lin Xuan was impassioned. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a noble judge. The little loli's face turned red. He just called me a beauty? Gosh, he's not interested in me, right? Lin Xuan, I think you haven't been beaten for too long and your skin is itchy, right? Let's go. Let's find an open space to practice, Jiang Kaijun said with a disdainful face. After he reported for school, he asked the counselor for leave and went to play mahjong with his two old friends. He just came back this afternoon. He hadn't had time to care about the hot information happening on campus. Naturally, he didn't know Lin Xuan's current strength. Still thought he was the small chicken he used to be. Alright, I also happen to want to experience my Jun's Taekwondo again. Lin Xuan put on a face that owed him a beating and said towards Jiang Kaijun. Good, have guts. Jiang Kaijun snorted coldly. Seeing that there were melons to eat, the surrounding audience followed them to the playground. There were even quite a few students who called and shook people. Jiang Kaijun was beaming when he saw that so many people had come to appreciate his taekwondo. Take that, Lin Xuan! Jiang Kaijun let out a furious shout, starting off with a high difficulty 720-degree whirlwind kick. This maneuver was not only difficult, but also extremely cool. In front of so many people, he naturally had to pretend. Otherwise wouldn't it be a waste of a good opportunity? The crowd also let out a gasp when they saw it. There were students who had practiced taekwondo, and as soon as they saw Jiang Kaijun's move, they knew that he was an expert who had practiced for a long time. And the segment was very high. Lin Xuan snorted coldly. It was just a flowery stance. Since he had fighting skills, he had completely disdained performance skills like taekwondo, just bluffing ordinary people. In a real fight, anyone who had practiced taekwondo for a year couldn't beat someone who had practiced sparring for 2 months. He saw Jiang Kaijun's gap in the air and directly kicked out. Before Jiang Kaijun could react, a big kick suddenly flew over. He flew out on the spot. Lin Xuan didn't use much force, but only utilized his strength in the air to push him out with his foot. Lin Xuan, you dare to insult me? Jiang Kaijun looked at the large footprints on his clothes. He was enraged. Originally, he wanted to put on a show, but unfortunately, he was interrupted by Lin Xuan to cast a spell. He was also kicked out. He himself was a black belt master. Surprisingly, he was beaten by a rookie. Who could endure that? He was completely pissed off. Lin Xuan prepared to receive my wrath. He came up with a few vicious moves, spinning, jumping, and even using his yin leg. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, saw the moves. You attacked and I defended. Occasionally, when he found a few breaks, Lin Xuan went up and gave him 2 hits. After a dozen moves, Jiang Kaijun surrendered. Lin Xuan, you're torturing me, aren't you? His face was swollen. He had never expected it. Lin Xuan had been pretending to be a pig and eating tigers all these years. The body was so good that it was almost impossible to say. His own black belt master hadn't even hit him at once. He also swelled his face, and he could feel that Lin Xuan did not use all his strength. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't last more than 5 rounds. So, he surrendered. Surrender is not shameful. Being beaten up and unable to get up is shameful. Lin Xuan is also speechless. I second you faster. You say I insulted you. Slowly fight with you, and you said I tortured you. What do you want me to do? Jiang Kaijun, it's you who can't do it. You can't blame me. Lin Xuan said calmly. Okay, Lin Xuan, I admit it, but today's matter won't be settled just like that. Jiang Kaijun threw down a vicious sentence and left in a huff. The crowd present also left the playground when they saw this. They had thought that Jiang Kaijun was an expert. They didn't expect it to be a rookie. He didn't fight a few times before surrendering. They were still thinking that they could see Lin Xuan's style again. What a bummer. After the crowd left, there was a little loli left in the same spot. At this moment, she was starry-eyed and was staring blankly at Lin Xuan's handsome face. Her face was flushed and her heart was on fire. This man in front of her had actually fought with someone else for her. This scene she could remember for the rest of her life. At this time Lin Xuan also found her. He touched her head like a big brother and gently said to her, he's just a scum. Just directly beat him up when you see him again in the future. Little Lori nodded her head vigorously. Being touched by his head was really comfortable. She wanted to say I love you to Lin Xuan, but Lin Xuan was in front of her. She simply couldn't open her mouth. In the end, she could only silently watch Lin Xuan leave. Lin Xuan came out of the playground. First went to buy a bag of snacks, then sent a message while walking towards the dormitory. It couldn't be helped. It had been a day since he had returned to those girls. If it dragged on any longer, they were afraid that they would call the police. The sky was getting dark. Lin Xuan was chatting with the girls so much that he didn't notice that a black van had appeared on the side of the road. Brother Ma, he's coming over. Should we make a move? Wait a little longer. Wait for him to get closer. Lin Chuan? A big man with sunglasses called out to him. Ha! Lin Chuan subconsciously agreed. Before he could react, four fierce men wearing black suits and sunglasses, with a body as strong as that of the bull demon king, instantly sprang out of the car. With the swiftness of the situation will be Lin Chuan into the sack, carrying him and thrown into the carriage. Immediately after a few fingers thick hemp rope tied him into a dumpling. Then taking advantage of the night, a foot gas pedal with Lin Chuan drove away from the campus. Lin Chuan still wanted to scream twice, but a few big men covered his mouth with handkerchiefs in death. Then a pungent odor came, and Lin Chuan gradually lost consciousness. In his dying moments a thought surfaced in his mind. This handkerchief is poisonous. I don't know how long it took. Lin Chuan's consciousness gradually cleared up. He opened his eyes and realized that he was tied to an iron chair and his hands were firmly chained. There was also a hood over his head, and there was only pitch black in front of him. He tried to struggle a few times, laughing to death, couldn't move at all. In an instant, he panicked. The CPU of his brain ran wild, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. Kidnapping? Revenge? Could it be salivating for my beauty? Whichever it was bad for him now. He had to break free. Lin Chuan concentrated, and through the tiny gap in his hood, he could see that he seemed to be tied up in a large house, and there was a faint fragrance of a woman in the air. It was familiar. He seemed to have smelled it somewhere. At that moment, he keenly heard a footstep coming from the distance. It was the sound of high heels striking the floor. Immediately after that, the door to the room was opened and a blurry silhouette entered. Brother Ma, thanks a lot. You guys go down. Don't tell anyone else about this matter. That's right. If you hear any noise later, don't pay attention to it. Just keep guarding the bottom. Okay, big miss. Chapter 27. Surprisingly it's Qin Yao. Surprisingly, it's Qin Yao. Lin Chuan, who heard the voice, immediately understood. He had actually been kidnapped by this shrew Qin Yao. What is she going to do to me? Retaliate against me? Ravage me? Just as Lin Chuan was imagining things, Qin Yao came over and ripped off his hood. Yell. Surprisingly, you woke up so quickly? Qin Yao let out a cold laugh. Qin Yao, what are you doing? What you're doing is against the law, you know? Let go of me now and I'll pretend nothing happened. Lin Chuan was tough on the surface, but he had already wimped out in his heart, because he realized that there was a row of fighting weapons behind Qin Yao. Sandbags, dummies, boxing gloves, baseball bats, engineer's shovels, chains, and a long, black gardening shears. Lin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. This thing can't be for me. Snap! Qin Yao threw a big mouth onto Lin Chuan's face. Still dare to bark at me? Isn't it quite wild? Slapping me in the face in public? You're mad at me again. Qin Yao roared and punched. In an instant, a dozen big mouths had been flung onto Lin Chuan's face. Lin Chuan wailed in pain, and his handsome face had swollen up. Oomph! Rubbish! Qin Yao snorted coldly. Although Lin Chuan was screaming loudly, she wasn't afraid at all. The soundproofing of this bedroom was quite good. Unless you lay down on the doorway, you wouldn't be able to hear any sound at all. And since this villa was huge and surrounded by bodyguards, it was impossible for other people to get close. Calling me a loser? Marred. Qin Yao, you shrew. Let go of me if you're capable. Let's see who's the waste. Lin Chuan growled. He was completely enraged. It doesn't matter if you kidnap me and beat me up. You went so far as to call me a punk. Can't tolerate it. And you dare to call me a shrew? Good. Lin Chuan, I wanted to torture you again, but now I have no patience. Originally, I didn't want to be like this, but you've really gone too far, destroying my reputation. So I can only say that you brought this on yourself. Qin Yao turned around and walked towards the gardening shears. After saying that, Lin Chuan subconsciously clenched his legs. What rumor mongering? I didn't do it. Qin Yao, Sister Yao, it's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Listen to me. Lin Chuan fought to beg for mercy, but Qin Yao simply ignored him. She had already picked up the gardening shears, and her stunningly beautiful face was terrifyingly cold. Lin Chuan panicked. It was as if he saw the image of blood dripping between his legs. No, it couldn't be like this. He struggled to think of a solution. Right, the lottery draw. He still had 15 chances for the lottery. Name, Lin Chuan. Balance of Divine Magnificence Gold, 999 trillion Huaxia coins, refreshable. Remaining number of lucky draws, 15. System, redeem physical rewards once, then draw them all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Lucky Potion X1. Guitar skill proficiency, golf skill proficiency, baseball skill proficiency, badminton skill proficiency, locksmithing skill. Luck potion, when taken, it will pull up the user's luck value for 10 minutes. Lock picking, saved. Originally, he had no hope for the first few. The luck potion, he had to be able to drink it as well. It was good that a lock-picking skill came at the end. Lin Chuan's hand was tied by the chain, but he could just about touch the lock on the chain. The metal inscription on the lock was the tool he used to open the lock. At this moment, Qinyao's large scissors had already arrived in front of Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was so scared that his soul almost flew out. It was too late. He had to say something to buy time. That's when his acting skills came in handy. Lin Xuan brewed up his expression and immediately got into the mood. Wait, I have something to say. In the next second, Lin Xuan's eyes slid down a string of teardrops. He looked at Qingyao, his eyes like a farewell before death. Fine, I'll give you a chance to say your last words. Qingyao looked at him in a strangely pitiful manner, so she gave him a chance. Qingyao, I like you. Qingyao froze, on the verge of death. You say this? You don't think that by confessing to me, I'll let you go? Lin Xuan also froze. He just wanted to say something, but the words came out in a brainwave. There was no choice but to continue. I know that this sentence you might think is false, but I'm telling you that I'm sincere. There's a saying that some people, once you meet them, it's 10,000 years, and some heartbeats, once they start it's over and done with. Although I don't know what a heartbeat is, just by looking at you, it's as if I've seen a million mountains. The feeling of meeting you is probably like walking a long way and suddenly seeing home. Although I'm not good with words, not good at expressing myself, but my love for you can't be hidden. Right now I just want to say one thing to you. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and a few teardrops slipped out of the corner of his eyes once again. At the same time, his hands were frantically unlocking the door behind his back. His acting skills were out of this world, and although Qingyao wasn't moved, she froze in place. No one had ever said such words to her before. She knew that Lin Xuan was stalling for time, but she also saw his sincerity in Lin Xuan's eyes. She was waiting for Lin Xuan to say those last words. What are those words? Qingyao asked. That sentence is, I love you. Snap. As Lin Xuan finished his last word, the iron lock on his hand opened in response. The next second, he directly grabbed Qinyao's white arm and lowered her entire body to the ground. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, directly locked her firmly in a grapple. Lin Xuan, you dare to set me up. You let go of me, or else I'll have to kill you. Qingyao struggled frantically, but how could Lin Xuan let her have her way? She had just wanted to amputate Lin Xuan's leg. Lin Xuan's scared-out soul hadn't even returned yet. Shut the hell up. Splat. Lin Xuan slapped Qinyao's face. He didn't exert much force. After all, a girl's face wasn't meant to be punched. Lin Xuan, you hit me again. How can you do this to me? My dad hasn't even hit me. Qinyao's eyes were already overflowing with teardrops. Your dad hasn't beaten you, so I'll educate you for your dad. How dare you kidnap me? Next. Snap 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 snap. Lin Xuan tackled her with one hand while his other hand hit her most resistant place. Don't hit. I'm wrong. I apologize. Qingyao was beaten and crying like a pear, but Lin Xuan didn't stop crying. I'm just going to cure you of this big lady's temper today. Lin Xuan gave another violent beating. At first Qingyao was crying loudly, but gradually she buried herself in her arms and sobbed. Lin Xuan had hit her very hard, and she was beaten with an aggrieved face. She had never had anyone hit her when she was growing up. She was the only daughter in her family. Her parents had doted on her exceptionally since she was young. As long as she thought of it, everyone else would find a way to give it to her. Everyone held her like a honeypot and spoiled her, afraid that she would suffer a little bit of harm. But today, this guy Lin Xuan even beat her up. She was so aggrieved that she felt like she couldn't even see anyone. Chapter 28. Are you convinced? Slap. Lin Xuan slapped again, angrily questioning Qingyao. Convinced yet? Convinced. Wrong yet? Wrong. Will you still dare in the future? Don't dare. Qinyao's voice trembled a little as she was beaten into submission. Lin Xuan looked at Qingyao, who was lying on the side burying her head and sobbing. He was a little overjoyed in his heart. Is it possible that I hit a little too hard? After all, a young lady who had never been beaten before was beaten by him like this. It would definitely be hard on the heart. Alright, get up. I won't beat you anymore. After Qingyao saw Lin Xuan get up, she also trembled and sat on the corner of the bed. At this moment, her face was flushed and there were a few crystallized teardrops hanging from the corners of her eyes. Lin Xuan handed her a tissue, his heart swirling a bit. This guy was like a completely different person when he was quiet. Very well behaved. Very quiet. The arrogance from before was completely gone. Those who didn't know would think that what was sitting there now was a well-behaved little girl. Lin Xuan surveyed the entire room. The room was large, but there weren't many things, just a large bed and a closet. The rest were all equipment-type things. It could be seen that Qingyao exercised a lot in the room. Next, the room became very quiet. Qingyao had been sitting on the corner of the bed in silence. Her eyes also kept looking at the mural on the opposite wall, not knowing what she was thinking. Lin Xuan wanted to comfort and console her, but he didn't know how to speak. He was the worst at coaxing girls, and it was her who was in the wrong first. In the end, Lin Xuan lowered his head. Qingyao, don't be sad. After all, it was you who tied me up first. That's why I got angry and hit you. Lin Xuan whispered. Qi Niao didn't reply, still staring at the mural on the opposite wall. Lin Xuan saw that she didn't say anything and didn't bother her himself, just secretly sizing her up. It had to be said that Qi Niao's beauty was truly unbelievable. Perhaps it was due to working out regularly. Even when she was sitting on the bed, her waist was still straight. The entire person had a very elegant curvaceous beauty. Her cheeks were smooth and delicate, and her long eyelashes blinked from time to time. Looking from the side, there was even an air of innocence, while there was also an air of nobility. As expected, the reputation of Iris University's #1 schoolflower was not a cover. Perhaps she had sensed Lin Xuan's gaze. Qi Niao turned to look at him. Lin Xuan, was what you just said to me true? Her eyes were no longer cold, but filled with tenderness. Lin Xuan nodded. Although that was something he said to stall for time, he was now looking at the current Qi Niao. His heart was indeed moved. No one is allowed to say anything about today. I'll have the bodyguard send you back. Qi Niao got up and said to Lin Xuan, Qi Niao, actually, I think it's good for you to be a bit more ladylike. After all, you're so pretty and there are so many people who like you, and you really look good when you smile. Lin Xuan said with a sincere face. These were his words from the bottom of his heart. He hoped that Qi Niao would become more like a girl, instead of yelling about fighting and killing all day long. This was not only good for her classmates, but also for herself. It would also be easy to find an in-law in the future. Thank you, Lin Xuan, I will. Qi Niao smiled faintly at him. Lin Xuan immediately felt like the entire world had turned into a sunny day. Come with me. I'll have the bodyguard send you back. Lin Xuan followed her down the stairs. At the entrance of the villa, Qi Niao personally sent him to the car. Big brother Ma, you send Lin Xuan back to school. Okay, Missy. With a roar of the engine, the black van disappeared into the dark night. At the door, Qi Niao kept staring at Lin Xuan's faraway direction. Only after a long time did she return to the villa. In the dark night, a Maybach slowly rose up to the window. Boss, Missy has gone back. Should we go in? A bodyguard said to Qin at the back. Wait a little longer. She'll notice if we go over now. Qin Guodong's eyes were melancholic. The bodyguards he arranged around Qi Niao were his people after all. Qi Niao couldn't hide anything from him, including the matter of Qi Niao liking girls. He also knew about it. At that time, he hesitated the thunderbolt from the clear sky and was simply unable to accept it. But with the facts in front of him, he had to believe it. It wasn't just about his entire family's honor and face. Most importantly, he only had this one precious daughter. He was counting on a good aunt to take care of his estate for him. It was all because he had spoiled her since she was a child, so it had distorted her character. In order to cure her of this kind of thinking, he brought Qi Niao to see several well-known doctors, but the conclusion reached was that Qi Niao was healthy and it was entirely a psychological problem. He even arranged for a number of outstanding men to approach her. There were handsome men, fierce men, artists, and even stars. But what they got in return was Qi Niao's brutal beatings of them, even broke the legs of that little starlet. Finally, the old heavens opened their eyes. Qi Niao even kidnapped a boy and returned home. Not only did he stay in the room for so long, in the end, she even watched him leave like a little daughter-in-law. Qin was relieved, but equally worried, because that boy was Lin Xuan. His identity couldn't be determined yet. If he really was someone from the hidden family, I'm afraid they couldn't be together, because there had never been a marriage between a hidden family and an outside marriage. Let's go. Go in and take a look. Qin Guodong let out a long sigh. Inside the villa, Qi Niao changed into a light-colored robe. She didn't even put on her shoes when she heard that Qin Guodong had come, so she went downstairs barefooted like this. Dad, why are you here? Qi Niao shouted daintily and jumped into Qin Guodong's arms. Dad heard that you didn't go to class today, so he specially came over to take a look at you. Qin Guodong smiled. He loved his daughter with all his heart, so he had raised her with many bad habits. He also thought about being stricter with Qi Niao, but every time he saw her, his heart softened. School just started and there are no classes in school. Going there is just playing. Might as well play boxing at home. Qi Niao pouted. At this time, she was completely different from the school, speaking in a whiny manner, without the feeling of pugnacity at all. Qin Guodong patted her shoulder and said, Okay, Dad asked you something. Be honest with Dad. Do you have a favorite person now? Dad, why are you asking this? Qi Niao frowned. Before, she likely Yu Xian very much, but now she seemed to have a bit of a crush on Lin Xuan in her heart as well. Dad is just asking you, that Lin Xuan you're talking about, what kind of boy is he? Qin Guodong continued to ask. He's quite handsome and he's also very capable of fighting. Qi Niao blushed, because the words Lin Xuan said to him in the room and the scene of beating her came back to her mind. In that case, then there's nothing more for Dad. You have a good rest and remember to go to class tomorrow. Qin Guodong smiled and said, Got it. Bye Dad. Villa entrance. Qin Guodong lit a cigarette and took a big drag. He had already established that his daughter liked Lin Xuan. when he asked about Lin Chuan. His daughter actually blushed in a rare way. AI, you young people go ahead and fool around on your own, but if you, Lin Chuan, dare to hurt my daughter, I'll peel off a layer of your skin even if I have to spell out this old life of mine. With an icy face, Qin Guodong disappeared into the dark night by car. Chapter 29, Answering Xin Luoxin's appointment. The next day, Mouse Tooth Live's province branch. Inside the luxurious office, a middle-aged man with a big belly was reporting to the headquarters. Mr. Wang, I've largely found out the information about Mr. Zhang. He's now located near Iris University, and is most likely a student of Iris University. I've arranged for Zhang Sini, the face anchor over here, to investigate, and within a week, I'll definitely find out who Mr. Zhang is. The middle-aged man had just finished speaking when a sharp growl came from the phone. Still a week? You found out this little bit of useless information for me in these few days? You've disappointed me too much. I'll only give you 3 days, and if you can't dig up who the tank is always after 3 days, pack up your own stuff and run. After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man's eyebrows wrinkled into twists. 3 days was too tight. The main reason was that there was too little information on cyber god Hojo Cylinder Chief. He suddenly appeared and threw away more than $200 million in just a few days, and then disappeared. In the past few days, he had used all the means at his disposal, but he had only found out so little information about Mr. Zhang's location in the vicinity of Iris University. However, he had already arranged for Zhang Sini to go there. She was the newcomer in the rat's teeth face area. As long as she could find out who Mr. Zhang was, with her face value and figure, it would be more than enough for her to take down Mr. Zhang, an old colorful man. Immediately after that, the middle-aged man dialed a phone number. After connecting, a very attractive imperial voice came from the phone. Leader, what's the matter? Where are you now? I just arrived at the hotel near Iris University, and I was about to contact Xin Luoxin. Mr. Wang said that he only gave us 3 days. Time is very tight. I'm afraid you'll have to make a little sacrifice. As long as you can take down Mr. Cylinder, then you won't have to worry about your life in the future. Zhang Sini replied after a moment of silence. I know. As for what method I use, you don't have to worry about it. Don't worry. After it's accomplished, the headquarters won't treat you poorly. Tut. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Sini lazily lay on the bed, her beautiful eyes staring at the ceiling. She knew exactly what her leader meant by sacrifice, although she was already prepared for this. But what if the cylinder was always a big-bellied greasy uncle? The thought of it gave her a wave of nausea, but there was nothing she could do about it. As long as she could successfully dig up Mr. Jar, the company would give her a generous payout, and it would push her to the top stream of the platform. For the sake of her future happiness, she had to do this. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Xin Luoxin. Zhang Sini, MS. Shin, as long as you can get Mr. Cylinder out on an appointment today, then our company will add another 200,000 to your pay. Xin Luoxin, okay, I'll try my best to make an appointment to try him out, but I'm not sure if I can get him out. Even though he rewarded me with a lot of money, he doesn't seem to be very interested in me. Xin Luoxin on the other side replied with a frown. Mousetooth had promised to give her $1 million, only for her to ask out Mr. Cylinder for Zhang Sini to get to know him. Originally, she had been wanting to lean on the tree of Mr. Zhang, just to earn some pocket money along the way, but Mr. Zhang hadn't contacted her recently. She sent a message to Mr. Zhang, but he didn't reply. She didn't know if he had forgotten or was too busy to see it. Hey, can only try again. In the dormitory, Lu Ming and Li Longfeng had already gone to military training. Only Lin Chuan was left snoring in bed. At this time, his hand dinged and dinged next to him. He squinted and picked up his cell phone to take a look. Xin Luoxin had sent him several more messages. Mr. Cylinder, are you awake from your nap? Why don't you reply to people? Do you have time recently? Lin Chuan was speechless. This harassed him every day and asked him out. He was tired of it. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer the appointment, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold it after meeting Xin Luoxin. This was too good at it. These days Xin Luoxin not only asked him out, but also sent him a lot of cool pictures. There was even a video of a passionate dance. The dynamic music was paired with the enchanting dance, and Lin Chuan was directly agitated inside as he watched. Although he didn't reply to Xin Luoxin's messages, Lin Chuan looked closely at every picture she sent. Even though he had a sense of steel, he couldn't top it. Xin Luoxin, today is another day of thinking about General Cylinder. Xin Luoxin, picture. Xin Luoxin, picture. Lin Chuan couldn't sit still after reading it. He wanted to challenge his soft underbelly, defeat his own demons, hone his steel-like consciousness. Lin Chuan, Coastal International Hotel. 11 o'clock at noon. You go there first and find a private room and wait for me. Xin Luoxin, great Mr. Cylinder, you finally came back to me. I have a friend who also likes you very much. Can I take her? Lin Chuan's petite body shook. What do you mean? Playing so perverted? Lin Chuan, feel free. Shinluoxin, thank you Mr. Zhang. Then we'll see you later. Mua. Shinluoxin, who had returned the message, hurriedly sent a message to Zhang Xini. Ms. Zhang, I have an appointment with Mr. Jar. Why don't you come over and find me? We'll meet him together later. Zhang Xini, okay, I'll come over to you right away. Lin Chuan's side had already gotten up and washed up, and had changed into a very handsome casual outfit. Bought it from the school. Not expensive, but he looked very handsome in it. He also secretly used Lu Ming's hairspray to style his hair. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Chuan smiled. Today's him was simply handsome. He was having thoughts about himself. Being handsome is also a sin. Just after arriving at the parking lot, Lin Chuan found two unusually alluringly dressed schoolmates taking pictures in front of his car. They were both wearing tight dresses, black stockings with letters on their slender legs, and a pair of diamond-encrusted high heels under their feet. Both had very wow figures, but their faces were very unnatural. Their smiles were stiff and had a technological feel to them. Lin Chuan went forward and smiled. Excuse me, two beauties, can you take this? The two beauties actually smiled daintily when they saw Lin Chuan. This little handsome guy was very handsome, but the way of picking up is really too old-fashioned. Such a wide road, you're letting us borrow it. Do you want to walk over us? A schoolmate with dyed brown hair approached Lin Chuan, placed her soft palms on Lin Chuan's shoulders, and said in Lin Chuan's ear with her warm breath, "Little handsome, want the contact information of the sisters to say straight on the line. Do not need to find any excuses. Sister will give you." Lin Chuan sniffed the scent in front of him, blushing. However, his heart remained as calm as water. He blushed because this woman was leaning too close to him. Even though he had grown so big, he was still a little chick. The most licentious thing he had done with a girl was holding Ren Wanwan's hand. That's why he blushed when his schoolmate leaned so close to him. What a cute little brother. Actually blushing. The other black-haired schoolmate also leaned over. The eyes were full of seduction, as if they were going to eat Lin Chuan in one bite the next second. Chapter 30. Zhang Xini. Lin Chuan laughed. Old me blushing is being too worldly. Think I'm interested in you too? Sorry, two school sisters. What I said about borrowing is that you're blocking my car. Lin Chuan said and pressed the car key. Drip. The silver Porsche 918 behind the schoolmates let out a response. The streamlined body was extremely impactful. The two schoolmates were dumbstruck. Little handsome, is this car yours? They stared at Lin Chuan as if they had seen a treasure. The little handsome guy in front of them was not only handsome, but he could actually afford to drive a luxury car that was over $10 million. I didn't expect to come out to send a friend circle, but I ran into the treasure boy. Must leave a contact. The two smiled at each other and walked straight towards Lin Chuan. Little brother, sister left you a contact, and later come out to play. Play poker or something, can call sister. Sorry senior sister, I still have things to do. Let's talk about it next time. Lin Chuan didn't agree and directly flew out with a kick of the gas. Hey, brother, wait. The two school sisters were furious and stomped their feet, leaving only a trail of exhaust in front of them. Lin Chuan had just driven to the entrance of the school when a familiar figure appeared in the janitor's room. Qi Niao? Lin Chuan only saw her wearing a pink dress. A pair of straight and smooth long legs swayed under the hem of the dress, and her skin revealed a luster that was as crystalline as jade fat. A height of over 1.7 meters, paired with a pair of delicate flat white shoes. The whole person appeared tall and stylish. She drew light makeup. Her demeanor was refined, and her long flowing hair swung with the wind, giving people a feeling of innocence and loveliness. The current her was like a neighboring sister, with none of her previous debauchery. The surrounding students were dumbfounded. Was this still the Tyrannosaurus Rex Missy they remembered? Was this guy on the wrong medication? Or was he stimulated by something? What do you think Qi Niao is up to? Could it be that she wants to fall in love? I think it's possible. After all, she's in her third year of college. If she can't find a date again, she's afraid she'll end up alone. That's really a strange pity. Such a beautiful beauty. No one dares to fall in love with her. Lin Chuan was also dumbfounded. What is this doing today? Could it be that beating her up last night unlocked some new attribute? Lin Chuan stopped the car and went over to greet her. Hi, Qi Niao. I didn't expect such a coincidence. What are you doing here? Qi Niao revealed a sweet smile when she saw it was Lin Chuan. Very gently, she said, I changed my car today and I'm here to register it. Lin Chuan turned his head to look over and found a brand new Porsche 911 parked next to him. Not yet licensed. Lin Chuan, where are you going? I'm going out to meet a friend. Lin Chuan smiled slightly. He realized that today's Qi Niao was simply beautiful beyond words. Smiling was like a fairy in the sky. The entire person exuded nobility, elegance. Qi Niao, you're so beautiful today. Lin Chuan heatedly smiled, just like a little cutie. Thanks. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. At this time, the gatekeeper grandpa helped them out. Student, your vehicle information is registered. Oh, okay, thank you grandpa. Lin Chuan also hurriedly spoke. Xin Yao, let me add you on WeChat. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. Good. Xin Yao took out the QR code. Lin Chuan scanned it. After agreeing, Lin Chuan smiled and said, then I'll leave first. See you some other day. Bye. Well, see you some other time. Bye. Lin Chuan's operation of these two people had left the crowd dumbfounded. Was it true what was rumored on the internet? The two of them were getting it on. Asterisk. This melon is too big. I can't take it anymore. Why is it that I'm not the least bit sad that my goddess is taken up with someone else? Why is that? Xinyao looked at the dumbfounded crowd and directly let out a roar. What are you looking at? Looking for death, are you guys? Asterisk. Quickly run. The female Tyrannosaurus Rex has stormed out. It was already past 11 when Lin Chuan arrived at the hotel. He walked into the entrance and swept around. He found that Xin Luoxin was chatting with a sexy dressed royal lady next to her. Xin Luoxin was wearing a sexy black JK uniform today. Under the pleated skirt was still her favorite black stockings, and the whole person was dimpled. And even when she was sitting, her perfect figure was visible. Fair face, exquisite makeup, a pair of big eyes as crystal bright as crystal, worthy of being the school flower of the art academy. One word, absolute. And the one next to her was not inferior to Xin Luoxin in any way. She was even more perfect than Xin Luoxin. She was wearing a long dress, her delicate collarbone was visible, and the swan necklace on her snow-white neck set off her perfect career line. Under the long skirt, a slender leg was revealed, and her delicate feet were wearing a pair of Valentino that had charmed countless men. Lin Chuan sighed at her figure and at the same time, he was amazed at her 1001 beauty-like face value. This should be Xin Luoxin's friend. Lin Chuan was just about to go forward to greet her when an elegant-looking man with glasses took the lead. May I ask if you are Ms. Cindy? Young Feng had an excited face. He had come to accompany a client out for dinner today. He didn't expect to go to the restroom and come back, but he found his goddess, Zhang Cindy. She was a new anchor in the Mouse Teeth face zone. Although she hasn't been in Mouse Tooth for long, with her angelic face plus her proud body, she has jumped to become the leader of the Mouse Tooth face value area. There was also that imperial sister-like seductive voice, which directly mesmerized Yang Feng, and there was no one else beside her, just a little beauty in a JK. This was a great opportunity for him. Even if he couldn't ask for the goddess's contact information, getting the contact information of the little beauty next to her would be fine. I'm Zhang Cindy, may I ask who you are? Zhang Cindy frowned. She didn't know anyone over here. I'm a sales manager and also a fan of yours. This is my business card. Yang Feng smiled and handed over a business card, while also shaking the gold watch in his hand. Oh, hello fan friend. Zhang Cindy smiled politely at him. I don't know if I can invite you and your friend to have a meal together. I don't have any other intention. I just want to get to know each other and make friends with you guys. Yang Feng was smiling with a kind face. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, we are waiting for someone. Thank you for your kindness. Zhang Cindy decisively refused. It's okay, just have your friend come with you when the time comes. And I'm a gold card member here. There are discounts for consumption. It won't cost much for an extra person. Yang Feng invited again. No Mr. Yang, please leave. My friend will be here soon. Zhang Cindy refused again. Ms. Cindy, just give me a chance with your face. I like you a lot. It's just a meal. There's really nothing else. Yang Feng had a sincere face, but his eyes wandered over the two beauties. Mr. Yang, I said I'm waiting for someone. Can you please leave? Zhang Cindy's voice was obviously much louder in the last sentence. She got angry. I've rejected you several times. Why are you so annoying? In normal times she would have turned her head and left, but today her mission was not yet complete. Friend, people have told you to leave. Why are you still here? Lin Chuan patted Yang Feng from behind. He couldn't look away. Chapter 31. How dare you disturb me from picking up girls? Isn't this harassing his friends in front of him? Originally, Lin Chuan thought that this guy would just eat a closed door and leave. I did not expect such a thick skin. Lies not go still? Ha! Yang Feng turned around. A boy was standing behind him. This boy, very handsome, doesn't look old, like a college student. Good guy. How dare a little chick tell me to leave, and dare to disturb me from picking up girls? Asterisk. Who are you? I'm talking to these two beauties. Where does it belong to you? A little brat. To interrupt? Hurry up and get out of here. Lin Chuan froze. I just slapped you and you're scolding me? Brother, are you usually this brave? You scolded me. I'm not going to talk to you. You hurry up and leave now or I'll call security to blow you out. Lin Chuan stared at Yang Feng expressionlessly. Blow me out? Good. I'd like to see who blows who out today. Yang Feng snorted coldly. Turning around, he dialed a phone. Hey, Manager Lee, there's a little brat in the hall right now who says he wants to blow me out. Just watch what happens. Young Feng hung up the phone after saying that. He was a gold card member who had spent over $5 million in the hotel. Just because you're a little brat, you dare to say that you'll let the security guards blow me out? Just wait and see. Not long after, the hotel lobby manager, Li Mingyuan, hurriedly ran over. What's wrong, Mr. Yang? What happened? I was chatting with these two beauties when this young man came over and said he wanted the security guards to blow me out. You tell me how to solve this today. Yang Feng said to Li Mingyuan with an angry face. Oh, which lad is it? Li Mingyuan asked. Yang Feng pointed at Lin Chuan. Lin, Mr. Lin, you're back. I said, why does the back look so familiar? So it's Mr. Lin. Li Mingyuan had a fawning face. Luckily, he didn't say much. Otherwise it would have been a big trouble if he had hit his boss's face. Who did you say he was? Mr. Lin? How could that be? He's so young. Yang Feng was incredulous. He had heard that this hotel had been bought by a young man surnamed Lin, but he definitely didn't believe that this young kid in front of him could buy this hotel. He was clearly wearing ground-level goods. How could that be possible? He was now filled with disbelief. Enough, Yang Feng, let me tell you, he's the new boss of our hotel. Lin Chuan, from now on, the hotel has blacklisted you. Now please leave, Li Mingyuan said with an angry face. No, I still have to accompany my clients. Don't kick me out. I'll leave after I finish eating with my clients. Yang Feng panicked. It didn't matter if the hotel was blacklisted. Just change the hotel. But if the client backed out, he'd be screwed. This is a big business of tens of millions of dollars. The boss would have to fire him. Manager Li. No, Mr. Lin, give me a chance. I'll leave after dinner. My client is still waiting for me in the room. Yang Feng ran to Lin Chuan and begged, completely lacking the arrogance he had before. Alright, you go back and eat, Lin Chuan said. He wasn't someone who couldn't be reasoned with. If he went too far, it wouldn't be beneficial to both sides. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Yang Feng ran back upside down. Manager Li, you go back and get busy too. Okay, Mr. Lin, if there's anything you need, just ask. After saying that, Li Mingyuan also left the hall. Mr. Lin, thank you for your help. Otherwise I really don't know what to do about it. Zheng Xini thanked Lin Chuan with a smile on her face. From their conversation, she also knew that the young man in front of her was the owner of this hotel, called Lin Chuan. Not only was he handsome, but he was also so successful, becoming a big boss at such a young age. How nice it would be if he was the cylinder chief. No need to be polite. You should. After all, I'm the one who asked you to come. Lin Chuan replied. You let us come? What do you mean? Are you the cylinder chief? Xin Luoxin and Zhang Xini both looked surprised. The internet godly man who threw away hundreds of millions of dollars was actually this young man in front of them? Yes, I'm the person you're waiting for. Where is the private room you've booked? Take me over. Lin Chuan smiled. Oh, okay, you come with me, Xin Luoxin said softly. She still hadn't slowed down from the surprise she had just experienced. In her imagination, Mr. Cylinder should be a middle-aged boss or something like that. She didn't expect him to be not only so young, but also so handsome. She was dying of happiness in her heart. If she could be adopted by him, it would simply be enjoyable. On the other side, Zheng Xini similarly didn't come out of her surprise. She thought the same as Xin Luoxin. If she really had to make sacrifices to Lin Chuan, she was still willing. After all, Lin Chuan was handsome and young, and also so rich. She couldn't suffer much. Should she make an effort to be his woman? In that case, wouldn't it be better? In the private room, after Lin Chuan sat down, Xin Luoxin and Zhang Xini sat beside him on the left and right. In their hearts, the two of them were each playing a small game, but both wanted to own Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan was uncomfortable being sandwiched in the middle. These two were both top-notch beauties and had different styles. Xin Luoxin was the type that was very sunny and lively, and this beauty called Zhang Xini, it was the type that was very sexy and flirtatious in the style of a royal sister. Mr. Cylinder, oh no, I should call you Mr. Lin, let me introduce you. This is the anchor of Mouse Teeth, Zhang Xini. She also likes you a lot and has been wanting to meet you. Xin Luoxin introduced Lin Chuan. Hello Ms. Zhang, you're so beautiful. Lin Chuan stretched out his hand and shook Zhang Xini's. Just as the two shook hands together, Zhang Xini actually pinched Lin Chuan's pinky. The movement was light, but the force was heavy. It seemed to be expressing something to Lin Chuan. Hello Mr. Lin, I've always heard of your great name. I didn't expect you to be so young and promising. Zhang Xini's voice was like magic, making people sound comfortable. Thank you. Immediately afterward, Lin Chuan shook hands with Xin Luoxin again. Lin Chuan was just about to let go. Xin Luoxin's small hand even blatantly scratched his palm. Lin Chuan was speechless. Why do you all like to make small movements so much? If you have an idea, just say it. Really convinced. Student Shin Luoxin, I've been following you for a long time. You're much prettier than the live broadcast, Lin Xuan said with a smile. Then you didn't contact people earlier. They've been waiting for you for so long. Shin Luoxin stared at Lin Xuan with an aggrieved face, and her little feet under the table even directly placed on Lin Xuan's legs. Lin Xuan's heart moved slightly. Gently retracting his leg, he let her foot naturally put down. There seemed to be a pot of cool water in his heart that was slowly heating up at this moment. I didn't just have time. I've been too busy lately. Lin Xuan was apologetic. Mr. Lin, you look much younger than me. Can I ask how old you are this year? Zhang Xini asked. I'm 18 now. I'll be 19 soon. I'm attending Iris University. Lin Xuan said very directly. 18 years old. I still feel young at 22 this year. I didn't expect you to be so young. Zhang Xini was surprised. She had just graduated from university and joined the live broadcast industry. She was the youngest in her company. She had thought that Lin Xuan was just looking young. She didn't realize that he was still in college. Yeah, I also thought that you should have graduated already. Now it seems like you're still my schoolmate. Shin Luoxin said with a red face. She was simply going crazy. Lin Xuan was really a treasure boy. It was just that he was rich and handsome, but he was even 2 years younger than herself. This really made her pick up a treasure. After the three chatted for a few moments, the waiter began to serve the food. The two ordered quite a lot. 14 dishes, 2 soups, and a few bottles of red wine. Lin Xuan had been hungry for a long time and didn't politely talk to them. He directly feasted. The two of them ate very little. Just one hard to pour Lin Xuan wine. Lin Xuan did not refuse. Red wine directly is water. It did not take long for Lin Xuan to eat most of the dishes on the table. He drank 6 bottles of red wine. Red wine is more powerful, and the degree of this wine is also relatively high. Shen Luoxin only drank 2 bottles, and then directly slumped, sleeping on the table. Zhang Xini also drank more than 2 bottles on her side, and although she didn't fall down, she was also staggering. She even started babbling. Brother Lin Xuan, you're so handsome, will you take me? Zhang Xini's entire body leaned on Lin Xuan's body, her face red as if she had a fever. Lin Xuan didn't know if she was speaking truthfully or drunkenly. He just said perfunctorily, fine, whatever you say, you're drunk. Let me send you to bed first. Chapter 32 Zhou Yuntao's Little Brothers. Lin Xuan assisted Zhang Xini, while her entire body was directly paralyzed in Lin Xuan's arms like a mess. Arriving at the front desk, Lin Xuan ordered, make me 2 rooms, and find someone to send up that girl in the private room. Okay Mr. Lin. After Lin Xuan got the room card, he directly carried Zhang Xini up the stairs. It couldn't be helped. She was already completely drunk, just a puddle of mud. It was impossible to go up without holding her. After opening the door to the room and putting her on the bed, Lin Xuan first poured her a glass of water and placed it on the bedside table, then thoughtfully took off the Valentino on her feet. Her feet were white and delicate, and soft just like a baby's. Although they were very pretty, Lin Xuan didn't mess around with them. Then Lin Xuan covered her with the quilt again. Just as he was getting up to leave, Zhang Xini grabbed him and slowly hugged him from his back. Feeling the fiery heat behind him, Lin Xuan was a little excited. Am I going to leave something here today? A fragrant breeze hit him. Lin Xuan, I'm so hot. Can you? Sigma _ angle, vomit. Asterisk. Zhang Xini, I'm not done with you. Waiter. Inside the presidential suite, Lin Xuan had already showered and changed into a new outfit. Looking at himself in the mirror, who had regained his handsomeness, Lin Xuan smiled. Handsome can be a real annoyance. It was getting late, and Lin Xuan wasn't planning on going back to school. Ding dong. At this moment, a cell phone beep came. Zhou Yuntao? Lin Xuan frowned. What's he messaging me for? Zhou Yuntao, Mr. Cylinder, do you have time tonight? Lin Xuan, what's up? Zhou Yuntao, our brothers and sisters would like to invite you for dinner. I don't know if you're free tonight. Lin Xuan, yes. You send me a location. Zhou Yuntao, okay Mr. Zhang, location. Zhou Yuntao, you send me a message when you're almost there. I'll go out to pick you up. Lin Xuan, okay. Lin Xuan went straight downstairs. After arriving at the hall, it was just as Chao Jia came this way from the doorway. She was wearing a small white skirt, revealing 2 long tender white legs, with a pair of white slippers on her feet. The whole person was dressed like a little neighbor girl. Only the injured ankle still had a plaster on it. She should be here for the night shift. Lin Xuan went forward and asked gently, Sister Chao, are you done with your ankle? It's already healed. Thank you Mr. Lin. No, I should call you Mr. Lin, Chao Jia said with a red face. As soon as she saw Lin Xuan's handsome face, she remembered the scene where Lin Xuan pressed her foot, and she had even kissed him herself. Since that day Lin Xuan had lingered in her mind. She had dreamed of him several times in the past 2 days. Even this morning she dreamed of having sex with Lin Xuan. She knew she didn't deserve Lin Xuan, but she figured it out. Even if they couldn't be together, it was good to be able to stay with him all the time. I see you still have plasters on your feet. Are you really done? Lin Xuan said as he looked at her ankle. It's already healed. I put it on to consolidate it. Chao Jia replied. That's fine. You go and get busy first. Lin Xuan said. Okay, Mr. Lin. Chao Jia replied. Lin Xuan drove his car to a large hotel close to the high-tech district. After parking the car, he sent a WeChat to Zhou Yuntao. He looked at the skyscrapers in front of him and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. A few years ago, when he first came this way, it was still a small alley with red lights. There were all kinds of stalls, abalone sellers, and pig killers. There were also a lot of coolly dressed young ladies waving at him, but he had no money at that time. Now he has money, but that familiar alley is no longer there. Hi, Mr. Jar. Mr. Jar, why didn't you send me a message earlier? I may as well come out early to pick you up. Zhou Yuntao said somewhat apologetically. It's fine, I just arrived as well. Lin Xuan replied. Come, I'll introduce you. This is our network god hero, Mr. Zhang. Zhou Yuntao introduced the few juniors behind him. Good day, Mr. Jar. I've been listening to the legend of Mr. Zhang, and I saw Mr. Zhang at noon today. I didn't expect Mr. Zhang to be so young. He's really young and promising. You all flatter me. Actually, I'm just a younger brother in front of you. Lin Xuan said humbly. He was indeed a younger brother. Zhou Yuntao and the few of them, at a glance, were successful people around 25 to 30 years old. There was a very mature air about them. People like them should have already taken over their family's industry and morphed from the second generation of rich people to the first generation of rich people. And Lin Xuan only had a little more money than them. Mr. Zhang is too modest. Mr. Zhang, let me introduce you to these fellows behind me. They are all shareholders of our project. This is Zhang San. This is Li Si. This is Wang Wu. This is... Zhou Yuntao pointed to the 4 people behind him and introduced them one by one to Lin Xuan. Hello guys. Lin Xuan greeted them one by one. Mr. Zhang, I have 2 groups here. I'll pull you in. One is on our project. One is our Iris 2 group. Usually any activities will be notified in the group. Zhou Yuntao said. Okay, you pull me in. Just get to know these rich second generation. Lin Xuan said. Alright, just give your consent. Let's go. Mr. Zhang, let's eat first. Look, I forgot about this. Zhou Yuntao patted his head and laughed. In the private room, the dishes were already served. Zhou Yuntao got up and yelled. Come on, brothers, let's toast to Mr. Jar. I wish Mr. Jar a successful career. To Mr. Jar's success. I'd like to wish you all the same. Lin Xuan picked up his glass and drank it all in one go. And this second cup of wine. I wish our project a complete success. Zhou Yuntao yelled again. To the complete success of our project. And this third cup of wine. Wish us smooth sailing. Wish us smooth sailing. 3 glasses of white wine went down, and the crowd got high. Those who bragged and those who pretended. There was even a person who said that Ma Yun was the poorest in their village. Brother, you're drunk. Ma Yun is clearly from our village. You fart. Ma Yun is my father. What's he doing in your village? Zhou Yuntao saw that everyone was almost drunk, so he proposed to go to a bar to have some fun. Lin Xuan saw that they were all drunk and just wanted to refuse. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, they all ran out. Lin Xuan had no choice but to follow them out. The crowd hired a few chauffeurs, then drove to the hottest moose bar in Iris. The security guard at the door took a look. Good guy. Porsche 918, Ferrari 488, Lamborghini Maverick, BMW M8, McLaren GT, Maserati President. Every one of them was a luxury car of over $1 million, and there was even a $10 million supercar. This was the big customers. He quickly contacted the bar manager. The bar manager had an excited look on his face as he led the staff and helped the few of them into the bar. Chapter 33, Pride Away? Inside the bar, it was bustling with activity, filled with the smell of cigarettes and alcohol and the scent of women's bodies. It was the first time Lin Xuan had ever been to a bar in his entire life. This scene of red lights and drunkenness made him completely enter a new world. On the platform, there were girls in ultra-short skirts dancing passionately at regular intervals. In front of the bar DJ was an oversized undulating board, on which countless young pretty girls were shaking their bodies. The ear-piercing music was mixed with the cheers of the crowd. At the climax of the music, colorful pieces of atmosphere paper were sprinkled in the air. The bar manager brought Lin Xuan's crowd to a better location in the center, at Cardinal 008. Here just a few guests have something to slip. The manager arranged them a few here. The people who can drive these luxury cars. Our Iris have a face character? And are not bad money lord. The bar manager arranged them here to give them face. Otherwise, card seats like 000, 006, 008, 012, etc. would all need to be booked in advance, and it's not always possible to get an appointment. Several gentlemen, welcome to Muse Bar. I wish you all a good time. The bar manager laughed. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the female salesperson behind him immediately greeted him. Several handsome gentlemen, let's see what kind of drinks you need to order. The female salesperson handed Zhou Yuntao's crowd a tablet with a smile on her face. Zhou Yuntao wanted Lin Xuan to order, but Lin Xuan stated that you guys can just do it. The few of them also didn't be polite with Lin Xuan. Zhou Yuntao crunch a meal operation. Beer, red, champagne, fruit juice, wine zai, pre-mixed cocktails, and what XO, ox head and horse face and so on, but also the whole of a 129999 Supreme Dragon set. In short, the price of the high price of his order all over again. A few fellows behind him added some entertainment items, acrobatics, salutes, atmosphere paper, snacks and so on. There was also a fellow who muttered a few words in the saleswoman's ear before throwing a you-know-what look towards the crowd. After ordering, nearly $500,000 were spent. Zhou Yuntao swiped his card, and it didn't take long. A burst of Supreme Divine Dragon Set's exclusive music rang out. At the same time, the bar DJ cried out passionately, "Congratulations to our 008 card holder VIP for successfully consuming a set of Supreme Divine Dragon Sets worth $129,999. Let's cheer together." Shocking music, brilliant lights, the crowd's passionate shouts, instantly let the bar's atmosphere burn to a new height. Countless pretty boys and girls screamed and cast envious gazes at them. A 130,000 set of Supreme Divine Dragon Set, plus a few other things, would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars at least. Most of them were ordinary young people. They came to the bar to play purely to release the pressure in their hearts. There are also those who come to look for sexual encounters. Usually they spend only a few $100s. $130,000 for a dragon set is like 2 years of their salary. They didn't even dare to think about it. The next moment, a group of beautiful women wearing cool uniforms and swaying with long legs held up lighted signs and walked towards Lin Xuan and the others with a very seductive pace. They were followed by a long line of atmosphere groups. The order in which the drinks were boarded was also from highest to lowest. In front, a few girls in ultra-short skirts were holding up a group of expensive drinks, with gorgeous packaging and dazzling circles of running lights. The drinks held up by a couple of guys at the back were not illuminated, but they were equally shocking to the hearts of others. After the drinks were served, acrobats and salutatorians also showed their talents. After that came up a few white-skinned beautiful long legs beauty in passionate hot dance. The surrounding crowd was dying of envy. Why don't I have such rich friends? Lin Xuan looked at everything in front of him with a shocked face. It turns out that it can be so high in here. No wonder those rich people like to run to such occasions. It wasn't just enjoyment, it was a kind of self-indulgence. After the show, a few little beauties from the atmosphere group sat directly beside them. Zhou Yuntao and his several little brothers were obviously bar regulars. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, they went straight to work. Lin Xuan's side was slightly more restrained, just drinking and chatting with a 17-year-old little sister. During this time, the little sister repeatedly gave him a look, signaling that he could be a little more daring, but Lin Xuan refused. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't lay his hands on her, a girl who was even smaller than himself. He really couldn't bring himself to be interested. A little while later, two girls dressed up in style sat next to Lin Xuan. Their looks and bodies were superior, and their dress was even more daring, with light fabrics accentuating their full career lines. Under the sexy hot pants, a pair of long black silk legs were slender and straight. "Handsome guy, you're so handsome, can I have a drink with you?" The beautiful women spat out fragrant orchids and said in Lin Xuan's ear. They had long been eyeing the table of 008. Just by looking at the temperament and dress, this table was a few rich second generation. Especially after consuming so many drinks, it strengthened their resolve to come and hit on them. Several other people were busy talking to the little beauties. Only Lin Xuan, the handsome man, was eating snacks and drinking wine. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with the little beauties around him, not willing to talk to her. The two of them, on the other hand, were several notches better than the little beauty next to Lin Xuan in terms of figure and face value, so the two of them together would definitely be able to take him down. Of course, it's a great honor for the two beauties to come and drink with me. Lin Xuan smiled. The two of them sat beside him on the left and right. Lin Xuan enjoyed it very much. At the same time, Zheng Sinning and Xin Luoxin came to mind. It was the same scene, but not as bold as these two beside him. "Handsome guy, let me add you to WeChat, so you can call us when you come back in the future," the long-haired beauty said. Lin Xuan took out his cell phone and scanned it. "You sweep me too." My girlfriends and I opened a room in the hotel next to us. Do you want to come to fight the landlord later? The short-haired beauty said as she leaned on Lin Xuan's shoulder. She was very direct. Lin Xuan was confused. I'll sweep you a WeChat first. Fight the landlord later. Lin Xuan responded with a smile. These two girls were worthy of being frequent visitors to such occasions. They didn't blush or jump when they spoke. Lin Xuan was calm on the surface, but his heart was already steaming. Shan, Kiki. At this time, a little brother with a perm walked over. He looked at the two beauties sitting beside Lin Xuan with a shocked face. How did you two get here? He was dumbfounded. The girls he had spent thousands of dollars to ask over. They were pried away in the effort of squatting in a pit? Brother Wang, the two of us came over to get to know this handsome guy. You shouldn't mind. The little brother didn't say anything. He just stared at Lin Xuan furiously. He was just an ordinary office worker who had unintentionally met these two beauties. After knowing that they liked to come to the bar, he spent a month's salary to ask the two of them out. But the wine he drank just now was a bit fake, and he suddenly got an upset stomach. I didn't expect that the effort of going to the toilet would be tapped. He was furious. He wanted to make a move, but he held back. The few people in front of him looked like rich second-generation people. He couldn't afford to mess with them, but he couldn't swallow this breath. This brother, the two beautiful women I asked out were pried away by you. This isn't quite appropriate, is it? Chapter 34, do you want me to educate him? Brother? Ha! Lin Xuan's entire body went numb. When did I pry you away? It was clearly your two friends who came over to seduce me. Brother, I think you should have misunderstood. I didn't pry your friends, but these two friends of yours came over to me by themselves. Lin Xuan stood up and said with a sincere face. At this time, Zhou Yuntao also realized that something was wrong. He walked over and looked viciously at the little brother in front of him before turning his head to Lin Xuan and saying, What's wrong, Mr. Zhang? Do you want a brother me to educate him? Lin Xuan waved his hand and said, A small misunderstanding. It's already fine. That's fine. You play first. I'll go over and chat with that little sister again. He. Zhou Yuntao glanced at the two beauties beside Lin Xuan then smiled at Lin Xuan. Good. Lin Xuan replied. The face of the little brother opposite was red and green under the light. He was numb with fear when Zhou Yuntao came over just now. Lin Xuan was a bit better. He was very kind looking. Zhou Yuntao, that guy is big and thick. When he smiles it's not much. When he is fierce it's like a murderer. Zhou Yuntao, a look. Little brother directly legs are numb. Only after he left did the little brother come to his senses. Oh, so it's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. The little brother gulped and said to the two beauties again. Shan, Chi, let's go back. Don't disturb these brothers. No, Brother Wang, you go back. We're going to drink with this handsome man. The long-haired beauty even threw a wink at Lin Xuan after she finished. Brother Wang, when the time comes, you can just leave directly after drinking. We're going to play a little game with this handsome guy. The short-haired beauty also opened her mouth. The little brother's face glowed green and his heart was about to break into pieces. Marred, too. Forget about coming out with me to hook up with someone else. Also letting me off the hook in front of others. You two wait. I do not dare to fight with them. Still can't rule you two little people. Lin Xuan, from the expression of the little brother can be seen at this time his heart is very upset. After all, no one's heart is good. He hadn't made a move yet and it was already considered good. After all, this scenario in the novel would inevitably lead to a conflict. Lin Xuan stepped forward and took hold of little brother, then said in his ear, Brother, I know you have a hard time in your heart, but I can't help it if the two of them don't go with you. Let's do it this way. I'll give you a bit of compensation, and let's just forget about this matter, okay? Little brother was dumbfounded. There is such a good thing? He originally thought that this loss would be a certainty today. He didn't expect this little brother in front of him to be very good at it. Don't want it for nothing. He directly pulled out the collection code. Lin Xuan casually made a wave of transfers. Your account has been credited. 100,000 yuan. The little brother was dumbfounded as he looked at the balance in his cell phone. He himself had only spent a few thousand tonight. This $100,000 was worth a year and a half of his salary. Was this the strength of the rich? Throwing out $100,000 is just like playing. His heart instantly turned from a rainstorm to a sunny day. Even the corners of his mouth unconsciously began to rise. Brother, this is a bit much. Really a bit much. It's fine. Just make a friend and have a drink together the next time we see each other. Right. Lin Xuan waved his hand and smiled. Then thanks a lot. Have fun. The little brother slipped away with a happy face. With this money, he went to a bath center and ordered 10 technicians. Isn't it better than coaxing these two people? After Lin Xuan went back and sat down, the two beauties wrapped around like octopuses. One forceful irrigation Lin Xuan wine. Lin Xuan is also very cooperate with them. Come, how much to drink, how much? After a few rounds, all three drank a lot. They even left a few bright red lip marks on Lin Xuan's face. handsome guy, what's your name anyway? The long-haired beauty's fingers gently brushed Lin Xuan's cheeks, teasingly flavorful. My name is Jiangbei Peng Yuyan. I'm nicknamed a little green amongst all the flowers. Lin Xuan was a little drunk. He drank a lot at noon, and then he drank a lot with Zhou Yuntao and a few of them at dinner in the evening. He had also been poured several bottles of oxhead and horse face by these two beauties. The current him was already babbling a bit. So little brother Peng Yuyan, do you think the two of us look good? The short-haired beauty directly drilled into Lin Xuan's arms and chirped. Good looking. You two are the best looking beauties I've ever seen. Lin Xuan was a bit overwhelmed. His heart was on fire. It was like the feeling of a pot of hot water about to boil. So he excused himself to go to the restroom. After washing his face with cool water, he sobered up a lot. Looking at himself in the mirror, he strengthened his conviction. Can't let these two females have their way. The two of them were okay looking though, but Lin Xuan still didn't want to get involved with them. What if in the future he owed more debts for affairs and he couldn't pay them back? So directly out of the bar, then called Zhou Yuntao. Zhou Yuntao, hey, Mr. Cylinder, what's up? Lin Xuan, there's a small situation on my hotel side. I need to go deal with it. You guys play first. Zhou Yuntao, I'll see you off then. Lin Xuan, no need. I've already left. Let's get together again some other day. After Lin Xuan hung up the phone, the aftertaste of these foreign wines came up. He felt like he was walking lightly. He hurriedly called a chauffeur and drove back to the Coastal International Hotel. After arriving, Lin Xuan wobbled into the hotel. Chao Jia in the lobby saw Lin Xuan and hurriedly came over to help him. Mr. Lin, why are you drinking like this? At this moment, Lin Xuan was already drunk as a dog. All he could think about was those two beautiful women daintily by his side. You're really beautiful, Lin Xuan said in a daze. Chao Jia's pretty face flushed when she heard this. Mr. Lin, you've had too much to drink. Let me send you up. Chao Jia strenuously helped Lin Xuan to the big bed in the presidential suite. He also thoughtfully took off his shoes for him. Just as Chao Jia was about to leave, Lin Xuan pulled her onto the bed. Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Chao Jia asked timidly with a red face. She felt the sound of Lin Xuan's heartbeat and his rapid breathing. She seemed to have guessed what Lin Xuan was going to do. Wasn't this a bit too fast? Although she liked Lin Xuan, she wasn't ready. Lin Xuan felt the warmth and scent in his arms. The pot of hot water in his heart completely boiled. You're really beautiful. I like you so much. In the next second, Lin Xuan directly covered the quilt. The night was surprisingly quiet. Electricity flashed and thundered in the room. The next day, the sun shone through the window onto Lin Xuan's face. He only felt energized and indescribably comfortable. When he opened his eyes, a pretty face appeared in front of him. He only saw that Chao Jia was blinking her big eyes with a blushing face and was looking at him in fascination. Chao Jia. Lin Xuan panicked. He hastily lifted the quilt, and a trace of coolness came over him. He knew he had made a mistake. Chao Jia, listen to me. Actually I was. Last night. Without waiting for Lin Xuan to finish, Chao Jia gagged him. I know you drank too much last night, but it was of my own free will. Lin Xuan, you're a good man. I like you. I'm not asking you to give me anything, as long as you can let me stay by your side. Chao Jia hugged Lin Xuan and said tenderly in his ear. Chapter 35. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Last night, Chao Jia handed over the most precious thing she had in over 20 years. Although Lin Xuan had been rude to her, but she knew Lin Xuan was drunk to do so. She didn't regret it because she liked Lin Xuan. She even fantasized about playing with Lin Xuan. She just didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Chao Jia, don't worry. I'm not an irresponsible person. I'll treat you well. Lin Xuan kissed Chao Jia's lips with a deep expression. Chao Jia also tried to respond to Lin Xuan. When the love was deep, Lin Xuan quietly covered the quilt again. Lin Xuan picked up his cell phone and saw that it was already past 11 in the morning. Chao Jia had already taken a shower. He hadn't eaten in the morning and had sweated so much. By now, he was already starving. He got up and put on his pajamas, then dialed the housekeeper's number. Send a lunch up for me, as usual. Replace the caviar and French foie gras with phoenix wings and steak. Taking this time to wait for the food, Lin Xuan also went to take a shower and changed into a new outfit. Just as he was self-absorbed in front of the mirror, Chao Jia, wrapped in a bathrobe, hugged him from behind. Hungry? Lin Xuan turned around and touched her head, saying softly, it's not bad, it's just that my waist hurts a bit. Chao Jia said with some grudges. Chao Jia didn't expect Lin Xuan to be so energetic. Her entire body was falling apart right now. Lumbar pain? Let me rub it for you, Lin Xuan said and leaned in. Chao Jia hurriedly pushed him away. No need, I'm fine now. She was afraid that Lin Xuan wouldn't be able to hold it again. Then she would really fall apart. Then let me take you to buy something after dinner, Lin Xuan proposed. No need. I've been working all night and I've been tired for a long time, and I've been tossed around by you this morning. so I'll go back to bed after dinner. Chao Jia shook her head and said, alright then, we'll go back when you're rested. Lin Chuan didn't force himself, he knew that Chao Jia was already weak. After all, his own body that was 3 times the size of a normal human's was not something that anyone could stand. Knock knock knock. Mr. Lin, your meal is up, the butler yelled outside. Just come in, Lin Chuan replied. He waited for Chao Jia to finish changing her clothes and then went downstairs with her. The large dining table was already filled with high-grade dishes. There were 20 courses in total. Chao Jia came down and looked dumbfounded. Mr. Lin, why did you order so many dishes? How can just the 2 of us eat it all? Chao Jia said with a frown. She knew that Lin Chuan had ordered so much for her, but these dishes were truly a bit of a waste. It's fine. You eat as hard as you can and don't worry about the rest. Also, in the future, call me Mr. Lin at work. Just call me Lin Chuan in normal times. Got it? Lin Chuan said with a serious face. His tone was not to be questioned. Got it Lin Chuan. Chao Jia nodded. Let's eat then. Good. Lin Chuan ate slowly. Only after Chao Jia was full and went back to rest did he feast. Soon, 20 dishes were eaten by him. Ding dong. At this time, another message came from Lin Chuan's cell phone. He opened it and saw that it was a message sent to him by Xin Luoxin. Xin Luoxin, Senior Lin Chuan, where are you now? Xin Luoxin was currently lying on her bed shaking her feet waiting for Lin Chuan's message. She was drunk yesterday, now just waking up. I thought that Lin Chuan would have gotten her last night. It turned out that nothing happened. She was a bit lost. Yesterday she was trying to take Lin Chuan, specifically wore the JK uniform that boys love, and even hinted at him many times, but he just didn't appreciate it. Even she was beginning to doubt her own charm. But on second thought Lin Chuan must have liked himself to give himself a reward. Otherwise how could he reward so much money? At this time, Lin Chuan replied to her. Lin Chuan, I'm in the hotel. What's wrong? Xin Luoxin, which room are you in? Lin Chuan, XXXX Presidential Suite. Xin Luoxin, I go up to find you. You wait for me ha. Lin Chuan this side saw directly after a mouthful of Fiji mineral water sprayed out. Xin Luoxin is coming over? What does she want to come over to find herself? Lin Chuan? She came over to find himself what to do. Lin Chuan with the toes think all no. Lin Chuan thought this point Xin Luoxin should have gone. I didn't expect to be monkeying around with her. Lin Chuan just liked her appearance, but did not want to have too much intercourse with her. He was still a bit resistant to Xin Luoxin in his heart. After all, her battle record was well known in the student circle. Even the teachers she could lay her hands on. Lin Chuan panicked. He was just about to pack up and run away. The next second, the housekeeper's phone call came through. Mr. Lin, there's a little girl at the door who says she wants to go in and look for you. What do you think? Lin Chuan was speechless. Still a step slow. Let her come in. The door to the room opened and Xin Luoxin trotted over with an excited face. With a jump, the entire person hung onto Lin Chuan's body. Senior Lin Chuan, I've missed you to death. Mooah. Xin Luoxin directly left a large lip print on Lin Chuan's face. Xin Luoxin student, you come down first okay? Feeling the softness in his arms Lin Chuan blushed. This Xin Luoxin fellow was too proactive. Lin Chuan felt like he was a lamb to the slaughter. Xin Luoxin also seemed to feel that this wasn't good, so she jumped down and directly jumped into Lin Chuan's arms. Brother Lin Chuan, I like you so much, Xin Luoxin said while stroking the muscles of Lin Chuan's back with her soft little hands. Your body is also great. Let's play games together, okay? Xin Luoxin tilted her head and stared at Lin Chuan. It was as if it was as simple as drinking water for her to say this, and surprisingly, she didn't blush a bit. Lin Chuan's nosebleed almost spewed out when he heard it. Are you so anxious to give yourself away? He also didn't know if Xin Luoxin really liked herself or if she wanted to reward herself in return for her reward. But there were still some things that needed to be made clear to her. Otherwise it wouldn't be a good idea for her to keep pestering herself. Xin Luoxin, what's up brother Lin Chuan? Xin Luoxin replied. Do you know what I want to give you a reward? Lin Chuan asked. Because I'm good looking right? Xin Luoxin replied. But do you know why I avoided you a while ago? Lin Chuan asked again. Wasn't it because you were busy? Xin Luoxin thought about it and said. It's because I knew about your deeds. That's why I avoided you. When Lin Chuan finished saying this, he obviously felt Xin Luoxin in his arms tremble a little. The hand holding him also gradually let go. Xin Luoxin was lost in her heart. She knew what Lin Chuan meant by that. She had had so many boyfriends. He disliked himself. She also understood that she was a scum girl. A scum girl who only thought about money in her head. But she did like Lin Chuan too. He was tall and handsome, had an okay personality, and was helpful. She didn't blame anyone because she was to blame. She only hated herself for looking at the wrong person. Believing in the scum too soon and giving her first blood too soon. That's why she started to degrade herself. Wandering between the flowers all day long. She hated herself. Hated herself for not needing Lin Chuan earlier. Maybe she learned to refuse at that time. Maybe she didn't meet the scum at that time. Then she would have been able to be with her favorite person. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Some mistakes once made can never be turned back. I understand. Senior Lin Chuan, I'm the one who disturbed you. Her voice was small and she lowered her head. In fact, her eyes had already filled with tears. Chapter 36, Beacon Play. She turned to leave, tears streaking across her white cheeks. Lin Chuan didn't hold her back, but kept sending her out of the hotel. Thank you, Senior Lin Chuan. You go back. Shin Luoxin squeezed out a smiling expression. Remember to send me a message when you return to school. Lin Chuan softly admonished. Can we still be friends? Shin Luoxin asked carefully. Haven't we always been good friends? I'll go find you to play sometime. And then you have to treat me to the delicious food in your school. Lin Chuan smiled. Well, I'll wait for you. Shin Luoxin revealed a sweet smile. Lin Chuan watched Shin Luoxin leave and then turned around and returned to the suite. Sending a message to Chao Jia, he asked her to come over and find himself tomorrow morning. Then he threw himself onto the big bed and swiped through the videos. It didn't take long for Shin Luoxin to send him a message. Shin Luoxin, brother Lin Chuan, I've arrived at school. Lin Chuan immediately sent him a message back after seeing it. Lin Chuan, it's fine if you've arrived. Take a good rest. When there's time I'll go to your school to find you to play. Shin Luoxin, okay, I'll wait for you. After chatting with her, Lin Chuan joined the two group chats that Zhou Yuntao had invited him into. He had been playing last night and he had forgotten to agree. A project group, in which there were just a few people they'd eaten with, and there was currently no news. The other Iris 2 group, which was chatting away. Zhou Yuntao popped up first after Lin Chuan joined. Zhou Yuntao, Mr. Cylinder, you can come in. I thought you forgot about it. Lin Chuan, I got high yesterday and just woke up now. Then Zhou Yuntao aided all the members. Zhou Yuntao, everyone, listen to me. This new member who joined the group just now is our famous Mr. Jar. Let's give a warm welcome. When these words came out, the group instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 now. Mr. Jar, is it really Mr. Jar himself? Geez, it's still Brother Tao who's awesome. Surprisingly, he's gotten Internet God Master Cylinder in. Mr. Jar, I've liked you for a long time. Can I ask you to have dinner with me someday? Blushing, my little brothers have been admiring you for a long time. Mr. Jar will have to take care of my little brothers in the future. Mr. Zhang will give you a red packet. Mr. Zhang will give you a red packet. Send red packets. There were more than 20 people in this group, both male and female. All of them were the rich second generation that Iris had made famous. They said they were rich second generation, but in fact, their family's assets were not much. Most of them were worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars. Only less than 10 of them have more than $1 billion. This was still the total assets, and the amount of money that could be taken out was even less. After all, this was in the quasi-second-tier city of Iris, so naturally, it couldn't be compared to those rich kids in Magic City. That's why they adore Mr. Cylinder. The person who can casually reward a few $100 million is definitely a super big brother. His family's wealth is at least tens of billions, even hundreds of billions. Lin Chuan first sent a dozen red envelopes to liven up the atmosphere. The amount is not much, 188 each. After all, the most can not exceed 200. Total cylinder atmosphere. Total cylinder atmosphere. Lin Chuan, hello everyone. I am the Lonely Ashtray. Please take care of everyone. You can contact me at any time if you have any projects or activities. Lin Chuan politely replied with a message. Mr. Cylinder is polite. It's you who takes care of us more. Mr. Zhang is too polite. Originally Lin Chuan was planning to bring Chao Jia to buy a suite tomorrow after she came over, but the better houses on this side of Iris have all been sold. He then thought of asking in the group if there was anyone who wanted to offer a house. After all, these rich second-generation people have a wide range of relationships. If they didn't, they could also help contact them. I recently wanted to buy a house in Iris capital, preferably a better one. Price is not a problem. I don't know if you have any listings? Lin Chuan typed and asked. Me, I do. He just sent it out, and immediately a groupie called Beacon Playing the Lords replied. Brother Pig, your villa hasn't been sold yet? It's been more than a year. Didn't a person go to see it last week? Don't mention it. All the other talks are good. Finally heard the price, turned his head and left. It's also your villa is too luxurious. Ordinary people can't afford to live. Ha ha. Mr. Cylinder, I have a villa. I don't know if you are interested in it. This groupie called Beacon Fire Playing with Lords sent a message to Lin Chuan. Okay, add me as a friend. Let's chat privately. Lin Chuan replied. Okay Mr. Jar. Ding dong. Beacon players requested to add you as a friend. After Lin Chuan agreed, the other party quickly sent a message. Mr. Cylinder, hello. My name is Liang Huifeng. You call me Xiao Liang on the line. You can really timely rain my set of villas online hanging more than a year are not sold. There are a few people to see but the price is too expensive. They do not want. Price is not a problem. Where is your house location? Lin Chuan typed and asked. On this side of the upper corridor. I'll send you a location. Location. This villa is detached. It's the king of the building in the whole villa area. 3 floors, total area of 1260 square meters, with front and back gardens, garage, basement, gym, open-air swimming pool, etc. Immediately after that he sent a dozen more photos. There were indoor ones, outdoor ones, garden ones, basement ones, no matter the decoration, or the design, all of them were full of luxury scents, comparable to the presidential suite he lived in. And the location was also in the center of the city where every inch of land is expensive, surrounded by shopping malls, hospitals, schools are very close. Coastal International Hotel is only 2 intersections away. This house was simply too suitable to give to Chao Jia. I can go over to see the house tomorrow. Do you have time? Lin Chuan sent a message and asked. Yes, of course, I have time anytime. Just contact me in advance when you arrive. It's just that the price is much higher than other villas. After all, it's the king of the building. Liang Huifeng replied. Price is not a problem. Just interview tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Zhang. I'll wait for you. Liang Huifeng immediately replied. He was excited. He had bought this villa just to make a profit after it had increased in value. He didn't expect it to be easy to buy, but difficult to sell. The price was too high. No one bought it at all. Hanging online for more than a year. Asked a lot of people, but once they heard the price turned their heads and left. After all, the price of nearly 100 million. Not who can take out. Fortunately, I met Mr. Jar today, and it was really lucky. Lin Chuan's side closed his cell phone after chatting with him. He was already sleepy. Last night, he played until late, and this morning, he did a morning of exercise. It had been hard to keep his eyes open for a long time. Lin Chuan collapsed and fell asleep. The next day, Lin Chuan had just finished breakfast when Chao Jia walked in. Did you ask me to come here today for something? Chao Jia squirmed with a red face. She thought that Lin Chuan wanted to do that with her again. That's why she sent a message to call herself over. Lin Chuan got up and swept her into his arms, then kissed her smooth forehead. Then he looked at her fondly and said, I'll take you to buy something today. As soon as she heard it was to buy something for herself, Chao Jia hastily refused. There's no need to buy me something. I'm not trying to figure out your money with you in a piece. I truly like you. It's fine. I've said goodbye to each other. Let's go. Lin Chuan finished speaking and directly pulled her small hand out. Lin Chuan was very overbearing. Chao Jia liked his feeling of being an overbearing president. After getting on the car, Lin Chuan first sent a message to Liang Huifeng, then drove towards the villa location. The villa area wasn't far away. It was just 2 intersections, and it was soon there. Lin Chuan, what are you going to buy me? Chao Jia saw that he brought himself to a villa area. With some excitement in her heart, she asked. She seemed to have guessed Lin Chuan's thoughts. She knew about this villa area. It was claimed to be the most expensive and luxurious villa in Iris capital. The cheapest one would cost over $10 million. Could it be that he really wanted to buy himself a villa? Buy you a villa. This is also close to the hotel. It's also convenient to go to work in the near future. Lin Chuan said. Chapter 37, $85 million. Ah, this is too expensive. If you want to buy it, just buy me an ordinary house. I really can't have this villa. Chao Jia refused. She was touched in her heart. The fact that Lin Chuan could buy her a villa showed that he had her in his heart. But this over $10 million house she truly felt was too expensive. Chao Jia, you've given me your most important thing. It's only right for me to buy you something. And this villa is really just a small amount of money for me. I've rewarded hundreds of millions online. I'll be sad if you refuse. That's fine. Since you've said so, then I'll take it. Chao Jia said reluctantly. She was afraid that Lin Chuan would be sad if she didn't accept it. If he got angry and didn't like himself then it would be troublesome. This villa of Liang Huifeng was in the very center of the entire villa area. It was the largest and most luxurious. There were gardens in the front and back, lawns, and a small stream around it. Even the garbage cans are shiny. Liang Huifeng was already waiting at the door. He was less than 40 years old, wearing gold glasses and dressed very well. At a glance, he was the type of rich big boss. It was just that his looks were a bit lewd, a bit like a beast in clothes. Hello, Boss Liang, Lin Chuan yelled. You're Mr. Jar? Liang Huifeng froze. He had asked Zhou Yuntao and knew that Mr. Jar was a young man, but he didn't expect the famous cylinder chief to be so young. It looked like he was still in college. For a college student to have such a large amount of money, how rich should the power behind him be? Simply difficult to phenomenon. He decided, even if Mr. Zhang doesn't buy his villa, he still wants to have a good relationship with Mr. Zhang. As long as the relationship is good, leaning on this big tree, the benefits would definitely be few and far between at that time. Yes, it's me. My name is Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan stretched out his hand and shook Liang Huifeng's. I really didn't expect brother Lin Chuan to be so young. What a hero. Come, inside please. I'll show you the villa first. Liang Huifeng was fastidious and did not say some mutually polite words to Lin Chuan. He directly led Lin Chuan into the villa. As soon as he opened the door, an air of luxury came through. The entire hall was luxurious and atmospheric, even more gorgeous than in the photos. Although it wasn't as good as the Hall of Coastal International, it wasn't much worse. Brother Lin Chuan, the overall area of this villa is more than 1,200 square feet. The style of the entire villa is a 3-story duplex. There is also a basement, and the decorating style is a mixed Central European style. This villa has a total of 2 master bedrooms and 4 secondary bedrooms, 2 kitchens, 5 bathrooms, and independent dressing rooms, 2 bathrooms, 2 check rooms, and so on. There's also a private theater, a gym, a study, and a recreation room. Liang Huifeng took Lin Chuan to the rooftop by elevator. This place had also been transformed by him into a very romantic rooftop garden. There was also a ring of neon lights, which should be very pretty at night. Brother Lin Chuan, look. The back of the villa is a large open-air swimming pool. There is automatic heating in the pool. It can be at a constant temperature for all seasons. And there is also an automatic water-changing device. I invested nearly $10 million in this pool alone. In front of the villa is a garden and lawn. There are people in charge of taking care of it. And looking down from the rooftop, the lawn and flowers interact with each other. Isn't it like a huge flower? Brother Lin Chuan, what do you think? Liang Huifeng asked with a smile after giving him all the introductions he could. Not bad. Very good. Both the decoration and the design are impeccable. Especially this big pool. I like it very much. Lin Chuan nodded repeatedly. This villa was much better than he had imagined. The location was good. The decoration was good. And the design inside was perfect. Especially this big pool. If you went in for a swim after exercising, wouldn't it be a blast? At this moment, Chao Jia was admiring the garden in front of her. She had loved flowers since she was a child. Her previous dream was to have a garden of her own. To be immersed in the scent of flowers every day. It was just that life made her give up her dream when she grew up. Chao Jia, what do you think? Lin Chuan turned around and asked. I think it's fine, as long as you like it. Chao Jia said with a red face. The moment she thought that this villa was something Lin Chuan was going to buy for himself, her heart was incomparably excited. Who wouldn't want to have such a big house? Although she had seen quite a few houses, this was the first time she had seen such a big luxurious villa. It was no less luxurious than the presidential suite of a hotel. Even the toilet was full of artistic flavor. This roof garden is also romantic. If she could be with Lin Chuan at night, lying on a chair on the rooftop looking at the starry sky, it would be heaven. Not to mention her favorite garden. It would be like living here every day. It was estimated that she would be so happy that she would explode. As long as you think it's okay. Lin Chuan laughed. Brother Liang, let's talk about the price then. Okay, Brother Lin Chuan, come this way please. Liang Huifeng took a chair for Lin Chuan and sat next to him himself. Since you think it's suitable, then I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. This house I got in 2 years ago for nearly $50 million. At that time I bought it to increase in value. Now this side of the hole has gone up by 20%, plus the decoration and design, and so on for more than $20 million. Not to mention its appreciation space. The market price of this villa alone is more than $90 million. I'll give you a discount. You don't have to cut the price. A price of $85 million. If you think it's suitable, we can transfer it now. Liang Huifeng said very truthfully. This price is very transparent. What was the price of this villa back then and what is the price now can be found out with a quick check on the internet. If it was not for the downward trend in the price of Iris, he would not have sold it. So there is no such thing as pitting people. Lin Chuan also understands this very well, knowing that the price he offered was reasonable. I can also give you the full amount, but I want you to transfer the villa to the name of this MS, Chao Jia beside me, and the process must be completed this morning. Lin Chuan said seriously. Are you saying that you want to give this villa to this beautiful woman behind you? Liang Huifeng was all confused. No, this 80 million plus mansion was just going to be given away randomly? However, he was only confused for a moment before he slowed down, almost forgetting that this was the divine magnificent cylinder chief. People's rewards were $200 to $300 million, so this 80 million or so should be nothing to him. The rumors on the internet were really true. Mr. Zhang is an old colorful guy. Liang Huifeng envied the beautiful woman behind him, but at the same time, he admired Mr. Zhang's strength and means. With this kind of skill, is there any girl who can't be picked up? On Chao Jia's side, she was instantly shocked when she heard that Lin Chuan wanted to transfer the house to her name. She thought that Lin Xuan said to send the house, just let her come over to live. She didn't realize that Lin Xuan wanted to transfer the house to her. This was an $85 million house. Wasn't this the equivalent of directly sending her more than $80 million? Chapter 38. How did you pull it off so much after not seeing each other for a few days? Why is Lin Xuan being so nice to me? Could it be that he truly loves me? Chao Jia murmured in her heart. Other than genuinely loving someone, she couldn't think of a reason why Lin Xuan would be so nice to him. Lin Xuan, I love you. Chao Jia directly jumped into Lin Xuan's arms and nibbled, completely not putting Liang Huifeng in his eyes. At this moment, Liang Huifeng's eyes were glaring out. Hi, it is really high. A house of more than $80 million allows a beautiful woman to take the initiative to throw herself into the arms of a beautiful woman. The cylinder always has this kind of charm. The process went quickly. As soon as Liang Huifeng heard that Lin Xuan was going to pay him the full amount, he was immediately like chicken blood. Generally, like these large transactions, the payer will not pay up at all without delaying for a year and a half. In less than 2 hours, Liang Huifeng signed the agreement with Chao Jia and finished the process. Lin Xuan also directly transferred $85 million to him. Chao Jia was still a little confused when she got the real estate license. This big villa is mine? Lin Xuan, can you move over and live with me? Chao Jia's big watery eyes stared at Lin Xuan. I'll come and live here, but I'm still in school, so I'll probably live in the dormitory during the week. Lin Xuan said with a smile. Good, as long as you can come. The time was already past 12. Liang Huifeng still wanted to keep Lin Xuan for a meal together. Lin Xuan decisively refused. What are you doing being a light bulb in our two-person world? There is no eyesight at all. There is a new barbecue fish restaurant in the neighborhood. I heard that a lot of young couples like to go there to eat, so Chao Jia dragged Lin Xuan over there. But they were a little late. There was only one corner seat left. Lin Xuan had just walked over to the empty seat when a familiar pig's head stuck out from the side. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xuan, it's you kid again. Lin Xuan sniffed and looked over, only to see Jiang Kaijun, who wore a big back hair, eating grilled fish next to them. Next to him was a kawaii-dressed little loli. Yoo-hoo, isn't this my brother Jun? How come you've pulled it off so well after not seeing him for a few days? All mixed up to eating grilled fish? Lin Xuan immediately taunted as soon as he saw that it was Jiang Kaijun, the pig-headed man. Lin Xuan, so you guys know each other. Are you classmates? Chao Jia asked out loud. Lin Xuan, don't you damn well talk to me everyone else thinks we're acquaintances. Jiang Kaijun glared at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan turned back to Chao Jia and said, we're more than acquaintances. We're clearly close friends. Right, Jun. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xuan, don't go too far, otherwise Jiang Kaijun wanted to speak. He just wanted to say educate and educate you, but he suddenly remembered that he had been pretended to be a pig by this stinky beggar Lin Xuan before. He had received a severe beating. Well, do you still want to fight me twice? Lin Xuan laughed. Humph, no need for you to fool around here. We'll see. Jiang Kaijun didn't even eat the fish. Getting up, he pulled little Lori and scurried out in a rage. After coming out, Jiang Kaijun first let the little loli call a car to go back. Originally, he intended to go to the hotel after dinner to discuss life with Lori. Who knew that Lin Xuan suddenly appeared, making him not interested at all. Immediately after that, he pulled out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, Chang, help me find 20 brothers to come to this Sub-Zero 30,000 degree grilled fish that just opened. I want to teach someone a lesson. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Kaijun sneered. Ever since he got beaten up, he had watched Lin Xuan's video. Although Lin Xuan was very capable of fighting in the video, but he saw the difference at a glance. How could you not be able to beat 5 against 1? You think you know Kung Fu? And the opposite 5 people out of the move are very ordinary. Not at all to the vitals to hit. This is clearly Lin Xuan's idea of fame. He's practiced. Other people can't see it, but it's child's play in front of him. But Lin Xuan does have some skills, so he's prepared for anything. Even if you can fight 5, can you carry 20 people? Messy punches kill the teacher. One person and one punch-up man came and had no moves. Lin Xuan, just enjoy this last lunch. In the store, Lin Xuan's order had already come up. 2 5-pound grilled fish, a few small dishes, and 2 large bottles of juice. Lin Xuan, can we both finish it if you order so much? Chao Jia said with some grudges. It was obvious that she didn't know Lin Xuan's strength. Previously, when Lin Xuan ate with her, he always waited until she was full before Lin Xuan ate. It's fine, I have a big appetite. Just eat as much as you want. I'll take care of the rest. Lin Xuan said with great confidence. In one meal, Chao Jia only ate a fish tail. Lin Xuan made the rest. Chao Jia's eyes changed when she looked at him. Is your stomach that big? How can you be so loaded? After eating and drinking enough, Lin Xuan pulled up Chao Jia's hand. Let's go. Let's go to the next place. Chao Jia asked doubtfully. Where to? You'll know when we get there. Lin Chuan sold a lie. As soon as he went out the door, he saw a blackened group of people squatting across the street. At this time, Jiang Kaijun also saw Lin Chuan come out. He only saw him wave his hand, and the black pressurized 20 people aggressively walked towards Lin Chuan. What are Lin Chuan and the others up to? It can't be that they're coming for us, right? Should we call the police? Chao Jia hugged Lin Chuan's arm tightly and said in fear, "Don't be afraid. These are my classmates. You go to the store first. I'll go talk to them." Lin Chuan stepped forward, facing a few of them without the slightest fear. "June, did you find so many people to be my chaperone?" Jiang Kaijun stood in the C position and said very arrogantly, "Lin Chuan, I said that I would find you to settle the score, and I gave you enough face in front of your girlfriend to let you guys finish the meal quietly. Now, it's time for us to settle old scores." The group of juniors behind Jiang Kaijun also looked at Lin Chuan like he was looking at trash. Quite a few of them had weapons attached to their waists. Wooden sticks, steel pipes, whips, and even a few cups of milk tea. They were waiting. As long as Jiang Kaijun waved his hand, all 20 of them would rush forward in unison and beat Lin Chuan into a dead dog. Lin Chuan was just about to speak. A little brother quietly touched behind Lin Chuan with a stick. His favorite thing to do was sneak attacks. He wanted to give Lin Chuan a surprise. Lin Chuan snorted coldly. "June, you won't." Bang! Didn't wait for Lin Chuan to finish. The little brother directly struck Lin Chuan's head with a stick. The tremendous force caused the thumb-thick wooden stick to directly break into two. The crowd was dumbfounded. Jiang Kaijun was also dumbfounded. Where did this little brother come from? Who told you to do it? You as a villain. At least let people finish their words off. There is no work ethic at all. I still want to pretend a couple more times. How can I pretend? Jiang Kaijun was furious. Lin Chuan was furious. The fiery pain on the top of his head caused his anger to go straight to the top. With reddened eyes, he rushed at Jiang Kaijun and growled, "Jiang Kaijun, you're too impolite. It's just a matter of finding people to surround me, but you even made a sneak attack. I'm going to beat you into a pig's head." In the next second, Lin Chuan was like a god of war as he directly rushed towards Jiang Kaijun. Chapter 39 One man is like 1,000 horses. Hurry, quickly stop him. Don't let him come over. Jiang Kaijun panicked. Lin Chuan's hideous appearance seemed to make him see heaven. You still dare to rush over? Simply looking for death. Obviously, this group of punks didn't know Lin Chuan's strength. It was thought that he was just a better-looking white boy. Get him! 20 punks immediately rushed over. Many of them even drew out their guys. The ones who were drinking milk tea didn't drink it anymore and directly threw it on the ground. Lin Chuan didn't panic at all when facing 20 people. Like a tiger, he pounced straight at them. These 20 people look aggressive. In fact, they are all trash. They have been mixing with various places for years, and they have long been emptied of their bodies by alcohol and color. Lin Chuan beat them like a chicken. He came up with a right whip kick, followed by a left jab. In front of the two little brothers flew out directly. Behind them came up two more guys. Lin Chuan pulled a small kalami in front of him. The two sticks behind him hit the kalami's body solidly. The little kalami instantly let out a scream. Then he lifted up the kalami and violently threw it out, instantly smashing down a few people. Lin Chuan saw an opening and jumped, while at the same time kicking out with two stomps. Two more people lay on the ground and wailed. After that, Lin Chuan retreated while fighting. While pulling, he mercilessly harvested the heads on the field. He alone was like 1,000 armies. Looking out of the corner of his eye, wherever he went, there was not an inch of grass. Going in and out of the punks like no one was there. The punks were all crying out in pain as they were beaten. Is this still a human being? This is simply a beast. A few minutes later, 15 or 16 of them were already lying on the ground. There were two big legs who looked at the situation as not good and ran away in advance. There are still a few lying on the ground pretending to be dead, trying to muddle through. Lin Chuan didn't care about them, but walked straight towards Jiang Kaijun. Jiang Kaijun was scared into a cold sweat. He wanted to run, but his legs were as immobile as lead. Lin Chuan approached step by step, and he retreated step by step. Lin Chuan, just now I didn't get on. It's none of my business. Don't come over. Lin Chuan didn't say anything, he just walked towards him step by step. Jiang Kaijun couldn't retreat anymore, and finally sat down directly on the ground. Looking at Lin Chuan who had already arrived in front of him, Jiang Kaijun took a deep breath. He had already given up. Instead of recalcitrantly struggling, it was better to be alone and enjoy it. Come on Lin Chuan, point to point, don't hit your face. In the next second, a scream resounded through the sky. There were a few juniors who had just climbed up, but when they heard it, they directly lay back down again. A few minutes later, Lin Chuan had wiped his hands and turned around to return to the grilled fish restaurant. At this time, it was only then that the passers-by who had been onlookers on the sidelines had come out from the corner. One by one, their eyes dropped to the ground. It was as if what was in front of them was just like a dream. Asterisk 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 up. Is this young man so powerful? 1 beating 20 is like playing. This is not in a movie. This simply shook my mom for a whole year. June, are you alright? A junior brother who was playing dead went to Jung Saijuan's side and helped him up. At this time, Jung Saijuan's face had swollen into a pig's head. The words were stuttering. Marred. Damn Lin Chuan. I've said not to hit my face. Woo. Bring me that bastard who did the sneak attack. A few juniors immediately dragged the man lying on the ground pretending to be dead over. June. I was wrong. I just wanted to help you teach him a lesson. The little brother frantically begged for mercy. Teach him a lesson? Did you see my face? It's all because of you. Give me a beating. Beat him into a pig's head for me too. Immediately afterward, another burst of screams came. Lin Chuan, I'm not done with you. Zhang Kaijun roared up to the sky. On the other side, Lin Chuan had already driven away with Chao Jie in his Porsche 918. On the road, Chao Jie had been staring at Lin Chuan very deeply. Her eyes were both seductive and mesmerized. She had thought that Lin Chuan was already perfect, rich and handsome, with a good body. She didn't expect Lin Chuan to give her another surprise. His back was so dashing as he took on 20 people by himself. She felt like her heart had completely melted in Lin Chuan's arms. Lin Chuan, you're really handsome. Handsome is just one of my most inconspicuous points. There are many more advantages in me. You just haven't explored them yet. Lin Chuan babbled in a serious manner. Then can you tell me what other advantages you have? Chao Jie asked with mesmerized eyes. Many. I also know farming, maintenance, piano, guitar, etc. Even dance I know. Lin Chuan said seriously. You're just bragging. You can dance? Then will you give me a dance? No. I'm a bit embarrassed. Then you are bragging. I'm not bragging. I really can. Then dance for me. 10 minutes later, Lin Chuan drove Chao Jie to the Porsche 4S store. He wanted to buy Chao Jie a more upscale car, but was afraid she wouldn't want it, so he brought her here. There were a lot of girls who drove Porsches, which were low-key and not pricey, and it's not expensive either. Chao Jie shouldn't refuse. Go, I'll buy you another car. Lin Chuan said, didn't you just give me a house? Why are you buying me a car again? Porsche is just a Porsche. It's not expensive. It's just a few $100,000. Think about it. You live in such a luxurious villa. You don't drive a better car. Others won't laugh at you. Besides, I will go out to drink or something. You come to pick me up and take me back is not better? That's fine. But you don't have to buy me a good one. A plain one will do. Chao Jie nodded. She thought about what Lin Chuan said and it was right. It didn't matter about her own face or anything. She was an ordinary person anyway. If she went out to pick up Lin Chuan in the future, she was afraid that she would lose face to Lin Chuan if she didn't have a good car. Lin Chuan pulled Chao Jie into the door. A little girl just wanted to come over, and then was preempted by a female saleswoman next to her. Although she moved very gently, Lin Chuan could see that she was stealing the girl's customer. Some regular 4S stores had regulations. In order to avoid the phenomenon of stealing people, customers other than those with appointments are received in turn. But regulations being regulations, it was inevitable that some people would not take it seriously. Obviously, this female sales was this kind of person. This handsome man, may I ask if you want to buy a car or have your car serviced? The saleswoman had a warm face. When Lin Chuan parked the car, she saw that Lin Chuan was driving a Porsche 918. This car landed at $17 to $18 million back then. There was no doubt that this was definitely a rich owner. Even if it's not to buy a car, do a maintenance and so on, and then recommend him some other business, can also make a lot of commission. So she moved a little crooked mind from the new girl hand to ask for a customer. When the time comes, she will pay her back. Lin Chuan didn't answer her, but walked directly to the little girl. I want to buy a car for my friend. Can you show me the car? Lin Chuan smiled. Who he looked for was his right. Don't you like to steal people's customers? I won't let you have your way. Chapter 40, Paramila. Of course, this gentleman, please follow me. The little girl smiled. She had come to be a salesperson for more than a month, and she usually received people who only looked but didn't buy, or gave the car maintenance or something like that. Although the store stipulates that they take turns to receive, some of the store's older employees often bullied her for being a newcomer. When it was her turn to receive rich people, those old employees would rush to go. She was a newcomer and had no choice. Originally, she thought that today's customers were also gone, but this young man even came directly over to find himself. This made her heart incomparably happy. May I ask what model you are interested in? The young girl said with a smile after bringing Lin Chuan and the two of them to the showroom. Panamera, I think, quite suitable for a girl to drive. Is there a current car? Lin Chuan asked. Currently there is only one white existing car in the store, and the configuration is relatively high. If you want to choose other configurations or colors, you may have to wait for a while. The little girl replied. Okay, take me over to take a look. Okay. The two Lin Chuan followed the little girl to the Panamera. The little girl then began to introduce the configuration to Lin Xuan and the others. Lin Xuan nodded his head repeatedly after listening. The first feeling that this car gave Lin Xuan was that it was very cool. The white body was coupled with large 21-inch black wheels. In the back was a 4-outlet sports exhaust. Even the air vents were carbon fiber. The interior is also selected Porsche's most classic Bordeaux red leather duplex. Although this car might not be as sharp as his 918, Chao Jie driving this car was definitely a good match. Sir, this car's options are almost pulled full. The price of the options alone is more than 1,400,000. If you don't think it's suitable, we can also choose our own. The waiting time is also very fast. The little girl said to Lin Xuan very seriously. No need. It's it. Calculate the price for me. Lin Xuan waved his hand and said, Lin Xuan, this car is too expensive. I don't need to drive such a good one. Chao Jie said. It's fine. This car suits you, and you'll have to wait if you choose a different configuration. Lin Xuan explained. She said that waiting for the car would be quick, but I'm afraid it wouldn't come without 2 or 3 months, so it was better to just order this car. This beauty. Your boyfriend is so good to you. The little girl said with an envious face. If she had such a young and handsome boyfriend, she would probably wake up smiling in her dreams. We are just ordinary friends, Chao Jie said with a red face. Although Chao Jie wanted Lin Xuan to be his boyfriend, Lin Xuan had never made a statement. She also didn't want to ask. She was afraid of getting an answer she didn't want to hear after asking. If that was the case, it would be better to keep this relationship with Lin Xuan. Calculate the price for me. Lin Xuan didn't care about Chao Jie and directly pulled the little girl to the sofa next to him. Sir, all the costs of this car added up. The total is 2,756,000. I can go to the manager to apply for a small discount for you, but there isn't much that can be discounted. After the little girl crunched a bunch of calculations, she said to Lin Xuan, no need, just swipe the card. The formalities and such will be dealt with as soon as possible. Lin Xuan waved his hand and said with great bravado, am I the one who lacks this discount? If it is not afraid that Chao Jie does not want, Lin Xuan would like to buy her a Bugatti. After Lin Xuan swiped his card, the little girl directly called the manager. Also thoughtful to Lin Xuan brewed a cup of coffee, and then pulled Chao Jie to go through the formalities. The saleswoman over there looked green in the face. This car change in her opinion can at least commission 20,000, but it was actually snatched away by this new little girl. She was hateful and angry. It's just a little younger looking. It's still not as material as my sister. It didn't take long for the formalities to be completed. The manager personally drove the car to the door. The little girl ran to Lin Xuan with a grateful face and said thank you. She knew that Lin Xuan had come over to her in order to help himself. She was grateful to Lin Xuan and at the same time envied Chao Jie for having such a good boyfriend. Lin Xuan smiled at her. After that, the two of them drove away from the 4S store. Chao Jie was going to go to the villa to tidy up, clean the room, change the bedding and so on. After all, both herself and Lin Xuan would be living there in the future, and she wanted to clean up a bit. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, drove directly to the hotel. He was a bit tired and wanted to lie down on the big soft bed and rest. He got up early today and met Jiang Kaijun after buying a house with Chao Jie. Originally, he thought that there was nothing much going on. As a result, Jiang Kaijun directly found 20 people to block him. He was also knocked from behind. He now has a big bag on top of his head that hasn't been cancelled yet. After entering the hotel, the little girl at the hotel's front desk called out to him, Mr. Lin, there's a pretty girl who said for you to meet her in her room when you come back. Lin Xuan frowned. Beauty? Which beauty? It's the beauty who got drunk the afternoon before yesterday and you sent her upstairs. The small receptionist replied. Zhang Sini? Lin Xuan was confused. He thought Zhang Sini had already left. He didn't expect it to still be here. What is this imperial sister calling me over for? Could it be that she wants to treat me? Lin Xuan secretly guessed in his heart. When he shook hands with her at noon that day, Lin Xuan could see that she seemed to be a bit teasing towards him. She also leaned towards him from time to time. The hands were even more dishonest. She and Shen Luoxin worked together seamlessly. It almost made Lin Xuan surrender. Fortunately, he had a good body and a strong capacity for alcohol. He managed to get the two of them drunk. Otherwise, something would have inevitably happened. Good, Lin Xuan said, although he knew that Zhang Sini might not have good intentions. But what if there were other things? So he still planned to go and take a look. Bah, scummy man. The little receptionist watched Lin Xuan leave and cursed behind her back. He had Chao Jie, but he was still dabbling in womanizing all day long. It's true that rich people don't have a single good thing. Knock knock knock. Lin Xuan knocked on the door of Zhang Sini's room after arriving. Coming. Zhang Sini's seductive imperial voice came from the back door. Mr. Lin, it's you who's here. Please come in, Zhang Sini said with an excited face. She was dressed casually. There was only a thin nightgown on the entire body. The full career line rose and fell, and the inner lining inside was hidden. Underneath the slender legs, a pair of delicate feet were curled up in the slippers. The charming floral scent in the air continued to impact Lin Xuan's mind. Lin Xuan just casually swept a glance and his body temperature instantly rose several degrees. Zhang called me here, I wonder what's up. Lin Xuan forced himself not to look at her. Nothing much, just want to thank Mr. Lin. Come Mr. Lin, sit inside. Zhang Xini pulled Lin Xuan to sit on the sofa. Then she took out 2 cups and another bottle of red wine. Mr. Lin, thank you for sending me back to my room that afternoon. I'm just sorry for throwing up on you yet. Zhang Xini said with a red face as she leaned against him. She was actually too drunk to remember anything that night. She only remembered that Lin Xuan carried her to her room and gently took off her shoes. She had thought that Lin Xuan would do something to her, but when she woke up in a daze the next day she realized that her clothes were fine. Chapter 41. Is this wine expired? After asking the housekeeping aunt, she realized that she was the one who drunkenly vomited all over Lin Xuan. That night, she originally thought that Lin Xuan could stay. That way she could make the request for a rat tooth leader in passing. Lin Xuan was not in a good position to refuse. Unfortunately, she didn't get her way, and in the morning the leader rushed her again. Only then did she find an excuse to call Lin Xuan over. It's fine, Ms. Zhang is so pretty, I'm willing to spit on me a few more times. Lin Xuan said with a smile on his face as he took the glass. He was already a bit on top of his head right now. This Zhang Xini fellow was clearly tempting him. Not only was she dressed so alluringly, but she was also rubbing herself against Lin Xuan one after another. She even directly kicked off her slippers and put her feet on his body. Mr. Lin is really good at joking. Come on, I'll toast you with this glass of wine. Zhang Xini raised her wine glass and clinked it with Lin Xuan before gently taking a sip. Lin Xuan's mouth was a bit dry at this time, so he picked up the wine glass and directly took a sip. After drinking it, Lin Xuan pursed his lips, then frowned and asked, how does this wine have a strange flavor? Is it expired? Zhang Xini guffawed. In Lin Xuan's ear, she said softly, this wine was specially brought over for Mr. Lin to taste. Does Mr. Lin think it's not good? She spat out fragrant orchids and her 5 fingers gently scratched Lin Xuan's cheeks. Her eyes were mesmerized as she looked at Lin Xuan. After 10 seconds or so, Lin Xuan only felt the sky spinning. The scent in the air made him a little dizzy. The Zhang Xini in front of him became more and more illusory. What's happening to me? He tried to get up, but he was tightly pressed down by Zhang Xini. Mr. Lin, am I beautiful? Zhang Xini's entire body jumped into Lin Xuan's arms, her soft hands encircling his neck. A voice full of temptation echoed in Lin Xuan's ears. Mr. Lin, do you like me? She gently kissed Lin Xuan's cheek, leaving a bright red lip print. Lin Xuan had entered an ethereal state at this point. It was as if he was located in a magical continent, surrounded by clouds and mist, birds and flowers. The Zhang Xini in front of him had also turned into a fairy. However, there was still only a trace of sanity left in him, and he was trying to control himself, not allowing himself to do anything excessive. Zhang Xini looked at Lin Xuan with a slight wrinkle in her beautiful eyes. Could it be that this wine had really expired? This was a special wine that she had spent $100,000 on from the black market. It was claimed that 1 cup could dry down an elephant. How could the effect be so weak when it came to Lin Xuan? She didn't know how tormented Lin Xuan was right now. Even if his body was a strong batch, it was difficult to resist the power of this red wine. With every second that passed, Lin Xuan's sanity weakened. He had been suppressing a rage in his heart. There's something wrong with this wine. At the last moment of his sanity's fall, he finally realized what the problem was. Zhang Xini, what are you doing this for? Is it because you have thoughts about me or do you have another purpose? Lin Xuan asked softly. He wanted to push Zhang Xini away, but couldn't use his strength. Mr. Lin, I like you. From the first moment I saw you I fell deeply in love with you. I want to have you. That's all. But don't worry, I won't pester you. Let's take what we want, okay? In the next second, Zhang Xini directly pulled the curtains closed. Then, by the time Lin Xuan woke up it was already 11 o'clock at night. His head hurt a bit, but he clearly remembered everything that had just happened. Looking at the Valentino on the floor and listening to the sound of clattering water in the bathroom, he knew that he had been monkey-trapped by this Zhang Xini fellow. With things having come to this, he had nothing to say. It wasn't like he was at a disadvantage anyway, and he seemed to remember leaving a piece of rose on the sofa. Lin Xuan shook his head, not realizing that Zhang Xini was still playing this game for the first time. At this time, Zhang Xini also finished her shower and walked out. She couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when she saw that Lin Xuan had woken up. Mr. Lin, you're awake? Ah, that just now was a misunderstanding. I was also a bit excited. That's why. Zhang Xini stammered with a red face. That's why you were in such a hurry to send yourself out? Lin Xuan pulled Zhang Xini into his arms and looked down at her. He wasn't angry. He just felt that her way wasn't quite right. This kind of thing was also negotiable. Ah, There was no need to engage in petty maneuvers. No, not. Zhang Sini blushed. Then what should we do? Lin Chuan asked. I don't know. Zhang Sini said timidly. How you treated me just now. I'm going to treat you how I want to treat you now. Lin Chuan directly threw her onto the bed and covered her. Early the next morning, Lin Chuan had a dream. He dreamed that the ceiling of his room had collapsed. The huge concrete slab pressed down on him. He was so crushed that he couldn't even breathe. When he opened his eyes, he really realized that he was being pressed down. What met his eyes was the sleeping Zhang Sini. She was sleeping soundly, her brows slightly furrowed and drooling at the corner of her mouth. He picked up his cell phone and saw that it was already past 10 in the morning. Lin Chuan gently patted Zhang Sini. Zhang Sini gently opened her eyes and rolled over before continuing to squint again. Lin Chuan knew that she was tired. After all, it was her who couldn't carry on last night and initiated the surrender. Who let himself be energized. He put on his pajamas and first called the front desk to order a lunch. Then he went to take a shower. When he came out, Zhang Sini was already awake. At this moment, she was sitting on the bed with a grumpy face looking at Lin Chuan. It was as if Lin Chuan had sold her. Ms. Zhang, you're awake ah? How did you feel last night? Lin Chuan said with a bad smile on his face. You still say that? You don't know the slightest bit about compassion. You're just a... Zhang Sini said without a trace of anger. Obviously you were the one who was unsettled with me first, and now you're blaming me? Lin Chuan said with a bad smile once again. Humph, I won't talk to you anymore. Zhang Sini beamed. Alright, get up and eat. Hurry up and clean up. The food will be served soon. Lin Chuan said in a very serious manner. Zhang Sini obediently went to take a shower. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, opened WeChat and typed a message to his many female friends. They had all clamored to ask Lin Chuan where he had gone in the past few days. Lin Chuan just perfunctorily said that he had some things to take care of at home. His two roommates thought he had died outside, so he planned to go back in the afternoon to take a look. If there is nothing, then come back. After all, the dormitory bed is too hard, not as comfortable as the king-sized bed in the presidential suite. Knock knock knock. Mr. Lin, your lunch is ready. Okay. Lin Chuan opened the door to the room. Two waiters pushed two food carts and put the lunch on the table. Lin Chuan didn't order much. 10 dishes, 2 soups, and a couple of iris meat fire roasts. It was just right for 2 people to eat. At this time, Zhang Sini, who had finished her bath, wrapped in a towel and hugged Lin Chuan from behind. She said in a delicate voice, Mr. Lin, actually there is another reason why I treated you like that yesterday. Lin Chuan turned around and smiled. Just say it, as long as you don't want me as a person, I can satisfy you. Zhang Sini was full of surprise. Thank you Mr. Lin, it's actually like this. Then I came here. When I met you from the first moment I saw you, I fell in love with you. I like money, but I genuinely like you. That's why I unreservedly handed over my most precious thing to you. Zhang Sini looked at Lin Chuan with deep affection. She told Lin Chuan everything without reservation. She had fallen in love with Lin Chuan, especially after last night. Chapter 42, I'll be back soon. Lin Chuan smiled slightly. He understood. The leaders of Rat's Tooth had gotten red-eyed from seeing how much he had rewarded him. So they offered $10 million and the top stream of face value area anchors for Zhang Sini to tap Lin Chuan. Let Lin Chuan go to Mouse Teeth to reward. Even tried to get him to sign an unequal agreement. To put it bluntly, Mouse Tooth is trying to trap Lin Chuan to get his money. Lin Chuan naturally wouldn't let them have their way, but he wouldn't make things difficult for Zhang Sini either. Sini, I understand. You go back and tell your leader that I can go to Rat's Tooth and reward them. And I'll reward them a lot, but I won't sign the agreement. Also, they won't give you any money if you don't complete the task. Send me the account and I'll give you a little compensation. Lin Chuan said to Zhang Sini very seriously. Thank you then, Mr. Lin. Zhang Sini didn't refuse. The purpose of her coming to Lin Chuan before was for money. Although she liked Lin Chuan a lot, she wouldn't refuse if Lin Chuan offered her compensation. In case Lin Chuan abandoned her in the future, she would have a guarantee. After a flurry of Lin Chuan's operations, a text message was sent to Zhang Sini's cell phone. Your account 9566 incoming payment. Huaxiao 100 million yuan. Please pay attention to receiving. *** bank. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 1 million, billion. This is $100 million. Looking at the text message on her cell phone, Zhang Sini's eyes were about to glaze over. She had never seen so much money as $100 million. Although her family's condition wasn't bad, it was also earned by her parents who had struggled for most of their lives. The car, the house, and the savings were only $5 million in assets. She knows it's not easy to make money. That's why she's willing to sell her body for $10 million. Now Lin Chuan even directly transferred $100 million to her. She felt like she was dreaming, but she could still feel the pain after she pinched herself. This isn't a dream. Lin Chuan really transferred 100 million to me. Zhang Xini was thrilled in her heart. Lin Chuan, this 100 million so much money you really want to give me? Zhang Xini's eyes were filled with hot tears and she looked excited. Of course, it's not just compensation for you, but also a reward I'm giving you. Thank you, Lin Chuan. Zhang Xini kissed Lin Chuan deeply. This money was just a number to Lin Chuan though, but to Zhang Xini, it wasn't just love. It was a promise. This promise was enough to make her fall into Lin Chuan's arms. After a few minutes, Zhang Xini was reluctantly carried to the dining table by Lin Chuan. Eat first. If you don't eat, the food will get cold. Lin Chuan said breathlessly. Eat first, then continue. Zhang Xini said with a red face. It was as if pink bubbles were dancing in her eyes. She had fallen in love with the feeling when she kissed Lin Chuan. It was a very sweet feeling. Alright, let's eat first. Lin Chuan was so hungry that he was seeing things heavily. Yesterday afternoon until now, he hadn't even had a drink of water. Not to mention the fact that he had done exercise all night. The current him could take 3 bites of a pig. After the two finished eating, Zhang Xini was leaving. She had to go back to Quandu to deliver her business and then pack up her things and move to Iris. She wanted to be closer to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, drove her to the airport. Lin Chuan, you have to wait for me. I'll be back soon, Zhang Xini said with a red face. Okay, I'll wait for you. I'll pick you up then. Lin Chuan watched her enter the waiting hall before turning around and driving back to the school. Now that the new students were in military training and the older students were in class, there were very few people on the road. Lin Chuan, who had nothing to do, had just returned to his dormitory when his WeChat phone rang. Li Yuxian? Lin Chuan picked up the phone. Hey, Sister Xian, what's up? Lin Chuan, have you returned to school? I just came back. What's the matter? Come to the underground parking lot. I hit your car. Lin Chuan heard that Li Yuxian's voice was a little shaky. You're not hurt. I'm fine. It's just that the car was badly hit. You're fine. The car doesn't matter. Wait for me. I'll be right over. This side of the underground parking lot, a Lamborghini and an Audi A6L stuck together. The Lamborghini's entire right door was dented in, and there was a long scratch. The Audi A6L, on the other hand, had its left front face dented in, and its most valuable headlight had fallen off. It looked like it should be that the Lamborghini didn't notice the Audi when it went out, so it directly stuck together. At this moment, Li Yuxian was curled up next to the car, crystallized teardrops swirling in her eyes. She had wanted to take a trip home in her car, but when she exited the parking space, she accidentally mistook the gas for the brake. She was in trouble, knocked half the face off someone's car. The Lamborghini was also badly damaged. She panicked because she didn't know how much money she would have to pay. Her family is not good to begin with. That's why she goes to work whenever she can to earn money for herself. This morning her mom called her, said her brother had spent the family's tens of thousands of dollars in savings, asked her to go home and see if she could get it back. That's why she tried to drive home. But she ended up crashing her car because she was distracted. Lin Chuan's side can still be slowed down a little bit, and then when she earns money to return it to him. But this Audi A6 she just checked, the cheapest are more than 40 million. Her family's money was spent by his brother. How can she pay for this? She was desperate. At this time, a roar of an engine came from the distance. Lin Chuan was anxious because he heard Li Yuxian's sobbing voice on the phone. Lin Chuan knew she was probably crying, so he directly dried up to 100 with a kick of the gas. The horse rushed over without stopping. Lin Chuan looked around and soon saw the unusually conspicuous red Lamborghini. After getting out of the car, he saw Li Yuxian, who was sobbing at the side. After seeing that it was Lin Chuan, Li Yuxian directly jumped into his arms and cried, it's okay, you're okay, it's just a car. Lin Chuan patted Li Yuxian and comforted her. But it's going to cost a lot of money to repair it, right? Li Yuxian asked with red eyes. It's fine, it's all insured. It doesn't matter. Did you call the owner? No, I only called you after I crashed the car. Li Yuxian sobbed. This is all a small matter. You wait aside first. I'll handle it, Lin Chuan said with a smile. Thank you, Lin Chuan. Li Yuxian obediently squatted aside. The makeup on her face was crying. Lin Chuan came to the Audi and realized that the damage to the front of the car was still quite serious. He hurriedly dialed the phone behind the windshield. An extremely rough voice came through when it was answered. Which one? Hello, I crashed your car. Come over here. What? I just picked up a new car last month. It wasn't long before a not-so-young-looking classmate rushed over on a shared trolley. Ah, nope, my new car. I just picked up my new car last month. Li Fuguei directly collapsed after seeing his car. Chapter 43, this kid is so handsome. He didn't get a girlfriend for 3 years in college, so he took out a loan to buy an Audi A6L for his senior year this year. This car he bought to pretend to pick up girls. As a result, before he got a girl and before he paid off the loan, the car was hit first. Also the most valuable headlights off a touch. He was furious. He reached out to hit Lin Chuan, but when he raised his head, he froze. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Chuan, it's you. He broke down again. He had watched the video of Lin Chuan beating 5 people several times. Doing it himself with him was just looking for death. I'm sorry, brother, I've already called the insurance number. The insurance company people will be here later. I'm really sorry, Lin Chuan said with an apologetic face. These 2 cars behind you are both yours? Li Fugui's face turned green with envy after seeing the Porsche 918 and Lamborghini behind Lin Chuan. The Porsche is mine, and the Lamborghini is that classmate's. Lin Chuan pointed at Li Yuexian. You said that this car is Li Yuexian's? Li Fugui was surprised, following the direction of Lin Chuan's finger. Only then did Li Fugui see Li Yuexian squatting in the corner. How could he not recognize the school flower? At that time, when Li Yuexian had just started school, she had come on a bus, and he had even helped Li Yuexian with her luggage. He thought that Li Yuexian's family was in average condition, and after that, he had the cheek to pursue her. Unfortunately, she did not agree. Now it seems that she is a high climber. It would be strange for someone driving a Lamborghini to look at himself. Yes, this car is Li Yuexian's, Lin Chuan said. Li Fugui looked at Lin Chuan and suddenly felt happy in his heart. Since he was so rich, why not take this opportunity to knock him hard? It was just the right time to relieve the pressure of the car loan. Lin Chuan student, no matter who hit it. Anyway, my car is already like this. Even if I take the insurance, my car is already an accident car and depreciated in value. So shouldn't you compensate me more or less? Li Fugui coldly said. Brother, of course this is fine. After all it's our fault. Make a price. Lin Chuan said with a smile. It was fine if Lin Chuan didn't give this money. He could only consider himself unlucky. But after all, it was Lin Chuan's and their fault. It was okay to give more or less. 200,000. Just give me 200,000. Li Fugui directly opened his mouth wide. His car was less than $500,000. He saw these 2 driving such a good car just to rip them off. 200,000? You think I'm a little cutie? How much does this Thai car of yours cost? You dare to ask me for $200,000? Lin Chuan snapped. A 45 TFSI Audi A6 was only $500,000 at the most. Really treating himself as an ingrate. I just bought a new car less than a month ago. Do you know how much worse it is if the accident car is sold? I don't care. You have to give me at least $150,000 and let your insurance fix my car. Otherwise I'm not done with you. Li Fugui directly hardened. He seemed to have forgotten that he was standing in front of a fierce man who could fight 5-1. Only Lin Chuan snorted coldly. Not done with me? Threatening me? I can give you $500,000. What did you say? Give me $500,000? Really? Of course it's true. Give me your account. Li Fugui assiduously gave Lin Chuan his account. Lin Chuan was also very quick to transfer $500,000 to him. Thank you. Thank you brother Lin Chuan. Li Fugui smiled like a chrysanthemum. I didn't expect the famous Lin Chuan to be directly sending himself $500,000 for nothing. Since I completed your request for you, shouldn't you also complete my request for me? Lin Chuan smiled while taking out a steel pipe from his car. This was a trophy he had seized during his fight with Zhang Kaijun. Lin Chuan, what are you doing? Don't you come over here. I'm telling you, fighting will get you a demerit, and you'll even get expelled. Li Fugui wimped out. His words trembled. He was afraid that Lin Chuan would come over and knock him out. I'm afraid that he could only take 2 knocks with this small body of his. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hit you. I'm going to smash your car. In the next second, Lin Chuan directly rushed up with a steel rod in hand. Bam 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 bam. After smashing the front, he smashed the back. After smashing the outside, smash the inside. Martyr. Good intentions to give you compensation you even when you're not finished with me. Lin Chuan is really angry. The engine was smashed to pieces by him. The insurance company people are scared silly. They were afraid that Lin Chuan would beat them up. Li Fugui wet his pants. Although Lin Chuan transferred him $500,000, enough for him to buy another one, but he was still so scared by Lin Chuan that he couldn't control himself. Li Yuexian was also startled by Lin Chuan's sudden outburst. She only saw the 2 of them chattering for a few moments before they started smashing the car. After the Audi A6 completely turned into a pile of rubble, only then did Lin Chuan throw away the steel rod in his hand. Mr. Lin, you this? The insurance company's people saw Lin Chuan stop before they ran over with their asses in the air. There's no need for you to deal with it. I've already solved it. Lin Chuan waved his hand and said. Immediately after that, Lin Chuan made a call to Wang Mingjun and asked him to send someone over to tow the Lamborghini away. After that, amidst the shock of the crowd, Lin Chuan disappeared into the distance with Li Yuexian. Lin Chuan, thank you, Li Yuexian said with a grateful face. No need to be polite. I should have done it. Just now scared you. Right. It was him who wanted to blackmail me for a sum of money, that's why I smashed his car. Don't be afraid, Lin Chuan very gently explained to Li Yuxian. Lin Chuan, I will definitely give you the money you spent, it's just that I don't have it now, wait for later Without waiting for Li Yuxian to finish, Lin Chuan interrupted her. Sister Li, the money I spent has nothing to do with you, it's me who wants to smash his car. If you feel bad about it, just treat me to a meal. That's not good. Let's do it this way. I'll share half with you, and return it to you later when I'm done. Alright, wait for you to give it back to me later. Lin Chuan laughed. Lin Chuan knew that it was useless to argue with her anymore, so he might as well just leave it like this. Where is senior sister Xianxian going? Lin Chuan asked. I was going to go home. It's just that this happened. Li Yuxian said. It just so happens that I'm fine. I'll send you back. Lin Chuan laughed. Do you really want to go back with me? Li Yuxian blushed. Is he going to go home with me to meet his parents? Wouldn't this be a bit too fast? It seems like we're still in a relationship. Let's go. You tell me the address. Okay, my home is in Qingqing Sequential County. In less than 2 hours Lin Chuan sent Li Yuxian back home. Both of them were from Qingqing, but Qingqing was huge. Lin Chuan's home was in the southeast, and Li Yuxian's home was in the Great West. The two homes were far apart. At this point in time, it was already more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Chuan was just about to leave, when Li Yuxian pulled him back. Lin Chuan, won't you come in and sit down? Li Yuxian said with a red face. Lin Chuan just wanted to refuse, but an older woman came out next to him. Yo, Xianxian has let her boyfriend back. Father, come and see. Xianxian has brought her boyfriend home. What are you doing? We're just friends. As soon as she heard her second eldest mother say that Lin Chuan was her boyfriend, Li Yuxian's face turned even redder. At this time, there were a few more grandparents coming out from the side. They looked at Lin Chuan as if they were foreigners. This kid is really handsome. What kind of car is this? Why is it so short? He's a good match for Xianxian. After hearing this, Li Yuxian blushed and directly pulled Lin Chuan into the house. Li Yuxian's family belongs to the rural areas to be built. The east side of several villages have been built in the neighborhood. The villages to the east had already built neighborhoods, while the villages to their side still had bungalows. Lin Chuan, you sit down first. The house isn't very nice. Don't mind. I'll go get you a glass of water. Thank you, senior sister Xianxian. Lin Chuan sat down on the sofa and looked around. Li Yuxian's house was slightly smaller than his, but the home was clean and tidy, and at a glance, her parents were very hard-working people. There was also a photo of their family of 4 hanging on the wall. After looking at the photos, Lin Chuan finally realized the reason why Li Yuxian kept her distance from the others. The photo should be of her when she was 13 or 14 years old. There was a very obvious birthmark on the left side of her forehead. Chapter 44, Bringing Your Boyfriend Back? Lin Chuan, what are you looking at? Li Yuxian poured Lin Chuan a large glass of water. I'm looking at your childhood photos. I didn't realize you had a younger brother. Lin Chuan smiled back. My brother is just in high school now, but he's very naughty. He. Li Yuxian's heart was quite hard when she thought of her brother spending tens of thousands of dollars from her family. Her family were all farmers and couldn't earn tens of thousands of dollars a year. They also had to pay for the two of them to study. There was also money to be saved to buy a house for her brother. Li Yuming, where are your parents? Not at home? Lin Chuan asked. Should have gone to pick up my brother, and they're almost back now. Li Yuxian looked at the time and said. Her brother's high school was very strictly managed. Parents had to wait until school was over before they could go in. Lin Chuan looked at Li Yuxian's delicate appearance and was heartbroken. She must have suffered a lot over the years. Birthmarks are not a problem, but growing on the face is a problem. In the past, he had a male classmate who had a birthmark on his left cheek. It was ugly and had a handful of fuzz on it. His classmates didn't play with him for fear of contagion. Chen Pang and the others bullied him every day, making him do this and that. Whenever they were unhappy, they used him as a punching bag. They even called him a freak. A man was treated like this, let alone a girl. They were naturally beautiful, thin-skinned, and had a weaker mental capacity than boys. It was hard for Lin Chuan to imagine how Li Yuxian had survived all these years. Lin Chuan got up, slowly walked to Li Yuxian's body, stretched out his hand and gently stroked her white and flawless cheeks. Li Yuxian was a bit overwhelmed by Lin Chuan's sudden wallop, and her face instantly turned red. Looking at Lin Chuan's handsome face, she asked delicately, Lin Chuan, what are you doing? Being caressed by Lin Chuan's cheek, she was a little infatuated. Her hands gripped the corner of her coat tightly to keep herself from looking at him. Li Yuxian, can I take a look at the birthmark on your forehead? Lin Chuan asked softly. He knew it wasn't good to ask this, especially to a girl, but he wasn't an ordinary person. He had a system that others might not be able to cure. He had a chance, so he wanted to see what the condition of the birthmark on Li Yuxian's forehead was. Xianxian, Don't misunderstand. I know a very famous doctor. I'll look at the situation and maybe I can remove it for you, Lin Chuan said again. At this moment, Li Yueshuan's brows were furrowed. She knew that Lin Chuan meant well, but she still didn't feel good about revealing her scars in front of the person she liked. What if Lin Chuan lost points towards himself? What if he disliked himself? Despite this thought, Li Yuexian still agreed, because she felt that Lin Chuan was not that kind of person. Lin Chuan, then come with me, Li Yuexian said softly. Lin Chuan followed her and came to her room. It was a cubicle, and the other side should be his brother's room. The room was small, with a bed that almost filled half the room. There was also a desk, and a closet. It was neat inside, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. Although the room was not big, it was decorated in a very girly way, and there were a few dolls and a big teddy bear on the bed. One could tell that Li Yuexian loved dolls and such. Lin Chuan, you sit on the bed first. I'll remove my makeup. Good. Li Yuexian gently lifted the bangs on her forehead and then removed her makeup. The makeup on her face was thick, probably painted so thickly to cover the birthmark. 17 or 18 minutes later, Li Yuexian finally removed her makeup. Only now did Lin Chuan realize that removing makeup had to be so complicated. What makeup remover? Makeup remover cotton. Makeup remover milk. Makeup remover oil. One set of process after another. After removing the makeup and then go to wash the face. Skin care. Lin Chuan was confused. He grew up so big. Washing his face and skin care, just a bottle of face wash and SOD honey. The whole process does not exceed 3 minutes. Sure enough, girls are delicate creatures. After it was all done, Li Yuexian walked in. She gently sat on the edge of the bed and whispered with her head lowered. Lin Chuan, I've cleaned up. You see. Lin Chuan gently cupped her cheeks. After removing her makeup, her face value was still at its peak. It was just more pure and less charming. He gently stroked the birthmark on her forehead. The color at the birthmark was gray, and it was uneven on top. There was a subtle granularity to the touch. Obviously this was after the laser surgery, and it took several times for this to happen. The birthmark was on her face like, say, a white shirt dripping ink and washing it. It's not black, but it detracts from the overall aesthetics. It wasn't obvious from a distance, and was a bit uncomfortable when it got closer. Lin Chuan, will you dislike me? Li Yuexian gazed at Lin Chuan with wide eyes, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Chuan tightly embraced her into his arms and said very gently, no, Xian, don't worry, I will definitely cure the birthmark on your forehead. Lin Chuan's eyes were firm. He believed that he was able to do it. Just spend more money. Thank you Lin Chuan. Having you here, this is enough. Li Yuexian hugged Lin Chuan tightly, tears running down her cheeks. She had been to many hospitals and had done laser surgery several times, but the effect was not great. The doctor said that it would basically be like this in the future, and that doing laser again would have no effect. She knew that complete removal was basically impossible, but as long as Lin Chuan didn't mind her, it was enough. Xian, is that you back? A woman's voice came from outside. It's me who's back, Li Yuexian hurriedly replied. Lin Chuan, my mom is back. You let go of me first. Lin Chuan's side had just brewed up his emotions and was about to boop Li Yuexian on her soft and pretty face. It was suddenly interrupted. He was speechless, but there was nothing he could do. After following Li Yuexian out, a middle-aged couple walked in with a boy full of grievances. The boy's face still had traces of undried tears. It was obvious that he had received a mixed double whammy from his parents. Uncle, Auntie, how are you? I'm Xian's classmate. Lin Chuan greeted politely. Li Yueshuan's mom was the first to see Lin Chuan. She had heard from the neighbor next to her outside that her daughter had brought her boyfriend back. He was also tall and handsome. This could make her so excited for a while. Aya, Xian's friend is here. Don't stand. Hurry up and sit down. Auntie will give you some fruit to eat. Li Yuxian's mom was quite satisfied with Lin Chuan. Sure enough, he was tall and handsome, but also very polite, and had the temperament of a unique rich son. Her mom had a joyful smile on her face and enthusiastically pulled Lin Chuan to sit on the sofa. Auntie, no need to get busy. I'll be back in a while, Lin Chuan said with some restraint. Child, don't be polite. Come here as your own home. Later Auntie will make you a few delicious dishes for you to try. Li Yueshuan's father brought her younger brother Li Yuming to sit on the opposite side of the table. It could be seen that her father was not in a good mood, but he still had a smile on his face when he looked at Lin Chuan. Chapter 45, Do you want to sleep with me? Hello uncle, my name is Lin Chuan. I'm Xian's college classmate. Lin Chuan smiled. How old is classmate Lin Chuan this year? Her dad asked with a smile. Li Yueshuan's her dad wasn't very good at chatting and asked questions directly. I'm 18 years old this year. I'll be 19 soon. Lin Chuan said back. Where is home? My family is Jin County. Oh, Jin County, it's not very far from here. How many people in the family? My parents and I are the only ones in my family. Is that car in front of the door yours? It's mine, uncle. Lin Chuan felt like she was in an interrogation room. Being stared at by her dad was exceptionally uncomfortable. "Dad, what are you asking? Why are you so annoying?" At this time, Li Yuexian walked over with washed fruits. "Dad is not chatting with your classmates. It's just as well that you and Lin Chuan came over to see together. Can Dad still get this money back?" her father said. Handed the cell phone to Li Yuexian. Lin Chuan also came up. In the cell phone bank, there were hundreds of payment messages, one after another. All of them were paid to the floundering platform. "Dad, what did he do all this?" Li Yuexian asked angrily. Li Yuexian, her father, kicked at Li Yuming. "Get over here and tell your sister what you did. Marred, you loser," Li Yuming said with a sniffle and a tear. "I've all rewarded the anchor." "Oh, Li Yuming, how can you be like this? How can you afford to let our parents work so hard to raise you like this?" Li Yuexian just wanted to hit him twice, but seeing him crying like a bear, she didn't have the strength to do it. Lin Chuan walked to Li Yuming's side and handed him a tissue, then asked, "Brother, why did you reward the anchor? What's the point of doing this?" Li Yuming cried, "I like the cylinder always. I feel that rewarding is very accomplished. And they call me Old Iron. And they also praise me for 666. There is nothing wrong with it. Woo. Cylinder total. I cylinder your great master. Lousy, this is ready to give you more than $80,000 to buy a house. You give me a reward." Her dad directly threw a big sinus in Li Yuming's face. Pop! The crisp ringing sound resounded through the sky. Li Yuming was directly slapped down. Her father still didn't feel like it was too much after the beating, so he directly drew out the 7 wolves on his waist. Lin Chuan and Li Yuexian hurriedly pulled him away when they saw this. "Dad, don't fight. He's still a kid. That's uncle. You can get this money back. Don't get excited yet," Lin Chuan also said with a horrified face. He hadn't been smacked by his dad with a belt when he was a kid, knowing that kind of taste. After hearing Lin Chuan's words, her dad lowered his belt. "Lin Chuan, little brother, do you think you can really get this money back?" "Yes, uncle. He's a minor. He can apply for a refund," Lin Chuan explained. As the cylinder chief behind the scenes, he knew this piece of the reward very well, but underage refund applications were troublesome. One had to provide evidence to prove that it was operated by a minor. People in general have the problem of difficulty in providing evidence, and it is also difficult to negotiate with customer service, so most people couldn't get it back. "That's fine then. Little brother Lin Chuan, how exactly should this work?" her dad asked excitedly. "Uncle, you send me the account and how much you spent in total. I know a friend over there. I'll just let him operate it for you then," Lin Chuan said back. It was obvious that Lin Chuan was talking nonsense. He knew. He was planning on paying this money out himself. It was just a few tens of thousands of dollars. It was all small money to Lin Chuan. "Thank you so much then," her dad laughed. Afterwards, the two of them added WeChat to each other. His dad also sent Lin Chuan a screenshot of the account and the amount. "Will this do?" her dad asked. "Alright, I'll be able to give it to you in a couple days," Lin Chuan replied. That's fine. Why don't you hurry over and thank your brother Lin Chuan?" Her dad took a look at Li Yuming, who had just stopped crying, and kicked him again. Thank you brother Lin Chuan." "Oh, okay, it's okay." Lin Chuan once again handed him a tissue. Xian, drag your brother to the deli to buy a few good dishes and 2 bottles of good wine. I'll have a drink with your Lin Chuan classmate." Her father smiled and pulled out a few tickets and gave them to Li Yuming. He was very happy tonight. Not only had his daughter led her boyfriend home, the tens of thousands of dollars could also be claimed back. This was simply a double happiness. "No, uncle, I still have to drive back later," Lin Chuan quickly refused. He was so unfamiliar here. He didn't even have a chauffeur. How would he go back when he drank? "Just stay here tonight. You and Xian will sleep together. Or else let Xiaoming go to the south side of the house. It's fine for you to sleep at Xiaoming's place." Her dad was also satisfied with Lin Chuan. This little guy was handsome and drove a very high-class car. Although he didn't know which Porsche Lin Chuan drove, but he knew that this sports car must be very expensive. Tall, handsome and rich, and the main thing was that he didn't mind Xian and got along with her. He was naturally satisfied. In his heart, he had also already taken Lin Chuan as his aunt. "Dad, what are you babbling about? We're just ordinary friends." Li Yuexian went out with a red face. Lin Chuan couldn't refuse when he saw this. After all, people had a good intention. "Alright then, uncle. I'll accompany you for a couple of drinks." Lin Chuan laughed. Fine. I'll go to the kitchen to see how your aunt's dishes are doing. You eat the fruit first, haha." "Okay, uncle." In the kitchen, the two had a discussion. After Li Yuexian, her mom, heard that Lin Chuan was able to get the money back, she became even more satisfied with him. The two of them directly busied themselves in the kitchen. It wasn't long before Li Yuexian returned with her brother's big bag. There were also 2 bottles of 56-degree white wine in her hand. Lin Chuan hurriedly got up and took it. Why did you buy so many things? Xian? You helped me so much today. It's only right. Li Yuexian laughed. The 5 members of the family at dinner, except for Li Yuming, all ate happily. Li Yuexian's father and Lin Chuan each drank a bottle of white wine. Lin Chuan's side didn't have much to do, and her father was directly lying down. Lin Chuan sent him back to his room to sleep. After that, her mom took Li Yuming to school. Although tomorrow is Saturday, Li Yuming is not a big week. After things were settled, she still had to go back to study. After all, high school was busy. Only Lin Chuan and Li Yuexian were left in the living room again. Lin Chuan, do you want to sleep with me? Li Yuexian pulled Lin Chuan's hand and asked with a red face. I'd better go sleep on your brother's side, Lin Chuan said with some embarrassment. He very much wanted to be under the same blanket as Li Yuexian. After all, the model schoolgirl's allure was too great. But this was in someone else's house after all. It wasn't good. Then I'll go clean up for you, Li Yuexian said. Good. Lin Chuan didn't refuse. The rural side of the countryside went to bed very early at night. Unlike the city where the lights were red, the two chatted for a while before going to wash up and go to bed. The next day, Saturday, Lin Chuan was still snoring when he was slapped up by Li Yuexian. Lin Chuan, don't sleep. The sun is on your butt. Oh, get up right away, Lin Chuan replied in a daze. After drinking wine last night and sleeping comfortably, he accidentally overslept. Looking at his cell phone, it was almost 10 o'clock. You're hungry. I'll give you something to eat below, Li Yuexian said with a red face. Lin Chuan was very spontaneous in his sleep, wearing only a pair of underwear. The quilt didn't even cover him. The perfect body directly gave Li Yuexian an infatuated look. Okay, I'm going to eat 3 big bowls, Lin Chuan replied. He didn't eat much last night, and today he was already hungry. Alright, then get up quickly. Chapter 46. Are you smiling at me? After Lin Chuan simply washed up, Li Yuexian walked over with a large pot of shredded meat noodles. Lin Chuan, come and taste how the shredded meat noodles I made for you taste, Li Yuexian said with an expectant face. Her mom and dad were not at home, probably because she was at home. She was dressed casually. On top was a tight body shirt with a cartoon girl printed on it. Underneath, she only wore a pair of small shorts, and on her feet was a pair of delicate pink slippers. The whole person's figure was simply so good that it exploded. A pair of long white shiny legs made Lin Chuan's eyes hurt from looking at them. Alright, don't look, hurry up and eat. Li Yuexian forcefully broke Lin Chuan's head over. Sorry, you're too beautiful. I got a bit mesmerized looking at you. Lin Chuan didn't hide his old colorful batch attribute at all. Smooth talker, quickly taste how good it tastes. Lin Chuan's chopsticks flicked a few times. The aroma instantly wafted throughout the room. The moment he entered the mouth, Lin Chuan only felt that his entire being was sublimated. Although the selling appearance was ordinary, the flavor was even more fragrant than the best Sanshan Longshu noodles in a 5-star hotel. The most important thing was that there was also a motherly flavor. Xian, this is simply the best noodles I've ever eaten. It smells better than even my mom's. I think it can even be used as a signature of a 5-star hotel, Lin Chuan said with a sincere face. Really? Then I'll make it for you every day in the future. Okay? Li Yuexian said with an excited face. She had learned this noodle from her grandmother when she was a child. At that time, her grandmother had chased her grandfather with a bowl of noodles. I really want to be able to eat such delicious noodles every day. That would be so happy, Lin Chuan said with an excited face. Lin Chuan was like a pig. A basin of noodles was finished in 3 or 5 tries. There was no soup left. He even burped elegantly after eating. Lin Chuan, are you full? Do you want me to make you another bowl? No need. I'm full. I'm a bit propped up from eating. Lin Chuan waved his hand and said. He was really full. This bowl of noodles from Li Yuexian would have been at least 8 bowls outside. Then where are we going to go later? Back to school? Li Yuexian leaned on Lin Chuan's side and asked softly. Why don't we go back to school? My roommate sent me a message last night asking me to go back. I don't know what's going on, Lin Chuan replied. Last night, Lu Ming and Li Longfeng, both of them, took turns asking him to go out for an all-nighter, and Lin Chuan refused them all. He also said that he had to go out with them today or come back and kill himself. Lin Chuan was speechless. Okay, then I'll change my clothes and put on some makeup. Wait for me. Okay. 1 hour later. Xian, are you done? Lin Chuan said with some anxiety. Right away. You wait for me for a bit. Half an hour later. Lin Chuan, let's go. Li Yuexian popped out of the room with a happy face. She had already drawn a cold makeup and changed into more casual clothes. Okay, let's go. Lin Chuan was falling asleep waiting. It was true that delicate girls were also serious about their makeup. After a burst of wind, Lin Chuan and the others returned to the school. After sending Li Yuexian back to the classroom, Lin Chuan drove the car to the parking lot. Today was Saturday. The new students didn't have to do military training, and the old students didn't have to attend classes. The crowd was simply cool to take off. Lin Chuan rode his bike on the road back to the dormitory, and from time to time, beautiful women rushed to greet him. Now Lin Chuan had become the recognized new school grass, and the former school grass Ding Zixio has been otter. It wasn't that Lin Chuan was so handsome, but the two had their own styles. Ding Zixio, dress always belongs to the first line of the trend, and there is a kind of feminine beauty, loved by the majority of female comrades. Lin Chuan belongs to the kind of dress is very casual, features tough hard, body is also very wow. Although not as good as Ding Zixio good looking, but give a person a very man feeling, especially after the video of Lin Chuan's fight exploded in the school. His popularity has rocketed. Liking Lin Chuan is not only female students, even male students and even teachers cast a different look at Lin Chuan. There were also teachers who spoke in class that Lin Chuan like this was the most recognized perfect male in the world. In the past few days, I don't know who revealed Lin Chuan's WeChat. Every day, a dozen people added him. There were even people leaving him messages asking him if he liked to like men. Lin Chuan's entire body went numb when he saw this. Being too famous is also a kind of trouble. When passing by a milk tea store, Lin Chuan suddenly realized that there were two S inside stopping two little girls. He fixed his eyes on them. Lu still? Asterisk. Bullying my brother. Lin Chuan was furious. The bicycle was thrown casually and he rushed over in a rage. In the milk tea store, Lu Still and her girlfriends were going out, but they were stopped in their tracks by two black classmates. Classmate McCann, I told you I have a favorite. Can you please get out of the way? Even by karma. Dear Still classmate, I'm deeply in love with you. Please give me a chance to let me have a fair fight with your favorite person. Can you? The black man, McCann, said in not-so-fluent Chinese. McCann was also a freshman in the foreign language department. There were many black international students in Province S. The leaders of Province S didn't know for what purpose. They vigorously supported black people to come and study abroad. Not only was everything free of charge, but there were also various monthly subsidies for them. It's like supporting them like a grandfather. Who wouldn't be tempted to come to school without spending a penny and earn money every month? So they are also willing to run to the S province's universities. There were quite a few of them inside Iris University, and this year's freshman alone had 7 or 8 black classmates. Sorry, I said I don't like you. Please get out of the way. Lu Still almost yelled out. The black man in front of her, McCann, had already been just pestering her for days. Lu Still has been avoiding him as well. Who knew that she would be followed by him again when she came out with her girlfriends to drink a milk tea? He also blocked her in the milk tea store and forced her to add WeChat. Dear Still classmate, please don't be like this. We are friends. Isn't it right to add a WeChat to each other? McCann said in a lame voice. At this time, Lin Chuan had quietly touched behind McCann. When Lu Still saw Lin Chuan, a very sweet smile immediately appeared on her face. Her smile was as fresh as a green leaf, as moving as a red flower, as pure as white snow, and as ethereal as the breeze. There was nothing more beautiful about her. McCann was dumbfounded. This smile was simply too sweet. Still classmate, are you smiling at me? McCann felt a tap on his back when he said this. He turned around and looked. A tall and somewhat handsome man was now behind him. This face was clear and unfamiliar to him. It seemed like he had seen it somewhere before, but for a moment, he couldn't recall. Lin Chuan, are you here for me? Lu Still asked with an excited face. The boy in her heart always appeared when she needed help. It was the same when she was a child, and it's still the same now. Still, what is this situation? Lin Chuan asked with an icy face. He looked at these two S with displeasure and wanted to make a move, but reason told him he had to ask about the situation first. McCann also reacted. Chapter 47, If You're a Man. Wait here. Looking at Lu Still's expression. This guy should be the one she likes. McCann smiled slightly, his eyes staring at Lin Chuan with a slightly teasing look. It's not much, just a little taller and more handsome than himself. Look at the clothes. They are also ordinary. He didn't look like a rich man at all. An ordinary young man may talk about a sensational love affair, but how many of them get together in the end? Why do they break up? To put it bluntly, there is no money. Girls nowadays are very materialistic. You may not be able to see it in school, but when you graduate later, you will be in the society. You do not have money, no house, no car. What you take to support them? And she squeezed into a small house every day, with her to carry the heavy pressure of the car loan mortgage? Then why doesn't she go find a rich man? That's why rich people never lack girlfriends. As long as you're rich, they'll find you on their own. And he, McCann, is different from these poor guys. He's not just a foreign student. He's a rich foreign student. His father is an international trade tycoon. His uncle is a famous designer for an architectural firm in Iris. All he had to do was wait until he graduated and returned to his own country. Then he could gradually take over his family's business and become a new generation of international trade tycoon. This is also his arrogant capital. That's why he was confident in chasing after Lu Still. And Lin Chuan was nothing more than a clown. This student. I know that you must also be a suitor of Lu Still's classmate. I hope we can compete fairly. McCann stumbled and said. And even showed his $1 million Patek Philippe and waved it in front of Lin Chuan's eyes. Lin Chuan ignored him and instead asked Lu Still again. Still, is he harassing you? Lu Still timidly nodded. He's been pestering me for WeChat for the past few days, and when I don't give it, he just blocks me here. Lin Chuan was enraged after hearing this. You a little black guy dare to harass my brother? And you dare to speak up and say that you're playing fair with me? I think you've drifted. Lin Chuan didn't care what his status was. Even if he was the chief's son, Lin Chuan didn't care. Only Lin Chuan gave Lu Still a hand signal to lean back. Little blackie, are you feeling a little puffed up because you're treated too well here? What do you want? McCann frowned. He sensed a hint of gunpowder in Lin Chuan's eyes. You harassed my friend, she rejected you, and you came here to block her. And when you saw me coming over, you didn't grab and go. And you even want to compete with me fairly? Who do you think you are? A chief? This student. It's my right to pursue Lu Still. Competing with you fairly is also to give you face. I hope you don't know what's good for you. Pa! McCann's words just fell. Lin Chuan directly threw a large sinus onto his black face. The slap was so fast that even before McCann could react, he had already flown out. Oh, no, how are you doing? His sidekick helped him up with a panicked look on his face. McCann was directly dumbfounded by the slap. Half of his face was swollen, only it was too dark to be noticeable. He had never expected it. This young man in front of him dared to hit him with his hands, not to mention whether he knew about his background. With his status as a foreign student, even the principal had to give him a smile. This asshole actually dared to hit him? He couldn't stand it anymore. He's furious. If he didn't teach this asshole a lesson today, how could he pick up girls in the future? You're simply looking for death. McCann pushed his little brother away. He swung his fist towards Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan snorted coldly and raised his leg for a big kick. Pang! McCann flew directly out more than 3 meters away. Lying on the ground panting heavily, Lin Chuan's kick was so fierce that McCann almost met his great-grandfather. The little brother rushed up and helped him up, whispering in McCann's ear. McCann, he's Lin Chuan who's 1 to 5 online. Don't fight him. You can't beat him. McCann's face darkened even more after hearing this. Why didn't you say so earlier? Did you have to wait for me to get beaten up before you said it? Didn't I just think of it? The little brother replied. Lin Chuan, don't leave if you have the guts. Dare to beat me? I want you to lie here today. McCann climbed up and roared angrily. After saying that, he turned around and dialed a phone number. Hey, uncle, I've been beaten up. It's a white boy. Yes, you bring a few more people. He's very capable of fighting. Okay, I'll go to the door and wait for you now. McCann's English biao is very fast. Immediately after that he snorted coldly. Lin Chuan, be a man and wait here. After throwing down a vicious sentence, McCann helped his little brother slip out the back door. At this time, the students on the sidelines began to talk about it. What's the situation this is? As soon as I came, I saw Lin Chuan beating people up. This little black guy harassed the school flower Lu Still. Lin Chuan stepped in to relieve him just. So that's how it is. Or my brother Chuan is great. Good fight. Lin Chuan, would it not be too good for you to hit him? Lu Still asked with some worry. It's fine. If you don't beat him, he'll still harass you. Lin Chuan said with a smile. Then what if he finds someone? Are you going to wait for him here? It's not like you haven't seen my videos. Will I be afraid of him? It's just a matter of coming and beating one. Lin Chuan said arrogantly, then walked to the milk tea store counter here and said to the staff inside, give me 3 cups of pearl milk tea, and broke 2 of your tables. You total how much money I'll transfer to you. No need, just 2 tables, not worth a few dollars. Consider the milk tea as my treat. A small youth inside said back. He was watching the entire process. He was also very angry. How dare a little black man want to pick up the schoolgirl? Simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Only he didn't have the courage to make a move. And Lin Chuan had undoubtedly taken the heat for him, so he felt it was only right to show something. Lin Chuan smiled and didn't say anything, and quietly transferred $10,000 to him after taking the milk tea. Please drink milk tea. Lin Chuan handed Lu Still and her bestie a cup each. Thank you Lin Chuan. Thank you, student Lin Chuan. You're welcome. Lin Chuan waved his hand, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. Looking for someone to beat me up? Then I'll give you a cup of milk tea. On the other side, after McCann's uncle David heard that McCann had been beaten up, he was directly enraged. He hurriedly called the head of security to contact a dozen people to rush to the school. Construction sites often had a group of thugs. They were specialized personnel formed to deal with unexpected situations, usually do some odd jobs on the construction site. When something happened, they would turn into a pack of hungry wolves and pounce on them to output a meal. As the chief designer of the construction site, David naturally had the right to mobilize them. As soon as he got off the bus, he saw the half-dead McCann sitting at the entrance of the school. "McCann, who hit you?" "Uncle David, it was a white boy. He should still be there right now. Get revenge for me. Get in the car. Uncle will teach him a lesson for you." The two spiked a few words of English. Then David waved his hand. The two vans following behind immediately understood and rushed into the school after him. Chapter 48, Immediately Take Me to Iris University. Lin Chuan had just led Lu Still and the girls out of the milk tea store. In the next second, a BMW and two vans stopped behind him. Lin Chuan glanced back. The two vans neatly came down with 17 or 18 people. They were all strong and sturdy, wearing uniform construction site uniforms with helmets on their heads. In their hands, many of them were holding weapons, wooden sticks, steel pipes, hammers, and even shovels. This is the rhythm of Lin Chuan's slap flat ah. This group of people looked like construction workers who often moved bricks on construction sites. They had dark skin, tight muscles, and revealed a hint of determination and disdain between their eyebrows. It was as if Lin Chuan was a nail in front of them and they could easily slap it into the earth. Lin Chuan's face also became grave. These people were different from the punks that Jiang Kaijun had called in. They were all from actual construction sites, and both their physical fitness and fighting strength killed those punks in minutes. Lin Chuan felt that he could try to fight a little. In case he could not beat him, he could still run. He does not care what face. Life is important. However, the clothes worn by this group of people seem a little familiar to him, as if he had seen them somewhere. "McCann, is that the kid?" "That's him," David snorted coldly. "Captain Joe, please teach him a lesson. It doesn't have to be too hard. Just break two legs. I'll be responsible for anything that goes wrong." David had already deduced Lin Chuan's status as an ordinary person just by looking at him. He didn't have a single valuable item on his body, and his clothes were all ground floor goods that he hadn't seen before. And from what McCann's little brother said, he still rode over on a bicycle. This kind of young man, the family is generally not rich. If something really happened, it would only take a little bit of mane to set things right. Even if he was killed, he wouldn't make much of a wave. "No problem, Mr. David. I'm best at this kind of thing." The one who spoke was the head of security, in his 40s, with a lanky look. "Lin Chuan, let's get out of here. They're not good people at first glance." Lu Still hugged Lin Chuan's arm tightly and said nervously, "It's fine, we can't fight. You go to the side first." Lin Chuan smiled and pushed Lu Still to the side. Originally, he was puzzled that the uniforms on this group of people looked so familiar. As soon as he heard Captain Joe, he instantly understood. Wasn't this the worker from Zhou Yuntao's house? Immediately after that, Lin Chuan took a step out. "Wait a moment first, so many of you don't mind if I call a few people as well?" Lin Chuan said with a smile on his face at the crowd. "Ha ha 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 ha, you call. I'll give you time for you to call, but my patience is limited. You better hurry up," David said arrogantly. It was just a youngster. At most, he called in a few smelly youngsters to help him out. He had seen this kind of scene many times. When they came, they were all very powerful. Once they started to fight, they were like hens seeing a weasel, running away and begging for mercy. "Since you want to pretend, then let you pretend." Lin Chuan sneered and turned around to make a call. "Hey, Mr. Cylinder, did you miss me?" Zhou Yuntao's voice came from the other side of the phone after connecting. "Mr. Zhou, do you have a problem with me or something?" Zhou Yuntao was directly confused after hearing this. What did Mr. Jar mean by this? He hadn't offended him himself either. "Mr. Zhang, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand." "Now there's a captain surnamed Zhou, leading a dozen or so of your family's workers saying that they want to break both of my legs. What do you think we should do?" "What?" Zhou Yuntao broke out in a cold sweat directly after hearing this. Could it be his own cousin uncle? If it really was, then it would be troublesome. It was now rumored wildly in the circle. Mr. Zhang is the first son of a hidden family in China that has been passed down for thousands of years. The huge power behind them spreads all over China. Some of them have secretly investigated Mr. Jar in an attempt to find out a few clues, but after investigating for a long time, they only found out that Mr. Jar was an ordinary rural person, and his family's annual income is only $50,000. Are you kidding me? A family with an annual income of only $50,000 can casually reward several $100 million and buy a 5-star hotel. Who would believe that? In the end, they came to a conclusion. That is, Mr. Zhang's information was modified by the forces behind him, and the only ones in the whole of China who could do that were the legendary hidden families. Thinking about this, Zhou Yuntao was already numb. If this was really his cousin, I'm afraid that the entire Zhou family would vaporize. "Mr. Zhang, wait a moment, I'll check it out right away. Please don't be angry." Zhou Yuntao let out a roar after hanging up the phone. Immediately called Zhou Erong. Ask him where he went. The little secretary was directly stunned. Mr. Zhou had never been this angry before. What had this Captain Zhou done? She hurriedly ran out and made a call. A minute later, the little secretary ran in. Mr. Zhou, Captain Zhou just brought a dozen people to Iris University. Zhou Yuntao only felt that the sky had collapsed after hearing this. Quickly, immediately take me to Iris University. Zhou Yuntao had been busy with the construction of the shopping mall over at High Tech in the past few days, and Iris University wasn't far away from him, just 10 minutes away. Less than 10 minutes, Zhou Yuntao rushed to the school in a Maybach. Look carefully, there are a few brand new scratches on the car. Just got off the car. He saw his cousin uncle with a dozen people standing there. Their hands are still holding a guy, and the one standing on the opposite side was the cylinder chief. He breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately he had caught up, thanks to his driver running a dozen red lights, or else he wouldn't dare to imagine the consequences. Captain Zhou also saw Zhou Yuntao, and butted over to greet him. Mr. Zhou, what brings you here? Captain Zhou thought that Zhou Yuntao was also called by David to give them a helping hand. Zhou Yuntao ignored him, but walked straight over to one of the workers and ripped the wooden stick out of his hand. Immediately afterward, he gave his cousin a brutal beating. Miserable screams resounded through the sky. The crowd looked dumbfounded. Mr. Zhou was usually a very gentle person. What was wrong with him today? David also vaguely sensed something. His legs involuntarily trembled. Could it be that the young man in front knew General Manager Zhou? He was the only one who had called just now, and not 10 minutes after making the call, General Manager Zhou came. Mr. Zhou, it's none of my business. It's David. It was David who called me, Captain Zhou said with a sniffle and a tear, although he was Zhou Yuntao's cousin. But he was one of those relatives who couldn't even get close. It was still his dad who had asked several people to contact Zhou Yuntao to arrange this position for him. So it's you, David. Zhou Yuntao let out a roar and rushed towards David with his stick. Zhou Yuntao was big and thick, as fierce as a murderer. David was directly scared silly. Chapter 49, slightly flawed. Mr. Zhou, let me explain. No. Oh, no. Bang, bang, bang. After an output, Zhou Yuntao was also tired. Smiling, he walked to Lin Xuan's side and inquired in a low voice. Mr. Jar, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault for using the wrong person and giving you trouble. Can you tell me what's going on? Lin Xuan was speechless after hearing this. You don't know anything, you come up and hit them? You, this leader, can be awesome. The thing is this. Lin Xuan briefly told Zhou Yuntao. Zhou Yuntao immediately wanted to go up and beat up David again after hearing this. Lin Xuan looked at David had been beaten into a pig's head. What if he was beaten to death again? So he stopped Zhou Yuntao. Forget it, it's not that big of a deal. Let's leave it at that. It's still General Cylinder who is generous. Zhou Yuntao smiled back. He then turned to look at David, who was lying on the ground. David, you go to the finance tomorrow to collect your paycheck, and directly pack up your things and leave directly. No, Mr. Zhou, please give me a chance. This is a misunderstanding. Zhou Yuntao directly ignored David, nor did he punish his cousin uncle. After all, it was David who had asked him to come, and he himself had beaten him. Mr. Cylinder, do you think it's okay to handle it this way? Zhou Yuntao said respectfully. Lin Xuan patted his shoulder and said, don't use the wrong person next time. Or, Lin Xuan thought about it and realized that he had nothing to threaten him with. In addition to a little money, nothing. It's better to hurry up and slip away. Otherwise it's not going to be easy when the school leaders come over. Lin Xuan left this sentence and then directly took Lu still left here. And Zhou Yuntao heard this sentence, directly out of a cold sweat. The meaning of Mr. Jar is very clear. If there is a next time, the consequences will be on your own. After Lin Xuan left, Zhou Yuntao left David with a vicious look and also left the campus with his people. The many onlookers also dispersed. They wanted to witness Lin Xuan's majesty once again, but unfortunately they didn't. Uncle, are you alright? McCann hurriedly picked up David, who had been beaten to a pig's head. Pa! David directly threw a slap onto McCann's face. It's all your fault. It was so hard for me to be promoted from a design to chief designer. A job that pays $1 million a year is gone. He was going to go back and beg Mr. Zhou. After all, there was still a chance that he would be allowed to stay if he didn't get into a fight. David pushed McKeon away, drove the car and ran away in a puff of smoke. McCann covered his face in pain and looked at Lin Xuan's disappearing back. Lin Xuan, this is all because of you, Lin Xuan. He was the son of an international trade tycoon, but he was bullied like this. This was not only a disgrace, it was a contempt for his family. He couldn't endure it. Lin Xuan, this revenge will not be repaid. I, McCann, will not be a man. His veins rippled and his eyes were as vicious as they could be, but Lin Xuan's background seemed to be very strong. Even his uncle's boss treated him with respect. It wasn't like he had anyone right now, so he could only turn to his dad who was far away from home. Then I'll endure for a while. He decided to live with it for a while, tighten up a bit lately, and then target Lin Xuan after he contacted his dad. On the other side, Lin Xuan had already brought Lu Still to the floor of her dormitory. Lin Xuan, I really didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years you've gotten so good. Not only can you fight, but you also know the big boss, Lu Still said with an adoring face. She found that Lin Xuan had too many advantages. Good body, being a school grass, fighting fiercely, and also knowing the big boss. It seems that people are still respectful to him. It was really hard for her not to love such a man, and they are still childhood friends who have slept together. Thinking about it, Lu still can't stop being excited. Which is true, it just so happens that I know people. Okay, go back quickly. If he harasses you again, you call me directly, I'll go in him to death, Lin Xuan said in a serious manner. Well, then I'll go back first. Go back quickly. Lu Still blushed and smooched Lin Xuan on the face before pulling her best friend and scurrying into the dormitory. Quite a few girls saw Lin Xuan's teeth grooves crunching after being kissed. Why did Lin Xuan send her back? Why couldn't it have been herself who kissed him? Lin Xuan hurriedly wiped the lipstick marks. If he went back to the dormitory and was seen by Lu Ming and the other two, then he would not kill himself? After Lin Xuan returned to the dormitory, it was already more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Ming and Li Longfeng also woke up when they heard Lin Xuan come in. Last night they had gone to an internet cafe for an all-nighter and had slept until now after they came back. Lin Xuan, you still know to come back ah? Didn't get drained ah? Lu Ming asked in a daze. Lin Xuan hadn't come back in the past few days. He knew with his ass what Lin Xuan had done. Sitting on 2 big beauties. This was worse than killing him. Wang Wei is really good to you. He won't even give me permission if I want to take a day off. Why can you stay away for so many days? And no need for military training? Li Longfeng spat. Come on you two. I'm just having a little trouble at home. Did you two just fall asleep here? Lin Xuan asked. Yeah, I went to an all-nighter with your phone last night and only came back at 8 in the morning. Lu Ming replied. Oh, you still have the nerve to say, I play a game with you. You damn put 0/10. Lousy played a night 4 dozen 6. Li Longfeng scolded. You can't take me, you still have reason? Who said take me on the diamond? Garbage, Lu Ming said with a disgusted face. Roll. You. Alright, are you guys still going today? Lin Xuan asked. Of course, you're back. The 3 of us have to go. Lu Ming said excitedly. But don't stay up all night. Play until the night and then come back. If we stay up all night again, I'm afraid I'm going to become a box. Li Longfeng said with a weak face. He looked to be in a poor state, but the game still had to be played. Okay, then you guys pack up. Let's go early and come back early. Lin Xuan proposed. There wasn't much to play in college. Usually just lying in the dormitory swiping a video, playing games and such. Those who like sports could go to the playground to play ball and run, but the 2 of them obviously don't love sports. Good Lu. Li Longfeng simply washed up and finished. Lu Ming was still playing hairspray on his hair over there in the mirror. Is Lu Ming going on a blind date? Making it so grand? Lin Xuan asked with a puzzled expression. You don't know. He fell in love with a female classmate in our class called Jiang Shayan, who works part-time as a cashier at an internet cafe. This grandson is running to the internet cafe whenever he has time. I'm also drunk. Li Longfeng replied. Good looking? How come I don't have the impression that there's one named Jiang Shayan? Lin Xuan asked again. When you met them they didn't have makeup on. Now that they have makeup on, their face value has directly tripled. Asterisk. Is that so exaggerated? I think it's too hypocritical. But Lu Ming likes this. Who knows what he thinks? Li Longfeng said breathlessly. That has to be seen. Don't worry. It can't be compared to your sister Wan Er and sister Xian Xian. Asterisk. Li Longfeng. You're damn well burying me again, aren't you? At this time, Lu Ming also got it right. The whole person was brand new, and his temperament and hairstyle had gone up. It's just slightly flawed. Chapter 50, you're looking for death, aren't you? Let's go brothers. Go online. Lu Ming said excitedly. Yesterday Jiang Shayan wasn't there. You're excited again today? Li Longfeng said with a bad smile. Get lost. I'm going online. It has nothing to do with Jiang Shayan. Lu Ming blushed. Let's eat first, Lin Xuan suggested. Eat what to eat? Where is the good food in the restaurant? Let's go directly to the internet cafe, then order a takeaway is. Brother Ming, this is a bit impatient. Li Longfeng had just finished speaking, and the two were directly dragged out by Lu Ming. The internet cafe was not far from them, at the end of the school's commercial street. The 3 of them went to the internet cafe while also strolling through the snack street. Lin Xuan was like a pig, eating whatever he saw. Li Longfeng bought an egg cake. The owner of the egg pancake is a very handsome uncle, and the food is delicious and not expensive. very popular with students. Lin Chuan also bought one. Just the moment he locked eyes with the boss, a creepy feeling came over him. Lin Chuan frowned. This boss's eyes were harmonious, but there was a killing intent hidden deep within. This killing intent was not directed at him, but was always present in the eyes. Lin Chuan secretly guessed in his heart, this boss had either killed people before or worked in a slaughterhouse. Classmate, you're done with this egg dunk with everything added. The boss handed over an oversized egg burrito to Lin Chuan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you have a place to put your mouth? Lu Ming said breathlessly. This egg dunk cake was at the very least one topping 5. It tastes good this way. What do you know? Lin Chuan said back. After arriving at the internet cafe, there was indeed a girl standing over the cash register. The dress is very trendy. The body is also very good. Is the face of the makeup thick a bit oozing? Although Li Yueshuan's makeup was also very thick, but people were applying thick powder and it looked very natural. She was different. Her entire face was painted white. Her lipstick was that blood red color, and the area around her eyes was also painted colorful, although it was a bit exaggerated. The whole thing was quite pretty. Lu Ming took 2 cups of milk tea and leaned up with a fart. Sister Xiaoyan, brother treats you to milk tea. Thank you, Lu Ming. Jiang Xiaoyan just casually made a perfunctory remark and didn't say anything else. It looked as if she wasn't very interested in Lu Ming. Let's open a triple seat for brother. Preferably one that's closer to the front desk so that brother can look at you all the time. Lu Ming was like a licking dog that saw a bone. It disgusted both Li Longfeng and Lin Chuan. A few of you show your ID cards. Jiang Xiaoyan gave Lu Ming a somewhat disgusted look. Then glancing back, she unexpectedly saw Lin Chuan who was eating an egg dunk cake. Yikes! Lin Chuan student. I didn't expect you to come back. I didn't see you for the past few days. I thought you were sick. Jiang Xiaoyan said with an excited face looking at Lin Chuan. She couldn't look at Lu Ming at all. This guy's face was annoying. And he wasn't this enthusiastic when he didn't have makeup on. This was clearly a scummy guy who saw color. But Lin Chuan was different. He was tall and handsome and had a good body. And he is not a womanizer. So far there are no rumors. Just a video of Li Yuexian confessing her love for Lin Chuan. Very vague. He hasn't agreed yet. And he is also the newest school grass. Countless girls and even boys like him. She, Jiang Xiaoyan, was naturally no exception. Especially that video of Lin Chuan fighting. That dashing figure simply made her want to die. Several sleepless nights. It is by this video she can sleep peacefully. Such a boy is the Prince Charming she pursues. And they were still in the same class. She had an advantage over any girl. So as long as she took the initiative, she had enough confidence to rip off Lin Chuan. Hello, classmate Jiang Xiaoyan. I had some family matters a few days ago, so I just came back. Lin Chuan smiled bashfully. Classmate Lin Chuan, how can you eat an egg dunk cake without drinking water? Take this cup of milk tea and drink it. Don't choke. Jiang Xiaoyan turned her hand and pushed the milk tea Lu Ming had given her to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan almost sprayed out what he had eaten after hearing this. What was this situation? Lin Chuan was directly confused. Not quite right. Didn't we just meet once at the beginning of the school year? Is there a need to be so enthusiastic? At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Jiang Xiaoyan with a bewildered expression. He wasn't a little cutie. Could see that her eyes were blazing as she looked at Lin Chuan. His heart was hard. Did she like Lin Chuan? But Lin Chuan has a schoolgirl. There's more than one. That's not true. She said she only likes people who are genuinely nice to her. This must be just her admiration for Lin Chuan. Lu Ming quickly understood. Thank you Ms. Jiang Xiaoyan. This is from Lu Ming. I can't take it. Get me a bottle of black tea. Lin Chuan politely pushed the milk tea back. He didn't want to upset Lu Ming because of himself. Alright then, I'll take this cup of milk tea. I'll treat you to a drink. Jiang Xiaoyan smiled. She also seemed to feel that it wasn't good to show too much enthusiasm for Lin Chuan in front of Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming liked her. She liked Lin Chuan, and Lin Chuan was Lu Ming's roommate. Then thank you Sister Xiaoyan, Lu Ming said with a happy face. It seemed like he had forgotten what had just happened. Waiter, what kind of broken headphones are you guys? The electricity is leaking. A young man with dyed yellow hair cursed. I'm sorry, I'll go take a look first. Jiang Xiaoyan heard this and rushed over. What happened to your headphones? Jiang Xiaoyan asked as she went over. Your broken headphones. When did the front desk change? The small yellow hair just wanted to break the mouth and cursed, and hit the eyes to see that a girl had come over. This morning was still a tank, and in the afternoon it was changed into a sexy little girl. He swept Jiang Xiaoyan several times with eyes full of light and found that it was not bad. The whole person wears a very cool front and back. Thighs are also very tight, and the looks are still very tender. Is a little thick makeup painted, but this is not a problem. Little sister, is it okay to add a WeChat? Yellow hair had a bad smile on his face. Sorry, I have someone I like. Jiang Xiaoyan shook her head and refused. Don't be like this. Just make a friend. You add me a WeChat. I won't look for trouble from you just now about your headphones leaking. Sorry, I said not to add. Grass. Yellow hair slapped the table and said angrily. Mard. Give face don't have face right, dressed up like this to come out to play. Pretend what virtuous woman. Do not add WeChat also line. Your headset leakage. Give me $1,000 I go to do a check. This matter even. Then I'll go inform my boss. Jiang Xiaoyan said with some fear. She was just a freshman. And the yellow hair on the opposite side looked like an off-campus gangster. He was scared. I said, give me $1,000. Otherwise adding a WeChat is fine. Grass. Dare to bully my friend. You're damn near looking for death. Lu Ming was furious. He lifted a monitor and smashed it towards yellow hair. Chapter 51. You've also beaten up a few of your brothers. Pine. Yellow hair sitting on the gaming chair did not react at all. His head was smashed solidly. The monitor was smashed with smoke. Just now, when yellow hair asked Jiang Xiaoyan for WeChat, he was about to go on. It was Li Longfeng who pulled him back. Now yellow hair was already looking for trouble in the open, daring to bully the person he liked. He directly couldn't endure it. Q. You dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? Yellow hair was enraged. He copied an ashtray and was about to slap Lu Ming to death. At this time, a big strong hand at the back grabbed his arm. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Lin Chuan exerted his strength and directly lifted his entire body up and threw it out. Grass mud horse. Calling for people. Right. You guys wait for me. The little yellow hair rubbed his head and climbed up, roaring at Lin Chuan and the others. The next second he pulled out his big brother. Hey, brother Chang. Your little brother I got beaten up. In the internet cafe on the commercial street of Iris University. 3 people across the street. You come quickly. After yellow hair hung up the phone, he directly covered his head and left. Xiao Yan, you come with us. This yellow hair must have gone to call someone. When the time comes, they will definitely give you a hard time. Lu Ming said with a worried face. He wasn't afraid of one little yellow hair, but a few more little yellow hairs wouldn't be a problem, with Lin Chuan here. But if there were a dozen of them, they would be in trouble. So he decided to take Jiang Xiaoyan and Lin Chuan and they just slipped away. It was impossible for them to go in and cause trouble in such a big school. But I still have to look after the store in the internet cafe. It'll be a long time before the boss comes. Jiang Xiaoyan said. She also wanted to leave. Once she left, there would be no one in the internet cafe. When the time came, she would still have to pay for the lost things herself. That's fine. I'll stay with you in the store. Brother Chuan, Brother Feng, I caused this matter. You guys go first. When the boss comes, I'll go back with Xiao Yan. Lu Ming said in a very righteous manner. What are you talking about? We are all brothers. How can we leave you behind? Besides, there is Lin Chuan, the 1-to-5 guy here. When the time comes for him to fight 5, the rest I and you will cover. Li Longfeng patted Lu Ming and said. Although the two of them were not tall and their physique was poor, they had a lot of momentum. It's okay Lu Ming. It's still early. Let's wait for the boss here together. Lin Chuan proposed. Alright then, thank you guys. A few people weren't interested in playing with computers anymore. They casually found an empty seat and sat down to play with their cell phones. Li Longfeng was worthy of being a game fan and actually played the game. This guy Lu Ming couldn't hold back again and went over to find Jiang Xiaoyan to chat. Jiang Xiaoyan, on the other hand, peeked at Lin Chuan from time to time. Lin Chuan's face went numb. You're not letting me take the blame. It's not like I did anything to you. Lin Chuan thought she was really bad. Maybe it's because there are too many beautiful women around him and he's a bit aesthetically fatigued. With nothing to do, he opened WeChat to chat. After flipping to Li Yueshuan's her father's WeChat, Lin Chuan remembered that he had promised to apply for a refund for his son. But applying for a refund was too troublesome. So Lin Chuan directly transferred tens of thousands of dollars to his dad. After that, he downloaded the Rat's Tooth livestream, having previously promised Zhang Xini that she would reward him at Rat's Tooth. Now it was just the right time to consume a wave. He just opened the app, and a few punks rushed in at the door. Behind them were 7 or 8 people who couldn't squeeze in. They all had their nostrils facing the sky and were very arrogant. The front ones were obviously of a higher level. Some were tattooed with the Eye of Heaven. Some were tattooed with shrimp threads. And there was also a naked skinny monkey tattooed with the 9 dragons pulling coffin. It's a good thing that this group of people didn't hold a dick in their hands. Yellow hair stood in front of them. Good. Little than pups, count yourselves as having the balls to still be here. I'll give you a chance to come out. Otherwise when we drag you out, it won't be as simple as a beating. Obviously, they were also afraid of breaking something in the internet cafe. If they were to pay for the damages, a group of them were afraid that they wouldn't be able to come up with $1,000. Yellow hair let out a roar, and the young people in the entire internet cafe hid. Those who were playing ranked all hung up, fearing that it would affect them. The current internet cafe was like a dark cloudy sky that was about to pour down. Jiang Xiaoyan directly sat on the ground in fear. Lu Ming and Li Longfeng's hands were clenched and their legs were also shaking a bit. They had spoken well before, but when they saw this group of oppressive punks, they were still a bit intimidated. After all, they were all students who had just started college and had seen too little. Brother Chuan, Brother Feng, I, Lu Ming, am a man of action, but it's just a few punks. At most they'll get a beating. You guys go first. Lu Ming took a step out. He was already prepared to go it alone. Li Longfeng was moved to tears. I can't leave even if they block the doorway here. Still want to go? I tell you, none of you three can leave. I'll give you 10 seconds to come out, or I'll even hit that together. As soon as he heard that Yellow Hair was actually going to make a move on Jiang Xian, Lu Ming directly clenched his teeth and walked out. Li Longfeng also followed behind him and walked out. After Lin Xuan saw that both of them had gone out, he got up and moved his wrists and also followed. After the two of them went out, the juniors behind them directly tackled them both. Just waiting for Lin Xuan to come out, they directly taught these three cubs to behave. Lin Xuan had just walked to the door when the punk in front stumbled directly after seeing Lin Xuan's face, almost falling over. What's up, monkey? Did you play too much last night again? The punk in the back hurriedly held him up. He's Lin Xuan. Monkey trembled and said to the few people behind him, who? The crowd of punks were confused, but when they saw Lin Xuan's face, they were all startled as well. The few people who had tackled Lu Ming and Li Longfeng also let go of their hands. The 12 or 13 of them, except for Yellow Hair, were all the people who had been called by Jiang Kaijun to get beaten up that day. That god of warlike figure had been imprinted in their minds. There are still several people in this group who have been beaten up severely, and now their injuries are still not well. Today they were so lucky to see Lin Xuan again, just like a mouse seeing a cat. Each one of them clenched their legs. Lin Xuan also felt that each one of them looked familiar after he came out. Have we met somewhere before? Lin Xuan asked suspiciously. After the group of punks looked at each other for a few moments, eventually a skinny monkey closest to Lin Xuan bent over and came up. Hello Brother Chuan, we've seen you before at the -30,000 degree roasted fish place, and you've even beaten up a few of your brothers, the thin monkey said timidly. Yellow Hair directly heard it. What the hell? A dozen of you have been beaten by this guy. You damned. How is this possible? He only felt countless grass mud horses galloping in his heart. Lin Xuan also remembered at this time. No wonder it looked so familiar. It turned out that they were all Jiang Saijuan's pig-headed little brother. What? Are you guys trying to beat us up? Lin Xuan directly wrapped his arms around the skinny monkey and gently exerted a force. The skinny monkey only felt that all of his internal organs were going to be squeezed, and his face turned a little purple. No, we're just passing by our brother Chuan. After Lin Xuan let go of him, Thin Monkey directly lay on the ground panting heavily. When the other juniors saw Thin Monkey in this state, their legs trembled in fear. Chapter 52. This is good. Do you guys feel that you didn't enjoy being beaten last time and want to try again, right? Lin Xuan's eyes swept over the crowd, his head rising slightly, the corner of his mouth quirked, revealing an evil and impetuous smile, his icy cold eyes revealing 3 parts sneer, 3 parts disdain. No, Brother Chuan, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Yeah, it's all a misunderstanding. Brother Chuan, you're thirsty, right? I'll go buy you a cup of milk tea. A junior brother hurriedly ran to the milk tea store. Brother Chuan, you're tired. I'll pinch your shoulders. I'm very skilled. An ancestral craft. Another junior brother ran over with a flattering face and pinched Lin Xuan's shoulder. Brother Chuan, you were so handsome that day. The little brothers all look up to you very much. The crowd of little brothers licked their faces and greeted them, smiling like chrysanthemums. The scene of that day was still vivid in my mind. Except for the few who lay underground and pretended to be dead. The rest of them laid down for several days before slowing down. They didn't want to go through it. Li Longfeng and Lu Ming were both confused when they saw the scene. The punks who were originally very arrogant. Once they saw Lin Xuan, it was like they had seen their master. Those who rubbed their shoulders and those who pinched their legs. There was also a gangster with a shrimp tattoo who bought 2 cups of milk tea and waited for Lin Xuan to drink it. What's going on here? Lin Xuan has become their boss? Yellow Hair face is green and purple. He was stupid enough to understand the situation at this moment. The handsome man in front of him who was being waited on was the fierce man who had beaten 21 times that day, although he hadn't been present at the time. Seeing the half-dead appearance of each of them when they came back, he knew how brave this one called Lin Xuan was, and he himself had messed with such a fierce man. Wouldn't that be cool? For a moment, his legs actually went soft. Puff. Brother Chuan, I was wrong. I deserve to die. I shouldn't have messed with you guys. Please be generous and don't be so mean to me. Lin Xuan was planning to take Li Longfeng and them away. Who knew that Yellow Hair unexpectedly bent his legs and directly flopped down on his knees. Brother Chuan, give little brother a second chance. Little brother will definitely reform and be a new man. Yellow Hair said as he smacked his face with a big mouth. Lin Chuan was also a bit confused. He didn't think that such an arrogant yellow hair would be so wimpy. He knelt down before he even said anything. He had thought of scolding him before leaving. This also made him embarrassed to open his mouth. Moreover, there were more and more students on the sidelines, and many were taking pictures and videos. Lin Chuan felt that it was better to end it earlier, lest it have a bad impact. Okay, all get lost. Blocking other people's internet cafes. How can others surf the internet? Lin Chuan waved his hand and shouted, Thank you, brother Chuan. The little yellow hair ran away as soon as he heard. Then brother Chuan, you play first. Brother, a few just wandering around. There is something you directly find us is. We first withdraw. The gangster with the shrimp tattoo laughed. The crowd of juniors also nodded and slipped away. As fast as they came, they left even faster. Only the dumbfounded Lu Ming and Li Longfeng were left behind. Brother Chuan, I didn't see it. Even these hooligans, you've ruled them obediently. Li Longfeng patted Lin Chuan and laughed. Thank you, Lin Chuan, you've helped me once again. In the future, if there's anything you want to do, just order me. Brother, I'll do whatever you want, Lu Ming said in a deep voice. No need, just treat me to dinner when you have the chance in the future. Lin Chuan laughed and gently hammered Lu Ming. Student Lin Chuan, you're really great. Zhang Xiaoyan also ran out from the internet cafe with an excited face after seeing them leave. The way she looked at Lin Chuan became more and more worshipful. It was natural for a woman to worship a strong man. Every woman wanted a strong man to protect her. And Lin Chuan has the strength, has the platoon, is still the school's grass, but also based on the momentum alone to let more than a dozen punks look at the wind and flee. This aura directly intoxicated Zhang Xiaoyan. The current her, seeing Lin Chuan would unconsciously make her heart beat faster and her whole body boil. Lin Chuan grinned and didn't say anything. He was afraid of this look from Zhang Xiaoyan. It was like a tigress looking at a rabbit. Then he turned back to look at Lu Ming. His face was colorful and ugly. Lin Chuan only had one thought right now. That was to run away in a hurry. I'm suddenly a bit uncomfortable. I might have eaten badly. Brother Feng, why don't you accompany me to the infirmary? Lin Chuan said with a constipated face. Oops, is it serious? I'll help you go. Li Longfeng also instantly understood Lin Chuan's intentions and agreed. Zhang Xiaoyan stayed in the internet cafe. The owner of the internet cafe hadn't come yet. She had to wait for the owner. Lu Ming also stayed behind and licked his face and followed Zhang Xiaoyan. After returning to the dormitory, Li Longfeng looked at Lin Chuan with a serious face and said, Brother Chuan, does that Zhang Xiaoyan like you? He could also see that Zhang Xiaoyan was very enthusiastic about Lin Chuan. After all, Lin Chuan, this asshole schoolboy, was so good looking. I don't know. There are a lot of people who like me. Anyway, I don't like Zhang Xiaoyan. There are only a few that I like. Lin Chuan thought about it and replied, probably besides Li Yuexian, Ran Wanwan, Zhang Sini, Chao Jie, he wouldn't like anyone else. Xin Yao counted as half of them. She was a bit violent, but she seemed to have changed recently. Lu still counts as half, but Lin Chuan still treats her as a brother. There seems to be a Xin Luoxin, Lin Chuan just like her appearance. This one doesn't count. I know you have the school flower. In fact, I can't see Zhang Xiaoyan either. She's too hypocritical. When Lu Ming comes back, I'll talk to him about it. Okay, then I'll trouble my brother Feng. Playing pesticides or not? Come on too. The two of them smiled heartily. Their double row was simply unbeatable. Li Longfeng was worthy of being a peak tournament player. Playing field, top single, all kinds of operations were flying. Lin Chuan is also no slouch, specializing in provoking the opposite side with heroes that eat operations. The two of them worked together seamlessly, all the way to invincible. 2 hours later, defeat. Another stolen crystal. 5 consecutive Niza. Li Longfeng roared. Where's the development road archer? Lin Chuan asked. Being hit by the opposite side hung up. Didn't you see it? I'm sorry. We are so fierce. How can we match with some garbage? 20 consecutive victories have been broken. You had a winning streak. That's normal. The matching mechanism. Li Longfeng explained. Lin Chuan. Both of them were afraid of dropping their stars again, and they both stopped playing. Li Longfeng played another game. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, remembered the Mousetooth Live app that he had just downloaded. He had previously promised the leader of Mousetooth to spend a wave on Mousetooth. Lin Chuan first sent a message to Zhang Sini to open the broadcast, then logged into the Rat-Tooth live broadcast. Registered account. Lonely Ashtray. There are many categorized modules on Mousetooth Live, and Lin Chuan went directly to the face value area. Now that Zhang Sini wasn't on the air yet, he casually strolled around. This one doesn't work. Tech face. This is a cover monster. Run. This one doesn't work either. It's too unreasonable and has no talent. This one is good yo. Front and back. Very wow. Lin Chuan browsed around for a while before finally discovering and locking onto a dance anchor. Chapter 53, So Lucky to Meet You. This anchor's name is Soo Jeor. It is a dance anchor. The popularity of the live room is as high as 500,000. The figure is very wow, and wear a high fork dress, a pair of long legs with high heels shaking around. Face value well, can. Open the beauty face is still superior. At this time she is dancing a sexy twisted crotch dance. Hands and feet exudes endless charm. The righteous people in the live broadcast room cheered. Too good, too good. I can't keep my gun down. Jeor's sister. I've been following you for a long time. Can I have a train shake? I'm from your side too. Want to leave a contact? The pop-up screen was full of sage words from decent people. After a hot dance, the crowd offered their gifts. There were love letters, trophies, and some small gifts. The most was surprisingly a confession balloon from a person named Lonely Ashtray. The rat's tooth platform was repeatable vests, just like the one called One Tiny Tiger's Tooth. And there were plenty of them. Thank you for the confession balloon sent by Mr. Cylinder, Soo Jeor said very coyly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Posing as me to send a gift? And sending such a long gift. Lin Chuan got angry when he saw it. How dare you steal my name? My name isn't something that can be used casually. He smiled faintly and backhanded a wave of recharge. It was probably because Zhang Sini had reported his cell phone number. Lin Chuan could surprisingly charge up to $10 million in a single recharge. This was really enjoyable. He simply recharged a little this time. The recharge wasn't much, just 100 million. Immediately afterward, he returned to the live broadcast room, tapped on the gift interface. The highest in there was a treasure map worth 5,000. Others like scrolls and such still had to open the emperor. Scrolling down further, a customized sports car interface attracted him. SSS Sun God Apollo was actually worth 99,000? Lin Chuan was thrilled. This rat's tooth's leader was quite forceful. Knowing that Lin Chuan liked these large gifts, he even thoughtfully got him a $99,000 sports car. Jeor's sister. You come to a section of the train shake, I'll brush you a few sports cars. Oh, here comes another trumpet impersonating the cylinder chief. I've seen no less than 10 of them today. I've seen no less than 10 of them today. Whoever pays me $50 for dinner, I'll give him $5 million tomorrow. You're farting. I'm the real Mr. Jar. Alright, you're all Mr. Cylinder. Then Mr. Cylinder, can you paint me a sports car first? Sugar bean cars don't count, Soo Jeor said in a whiny voice. Since the cylinder chief caught fire, there were inexplicably a lot more ashtrays in her live room. Everyone claimed to be a cylinder chief, but they didn't even bother to brush $1,000 gift. The most expensive is still this cylinder chief just now, brushing $502 worth of confession balloons. There were just 3 sports cars, a sugar bean car, an A-class car worth 1,000, and an S-class car worth 3,000. As long as she could brush an A-class car for her, then she would satisfy the audience's hobby. The corner of Lin Chuan's mouth rose slightly. Next is the moment to witness the true cylinder total. He flicked his finger. A dazzling SSS Sun God Apollo flew up. Lonely Ashtray, giving anchor Soo Jeor a customized sports car Sun God Apollo X1. In an instant, the entire live broadcast room was covered by the dazzling light of the sports car. The dazzling appearance coupled with the explosive roar of the sports car directly shook the hearts of the crowd in the live broadcast room. Wow, thank you, Mr. Cylinder, sending the customized sports car. Thank you, Mr. Jar. Soo Jeor screamed in surprise. This gift was surprisingly worth $100,000. Could this be the real Mr. Cylinder? She was so excited. Mr. Jang, wait a moment, I'll go change. Holy, is this an exclusive supercar? How much is it worth? Such dangling special effects. An S-Class sports car costs $3,000. This must be tens of thousands. This is not a real cylinder chief mixed in with a bunch of fakes, is it? That man, he's here on his trumpet. Mr. Cylinder, I'll start now. Soo Jeor, who had finished changing her clothes, also returned. She wore a Pikachu's tight, revealing little tank top. Pikachu's entire cheeks bulged high. Underneath, she wore a pair of denim hot pants, and a pair of diamond-encrusted high heels. The outfit made the decent people in the broadcast room go gaga. In the next second, the music started. Soo Jeor's flirtatious figure swung with the music. The entire live broadcast room instantly went crazy. Countless pop-ups that were too good to be true flew up. Lin Chuan's fingers continued to shake. An Apollo flew up. Lonely Ashtray sends anchor Soo Jeor's customized sports car Sun God Apollo X10. Lonely Ashtray to anchor Soo Jeor's customized sports car Sun God Apollo X50. Soo Jeor went crazy. The live broadcast room exploded. The popularity instantly soared to 5 million. The viewers outside continued to join the live room after seeing it. Lin Chuan exited after swiping 61, because he realized that Zhang Sini was on the air. The name of Zhang Sini's live room is Miss Sini. After Lin Chuan went in, the audience who had smelled it followed him in. Cylinder Chief, I knew you would be here. Mr. Jung, I've liked you for a long time. Mr. Jar, do you still need someone at home? I clean toilets very well. Jung Sinny was still a bit confused when she suddenly joined more than 2,000 people. It was only when she saw the comments that she reacted. Lin, ah no, Mr. Jar, is it really you? Jung Sinny said with some excitement. It's me, Sinny cutie, ready to accept my love for you? Mr. Jar is going to start again. Quickly shake the man. He should run away later. Mr. Jung, let me sing you a song first. Jung Sinny smiled very sweetly. The prelude sounded and a familiar melody flowed into Lin Chuan's ears. It was a song called Little Luck by Tian Fujian. It was also a song that Lin Chuan liked very much. This song was a song that Lin Chuan often played in between classes during his high school years. It expressed the innocent friendship and love of the student era, which was missed, grew up, and began to sigh with nostalgia. As soon as Jung Sinny opened her mouth, that charismatic voice instantly gave the song a soul. The originally restless pop-ups also calmed down. They were all appreciating the beautiful and melodious voice. Maybe it was too busy smiling and crying, too busy chasing shooting stars in the sky. One rightfully forgets who has been silently guarding the spot in the wind and rain. Wow, Miss Xine sings so beautifully. This is the best version I've heard after the original. I love it, I love it, I love you. Miss Sinny, I'm so lucky to have met you, but I've lost the right to cry for you. Fated to meet you. How lucky will she be? After the song ended, the pop-ups for another song that was too good to listen to on the livestream took off. This song was Jung Sinny's favorite and best sung song. She wanted to give it to Lin Chuan, just like the lyrics. So lucky to meet you. Chapter 54, Why did it turn out like this? Thank you, Xine. This song is the best song I've ever heard, bar none. In the next second, Lin Chuan's fingers twitched again. A supercar flew up accompanied by a dazzling light. Lonely ashtray. To anchor Miss Xine's customized sports car Sun God Apollo times 10. Lonely ashtray. To anchor Miss Xinshin's customized sports car Sun God Apollo times 100. Lonely ashtray. For anchor Miss Xinshin's customized sports car Apollo times 939. For a whole hour, more than 900 supercars worth $100,000 flew up. The audience in the live broadcast room only felt incredibly shocked at first. After half an hour the cylinder total surprisingly had no intention of stopping. The sky full of Apollo was taking off. One by one, their eyes dropped in shock. Was Mr. Cylinder trying to set a new bounty record? An hour later Cylinder Chief finally stopped. The audience people's eyes were blinded by the sports car. This Cylinder Chief's strength is really as terrifying as it is. At this time, the popularity of Miss Xine's live broadcast room was already up to more than 80 million, and it was still rising, and there was even hope that it would break through 100 million. The pop-ups are going up like a rocket. Lin Chuan just sent a message, and it was gone in an instant. Mr. Cylinder, thank you for being so good to me. I love you. Jung Sinny's eyes were full of tears as she said in a glamorous imperial voice. 100 million. Mr. John's single reward has broken 100 million. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live broadcast, and after I gave her my phone, she knelt down too. My friend asked me how I suddenly stood up when I was ting, and I laughed. A real man is so confident. It's disgusting to see how one of you has never seen the world. Mr. Cylinder, you like dogs? The kind that can talk. Lin Chuan's operation directly shocked the Rat's Tooth executives. Ever since Jung Sinny reported Lin Chuan's information, they had previously sent people to keep an eye on him in real time. Sure enough, he had kept his word and come, and the first time he did so, it was a small target. Immediately arrange for Chief Cylinder to have all sorts of exclusive special effects, badges, and exclusive mounts. It must be cool and rowdy. This will stimulate him to spend more. One of Rat's Tooth's executives instructed his subordinates. After his investigation, Mr. Jar was actually a character who cared a lot about ostentation. He didn't ask about the value of the gifts. As long as they looked good and were cool, he would just give them away. So as long as he pulled up the platoon of Mr. Zhang's account, Mr. Zhang would definitely stay in Mao's teeth and continue to reward. In the live broadcast room, Miss Xine's room had exploded. Almost 80% of the entire platform's audience had crowded into her live room. The name Lonely Ashtray had also been imprinted in the hearts of viewers and anchors across the platform. Just when they were still struggling to find the total cylinder in the live broadcast room, Lin Chuan had long since quietly slipped away. Lu Ming, you're back? Li Longfeng asked. Ha ha, I'm happy today, so I'll treat you all to milk tea, Lu Ming said with an excited face. He was carrying 3 oversized cups of milk tea in his hands, looking as if he had won the lottery. Brother Ming, what's so happy? It can't be that Jiang Xiaoyan has agreed to be your girlfriend, right? Lin Chuan asked with a curious face. No, but it's similar. I confessed to her. She didn't agree. but she didn't refuse either. Isn't this equivalent to acquiescence? Alright, brother Ming, it's really strong. Li Longfeng giggled. I'm going to wait until the military training is over next week, have a big confession with her, and then when the water is right, the two of us can officially be together. Ha ha ha, asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you laugh and jerk over. Lin Chuan laughed. Play pesticide no? Lu Ming proposed. Roll, you piece of trash. Even if I die and jump from here, I won't fight you. Li Longfeng cursed. He was really scared by Lu Ming's pit. Just wait, I'll stomp you down sooner or later. Lu Ming said back. Lin Chuan didn't play games with him either. Instead, he checked his system balance. He had only spent a total of 3,804,000,000 now plus the 100,000,000,000 he had just rewarded. There were still 3 remaining draws. He planned to save up first and wait to spend more money to draw a big one. After briefly catching up on the drama, his eyes began to fight. After giving a unified reply of good night to the few girls in WeChat, he then went to sleep. The other side, in a certain upscale neighborhood in Iris capital, Ren Wanwan was lying on her back on the big soft bed shaking her white and tender feet. A sweet smile appeared on her face after she saw Lin Chuan send her a good night. There were no lights on in her room. Mother thought she was asleep. Ka-ching! The sound of a key opening the door rang out. Her father, Ran Yangxiang, had returned home. He was tall and very dignified. It gave the impression of a rich and big boss at first glance. But at this moment, his brows were furrowed and his face looked bad. Is Wan Er asleep? Sleeping? How did things go? Ran Wanwan's mother, Chan Huilin, asked. Not too smooth. Boss Huang doesn't seem to be interested in our factory. Ran Yangxiang shook his head and said, then what are we going to do? The bank loan is about to expire. The workers' wages have also been delayed for 2 months without being paid. The original old employees have also left nearly 1/3 of them. And it's about to be the workers' payment day. Could it be? Are we really going to go bankrupt? When Chen Huilin said this, she couldn't stop her tears. The factory that had been open for more than 20 years was directly eliminated because of a product transformation, producing old parts that no one even wanted anymore. The factory had to follow the transformation in order to survive. And the transformation needs a lot of money to replace the equipment. They barely earn $1 million a year. How can they get out of the more than $30 million needed to replace the equipment? Chen Huilin only felt that the sky had collapsed. Once the factory went bankrupt, they would have nothing left, and probably even this house would be taken away by the bank. What can I do? I've borrowed what I can. I can only say that the times have eliminated us. Ran Yangxiang's face was haggard. Cigarette after cigarette in his hand. He was also out of options. His old clients had lent him more than $3 million, but this could only solve the immediate problem. It couldn't save him. To get through this difficult time, to save the factory needs at least $50 million. So he found the boss Huang, want him to invest to save the factory. But this surname Huang even asked Wan Er to marry his stupid son. Ran Yangxiang naturally could not hand over his bar baby daughter, but he really has no way out. Bankruptcy has become a certainty. He only hopes that it will not affect his daughter's future life. At this time, behind the door of Ren Wanwan heard clearly. She pushed open the door and looked at her parents with red eyes. She was very sad. She couldn't believe that the two people who were still cheerful and laughing during the day had become so haggard. Mom and Dad, why did you keep this from me? Why have you become like this? Ran Wanwan cried as she jumped into Chen Huilin's arms. Chapter 55, the department flower asked you out again? Wan Er, don't cry. Mom and Dad will think of a way. Just go to school at ease. It's fine. Chen Huilin gently wiped away the tears on Ran Wanwan's face and said gently, Dad, Mom, I still have more than 2 million here. It's what I earned from opening the live broadcast. You guys take it first. Wan Er, you just keep the money you earned yourself, and when you talk to someone in the future, use it to buy a dowry. Chen Huilin said softly, Dad, just how much money is our family short of to get through this? Ran Yangxiang took a sharp drag on his cigarette, his eyes melancholy. At this point in time, there was no need for him to hide it from Ran Wanwan. Wan Er, Dad told you honestly, at least $50 million is needed to save this factory. $50 million. Ran Wanwan was shocked. Their family only made $1 million a year. $50 million. Even if they were all sold, they wouldn't be able to come up with $50 million. Why is that? Wait, Dad, Mom, I have an idea. She thought of Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan was the internet god master cylinder. He casually rewarded anchors in the hundreds of millions of dollars. $50 million he would definitely be able to come up with, as long as he could help her family tide over their difficulties. She, Ran Wanwan, could do anything for Lin Chuan. What do you have in mind? Chen Huilin asked suspiciously. I know a big boss. He's the cylinder chief who rewarded the anchors hundreds of millions of dollars on the internet. We're very familiar with each other. As long as I beg him for help, he'll definitely help us. Silly child. What are you doing? Mom and dad are just broke. Big deal. Start all over again. How can I bear to let you serve that old colorful bastard? Ran Yongxiang let out a roar. He often paid attention to hot news. He knew very well what kind of person the cylinder always was. The internet was buzzing with rumors. He was an old colorful bastard who only knew how to keep women everywhere. Letting his daughter serve this old colorful bastard was simply worse than killing him. Dad, it's not like that. He's young and handsome, and he's not an old man. He's still my schoolmate. The more Renwanwan said, the more softly she spoke, and in the end, she even blushed. Wan Er, you said he is still your schoolmate? Chen Huilin asked suspiciously. She was also aware of Chief Jar. Someone who could reward over $100 million was worth at least 100 times more. How should he be a big boss in his 40s or 50s? How could he be Wan Er's schoolmate? It's true, Mom. His name is Lin Chuan, and he's still our school's newest schoolboy. Ren Wan Er blushed and said. Just thinking about Lin Chuan's handsome face made her spring. Chen Huilin and Ren Yongxiang looked at each other, feeling that their daughter wasn't lying, and there was no need for her to lie. Could that cylinder chief really be her schoolmate? I'm afraid that someone so young and rich couldn't even compare to Iris Capital's richest man. Xin Guodong, right? Wan Er, are you telling the truth? It's true. When has my daughter ever lied to you guys? Then can you bring him to meet us tomorrow? Or it's fine if we go to meet him. The university is quite close to our home anyway. Chen Huilin said with some excitement. Then I'll tell him about it tomorrow. Ran Wanwan said somewhat shyly. Is this about bringing him to meet the parents? Although she liked him a lot. What if he didn't like her? Okay, then you can ask him tomorrow. Chen Huilin said. Alright, it's getting late. Go to bed. Wan Er, tomorrow. Ran Yongxiang said. The two of them tossed and turned after returning to their room. Do you think what Wan Er said is true? Ran Yongxiang asked. It should be. Wan Er even blushed when she said Lin Chuan was the school bully just now. Chen Huilin said back. If that's really the case, then our family's factory will be saved. The next day, Sunday, Lin Chuan, who was in a daze, received a call from Ran Wanwan. Hey, what's up, Wan Er? Lin Chuan asked in a daze. Lin Chuan, do you have something to do today? Ran Wanwan's gentle voice came from the phone. Nothing. What's wrong? Lin Chuan asked. Can you come to my house? I have something to look for you. Ran Wanwan said timidly. Okay, you wait for me for a while. I'll clean up and go over. Lin Chuan hung up the phone and started to get up and wash up. Who's looking for you, Brother Chuan? Li Longfeng asked. This guy got up early in the morning to play games. It was really devilish. Ran Wanwan said she was looking for me for something. I don't know what for. Lin Chuan said back. What? Department Flower asked you out again? Holy, where exactly are you better? As soon as Lu Ming heard that Lin Chuan was asked out again, he didn't sleep anymore and sat up directly. I don't know, maybe too handsome. Lin Chuan began to be self-absorbed again. Lu Ming and Li Longfeng had the heart to kill him. In a short while, Lin Chuan had cleaned up. He also secretly used Lu Ming's hairspray to create a style. After a simple breakfast, he drove his car towards Ren Wanwan's neighborhood. On the other side, Ren Wanwan's home. How is it, Wan Er? What did that student called Lin Chuan say? Chen Huilin asked anxiously. She didn't sleep well all night last night, and her dreams were all about her factory going bankrupt. The dark circles under her eyes were coming out. He said he would come over in a while. Ran Wanwan said softly. Her mom, you go wash some fruits and buy some snacks first. I'll go dress up. Ran Yongxiang spoke. Although Lin Chuan was young, after all, he was also a big boss. The proper etiquette still had to be there. Ran Wanwan's house was not far from the school. It didn't take long for Lin Chuan to arrive. Hey, Wan Er, I'm at the door of your neighborhood. Which building is your house? Lin Chuan called and asked. Okay, Lin Chuan, wait a bit. I'll go down and pick you up right away. Ren Wanwan hung up the phone and went downstairs with her parents. About a minute later, Lin Chuan saw Ren Wanwan, but this little ninny was followed by a couple, and the faces were very similar to Ren Wanwan. Did this little ninny bring her parents over? What is this about? Forcing a marriage? Hey Lin Chuan, I'm here. Ren Wanwan was in a much better mood as soon as she saw Lin Chuan. There was also a smile on her face. Behind them, Chen Huilin and Ren Yongxiang saw Lin Chuan. They couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts. Could this be Mr. Cylinder? How could it be so young? Although Wan Er had told them last night, they still felt incredible after seeing Lin Chuan. Wan Er, these two are? Lin Chuan asked. These are my parents. Ran Wan Er said with a smile. Hello uncle and auntie, I'm Wan Er's college classmate. My name is Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan politely greeted her dad and his mom. Hello Mr. Lin Chuan, you are really young and promising. I heard Wan Er say before that you were the school's schoolboy and she even said she liked you. Ran Yangxiang was worthy of being a businessman. In just one sentence he praised Lin Chuan to the side. Dad, what are you babbling about? Ran Wanwan blushed and hammered her dad. Chapter 56, How do you start this car? Alright, Mr. Lin Chuan, come sit with us at home, Chen Huilin said with a smile. She could tell that Wan Er was interested in Lin Chuan, otherwise it would be impossible to blush. Things might work out today. Lin Chuan followed them back to the house. It was a multi-story elevator house. The rooms were spaciously designed and gorgeously decorated. It was considered luxurious in Iris Capital's neighborhood. Student Lin Chuan, do you smoke? Ran Yangxiang poured Lin Chuan a glass of water. Uncle, I don't smoke, Lin Chuan said back. At this time, Chen Huilin gave Ran Wanwan a look. Lin Chuan, I called you over today because I have something to ask for your help. Ran Wanwan sat down next to Lin Chuan and said with a heavy face. Wan Er, if there's something you want to say, just say it. I can help for sure. Ran Yangxiang saw Lin Chuan so sure. His heart was also much more relaxed. Spoke, Lin Chuan, students. I have a factory under me. Opened more than 20 years. But 3 months ago a product transformation directly eliminated us. I struggled to support but still unable to return to the sky. The workers have to pay wages. The bank has to pay back the loan. The factory is on the verge of closure. I cannot do anything else. So I would like to please Lin Chuan, little brother, help. Relief, through this difficult time. Ran Yangxiang said sincerely. Lin Chuan could see that he was helpless. The fact that a big old man could say such words to a little kid was enough to prove that his current situation was already difficult. Don't worry, uncle. I can't help with other problems. The money piece, just ask. Lin Chuan said very stiffly. He was now poor with nothing but money. Then thank you so much, little brother Lin Chuan. I don't know if $20 million is okay? Ran Yangxiang asked. He didn't ask for $50 million because he felt that Lin Chuan couldn't come up with that much money. And secondly, this amount was too big for him to pay back later. So he decided to borrow $20 million first in exchange for a bank loan, and then pay the workers' wages. After that, he would find an opportunity to turn the factory over, pay back part of Lin Chuan first, and then slowly exchange the rest. Is $20 million enough? It's okay, uncle. Since I said I want to help, certainly help in the end. How much do you need to directly give me a specific number? Lin Chuan said seriously. Although he didn't know how big the factory was, he felt that 20 million was definitely not enough. How mustn't it be 100 million or 200 million to make it work? Then I'll be honest with you. If I want to revitalize the entire factory, I need at least 50 million. But 50 million, I'm afraid I won't be able to pay it back. Ran Yangxiang, a big old man, was about to cry. He very much wanted to revitalize his factory. After all, it was his efforts for more than 20 years. But after buying the equipment for $50 million, it was like starting over. He wasn't sure if he could get orders to make money. After all, his old customers were gone. It's fine, uncle. $50 million is too little. I'll transfer you $100 million. Lin Chuan smiled. Ha, is what you're saying true? It's not a joke? Chen Huilin and Ran Yangxiang were both confused. Even Ran Wanwan was confused. I'm serious, but it's not that I'm lending it to you. It's that I'm purchasing 51% of your factory shares for $100 million. These words came out. The family of three was shocked. $100 million to buy half of the shares? That amount of money could buy several of his factories. Not to mention the fact that the factory was on the verge of bankruptcy now, and was worth less than $10 million. What is he up to? Was there a purpose? Does little brother Lin Chuan have any requests here? Ran Yangxiang seemed to have guessed something. Lin Chuan's eyes were blazing as he looked at Wan Er. Could it be that he wanted him to marry his daughter to him? It wouldn't matter if his daughter liked him. If his daughter didn't like him, then he definitely wouldn't agree. Yes, I do have one request, and that is to transfer the shares to Ran Wanwan's name. Lin Chuan was thinking this way. Anyway, he wasn't short of money. It didn't matter if he had assets in his name. It was fine if he could spend money. Giving it to Ran Wanwan like this would still not require them to pay back the money, and at the same time earn Ran Wanwan a wave of goodwill. The best of both worlds. This family of three was directly confused when they heard what Lin Chuan said. What does he mean by this? Isn't transferring the shares to Wan Er still their family's? Isn't this equivalent to giving his family $100 million for nothing? What's in it for him? Does he really like Wan Er? Giving for love without expecting anything in return? Ran Yangxiang and Chen Huilin thought for half a day and only came up with this conclusion. Otherwise then he is a little cutie. When Wan Er heard this, she was directly moved to tears. She knew that this man loved her. Not only did he love her, but he was very passionate. He could even throw away $100 million for her. She felt so happy to have a man who truly loved her lover. She now wanted to rush up and gnaw Lin Chuan all over again. But her parents were here and she didn't feel too good about it. However, It was enough for her to know that Lin Xuan had this heart. Little brother Lin Xuan, is everything you said true? Ran Yangxiang still didn't quite believe it. After all, this pie-in-the-sky thing was too outrageous. It's true. Please uncle, give me the account under. Lin Xuan said calmly. Ran Yangxiang confusedly gave the account to Lin Xuan. A few dozen seconds later, your account 9881 incoming payment. Huaxiao 100 million yuan. Please pay attention to receiving. *** bank. After seeing the text message, Ran Yangxiang and Chen Huilin were completely confused. This is really $100 million. Ran Yangxiang was okay. After all, he had seen the world. Chen Huilin was almost so excited that she exploded. Such a large sum of money had arrived so quickly. What exactly is Lin Xuan's background? What's the origin? Is he the illegitimate son of a big or small horse? No, his surname is Lin. Uncle, auntie, the money has already been transferred. If there is nothing else, I'll go back first. The formalities will be done as you see fit. Lin Xuan wanted to beat a retreat. It was uncomfortable to talk to them. A bit put out. No. You can't leave now. You must have lunch before you leave. You've done me such a great favor. I have to have a drink with you. Ran Yangxiang pulled Lin Xuan by the hand. Chen Huilin also tugged on Lin Xuan. That's right. It's not too late to leave after lunch. It's almost mealtime. Lin Xuan had no choice but to sit next to Ran Wanwan again. For lunch they didn't go out to eat, but ordered a large table of dishes from the hotel. Ran Yangxiang had to drag Lin Xuan to drink 2 cups, and also took out the daughter red that he had treasured for many years. Lin Xuan could not resist him. Simply drink a few cups with him. Lin Xuan said goodbye to them after he had had enough to drink and eat. Ran Wanwan saw Lin Xuan drink, so offered to act as Lin Xuan's driver, just on the way back to school together. In the car, Ran Wanwan was a bit confused. She had driven sedans before and had never driven a sports car. She didn't even know where the start button was. Lin Xuan, how do you start this car? Chapter 57, Heart of the Ocean. The start button is here. There are shift paddles on the steering wheel, and there's a small switch on the right to switch gears up and down. Lin Xuan very sweetly leaned over to explain to Ran Wanwan. Ran Wanwan felt Lin Xuan's warmth and only felt incomparably excited inside. With a hot head, she directly nibbled at Lin Xuan's side face. A wet lipstick mark was left behind. Lin Xuan directly froze. This little nymph wouldn't want to own me, right? Wan Air, you have to pay a price for stealing a kiss from me, you know? Lin Xuan said with a bad smile on his face. What price? I saw that you were too handsome and didn't hold back just now. Ran Wanwan covered her face shyly. The blush on her face spread to her neck. Just now, she was looking at Lin Xuan obsessively. It was an accidental kiss. The price is, Lin Xuan directly cupped her pretty face and kissed her. 10 minutes later, Lin Xuan had lipstick marks all over his face. Even on his neck there were several. Ran Wanwan, on the other hand, was sitting there like a little daughter-in-law, her pretty face red as if she had a fever. Lin Xuan, still coming? Ran Wanwan asked delicately. It was her first time experiencing this kind of kiss. It felt quite wow, even a bit addictive. Let's go back to school first. Just now your dad's daughter's red strength was a bit strong. I'm a bit addled. Lin Xuan frowned and pretended to be drunk. In fact, this bit of wine was just like drinking water to him. With his physique, drying it for 3 or 5 bottles wasn't a problem. Lin Xuan was afraid of Ran Wanwan. This little nymph looked like she was rusty from her first kiss. Come up to him and bite and nibble. His lips have been bitten bleeding. If this comes again, then I'm afraid that his tongue will also suffer. Then sit still. I'll drive. Ran Wanwan drove very steadily, and Lin Xuan in the passenger side fell asleep directly. When he woke up he was already at the parking lot. Lin Xuan first sent Ran Wanwan back to the dormitory before returning to his own kennel. ********. Can you guys be hygienic? As soon as Lin Xuan opened the door, the dormitory was full of garbage, and there were 2 banana peels that he almost stepped on. Lin Xuan, what's this on your face? Lipstick marks? Li Longfeng asked with a curious face. ********. What did you do to our department flower? You. Lu Ming was directly envious. This guy, Lin Xuan, had lipstick marks all over his face. Even on his neck there were several. Why don't any girls ask me out? Why? Lu Ming was incapable of raging in his heart. Goo. Sorry, forgot to wipe it off. Lin Xuan laughed badly. He hurriedly went to the restroom and washed it. Ding dong. Just after wiping his face, his cell phone suddenly came with a message. Qi Niao? Lin Xuan frowned. Why is this tigress sending me a message? Qi Niao. Lin Xuan, it's my birthday tomorrow. Do you have time? Birthday? That's a good thing. Being able to dabble in food and spend money. Of course Lin Xuan is willing. Lin Xuan, of course I have time. Where is the location? I'll definitely be there tomorrow. Qi Niao, it's my villa from last time. I'll send you a location. Wait for you. Lin Xuan, okay. Qin Yao on the other side, looking at the message sent by Lin Xuan, revealed a smile that could charm countless men to death. She slowly got up and opened the closet next to her. There were a lot of non-mainstream clothes inside, but she took out a very delicate and gorgeous white dress from the side. It was a gift from Qin when she was 18. It was embellished with 180 rubies and sapphires, designed by a famous international designer. It was worth over $30 million. She didn't like it though, so she never wore it. Since you're coming, it's good to wear this tomorrow. Lin Xuan sent the message but was stumped. What should I give this girl for her birthday? When he had given female classmates a doll for their birthday before, he had just given them a doll and ordinary jewelry. But Qin Yao is the daughter of the richest man in the world. Lin Xuan naturally had to send something a little more powerful. Otherwise, it's too unseemly. Opened the Iris second generation group and sent a message inside. Brothers, what should I send a girl for her birthday? Is there any recommendation? Sky green color and other smoke and rain, general cylinder. With your strength to send her a car or house is not very good? Taking your dog's head, forget it. No girl likes cars or houses. They all like shiny things. At this time, Zhou Yuntao also emerged. Zhou Yuntao, Mr. Zhang, are you attending Miss Qin Yao's birthday banquet? Lin Xuan, yes. Are you attending as well? Zhou Yuntao, I wasn't planning to go, but I'll go tomorrow if you go. He happened to take this opportunity to apologize to Lin Xuan. After all, his cousin uncle had caused so much trouble last time. Thanks to Mr. Zhar's good temper, or else I'm afraid the entire Zhou family would have evaporated. Comrade Zhangwo, Mr. Zhang, I have something that you might be interested in. Lin Xuan, what is it? Comrade Zhangwo, I'll add you to WeChat. Let's chat privately. Not long after, this called Comrade Zhangwo added Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan agreed. He quickly sent a message. Comrade Zhangwo, cylinder total hello? My name is He Miao. You call me Small He on it. Lin Xuan, brother He, what do you have for me? He Miao, Mr. Zhang, it's not me, it's my cousin. Her lover in the rice country gave her a necklace worth more than 20 million dongle, called What is the Heart of the Ocean. Recently she lacked money to spend, entrusted me to give her a handout, so I came to ask if you are interested. Ocean Heart. Lin Xuan had also heard of it, the top necklace that appeared in the Titanic movie. Originally, it didn't exist, but the world's famous jeweler loved it and restored it. I didn't expect it to be in the hands of one of my own. Lin Xuan, I'm interested. Where are you now? He Miao, tell me an address. I'll go over to you. Lin Xuan, Coastal International Hotel. Just send me a message when you arrive. He Miao, okay Mr. Zhang, I'll be there in about an hour. After chatting, Lin Xuan rode the shared trolley out of the school gate. He had just drank at noon, so naturally he couldn't drive, and the hotel wasn't far from the school. It was only 20 minutes by tram. On the road, he rode the tram singing in style. When he passed a small alley, he suddenly frowned. There was a situation. Lin Xuan only saw a few killjoys blocking a little girl in the alley. It seemed like there were plans to do something wrong, and that little girl was wearing the uniform of Iris University. Can he tolerate this? In broad daylight, clear sky, even bullied the little girl. Simply too much. Lin Xuan was furious. He threw the trolley backhandedly and came over aggressively. In the alley, there were a total of 3 killers. Their hairstyles were strange and different. The clothing was also trendy to the extreme, and even a bit spicy. In front of them was standing a small girl who wasn't very tall, but had a hot body. She wore a pair of black framed glasses that covered most of her face, and her bangs covered her eyes. There was a kind of earthy feel to it. Chapter 58. Stop, you perverts. Little sister, why don't you play with my brothers? Brother likes little lolas with explosive bodies like you. A murderous horseman in front with a full head of green hair and bangs covering his eyes opened his mouth. It was obvious that this was the boss. He had a majestic aura, a bit of the burial family. You guys don't go too far, or else I'll make you guys look good. The little girl snorted coldly, her right hand quietly touching her waist. No one knew what her identity was. No one knew that she had a pistol at her waist either. As long as they dared to do anything excessive, she would not hesitate to finish them off. Want us to look good? Just you? Ha 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 ha. Needless to say you're just one person. Even if 10 like you come, I can handle it alone. The killmonger on the right with yellow hair and thick hair covering half of his face said very arrogantly. He laughed while walking over. The little girl was just about to draw her gun when Lin Xuan suddenly popped out. Stop, you bunch of perverts. Not even letting go of a little girl. Simply worse than animals. Lin Xuan roared. It directly startled his 3 killjoys. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did the wild ass come from? Dare to scare us. You seek death. A killmart on the right with blown out hair pulled out a stick from nowhere and smashed it at Lin Xuan. He wasn't very tall, a head shorter than Lin Xuan, but with the hair he was actually several centimeters taller than Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan snorted coldly and snatched the stick over. A backhanded headbutt. Duong. Lin Chuan froze, only to see that the wooden stick was stuck deep in his hair, not hurting him at all. Asterisk 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 big brother, how many bottles of hairspray did you use? Lin Chuan drew it out and hit another stick before Killmonger fell to the ground in response. How dare the brat fight back? Yellow hair and green hair were enraged, daring to hit their Killmart family, simply looking for death. The two of them had practiced. I'll fight. Snap, snap. Lin Chuan backhanded one person with a big mouth. The two of them straight up. Little girl, what's your name? Lin Chuan walked over and gently touched her head. Thank you Lin Chuan, my name is Su Mengyao. The little girl said with a soft voice. Be careful when you come out in the future. Don't get stuck with them again. Lin Chuan turned around and mounted the tram in a very dashing manner. Su Mengyao stared at Lin Chuan's back with a florid face. He actually touched my head. Since Lin Chuan had wasted some time by being righteous, He Miao was already waiting in the lobby when he went to the hotel. He was young, around 25 years old, dressed handsomely, and looked like a serious dude. He Miao? Lin Chuan walked over and asked. You are Mr. Cylinder? He Miao was a little surprised. Was this someone from a hidden family? Sure enough, they were different from ordinary people. Not only was he young, but he was also imposing. The aura emanating from the surroundings alone could cause He Miao to feel a hint of fear. I'm the person you're looking for. Let's go. Let's go to the conference room to talk. After the two went in, He Miao took out a very delicate box. There were some certificates, documents, etc. Behind it. Mr. Zhang, take a look. This is my cousin's Heart of the Ocean. She's a world-famous international supermodel. Before there was a Miguo guy who wanted to adopt her. He specially bought back this Heart of the Ocean from someone else and gave it to her. But she recently wanted to buy a mansion in Miguo and was a bit short of money, so she planned to change her hand. What do you think about it? Lin Chuan opened it and it was indeed very gorgeous. Not only was the design or appearance unrivaled, he didn't know much about it, as long as it wasn't fake. I've heard that this ocean heart is unique. You're not going to be a fake, are you? Lin Chuan asked. Mr. Zhang, you can rest assured. I guarantee with my life that this is true. At that time that the Yonkers used 23 million dongdol before buying it to give to my cousin. My cousin also agreed to be his lover because of this. He Miao licked a face and said, how much are you going to sell it for? Lin Chuan asked. Just give me $150 million if you think it's appropriate. He Miao smiled. The price her cousin had given him was $150 million. He didn't dare to ask for more because the person sitting across from him was Mr. Cylinder, but if he could sell it for her cousin, then his cousin would at least give him $5 million. With that amount of money, he could fit in the bar for at least a month. No problem, give me the account. Lin Chuan said calmly. Oops, thank you so much Mr. Zhang, you are truly my lucky star. He Miao said excitedly. Mr. Zhang was worthy of being from a big family. He was really a generous person. Not long after, He Miao's cell phone sent a text message. Your account 5685 income money, Huaxia coin 150, 000 yuan whole. Please pay attention to receive. Asterisk asterisk bank. General Cylinder atmosphere. Mr. Jar is mighty. Mr. Zheng, you're my real father. He Miao was so excited that he was talking nonsense. Who in the whole of China would have the strength to pay out $500 million in a matter of minutes? I'm afraid even Principal Wang can't. This further convinced him of Mr. Zheng's background. Sure enough, it was still Mr. Zhang who was the most reliable. The two of them had a simple meal in the hotel. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening after dinner. After Lin Chuan sent He Miao away, he turned around and saw Chao Jie staring at him in the hall. The eyes were still slightly mesmerized. Chao Jie, are you still working the night shift here? Yes, Mr. Lin, I've been working the night shift for a month. Chao Jie said with a bad smile on her face. She directly walked up and slapped Lin Chuan's ass. The corner of Lin Chuan's mouth rose. Dare to provoke me in the hotel? I'll give you a day off. Take me back to the villa to see how you've cleaned up. Lin Chuan directly wrapped his arms around Chao Jie. He was going to compete with Chao Jie tonight. Then I'll go change. Chao Jie said with a red face. She understood what Lin Chuan meant. She also really wanted Lin Chuan to go to the villa for the two of them to exchange ideas. No need. You look good in this outfit. Lin Chuan subconsciously sized up Chao Jie. She was wearing light makeup today and had a high ponytail. A black suit with black stockings had a different flavor. Alright then. Soon, Chao Jie drove Lin Chuan to the villa. The inside was cleaned by her. Things were all neatly packed as well. Most importantly, the master bedroom was decorated with a red garden by her. There was also a circle of rose petals on the bed. It was very moody and made people unconsciously think about it. Did you do this all by yourself? Lin Chuan asked. Yeah, I got it a long time ago, just waiting for you to come. How is it? Do you like it? Love it. In the next second, Chao Jie directly jumped into Lin Chuan's arms. Bright red lips kissed Lin Xuan's firm cheeks. Lin Xuan also stretched out his hand and catered to Chao Jie. Wait, I'm going to take a shower. Lin Xuan said. No need. I can't wait. Click. Chao Jie turned off the lights. The moon outside was large and full. The gusty wind blew into the villa. The chandelier on the first floor swayed until 3 in the morning. Chapter 59, Is it popular for rich people to play like this? The next day, Lin Xuan opened his eyes and glanced at his cell phone. Asterisk. It's 10 o'clock. Lin Xuan panicked. He had to go to Qin Yao's birthday party today. It was going to be late. Lin Xuan glanced at Chao Jie, who was still sleeping soundly. Lin Xuan didn't disturb her. He simply took a shower, put on his clothes, and called a car to go directly to Qin Yao's villa. On the other side, in Qin Yao's villa, the entire hall was already bustling with activity. It was basically full of young students, both male and female. There were also a lot of Iris Capital's second generation, as well as celebrities. The luxury cars at the entrance had also been lined up dozens of meters away. BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi and so on, almost not many. They were all Porsche, Ferrari, McLaren, Rolls-Royce, Bentley and other real luxury cars. As expected, rich people are all very particular about ostentation. At 10:40, Lin Xuan finally arrived at the Qin family villa in a cab. Because his sports car was in the school, he didn't have time to go and drive it, so he could only take a cab. Phew, shouldn't be too late. Lin Xuan took a long breath. Last night, it was another 3 o'clock. He wanted to sleep before, but Chao Jie wouldn't let him. There was no way around it, so he really did get up late. He ran over without even eating. It was good that the clothes on his body were still neat. Doh! Lin Xuan had just gotten out of the car when a horn sounded behind him. Get out of the way. Thing. Jiang Kaijun had likewise come a little late. He had played mahjong with Lori in the hotel until late last night. However, he often attended this kind of banquet and knew that the main characters usually debuted at 12. It's not too late to come now, but as soon as he came over, he saw a beggar from a cab standing at the intersection. He was furious. This is all a banquet for rich people. What are you a poor bee doing blocking people's doorsteps? Lin Xuan turned around at the sound. This Ferrari is so familiar. Seems to have seen where. The sun is a bit reflective. Lin Xuan did not see the person in the car, but he still gave way. When Lin Xuan turned around, Jiang Kaijun directly had a cold shiver. Lin Xuan? What's this doggy doing here? He just happened to be beaten into a pig's head by Lin Xuan a few days ago. He didn't want to be beaten up by him again. Seeing Lin Xuan make way, he directly rushed in with a kick of the gas. Lin Xuan had just gotten to the entrance of the villa when the security guard suddenly stopped him. Excuse me, sir, please register your information. I need to verify it. The security guard took one look at Lin Xuan as a beggar. People at worst drive an Audi A6. You're sitting in a cab? And your body is also full of ground floor goods. He seriously suspected that this guy Lin Xuan was here to cheat food and drink. My name is Lin Xuan. I'm Qin Yao's classmate. Lin Xuan was very cooperative with him. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, your name isn't on the list. Lin Xuan was just about to go ballistic when he saw a bodyguard with sunglasses rushing over. A slap sent the security guard flying. Thing. Miss personally invited him, so naturally he doesn't have a name. The bodyguard almost broke out into a cold sweat. What was Lin Xuan's identity? Their master had personally investigated. At that time when he found out Qin Guodong was scared out of his mind in a cold sweat, and it was Qin Yao who told him to wait here for Lin Xuan. He had only gone to the toilet and he almost had an accident. If he pissed Lin Xuan off, I'm afraid he'd have to cool off himself. Sorry, Mr. Lin, this guy is new. Don't mind. It's fine. Lin Xuan spread his hands. He was indeed a bit casual today. The clothes were all casual clothes that he wore in school as well. He had wanted to get a tuxedo as well, but got up late. Lin Xuan went in and realized that everyone at the scene was dressed very beautifully. It seemed like he was the only one who was so pulled together. Even Jiang Kaijun was dressed like a man. And so on. Jiang Kaijun, this pig-headed person is here too? Lin Xuan then remembered that the Ferrari behind him belonged to Jiang Kaijun. This pig head. Lin Xuan felt bad. Having him around was bound to be no good. Yo, little handsome, what's your name? Two white-skinned, long-legged celebrities leaned over. They stared at Lin Xuan with a bad smile on their faces. It seemed like they were plotting against him. Hello guys, my name is Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan said with a calm face. Little brother is quite handsome. Tonight at 8 o'clock, have time to come and play they said and handed Lin Xuan a card. Lin Xuan took a look. So-and-so Hotel 1208. This is not a room card. So direct? Now rich people are popular this play? Lin Xuan feels that he has been otter. Jiang Kaijun on the side snorted coldly. Stinking beggar. Isn't it just a bit more handsome? Garbage. At this time, Zhou Yuntao walked out of the toilet with his two little brothers. He was covered in the smell of cigarettes and had obviously gone to the toilet to smoke. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Jar, you're here. I thought you weren't coming? Zhou Yuntao licked his face and smiled. Good day, Mr. Zhang. Good day, Mr. Zhang. Zhang San and Li Si similarly laughed. Hello guys, I woke up late today, so I came a bit late, Lin Chuan said with a smile. Mr. Zhang, let me toast you. What happened that day was a misunderstanding. I hope you don't mind. Zhou Yuntao brought 2 glasses of wine and said to Lin Chuan with an apologetic face. Hey, I've forgotten. This little thing is just a little thing. It's fine. Lin Chuan took the glass and he gently touched it, and the two of them drank it all in one go. Brother Tao, how's our project going? Is there enough money? Lin Chuan asked casually. He spent a bit less money these days, mainly because he didn't know where to spend it, This was worrying. Mr. Zhang, don't worry. At the moment we have finished all the processes. We will start construction in the next few days, and we expect to complete the construction of the entire shopping district within half a year, Zhou Yuntao said proudly. Let's put it this way, I'll invest another $1 billion for you guys. You will take the land around the shopping mall, all built into high-grade neighborhoods, so that the mall community synchronized construction. By the time it is built, the price of housing at least doubled. Lin Chuan was talking nonsense in a serious manner. He just wanted to spend more money and earn some lottery times. When Zhou Yuntao heard this, he directly had 2 tears in his eyes. Mr. Cylinder, you've really spoken to my heart. This is what I had planned. There are 4 pieces of land around the mall to be planned. If you buy it, you can build 5 neighborhoods. A neighborhood investment of 200 million investment. When the time comes after the synchronized completion of the building can be more than doubled. Mr. Zhang, do you really plan to invest? Zhou Yuntao asked with a face full of excitement. Of course, since you also think so, then there is no problem. You give me the account. Lin Chuan said very generously. Okay, Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. After Zhou Yuntao pulled out his account, Lin Chuan made a flurry of operations. A few minutes later, ding dong, Zhou Yuntao's cell phone a text message was sent. Your account 5666 income money, Huaxia 1 billion yuan whole. Please pay attention to receive. Bank. Zhou Yuntao directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. General Cylinder this. Chapter 60 Gifts. Lin Chuan took Zhou Yuntao by the hand and said in his ear, Mr. Zhou, this 1 billion is what I invested in you individually. I recognize your ability and I hope that this 1 billion will come alive in your hands. Do you understand? Lin Chuan spoke lightly, but invariably exerted a layer of pressure on Zhou Yuntao. I understand, Mr. Zhang. Thank you for recognizing me. Don't worry, I'll make sure to let this money generate a large sum of money, Zhou Yuntao said with conviction. Mr. Zhang was so optimistic about him. He naturally couldn't fail Mr. Zhang's expectations. Then with a wave of his hand, Zhang San, Li Si immediately leaned over. Mr. Zhang, it's not too late. I'll go deal with this matter right away. You play first. Let's have a drink some other day. In the next second, Zhou Yuntao directly slipped away with his men. They came early and left early, only leaving Lin Chuan with a dashing back. After they left, Lin Chuan didn't have any acquaintances to chat with. He hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and right now he was starving. And the field was full of small snacks that he wasn't interested in at all. He swept his eyes across the entire field and finally stared at the 18-layer cake in front of him. I'll just steal a little bit. It should be fine. Lin Chuan looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him. Took a cup of red wine and quietly slipped up, also taking a spoon in his hand. After a flurry of operations, Lin Chuan contentedly wiped the cream from the corner of his mouth. At this time, the time was approaching 12 o'clock. Xin Guodong took the lead and walked down from upstairs. When the crowd saw Iris Capital's richest man appear, they quieted down. One by one, they stood there as if they were standing guard. Lin Chuan hid behind the crowd and looked over. Xin Guodong was worthy of being the richest man, and all the way over Lin Chuan felt an aura of a superior man. He was about 50 years old, with a bit of a fat body. He was very kind and always had a smile on his face when he looked at people. He was dressed casually, and did not look like the richest man at all. Hello everyone present, very welcome to my daughter's birthday banquet site. I don't really have anything to say, because this is your young people's home turf. I just hope that you can have fun. The following please invite our today's protagonist, Xin Yao, to appear on stage. Xin Guodong point carded very well, finishing exactly at 12 o'clock. A bell rang out. In the next second, Xin Yao, wearing a white dress, slowly walked down. The moment Xin Yao appeared, the air seemed to freeze. The crowd had their eyes startled off by her beautiful dress. She was graceful, like a painting, elegant and graceful, like a fairy in the sky, like a snow lotus on the ice mountain. Now her beauty is unrivaled. Next to a scholar wearing glasses couldn't help but open his mouth and say, "There is a beautiful person in the north. Absolutely independent. Once you look at the city, then look at the country. Heavens, is this Chinyao? She really looks so beautiful in a dress. I originally thought that she only liked some non-mainstream clothing, but I didn't expect that she would wear skirts as well. It simply shocked my mom for a whole year. Is Chinyao a transsexual? My goodness. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's so beautiful. Simply. Most of them knew Chinyao very well, and there were even quite a few who had been beaten up by her. In their minds, Chinyao was a typical tigress, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and war machine. She raced cars, beat people up, abused her classmates, and even beat a boy who attempted to approach her into a lifelong disability. Not only that, she usually wore alternative and strange clothes, never wearing a single piece of normal girl's clothing. And today, she turned out to be perverted. Not only did she become gentle, but she also wore a skirt. The crowd felt unbelievable. This was simply more outrageous than Mars hitting the Earth. Lin Xuan in the back was also a surprised batch. He could sense that since he had hit her that day, it seemed to have unlocked some strange attribute for her. The whole person had changed drastically. It had become more and more feminine. This was what the #1 school flower still looked like. Jiang Kaijun on the side also secretly marveled. Chinyao was beautiful, but not his cup of tea. He doesn't love. He only loved Lolitas. Chinyao's stunningly beautiful face swept over the crowd. When she saw Lin Xuan, she smiled. The smile was so sweet that it was just like a blazing sun in winter, warming the hearts of the crowd. A young man in front of Lin Xuan was directly excited. She smiled. He smiled at me. Mom, I'm in love again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You want to fall in love with her? Wait for death you. Chinyao walked in front of the crowd and gently bowed before gently saying, "Hello everyone. I welcome you all to be able to come to my 20th birthday. I'm especially happy in my heart. First of all, finally, I wish you all a good time. Happy." Chinyao's words just fell. The crowd applauded thunderously. Countless toads were grinning with a big mouth, their palms clapping red. Chinyao has really changed, speaking softer too. This is my goddess. A goddess is a goddess. I just don't know if her personality is still like that. If she's always like that, maybe I can try to chase her. A young man who looked more elegant spoke up. Brother, I advise you to be sensible. Have you forgotten what happened to those few people who pursued her before? This is when I didn't say anything. After the polite conversation ended, many powerful eunuchs and celebrities offered their birthday gifts. They all knew that every time Chinyao celebrated her birthday, Qin Guodong would have his butler record the list of gifts from the sidelines. These gifts would be returned to them later in the form of cooperation or help, and it would only be more, not less. So they were all sincere whether they were sincere or not. There were even people who had emptied their homes just to wait for Chinyao's birthday to prepare a birthday gift for her. MS. Qin, happy birthday. This is a red onyx bracelet I brought back from the Eagle Kingdom, worth $5 million. I hope you like it. The crowd all shook their tigers upon hearing this. Mr. Su is truly magnificent. Right off the bat it's a $5 million bracelet. Looks like we'll get to have an eye-opening experience today. Duke Su smiled faintly, his afterglow stealing a glance at Qin Guodong. His gift-giving today was a fake. In order to leave an impression in front of Qin Guodong was the real thing. That's why he stuck to the point of being the first one on the stage. Thank you Mr. Su, I really like your gift. Chinyao received the bracelet and nodded slightly at him. As soon as the crowd saw that the gift-giving session had begun, they all pulled out what they had in their pockets. Regardless of whether they were valuable or not, they scrambled to offer their gifts. Miss Qin, this is the latest Hermes bag, worth $2 million. Miss Qin, this is a 500-year-old Tianshan snow lotus. It can beautify and nourish your face. Miss Qin, this is a Chanel ladies watch worth $800,000. At this time, Jiang Kaijun, who wore a big back hair, snorted coldly. A bunch of trash, giving away something so cheap. Look at how happy you all are. He originally didn't want to participate in Chinyao's birthday party because Chinyao wasn't his cup of tea. He wasn't interested, but his dad was farsighted and had to let him come to mix things up. Although there was no cooperation between their two families, but maybe there would be a chance after today? Chapter 61. Why is he as strong as a donkey? The crowd only saw him walk slowly to Chinyao with arrogant steps, holding up a very delicate box. MS. Qin, this is a gift I specially prepared for you. A Burmese ruby necklace. It's worth $40 million. I hope you'll like it. Once the box was opened, the crowd held their breath. This necklace was inlaid with 26 rubies, and each gem was surrounded by diamonds as accessories, making it look like 26 brightly colored roses. It was gorgeous, regal, and to die for. Goodness, Mr. Jiang is truly extraordinary. Even the outpouring of money is so ostentatious. If it was given to me, I'd be willing to give birth to him on the spot. A very alluringly dressed celebrity said excitedly. Her eyes were embedded in the necklace. Just you? Quickly forget it. He, Mr. Jiang, has unique hobbies and only likes little lolitas. Your condition doesn't allow it. Grass. Stinking beggar. You're the only one who's worthy. You don't take a piss and look at yourself. You're poor. Qin Guodong is also surprised. He's so generous at such a young age. Whose son is this? Qin Guodong turned his head to the butler and asked. Master, this is the son of boss Qin Qingzhang's family. It's him? Qin Guodong nodded. They didn't have business dealings before, but since he was so sincere, it wasn't impossible to cooperate with him a few times. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I love your gift. At this time, a pusillanimous fierce man in the corner stood up. He was close to 2 meters tall, with a tiger's back and waist, his body exploding with muscles, similar to a standing buffalo. Such a body type was extremely visually impactful. The people around him fell back several steps. Who is this? Why is he as strong as a donkey? This is Li Jieqi, the Li family's eldest son, just returned from the island. I heard that in order to pursue Qin Yao, he specially went to the island's Yamaguchi group to devilishly train for 2 years, and now that he's returned after completing his studies, it seems that he has the confidence to take Qin Yao down. What? Surprisingly, he's the son of the Li family, the former richest family in Iris. I said why there's no news of them in the past 2 years. It turns out that they've gone to the island. That's right, Li Jieqi's mother is the sister of the leader of the island country's Yamaguchi group. Their family moved to the island country 2 years ago to develop. Otherwise it wouldn't have been the Qin family's turn to become the richest man in Iris City. The two young guys were secretly discussing at the back, which happened to be overheard by Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan frowned. He thought that the Qin family was already very powerful in Iris capital. He didn't realize that there was a Li family that was even more powerful. Surprisingly, it had all developed to the island. He had heard that the island country's tram-time suspension technology was decades ahead of the world. Lin Chuan didn't know if he could experience it, only to see Li Jieqi walking straight towards Qin Yao, his eyes softly saying, Yao Yao, we meet again. His eyes were filled with memories. From the first moment he saw Qin Yao at the age of 17, he was deeply attracted by her angelic face. At that time, Li Jieqi's figure was still just a bamboo pole. He knew Qin Yao liked fierce types, so he practiced hard for 6 years and ran away to the island for 2 years of devil training. Finally he returned from his studies. Now he could be called the fiercest of the fiercest. Not only was his body explosive, but his fighting skills were unrivaled. He was now 25 years old. He had loved Qin Yao for 8 whole years. This love was already more than just love. No one knew how much time he had spent honing himself in these 8 years. No one knows how many girls he rejected for Qin Yao. And today he's back. He vowed that he had to take back everything he was after. Hello brother Jieqi. I didn't expect you to be so strong after not seeing you for 2 years, Qin Yao said calmly. Li Jieqi thought Qin Yao was praising him. The corners of his mouth were about to grin to the back of his head. Yao Yao, this is my birthday gift to you. Open it and take a look. Li Jieqi handed an exquisite crystal box to Qin Yao. Qin Yao took it and opened it. Inside was surprisingly a pink diamond ring. It was a teardrop-shaped diamond ring, with specifications about the size of a thumbnail cap. Once the ring was unveiled, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Geez, I know this diamond ring. It fetched a whopping $100 million at the Magic City auction at the time. A celebrity woman cried out. ********. 100 million. What makes this ring it surprisingly so expensive? Why didn't anyone give it to me for my birthday? If someone was willing to give me $100 million as a gift, I'd die for him. Come on you. I don't even want to talk about you anymore. Just because you look like that bear. Qin Guodong on the side also frowned. He wasn't surprised that this Li family's son could come up with a gift of $100 million. After all, his family had more money than his own. But it's not right for you to give a ring. Do you want my daughter to go back to the island Yakuza with you to play Yakuza? Anyone else who likes Yao Yao is fine, but not him, Li Jieqi. Thank you, brother Jieqi, but this gift is too expensive. I can't accept it. Qin Yao directly waved her hand and refused. She also understood what it meant for a boy to give a girl a ring, but she didn't like Li Jieqi. She only had Lin Chuan in her heart. I don't know why. Ever since she was beaten up by Lin Chuan that day, she had developed an inexplicable feeling towards Lin Chuan. Kind of hated him, but more than that, she wanted to see him. Even at night, she often dreamed of stealing kisses from Lin Chuan. She thought she was sick, so she found her best friend to ask about the situation. She told herself it was a sign of falling in love with someone. Qin Yao was torn in her heart. She didn't know how to express this feeling she had for Lin Chuan. Until now, how she wished it was Lin Chuan who gave her this diamond ring and then fondly said I love you to herself. Yao Yao. This, Li Jieqi frowned, stealing a glance at Qin Guodong. he realized that he also had no intention of wanting Qingyao to accept it. It was then that he realized that it might not be appropriate for him to give the ring. After all, the occasion wasn't quite right. Then he would wait for another day to find a good opportunity to give it away. Alright then, Yao Yao. It might be that the gift I prepared today was a bit less thoughtful. I'll make it up to you next time. Li Jueqi somewhat awkwardly put away the ring. It's okay brother Jueqi, thank you for coming to my birthday party. Qingyao smiled and said, too bad. I would have taken it if I had. A celebrity said with reddened eyes. If it were you, people wouldn't give it to you either. Her friend next to her teased. Screw you, can you stop being such a party pooper? The gift-giving session continued, but there weren't any big gifts. They were basically small things that cost a few million or so. Finally the last turn came for Lin Xuan. He felt that he would be disliked for being next to them in this outfit. After all, they were all dressed brightly, and he himself was dressed like a passerby, so he waited until the end. Chapter 62. You're afraid you didn't pull it out of any ground stall, right? The crowd thought that the gift-giving session was over, but it turned out that another passerby ran up on his ass. Lin Xuan, thank you for coming to my birthday party. I'm really happy. Qingyao seemed to have changed as soon as she saw Lin Xuan, speaking with a bit of whine. The crowd didn't notice. They only wanted to see what Lin Xuan, a passerby, could come up with. On the side, Xin Guodong's face turned green. His own precious daughter. The eyes when she looked at Lin Xuan were surprisingly affectionate and there was a hint of teardrops. Was this really falling in love with him? If Lin Xuan likes you I have nothing to say. Bless you both. But if he doesn't like you, what do you want me to do? Xin was helpless in his heart. Xin Yao, happy birthday. I'll give you a necklace. I hope you'll like it. Lin Xuan pulled out a small wooden box with a smile on his face and handed it to Qin Yao. Qin Yao took it very gently. After opening it, she froze. Lin Xuan, is this the heart of the ocean you gave me? Qin Yao covered her cherry lips with an excited face, tears slowly welling up in her stunningly beautiful eyes. The meaning of what this called necklace represented no longer needed to be described. Anyone who had seen Titanic basically knew about this necklace. It symbolizes the love between two people until death. And it was unique, no matter how much it is worth. The concept of uniqueness is the most precious. Countless women hoped that their men could send them a unique necklace, including Qin Yao. And today he actually brought it. Qin Yao's heart was incomparably moved. She wanted to go up and hug Lin Xuan, but the occasion wasn't quite right. It's the heart of the ocean. I heard that it's a one-of-a-kind necklace, so I thought of buying it and giving it to you. Lin Xuan said calmly. He hadn't seen Titanic, nor did he know what the necklace represented. He only knew that the necklace was from this movie and was unique. Lin Xuan thought it was quite pretty, so he bought it. Surprisingly, it's the heart of the ocean. The many girls on the field all let out a gasp. This necklace was something they had dreamed of getting. Not only was it meaningful, but it was also worth a lot of money. At that time, when the necklace came out, it fetched a sky-high price of $20 million, and it would definitely be worth even more now. But now that it had run into the hands of a passerby, they felt it was a bit unbelievable. Ha 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 ha, and the heart of the ocean? Lin Xuan, I'm afraid you didn't just pull it out of some stall, did you? Ha 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 ha. The crowd was still unable to extricate themselves from the shock, but Jiang Kaijun had already started slapping his thighs and laughing. What was the value of the heart of the ocean? A little over $500 million. How big of a lottery ticket did Lin Xuan win that he could afford the heart of the ocean? Even if he has the money, what channels does he have to buy the real heart of the ocean? Simply laughable. It's true that the stinkier the beggar, the more he likes to pretend. He was ready to see Lin Xuan get hit in the face. What? It's a fake? I said how can such a beggar afford the heart of the ocean? So it's swollen and fat. It's disgusting. If you can't afford to send it, just don't send it. People don't have to ask for your gift. It was only at this moment, with Jiang Taijuan's words, that the crowd came to their senses. Originally, they thought Lin Xuan was a low-key rich second generation. Unexpectedly, he was a smelly beggar who had failed to pretend to be a pimp. Enough. So what if it's real or fake? I'm not trying to figure out your gifts. All I want is just a token of appreciation. Even if you guys buy a rag doll and give it to me, I'm still happy, Xin Yao said with an excited face. As long as it was Lin Xuan's thoughts she was satisfied. She didn't care if it was real or fake. Miss Qin, can I borrow this necklace? I've seen it once before at the supermodel exhibition in Ni, but at that time I only took a look at it and didn't have the chance to observe it properly. I wonder if Miss Qin can give me a favor. The one who spoke was a young man around 30 years old. He wore a gold-rimmed glasses and was dressed like a great scholar. It's Mr. Ma, the branch president of the Kyoto Jewelry Association. You said he's the president of the Iris Jewelry Association? So young? Yeah, I heard that the old man said that he's loved jewelry since he was a kid, and even loved it more than his wife. So he became the president at a young age. Then wouldn't we immediately know the authenticity if we let him take a look at it? Of course, President Ma, but don't you dare break it for me. Qinyao laughed. Don't worry, I will be very careful. President Ma took it and examined it carefully. He even used the flashlight and magnifying glass he carried with him. Shortly afterward he let out an exclamation of surprise. Goodness, this is too beautiful. In the next second, he hurriedly ran to Lin Xuan's side and asked, Little brother, did you buy this necklace from MS? Lin Xuan thought for a moment and said, Yes, I bought it from a man named He Miao. He said that his sister was an international supermodel and was now short of money to spend, so he sold it to me. President Ma was thrilled to hear this and turned to the crowd and said, We don't need to speculate. I guarantee it with my life. This piece is the authentic heart of the ocean. At these words, the entire room boiled over. It's true. I didn't expect that I would be able to see the real heart of the ocean. I told you, with such a handsome face, how could you send a fake one? Hey, you didn't say that just now. Jiang Saijuan's face went purple after hearing this. President Ma's words, he was convinced. People's strength is there. He just couldn't figure it out. How could Lin Xuan, a beggar, take the heart of the ocean? What else does he have besides good looks? Is it possible that he was adopted by a rich woman? Originally he wanted to hit Lin Xuan's face. Now he has lost his face. What to do? I'm going to run away. Losing face isn't scary. Being hit in the face in public is scary. He looked around. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, he directly slipped on the soles of his feet and went out. The crowd had just come back to their senses and wanted to look for the person who had taunted Lin Xuan. As a result, when they turned around, there was no one there. After the crowd ate their luncheon, they quickly moved on to the next part, the ball. Only a few musicians in tuxedos walked up. They elegantly played the instruments in their hands. Several pairs of young people also began to dance around the hall in droves. Dancing at a party is a very elegant thing to do and also a way to socialize. Even if you don't have a partner, you can still invite them on the spot. And dancing is normal. A little physical contact is normal. Can accept your invitation to the other half, are generally on your goodwill. Maybe after the end of a little unexpected gains, there were a few people who wanted to invite Qinyao to dance, including Li Jieqi. Yao Yao, let's dance together. Li Jieqi elegantly extended a giant hand. As long as Qinyao agreed to his invitation to dance, then he was confident that he could take her down in one fell swoop. Sorry, brother Jieqi, I'm not much of a dancer. Qinyao directly refused. Chapter 63, I like you now. Never mind. Li Jieqi returned to her seat in disappointment. It seemed that if she wanted to capture Qinyao's heart, she would have to think of another way. Lin Xuan, can I invite you to a dance? Qinyao walked to Lin Xuan with the hem of her skirt and stretched out a hand towards Lin Xuan in full view of everyone. The male comrades present were dumbfounded. Why did I ask her to dance but was rejected? Was I not graceful enough? A male student was in tears. No, apart from being elegant and dressed gorgeously, there is nothing you can compare to her. She is handsome and has money. She is much better than you. Li Jieqi was also wide-eyed. Why is it that I invited you and you refused? And you turned around and asked him to dance? Could it be that you don't like fierce men, and prefer fresh meat like him instead? Li Jieqi's face turned blue, and the veins on her hands rippled. Turning his head, he spoke to the little brother next to him. Find out what this man's background is for me. Be quick. He was angry. The last person who made him angry had already been sent to Africa to train monkeys. Although Lin Xuan was dressed in ordinary clothes, the person who could give away the heart of the ocean must have an unusual identity background, so it wouldn't be too late to arrange Lin Xuan after he felt out his identity. Of course, Lin Xuan smiled as he got up and grabbed Qinyao's soft little hand. Then he smoothly wrapped his arm around Qinyao's slender waist. Qinyao's delicate body shook and instantly blushed. Lin Xuan, can you do it? Qinyao asked with a red face. Although she wasn't much of a dancer, she had more or less touched it. She was afraid that this guy Lin Xuan wouldn't be able to dance, so she was a little worried. Will it work? Yao Yao, since you've asked this, then I have to do it even if I can't. Lin Xuan replied in a serious manner. He had dancing skills to add to his repertoire, so a ballroom dance was naturally a piece of cake. The two of them danced in the center of the dance floor, overwhelming the entire audience. Even the comrades who specialized in dance praised Lin Xuan's extraordinary dancing skills. So this little handsome guy is not only rich, he even dances so well. I love it. I didn't expect to see Miss Qin dance so beautifully with someone else in my lifetime. How nice it would be if that person was me. Does anyone know what the background of this little handsome guy called Lin Xuan is? I want all the information about him. Li Jieqi stared at the duo in the center of the dance floor with a grimace. The wine glasses in his hand were crushed and burst several times. Lin Xuan, how dare you touch Qinyao's little waist? I'm going to kill you. A plan had already surfaced in his mind. Lin Xuan, I didn't expect you to dance so well. Qinyao was a bit intoxicated. Lin Xuan had at least 10 years of dancing skills. Now she finally believed what his dad had said. Lin Xuan's background was really fake. After all, How could an ordinary person know so much? There's a lot more you can't think of. I still have a lot of strengths, Lin Xuan said and gave Qinyao a you-know-what look. Qinyao glanced at Lin Xuan's bottom after hearing this and instantly blushed, so angry that her high heels directly stepped on Lin Xuan's feet. Let you be immodest. Lin Xuan directly sucked in a breath of cool air in pain. He knew that Qinyao thought crookedly, but what he said was normal. He was speechless. After a dance, the applause below was thunderous. They all deeply marveled at Lin Xuan's dancing skills and Qinyao's beauty. After Lin Xuan got off the stage, there were a few other celebrities who secretly slipped him notes. On them were contact information and addresses. Lin Xuan didn't reject them and secretly put them in his pocket. After that, there were many more activities. The banquet went on until 10 o'clock in the evening before it ended. The crowd also left the villa one after another. Lin Xuan on the other hand stayed until the end, because he didn't have a car, and Qinyao's villa was a bit remote. If he took a taxi, he would probably have to run out a long way. So he wanted Qinyao's bodyguard to give him a ride. Qinyao, I didn't drive here today. Can you have your bodyguard give me a ride? Lin Xuan asked. Of course I can. It's not very late now. Why don't you accompany me out for a walk and let's talk? Qinyao proposed. Alright, I'm honored to accompany Miss Qin for a chat. Miss, do you need us to accompany you? The two bodyguards in the back spoke up. Do I need you guys with Lin Xuan here? Qinyao rolled her eyes, as if to say, what are you guys doing being light bulbs in a two-person world? Okay miss. After leaving the villa, Qinyao took the initiative to hold Lin Xuan's hand. It caused Lin Xuan to be at a loss for words. This tigress won't really be interested in me, right? At this time, a pair of eyes poked out from the bushes on the side. When Lin Xuan and the others walked past, the person in the grass dialed a phone. Mr. Li, Miss Qin went out without a bodyguard. There's only a Lin Xuan who danced with her by her side. What? Qinyao actually came out for a night stroll with this doggy Lin Xuan. Mud, call Tiger and tell him to get ready to strike. I'll be right there. The two of them just wandered down the road together, hand in hand. Qinyao's villa was a bit remote, and even the streetlights were gone after walking farther. Qinyao under the moonlight was simply an angel in a fairy tale. Lin Xuan was mesmerized. Feeling Lin Xuan's hot gaze, Qinyao asked with a red face, Lin Xuan, do you think I look good? Of course you look good. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, especially under the moonlight. You're simply beautiful. Lin Xuan hurriedly wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth and said in a serious manner, Thank you Lin Xuan, then can you throw away the things in your pocket? Qinyao asked in a small voice. What ah? Lin Xuan was a bit confused. It's those little notes they gave you, Qinyao said with a red face. She had been secretly observing Lin Xuan during the day. Those women had handed Lin Xuan no less than 10 notes, and this guy had actually put them all in his pocket. It was really exasperating. Oh, you mean these I didn't intend to take them in the first place. I just didn't want to embarrass them. Lin Xuan pulled out the notes in his pocket, tore them into pieces one by one, and scattered them into the air. Lin Xuan, I'm going to ask you a question. Will you answer me seriously? Qinyao stopped and looked at Lin Xuan with a face full of deep emotion. You ask. I'll definitely answer very seriously. Lin Xuan nodded affirmatively. Lin Xuan, do you like me? Qinyao was still looking at Lin Xuan. The evening breeze blew the hair at her temples, and her eyes were illuminated by the moonlight with a little sparkle, filled with deep love for Lin Xuan. Yao, I don't like the old you, but I like the present you. The current you is both pretty and cute, and you treat others gently. So Yao, can you let me like you all the time? Lin Xuan tenderly touched her head. There was tenderness in his eyes. Lin Xuan, I swear, I will let you like me all the time. Qinyao jumped into Lin Xuan's arms and hugged him hard and cried. Lin Xuan hugged her equally tightly. He could feel Qinyao's heart. She was lonely and didn't even have a few genuine friends. Everyone feared her, stayed away from her, and even intentionally avoided her. Chapter 64, Stop, you dogs. She was just as passionate as Li Yuexian deep down. It was just that Qinyao couldn't find anyone to express it. Her identity, her status, and her living environment all limited her. Alright Yao, don't cry. I'll always be by your side. Lin Xuan gently cupped her cheeks and tenderly wiped away the teardrops at the corners of her eyes. Look at this. It's all wetting my body shirt. Lin Xuan looked at her with a grimace. Qinyao playfully rubbed against him again. Will you carry me on your back? It's not good. Will you be heavy? Lin Xuan, do you dislike me? No. Why don't you wait until we get back and I'll carry you? You said, go back on my back. People are wearing high heels, foot pain, or not let you back it. I'm sorry. I don't know you wear high heels. I'll carry you. No need. Aren't your feet hurting? Why don't you need it? Let's carry you when we go back. I don't feel it yet. Okay then. The two of them walked to a small supermarket. Lin Xuan asked Qinyao to wait for a while. He went in to buy 2 bottles of water. At this time, 5 or 6 big men emerged from the corner. They walked straight towards Qin Yao. Brother Tiger, I didn't expect that this chick that Mr. Lee asked us to plug was so charged up. It's simply awesome. That's right. Look at this body, this face, these slender thighs. If we let our brothers have a good time, it'll take off. The leader, Tiger, was also stunned when he saw it. He had been in the flower market for more than 10 years, and had seen and played with countless women. But when he saw Qin Yao, he realized what he had been playing with for so many years. The girl in front of him was simply the best of the best. Whether it was her face value or her body, she beat any girl he had ever played with, especially in the moonlight, is simply a fairy down to earth. Tiger couldn't help himself, although he had just gotten out of jail, but to have such a superb girl, it wouldn't hurt to go back for a few more years. Being in jail is just like going home. It's no big deal. As for Li Jiaqi, a trash who came back from an island country is just a trash. If it wasn't for the amount of money he gave, the few of them wouldn't serve him. Hey, Tiger sneered and led a few juniors towards Qin Yao. Pretty girl, it's dangerous to be alone outside at night. What if you meet a bad guy? Brother is kind-hearted. Let brother send you home. Qin Yao looked at it and didn't even move. These few trash were as thin as monkeys. Just the big man in front was a bit more presentable. Besides, Lin Chuan was here. She wasn't afraid in the slightest. When the crowd saw that she didn't react, they thought she was scared silly. A few Hans immediately stepped forward and surrounded her. Are you guys looking for death? Let me tell you, my boyfriend will be coming over soon. If you guys leave now, I'll pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise I can't guarantee that you guys will still be able to stand up. Qin Yao sneered. Ha ha, is your boyfriend as handsome as me? Beauty, seeing that you are so delicate looking, brother, I can't bear to hurt you, as long as you serve me well. How about brother gives you a large sum of money? Tiger laughed with a lewd face. Asterisk 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 off. If it wasn't for the skirt and high heels that my old lady is wearing today, I would have killed each and every one of you. Qin Yao scolded sternly. Yoo-hoo, still wearing high heels, and surprisingly there's a buff edition. Then I'm even more excited. The corners of Tiger's mouth were grinning to the back of his head. This woman was the one he wanted today. He was just about to make his move when a youngster suddenly popped out and cut him off. Stop, you bunch of dogs. In broad daylight, in the clear sky, you even want to molest a beautiful woman. Looking for death, isn't it? Lin Chuan walked over with 2 bottles of juice and snapped at them. He didn't expect that the time it took to go and buy a bottle of juice was brushing the plague. Broad daylight? Are you blind? It's dark and windy. If you don't do anything wrong now, do you wait for the daytime? Tiger looked at Lin Chuan and said with a disdainful face. A youngster was just a youngster. One of his own juniors would be able to finish him off. He didn't put it in his eyes at all. Rat, big yellow, you two go hold him down for me. I want to discuss my life with this beauty, Tiger said with a white-eye face. The 2 little brothers looked at each other and smiled, and with arrogant steps, they immediately walked towards Lin Chuan. Brother, you can still suffer less if you don't resist. Lin Chuan gently placed the juice in his hand on the ground, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Humph, looking for death. Grass, the brat still dares to scold us. Rat, go up there and teach him the great principles of society. Pa, pa. Lin Chuan slapped the 2 men directly with 2 slaps. Brother Tiger, this brat has practiced. You 3 watch this little. Don't let her escape. I'll go teach him a lesson. Brother Tiger's fists clenched and crunched. The brat dares to hit my brother. You seek death. Brother Tiger let out a roar and threw a punch towards Lin Chuan's face. Lin Chuan similarly threw a punch and clashed with Brother Tiger. Bang! Brother Tiger was directly blown back several steps and sat on his butt on the ground. Just now, Lin Chuan's weak punch had almost fractured Brother Tiger's right hand. Marred, this brat is not ordinary. Together, Brother Tiger let out a roar. The 2 people who flew out just now also climbed up. 6 people rushed up together. Lin Chuan snorted coldly as the tiger entered the flock. A minute later, the 6 people collectively fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Half of Tiger's face was swollen, and his right hand was unconscious. I should have known not to take this job. This kid definitely practiced martial arts. Lin Chuan picked up the juice and unscrewed the cap and handed it over to Qin Yao. Yao Yao, I've given you a fright. No, Lin Chuan, just now you were really handsome. Qin Yao's eyes were starry and a blush appeared on her pretty face. I didn't expect this place to be so poorly managed that there are still ruffians out there. Lin Chuan said breathlessly. Not really, I haven't seen any over the years. Maybe tonight is more special. Qin Yao said with a red face. Let's go back. It's not early. Lin Chuan proposed. Okay, but you have to carry me. My feet are hurting. Qin Yao complained. Of course, no problem. Come up. Lin Chuan bent down and Qin Yao leapt up. In the grass, Li Jiaqi was so angry that his back teeth grooves crunched several times. He had wanted to hire the tiger to have a heroic rescue and teach Lin Xuan a lesson in the process, but who knew that the tiger would not follow the rules? It was also beaten up by Lin Xuan. Marred Lin Xuan. You wait. I'll make you disappear from this world. Li Jieqi's eyes flashed with a murderous aura before disappearing into the night. The other side. At school, McCann received a call from his dad. McCann, I've already gotten 2 professionals from Island City to do what you told me. Lin Xuan's photo has also been sent to them. It's estimated that we should be able to complete the task tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Just deal with it on your own at that time, and be careful not to cause any deaths. Chapter 65, The Kidnapper Duo. Understood. I'm just teaching him a lesson. I won't cause any deaths. After hanging up the phone, McCann's dark face revealed a hint of sinister. Lin Xuan, you're finished. After the two of them returned to the villa, Lin Xuan took a look at the time and saw that it was 11:30 p.m. Lin Xuan wanted Qinyao's bodyguard to send him back, but Qinyao had to let him stay. It's so late. The school has long been closed, so don't go back. It's not quite appropriate for me to stay at your house. Right, I'll go out and stay at a hotel. You two come over here and hold him down for me. Lin Xuan, you have to stay here tonight. Tomorrow I'll go back to school with you. Otherwise I'll tie you up again. As soon as Qinyao returned to the villa, this big lady temper came up. Lin Xuan had no choice but to stay. There were a lot of rooms in the villa, and Qinyao was thoughtful enough to personally clean up a room for him. She also gave Lin Xuan her own pink futon. Late at night, Lin Xuan smelled the scent on the quilt and had trouble falling asleep for a long time. Qinyao, did you damn well pour the whole bottle of perfume on the quilt? It smoked me to death. The next day, Qinyao knocked on Lin Xuan's room door early in the morning. Lin Xuan is up. Hurry up and get up for breakfast. A minute later, Lin Xuan put on his clothes and opened the door in a daze. Outside the door, Qinyao was looking at him with a shy face. She was wearing a cute outfit today, a casual dress, white sneakers, high ponytail, plus light makeup. Lin Xuan instantly felt like he was in love. Qinyao, you look good today. Really? I'm dressing up like this for you. As long as you like it, hurry up and wash up and let's have breakfast. I'll go wait for you downstairs first. Qinyao ran down with an excited face. Lin Xuan simply washed up and ate breakfast with Qinyao. Qinyao drove her Porsche 911 to the school with Lin Xuan. After sending Lin Xuan to the boys' dormitory, Qinyao went back to class. Today is Monday. All the roommates have gone to military training, leaving Lin Xuan alone in the dormitory. Bored, he lay on his bed and swiped the video. On the other side, yesterday, Jiang Kaijun went back and fought more and more angry. Every time he met Lin Xuan, this bird hair would not be good, so he spent a lot of money overnight to hire 8 professional black boxers, ready to block a wave of Lin Xuan in the school, to wipe out the previous shame. These 8 people are strong and sturdy, 1 to 5 effortlessly. Even if Lin Xuan is strong, the face of these people must be holding their heads. At 9 in the morning, a few people arrived on time. They all wore uniform black tracksuits and duck-tongue hats. A sense of oppression. The students passing by were hiding far away. Brothers, you wait here, I'll call him out later. As soon as he shows his head, you guys go up and beat him up. Hit him hard, just don't beat him to death. Jiang Kaijun threw down a sentence in a very tough manner before turning around and sending a text message to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan in the dormitory was still leisurely swiping the video, not yet realizing that the danger had already arrived at the school gate. Ding dong, the sound of a text message came. Hello Lin Xuan, there's an express delivery for you at the school entrance. Please come out and sign for it. Express delivery? Lin Xuan was confused. I didn't buy anything. Who sent me an express? He was puzzled, but still went downstairs and rode the small tram. At this time a black van at the school entrance stopped. The door opened and down came 2 big men with sunglasses. Big brother, which one is Lin Xuan? That only told us to tie up Lin Xuan but didn't tell us what he looked like? The little brother asked with a blank face. I know, he showed me a picture. Big brother replied. Where is it? Show me. I'll look with you. The little brother asked again. Let me delete it. Big brother said calmly. What did you delete him for? Big brother? The little brother was speechless. We are professional kidnappers. Deleting the photo is destroying the clues for others to find us. And Lin Xuan is in the school. Just ask around and you'll know. What do you know you? Big brother slapped a big mouth onto his little brother's head, viciously educating the little brother. The little brother smiled sarcastically. Still big brother is smart. He. The two just strutted towards the school. At this moment, Lin Xuan also arrived at the school entrance on his tram. He looked around and didn't find a courier, and was just about to make a phone call to ask, when he only felt his back being tapped. He turned around and looked. Asterisk. It's Jiang Kaijun again, you pig. What do you want? What do I want? Revenge. Of course. Brothers, give me on. Jiang Kaijun waved his hand and 8 big men immediately jumped out from the side. They rushed towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan could tell at a glance that these guys were not ordinary. they ran with a steady body. Not ordinary people at all. Either they were practitioners or retired special forces. Lin Chuan panicked. 4 or 5 of them. He still has the power to fight. These 8 are a bit over the top. Lin Chuan did not think much, turned his head and ran. I can't fight, but I can't run. Jiang Kaijun over here was excited. Aren't you able to fight? Don't run. Give me a chase. Catch him and I'll give each of you $20,000. At this time, the kidnapper duo had already entered the school. The elder brother caught a random student and asked, "Brat, do you know who's called Lin Chuan?" The student was terrified by his appearance. Flustered, he gave him a general direction. I just saw him riding over on a tram. Right over there. Big brother looked over in the direction, only to see a very arrogant big back standing there yelling. It seemed like he was directing his little brother to beat up someone. Marred. This Lin Chuan is really arrogant. How dare he bully people so openly in school? Lao air. Do it. Jiang Kaijun was still directing his little brother, not paying the slightest attention to a black van driving up behind him. In the next second, the door of the van opened, and the 2 big men directly knocked Jiang Kaijun unconscious with a stick and loaded him into the van. They are worthy of being professionals. The whole process does not exceed 10 seconds. Jiang Kaijun was taken away. On Lin Chuan's side, he finally got rid of a few of them after running most of the campus. Then panting, he returned to the dormitory. Marred. These guys are really fierce, thanks to the fact that I ran fast. Otherwise I would have gotten a beating. Lin Chuan opened the system panel. He was in dire need of upgrading himself right now. He had spent over $1 billion in the past 2 days. The number of draws had also reached 15. System, give me an advanced draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an advanced skill book, a collection of ancient Chinese medical books. Advanced skill book. After learning it, you can obtain all the knowledge recorded in the book. Is it to be learned? Skill book? This counts as a physical reward? I'm numb. Learn. In the next second, Lin Chuan felt like his entire head was going to explode. Countless medical knowledge surged madly into his mind. Even his tripled spirit couldn't withstand the force. The intense pain directly caused him to faint in the dormitory. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Chuan slowly opened his eyes. He shook his head, but fortunately, he was only a little dizzy. Chapter 66, 2 sets of 300 square feet. At this time, countless more knowledge of Chinese medicine had already appeared in his mind. Acupuncture, tuina, prescriptions, herbal medicines, and even surgeries seemed as if he had personally experienced them. This is amazing. Lin Chuan's thoughts moved, and a prescription for beauty and skin care surfaced in his mind. He quickly took a pen and paper and wrote it down. Excellent. This prescription can definitely remove Li Yueshuan's birthmark. He would now make a trip to the pharmacy and purchase some herbs, then configure it himself. Lin Chuan was just about to move when his cell phone suddenly rang. After answering it, a seductive imperial voice came from the phone. Lin Chuan darling, I'm almost at the Iris station. Do you have time to pick me up? So it's Miss Xine. No problem, I'll be there soon. Lin Chuan hung up the phone and drove his Porsche ready to go to the station. Although he had the prescription, there were a few herbs that were very toxic and not necessarily available in pharmacies. He still had to do some research. After arriving at the station and waiting for a little while, Zhang Xini, who was dressed in a long black dress, came out dragging a large suitcase. Hey Lin Chuan, come help me with the suitcase. It's too heavy. Coming. After Lin Chuan took it, the weight of the suitcase truly surprised him with a wave of surprise. This large 28-inch box weighed at least 100 pounds. There was no telling what exactly she had packed in here. Xine, what do you have in this box? So heavy. Lin Chuan managed to stuff the suitcase into the car. It's just a live broadcasting device and a bit of clothes. Zhang Xini jumped into Lin Chuan's arms with a happy face. Lin Chuan, I've missed you to death. I've been dreaming about you every day for the past few days, and you didn't know to give me a call. Zhang Xini said with a grumpy face. I'm not busy. Let's go. I'll take you back to the hotel first, then have something to eat. Good. After arriving at the Coastal International Hotel, Lin Chuan brought Zhang Xini back to the presidential suite. You stay here first. Do you plan to settle in Iris City in the future? Lin Chuan asked. I just want to be closer to you. I'll go wherever you are. Zhang Xini hugged Lin Chuan's arm and softly said, then you'll live here from now on. I'll come back to live with you when I have time. Lin Chuan rubbed her face and said with a bad smile, I want to buy a house to go out and live in. It's still not very convenient if I live in a hotel. Lin Chuan, will you accompany me to look at the house this afternoon? Zhang Xini shook Lin Chuan's arm and pampered her. Of course, we'll go after dinner. The two of them ate briefly for lunch and then drove to an upscale district in the center. This neighborhood was located in the center of Iris City and had an excellent location, but it was that the prices were a bit on the high side, and because it was built a bit late, the sales were not very good. The two just entered the sales center, and immediately came over a beautifully dressed saleswoman. This gentleman, may I ask if you are bringing your girlfriend to see the house? When Zhang Xini heard this, she happily took Lin Chuan's arm. Yes, we're here to see the house. Why don't you introduce me to your current house types? Yes sir, please follow me. Several people came to a large sandbox. The beautiful saleswoman introduced Lin Chuan very briefly. The cheap and well-located houses here were basically all sold. The rest were the ones that were almost in the right location, and the more expensive ones that hadn't been sold. Lin Chuan generally looked around. Only 200-300 square feet of large flat he felt more suitable, and the price is also the most expensive. Send parking space, fine decoration, and a full set of furniture. Seni, what do you think of these two? Lin Chuan asked. I think it's quite good. If you can stay with me, the small bungalow I also think it's good. Zhang Xini smiled. Let's go check out the room then. Lin Chuan said to the beautiful saleswoman. Sir, are you looking at both houses? Yes, I'll buy both if they're suitable. Lin Chuan said very boldly. Okay, you wait a moment, I'll go get the key. The beautiful saleswoman had a face of excitement. This one set of house was nearly $8 million. If she could sell 2 sets she would make at least $100,000. Unexpectedly this young man is not only handsome, but also a rich second generation. If he didn't bring his girlfriend, he would have a chance. The beautiful saleswoman sighed deeply. Her coming to sell the house was secondary. The main thing was that she wanted to fall for a rich man. Both of her beautiful co-workers were taken by tycoons. She was envious. After taking the key, the beautiful saleswoman brought Lin Chuan and the two of them to the room. This was a 28-story luxury high-rise building, and what Lin Chuan wanted to see was the only luxury hardcover room in this building, located on the 22nd floor of this building. As soon as he opened the door, a very refreshing feeling came over him. Lin Chuan broadly swept a few eyes. Besides being smaller than Chao Jie's villa and having almost the same facilities, everything else was very good. Especially this fresh and uncluttered decoration style looked very soothing. Sir, this house. The beautiful saleswoman was just about to introduce the various facilities of the house when Lin Chuan directly interrupted her. Is the other one also like this? Lin Chuan asked. Yes, the decoration is almost the same. It's just slightly different in style. The beautiful saleswoman replied. No need for introductions. Just take me directly to pay. Lin Chuan directly waved his hand in a very dashing manner. Okay, sir. The beautiful saleswoman happily led Lin Chuan back to the sales office. Then without stopping, she called the manager. The manager came out and gave Lin Chuan another small discount for being so bold. Zhang Xini wanted to secretly pay. After all, Lin Chuan already gave her enough. But Lin Chuan didn't give her the chance to pay at all. Lin Chuan directly swiped 2 sweets. $15 million. You paid, so how do I spend my money? Don't think about me at all. The manager saw Lin Chuan so fast, directly arranged for the financial Fast and Furious. Various processes go very quickly. A set in the name of Zhang Xini. A set in the name of Lin Chuan. After the handover is completed, Zhang Xini directly carried bags to move in. Lin Chuan helped her clean up the room. Already almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Chuan was about to go to the traditional Chinese medicine store to look at the herbs. Who knew that Zhang Xini hugged him from behind? Lin Chuan, I've been waiting for you for so many days. Do you really want to leave? Lin Chuan felt the softness of his back and his head instantly went blank. Then I won't go back. I'll stay here with you tonight. It just so happens that I still have a few questions I want to ask you. It might take a long time. Lin Chuan smiled faintly at her. Zhang Xini's pretty face blushed after hearing this. She instantly understood what Lin Chuan meant. With a red face, she said, then I'll go take a shower first. She had just turned around when Lin Chuan picked her up in a princess carry. I just got sweaty from helping you pack up your things. Let's join together. Zhang Xini was a bit flustered. She just wanted to open her mouth. Lin Chuan directly carried her into the bathroom. 2 hours later, the two walked out one after another. Zhang Xini was wrapped in a day towel. Her face was flushed. It was obvious that the water temperature just now was a bit high. Lin Chuan, didn't you say you had questions for me? Zhang Xini walked to the front of the balcony and pulled the curtains closed, then jumped into Lin Chuan's arms. This question, well, it's not easy to open up. It's just that I've been a bit on fire lately, and there's also a number of issues that involve the socio-economic level that we need to discuss. Lin Chuan smiled and said, Chapter 67, I want you to pay me back tenfold. Zhang Xini immediately understood Lin Chuan's meaning. After giving him a bad look, she walked over to the dresser and put on her makeup, then tied up her hair again. Finally, she gently pulled Lin Chuan to the balcony, turned off the lights. The time went back to noon. The other side. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Kaijun slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, 2 masked men were staring straight at him. Woo, woo, woo. He wanted to scream. His mouth was blocked. He wanted to escape. He was tied to a pillar. All he could do now was to shake his head frantically, his body constantly trembling. His entire being was dumbfounded. He hadn't offended anyone. Why was he suddenly kidnapped? And these two in front of him looked like professionals, with hoods and weapons in their hands. Proper tough bandits. He was scared, and even had an urge to pee his pants. Pa! The leader of the boss directly backhanded a big mouth on Jung Saijuan's face. Marred, isn't it quite wild? Bullying a classmate? And slapping people's faces? Come on, keep going wild. This slap was fierce and directly brought tears to Jung Saijuan's eyes. He was speechless as hell. When had he ever bullied a classmate? He hadn't slapped anyone's face either. He had a bit of a grudge against Lin Chuan, but he had also been bullied and slapped in the face by him. Hey, big brother, look, this guy is even crying. You educate him. I'm going to go call McCann and have him come over. Big brother commanded. Who was McCann? Their boss? Jiang Saijuan reacted instantly. Could this be a kidnapping carried out for a ransom? He had originally thought that Lin Chuan was behind it, but it seemed that he had misjudged him. It should be for money that he kidnapped himself. At this time, the second hand violently ripped off the tape on Jiang Saijuan's mouth. He wailed in pain, and his beard was ripped off quite a bit. Big brother, don't hurt me. I'll give you whatever you want. My family has money. As long as you don't hurt me, I'll have my dad give you $10 million. Jiang Kaijun had just finished speaking when another slap was thrown on his face. Asterisk 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 Q. Lousy is a professional kidnapper. Professional, you know? Still want to bribe me. Big brother, I'm wrong. You don't fight. Woo. Jiang Saijuan's entire face was swollen. How did this kidnapper not follow the rules? Now, I ask you to answer. Got it? Lao Air said angrily. Jiang Kaijun desperately nodded his head. Gender, Jiang Kaijun. Male. Name, this. Jiang Kaijun man was numb. You guys don't even know what my name is. Why did you kidnap me? Speak up. The oldest two let out a roar. Another big mouth was about to fall. Don't hit. I'll talk. My name is Su Fenian. Pa. The second oldest directly slapped his mouth. Marred. Still Su Fenian. Why aren't you called Pingon Chen? Tell me your name. My name is Pingon Chen. Pa. The oldest two were directly enraged. A series of 7 or 8 big mouths were flung onto Jiang Saijuan's face. Bastard, taking me for a monkey? Right. Jiang Kaijun had already been beaten into a pig's head and couldn't even open his mouth to speak. Brother, don't hit brother. My name is Jiang Kaijun, 19 years old this year. My family is in Qingcheng. My father is the richest man in Qingcheng. I don't have an object, and I like little lowly. The oldest two heard, rose his hand and was ready to hit again. Your mouth is really hard, and you dare to talk nonsense. Brother, what I said is true. Don't hit the face again. I can't even feel my face anymore. Oh, at this time, the boss who had finished the phone call also came over. Asterisk. Eldest, how did you beat someone like this? Big brother, did we arrest the wrong person? He said his name is Jiang Kaijun, not Lin Chuan. Seeing that Jiang Kaijun didn't look like he was lying, the oldest two said to his big brother in a serious manner. The oldest frowned and walked over and asked, "You're not Lin Chuan?" It was only then that he could see that it seemed like the person in the photo really didn't look like this. Brother, my name isn't Lin Chuan. My name is Jiang Kaijun. You've got the wrong person. Let me go. Jiang Kaijun directly wailed. He finally understood. It was again related to Lin Chuan the beggar. It's true that every time he meets Lin Chuan, nothing good happens. Yesterday he was punched in the face. Today he was tied up wrong again. Lin Chuan, I won't mess with you anymore. Okay? What should we do? Shouldn't McCann be here in a while? The second oldest asked with some worry. There's no way. We can only make the mistake. Now he has to be even if he's not. Anyway, he's been beaten into a pig's head, and he's not afraid that McCann will recognize him. The boss walked over to Jiang Kaijun and took out a dagger and threatened. Now no matter who asks you, you are Lin Chuan. Got it? Otherwise I'll cut off your pig's head. Jiang Kaijun hurriedly nodded his head after hearing this. The oldest put away his dagger and then quietly waited for Mackin to arrive. During that time, he even had the second one come over and slap Jiang Kaijun twice, just in case the swelling of his face subsided. It wasn't long before McCann, dressed in all black, finally came. After muttering a few words with the two big men, he walked towards Jiang Kaijun. Jiang Kaijun only saw a black charcoal walking towards this side, and it was only when he spoke and exposed his teeth that he saw it was a person. You're Lin Chuan? McCann scratched his head and asked in rusty Chinese. He felt that the pig head in front of him didn't quite look like Lin Chuan, but he couldn't tell where he didn't look like him. Yes. I'm Lin Chuan. Jiang Kaijun nodded his head in a hurry. Really Lin Chuan? McCann asked again. I'm Lin Chuan. Really Lin Chuan. Jiang Kaijun wanted to cry. Marred, dare to hit me in the face. I'll you up. Mackin directly punched Jiang Kaijun. A miserable scream resounded throughout the sky. 10 minutes later, McCann wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked into the inner room. Speaking to the duo in the room, he said, "You guys let him go? I'm done with my addiction. I'll have my father call you for the rest of the payment." McCann finished speaking and directly twisted his head and left. He had thought how tough Lin Chuan was, but he didn't realize that he was a soft bone who would only beg for mercy. After the kidnapper duo saw that McCann had left, they hurriedly ran to Jiang Kaijun to check on the situation. "Brother, are you okay?" "I'm fine my ass. Quickly send me to the hospital. I'm dying." Jiang Kaijun was beaten senseless. This even came at his crotch, which almost hurt so much that he jerked over. "Sorry bro, we have no choice. We've wronged you." The two hurriedly carried Jiang Kaijun to the van to the hospital. In the hospital, Jiang Kaijun pulled the boss's hand. "Big brother, can you tell me who this is?" Jiang Kaijun said breathlessly. "Brother, originally we are professionals. We shouldn't tell you, but today we caused such a big misunderstanding to you. We are very sorry. Just tell you that he is also a student of your school." The oldest finished throwing down $20,000, turned around and left the hospital with the second. Jiang Kaijun's eyes were red and he looked up to the sky. "Makan, today's shame I want you to pay back tenfold." Chapter 68. Then there should be no marriage yet, right? Early the next morning, Zheng Sini woke up early and finished brushing her teeth, then climbed back under the covers. Lin Chuan, who was still asleep, only felt that he had an incomparably refreshing dream. By the time he woke up it was already 3 poles above sunrise. Zheng Sini left him a text message on his cell phone, saying that she went out to buy some necessities and so on. Lin Chuan got up, simply brush his teeth, wash his face, wash his hair, and blow a very fresh look. He went out, first to the neighborhood downstairs to eat a 20-some small dumplings, and then drove to the city center's largest traditional Chinese medicine store. The name of this traditional Chinese medicine store was called Century Old Shop, and it was said to have been passed down from the owner's great-grandfather, and it had a great reputation. As soon as Lin Chuan entered, an aroma of Chinese medicine hit his face, refreshing him. Inside, there was only a white-haired old man with a peaceful face and a little beauty taking medicine for a few old people. Lin Chuan waited for them to stop being busy, then walked over to the little beauty and handed her a prescription. "Hello, please see if these herbs below are available. If not, just give me the herbs above," Lin Chuan said politely. Tang Yan took it and looked at it carefully for a while, then frowned and asked, "Are you sure you want these few medicines? What are you using them for?" "These are all very toxic herbs. Using them indiscriminately could kill someone." "I know. I'll use it to make an ointment for external application. Nothing will happen," Lin Chuan explained. Tang Yan frowned. These ordinary herbs could be given to him, but these several medicines that were very toxic still had to be shown to her grandfather before she could do so. Otherwise, he would be held responsible if something happened. "Wait a moment, I'll show it to my grandfather." Tang Yan finished speaking and ran over to hand it to her grandfather. Tang Deji took a look and his brows instantly furrowed. He even checked up a thick medical book. The more he read, the more excited he became, and he even laughed in the end. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, this should be a beauty remedy, and the medicinal effect was extremely strong. First, these few poisons would be used to corrode the flesh and blood, and then a few mild and face-nourishing warm medicines would be used to repair them, thus achieving the effect of beauty. But this prescription is extremely dangerous. The slightest deviation will disfigure the face. His Tang family had practiced medicine for generations and had never seen such a bold prescription. This young man can come up with this prescription to the back must be a high person to point out. "Young man, may I ask if this is a formula for beauty?" Tang Deji said excitedly. "Right." Lin Chuan nodded. "Can you tell me which master's hand it came from?" "Some other day, Mr. Tang will definitely pay a visit," Tang Deji said with a respectful face. He had studied medicine with his grandfather since he was young, and had reached an obsessive attitude towards Chinese medicine. However, Chinese medicine is declining. How many medical books, medical skills faded in the river of time? Nowadays, Chinese medicine is being targeted everywhere, and some places have even launched anti-Chinese medicine campaigns. Countless famous doctors, because of the problem of practicing qualifications, directly return to the mountains. Do not ask the world. It must be realized that it is very difficult to learn Chinese medicine well. How many Chinese medicine practitioners have spent their whole life to learn it? At the end of the day, it is because of a professor, a policy that has cut short his life's learning, and there must be such a person behind this young man. One must find him and then carry forward his medical skills. I'm actually his disciple. I wrote this prescription, Lin Chuan said after thinking about it. How could there be any high-ranking person behind him? It was just a garbage system. If he didn't explain it this way, he really couldn't prove where this prescription came from. "You wrote it?" The moment these words came out, both of the masters were shocked. The young man in front of this looked to be only in his 20s. It was surprising that he had such talent at such a young age. One must know that medical texts were as vast as a sea of sweat. Many people spend their entire life's energy, can only learn one or two. It's even more impossible to write a prescription. What a genius! Tang Deji couldn't help but let out an exclamation of admiration. Even Tang Yan was a million times surprised. Young man, can I ask you to come to the back hall for a moment? I have some medical knowledge I would like to ask you about. Tang Deji asked with an open mind. Although he was in his old age, he still possessed a heart to ask for advice with an open mind. There must be a teacher for all three. In his opinion, there was no age difference in learning. As long as it could relieve him of his medical confusion, it was fine for him to worship the young man in front of him as his teacher. Of course, Lin Chuan replied painfully. After the two came to the back hall, Tang Deji asked Lin Chuan dozens of questions in a row. Lin Chuan answered all of them patiently for him, even citing one as an example. Tang Deji nodded repeatedly as he was enlightened after listening. A lot of the medical knowledge in Lin Chuan's mind was lost in the world. After Tang Deji heard the areas he hadn't touched, he wrote them all down in his book. The morning passed and the notes were written down in 4 or 5 books. A few hours later the two came out. Tang Deji was full of light. 2.5 out of 3 sentences were praising Lin Chuan. Little friend Lin Chuan, listening to you today is better than reading for 10 years. It's just a pity that your master has already returned to the mountains. Otherwise I will definitely pay a visit. Tang Deji patted Lin Chuan and laughed. Where? We who study medicine save lives and help people. Tang Lao is the pillar of the medical profession. Lin Chuan politely said. Little friend Lin Chuan, at noon you will accompany me for a small drink. Yenner also come along. Tang Deji grabbed Lin Chuan's hand, just afraid to let him run away. Lin Chuan had no choice but to agree. There was a local cuisine restaurant right next door. The three of them found a private room and sat in. Little friend Lin Chuan, where are you working now? How old are you this year? Tang Deji asked. Elder Tang, I'll be 19 this year, and I'm still attending university. Lin Chuan said back, you're only 19? Tang Yan asked in surprise. She had thought that Lin Chuan had already graduated and just looked younger. She didn't expect that he was still a college student. Yes, attending Iris University. Lin Chuan smiled. Then there shouldn't be a marriage yet, right? Tang Deji laughed. This one is currently not. Lin Chuan said back somewhat awkwardly. Why was this old man asking this? Wouldn't want to introduce his granddaughter to me, right? Then what do you think of my family, Yenner? Tang Deji asked. Grandpa, what are you doing? Tang Yan hammered his grandfather a few times with a shy face. She knew that his grandfather must have called her here for this purpose. Aren't I just graduating? What's the need to be in such a hurry? And people with such a handsome face and so young, may not necessarily look at themselves. She secretly glanced at Lin Chuan a few times. She found that Lin Chuan was not only handsome, but also had some unique temperament. His medical skills were also very strong, and he was able to instruct her grandfather. She could see that her grandfather liked Lin Chuan very much. She was also a bit moved, but she just felt that it wasn't too good to meet him just today. Chapter 69, Let's go to the amusement park. Miss Tang Yan is naturally very good, but I already have someone I like in my heart. Lin Chuan smiled. Tang Yan was very tall and good-looking, with the feeling of an ancient beauty. The figure was also top-notch, and in the university it was at least a department flower-level beauty. But he had caused slightly too many love debts, and people didn't look like they were interested in him. That would be a pity. Let's do it this way. Let Yenner leave you a contact information. In the future, if she has any medical problems she doesn't understand, I hope you will give her an answer. Tang Deji said with some regret. Of course. Lin Chuan took out his cell phone and Tang Yan scanned each other and added friends. After that, Tang Deji asked Lin Chuan a few more questions. Lin Chuan also explained to him very carefully. Next to him, Tang Yan was also listening with her small mouth agape. After the three of them ate, Tang Deji personally grabbed a big bag of herbs for Lin Chuan, but there were 2 flavors that were really not available in the pharmacy. 100-year-old snow lotus and 1,000-year-old ginseng. Tang Deji told him that there would be an auction in 2 days in high-tech, which might have what he wanted. After Lin Chuan thanked him, he drove off to buy some utensils for making ointments. Yenner, what do you think of this young man Lin Chuan? Tang Deji asked. It's quite good. He's handsome and has excellent medical skills. I think it's quite good. It's just that he has a sweetheart. Tang Yan lamented. What's wrong with that? Isn't it normal for young people to break up? Besides, people aren't married. If you like it, just go after it. He's just a few years younger than you. What do you think? Lin Chuan bought utensils after returning to the set of houses in his name. 100-year-old snow lotus. Xinyao had one at her birthday party. Just send her a message and tell her to bring it to herself tomorrow. She couldn't use it anyway. Ginseng can be used without the 1,000-year-old one, but the effect will be almost as good. The whole afternoon, Lin Chuan was in his room tinkering with the ointment. He needed to control the ratio a little bit and then experiment on himself. Only when he had regulated the most suitable proportion, he dared to use it on Li Yueshuan's face. Late at night, he finally adjusted a small sample. As long as he gathered the two herbs, he could experiment. After that, he laid down on his bed and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Lin Chuan received a call from Qiniao before he even woke up. Lin Chuan, I've brought you the things you wanted. You come to my dormitory to get it. Okay, wait for me for an hour, Lin Chuan said in a daze. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chuan took a shower, then went downstairs to have a simple meal. After that, he drove to Baida Plaza. Lin Chuan bought an expensive outfit, shoes, and went to Mr. Tony to redesign his hair. His clothes were already dirty, and he was too lazy to wash them and threw them directly into the trash can. Redesigning his hairstyle, Lin Chuan looked at himself in the mirror and was mesmerized again. Now he was mature and stable without losing his elegance. Simply a proper male god. Even the store girl, Tony, threw winks at him. Handsome, but also a kind of trouble. After finishing this outfit, Lin Chuan came to the Porsche 918 and removed the top. This car is very sketchy, and the convertible top still needs to be manual, but it was really cool after changing it to a convertible top. 10 minutes later, Lin Chuan arrived under Qiniao's dormitory. Time is not too much, not too little. Just after an hour, Lin Chuan got out of the car and the girls downstairs directly let out several screams. Oh my god, the way the boy god Lin Chuan drives a sports car with his backhand is so handsome. Lin Chuan student, I've liked you for a long time. Can I take a picture with you? Of course. Lin Chuan smiled and came to the rescue. One after another, 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 until after he felt his waist being viciously twisted. Agu, pain, ouch, yao yao, why are you pinching me? Lin Chuan said in pain. Why pinch you? I'm about to get into your arms. Why don't you know how to be ashamed? Qiniao said and came at Lin Chuan again. Lin Chuan directly grabbed her soft little hand and said gently to her, they are just taking a picture with me. I won't take a picture with them in the future. Being held by Lin Chuan's hand in public, Qiniao's pretty face instantly reddened. You said it it's not allowed in the future. Nah, something for you. Qiniao handed the snow lotus to Lin Chuan with a red face. Thank you, Qiniao. I'll go back first then. Lin Chuan just wanted to leave. Qiniao grabbed him. Lin Chuan, I don't have class today. Will you accompany me out to play? Qiniao said very gently. Fine, but I don't know where to play. Do you have any good places? Lin Chuan waved his hand and said, let's go to an amusement park. I've always wanted to go with a boy, but unfortunately I didn't have the chance. Qiniao said daintily. She wanted to say go with her boyfriend, but didn't say it out loud. Alright, let's go. Get in the car. Lin Chuan very sweetly opened the car door for Qiniao and then left the school with a kick of the gas. The girls under the dormitory floor were about to cry. The rumors were indeed true. Qiniao's big sex change was just to be with Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, why are you with her? It's over. The god of boys has been snatched away by a tigress. Iris Amusement Park. Adult ticket price $299. Expensive for a reason. This year, several entertainment programs have been added inside. Haunted houses, super roller coasters, jumping machines, glass bridges, etc. One ticket to play. Although Lin Chuan has been to an amusement park in Qingcheng, but with this cannot be compared. Simply a difference. The most important thing is that today also brought a big beauty. After the two bought tickets, Lin Chuan took Qiniao's soft little hand. She can also be specially dressed up today. She wore a white body shirt on top and a pair of hot denim shorts underneath. A pair of white sneakers were stepped on underneath a pair of jade fat perfect long legs. Her pretty face was painted with exquisite makeup, and she also tied up a high ponytail. Simply a goddess descended to earth. The men passing by all stopped to watch. Even a few children wanted to go up and beg for a hug. Yao yao, you're so beautifully dressed up today, Lin Chuan said as he stared straight at Qiniao. As long as you like it. I purposely asked my roommate to put makeup on me today, Qiniao said with a red face. Of course I like it. You're so good looking. I want to take 2 bites. Lin Chuan joked. Lin Chuan, what are we going to play first? Qiniao held Lin Chuan's hand tightly and said with her head lowered. Have you come to play before? Lin Chuan asked. Haven't been here before. I wanted to come, but I didn't have the right person to come with me. Qiniao shook her head. Then let's go play something exciting first, Lin Chuan proposed. Okay, I'll just follow you and play. Lin Chuan directly led Qiniao to where the big swing hammer was. Qiniao looked at the people screaming on it and unconsciously took a few steps back. Chapter 70 Blacklist. Although she had raced cars before, beating up people and such, she was still a girl after all, and was still a bit scared of this kind of high-altitude type of program. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, looked on with a face of excitement. The ones he had played with before weren't exciting at all. How exciting this is. It swung up and whirled around twice. Let's go. Yao yao. Lin Chuan said with an excited face. Lin Chuan, let's go play something simple first. This is a bit too scary. Xinyao stepped back and said with a horrified face. It's all here. Let's go. What am I afraid of next to you? Xinyao still shook her head unwilling to go on. Are you two playing or not? If you don't play I'll start it. The staff shouted at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan picked up Xinyao in a princess carry, not caring if she struggled or not. He directly placed her on the seat and fastened her seatbelt. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, sat next to him. Lin Chuan, you, get lost. Xinyao grabbed Lin Chuan's hand dead center and looked at him angrily. Ha ha, if you play this now, you won't be afraid of future programs. Hold on to me. It's fine. Lin Chuan laughed. In the next second, the big pendulum started. The moment it swayed, countless screams rose and fell. It was better when going up. The weightlessness when coming down directly caused the heartbeat to accelerate and the blood pressure to soar. Aha! Lin Chuan, I hate you. You're the one who wanted to come to the playground to play. Ha ha ha. 5 minutes later, the sledgehammer finally stopped. Xinyao was still red-faced and clutching Lin Chuan's hand to death. Lin Chuan's hand was pinched red by her. Alright Yao Yao, it's over. Lin Chuan gently unbuckled her seatbelt. Xinyao's legs went soft and she stood twice without getting up. Lin Chuan bent down and carried her off. Yao Yao, is it exciting? Lin Chuan said with a bad smile. Stimulating, you big head. I'm about to be scared to death. Xinyao bit him hard on his shoulder. Ai, pain pain pain, what are you doing? Letting you bully me, giving you a lesson. Humph. Xinyao coldly snorted. Where are we going to play next? Lin Chuan asked again. Let's go play bumper cars. I'm going to crash into you. Xinyao laughed evilly. Okay. Then Lin Chuan carried Xinyao to the roller coaster. Lin Chuan, it's not a roller coaster. It's a bumper car. Xinyao's face reddened with anger. Pretty much. It's all the same. Lin Chuan burst into a bad laugh. 5 minutes later, Xinyao let out another miserable scream. Next, Lin Chuan pulled Xinyao to continue touring the exciting items. Pirate ship, jumper, Ferris wheel, flying wooden horse, haunted house and so on. By the time they came out at the end of all the amusements, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. Lin Chuan, thank you for accompanying me to the amusement park today. I'm really happy. Xinyao looked at Lin Chuan and said fondly. Then what are we going to do next? Lin Chuan said with a bad smile on his face. Let's go eat. You must be hungry too? Xinyao asked with a red face. There's a new buffet open nearby. It's only 100 or so apiece. Let's go eat over there. Lin Chuan proposed. He was absolutely delighted to be blacklisted once he went there with this amount of food. I'm alright with that. Xinyao replied. Let's go then. The two drove to a nearby buffet. This buffet had just opened and had a great welfare offer, so business was booming. Although neither Lin Chuan nor Xinyao were poor in money, the food was just the right feeling. After waiting a little while, the two went inside. The first thing Lin Chuan saw was the large lobster on the table. He who had only eaten 3 burgers at lunch instantly got into the mood. The waiter just came up with the crabs and he directly took the whole pot away. The people in the back were dumbfounded. This guy is sick. Lobster, steak, oysters, he also pots and pots of end. In no time the whole table was full, and Xinyao only took a little fruit and snacks. It could be seen that she paid a lot of attention to her eating habits and ate very little at night. Lin Chuan, can you finish taking so many things? I eat very little at night. Xinyao worried. It's fine. I have a large meal capacity. I can finish it. Don't worry. Lin Chuan had an indifferent face. After the shrimps were cooked, Lin Chuan first peeled a few shrimps for Xinyao. Then he directly pinched the head and tail to create a fierce meal. Xinyao was dumbfounded. Lin Chuan was not only brave in fights, he was even so bold in eating. It's true that a lover's eye reveals the beauty of the West. Other people look at Lin Chuan as a pig in dry rice, and the Lin Chuan in Xinyao's eyes directly turned into an elegant handsome man. 2 hours later, Lin Chuan finally ate almost everything. The boss looked dumbfounded. Martyr, is this young man a pig? The garbage left over from just eating had created a bucket full of it. He quietly blacklisted Lin Chuan's table. His table, the boss lost at least 500. It was almost 9 o'clock after dinner. Lin Chuan drove Xinyao back to the villa. The 2 bodyguards at the door didn't turn on the lights and stood there in the dark. Lin Chuan even almost bumped into them. Yao Yao, I'm going back. You rest early. Lin Chuan just turned around. Xinyao hugged him from behind. Lin Chuan, will you come up and stay with me again? I'm so lonely living here alone. Xinyao whispered as she pressed herself against Lin Chuan's back. That's fine. Lin Chuan turned around and followed her back into the villa. Xinyao, on the other hand, continued to pull him into the bedroom. Then she unlocked the door to the room. The 2 bodyguards at the door whispered. He followed Missy back to her room. Should we tell the boss? Wait a little longer. What if he just went in to study? Lin Chuan entered Qin Yao's bedroom and looked around. It was still the same as before, but some of the props and such were gone, and there were more decorative ornaments. Lin Chuan, will you stay here tonight? Qin Yao hugged Lin Chuan from behind, her breathing a bit rapid. Lin Chuan could feel out Qin Yao's cheeks were hot. Yao, what do you mean by this? Let me sleep in your bedroom tonight? Lin Chuan asked. He could feel Qin Yao's passion for him, as much as he wanted to, but he was more interested in Qin Yao's friendship. Lin Chuan, I'm so hot, will you kiss me? Qin Yao's red face directly blocked Lin Chuan's mouth. She couldn't control her love for Lin Chuan anymore. Ever since Lin Chuan hit her, he had fallen deeply in love with Lin Chuan. Qin Yao had changed her personality and temper for more than 10 years for him. Yao, do you really want to be like this? Lin Chuan cupped her white cheeks and asked deeply. Lin Chuan, I love you. I want to give you my first time. Qin Yao finished blocking Lin Chuan's mouth once again. I'm going to take a shower, okay? You wait for me for a while, Lin Chuan said affectionately. Okay, then you hurry up, Qin Yao said with a red face. In the bathroom Lin Chuan took a cold shower. He felt that he shouldn't be like this to Qin Yao. The purpose of his own shower was likewise to let Qin Yao calm down. Chapter 71 Auction. 10 minutes later, Lin Chuan walked out wrapped in a bath towel. Qin Yao directly blushed after seeing Lin Chuan's perfect mermaid line. Lin Chuan leaned down and asked, now do you still want me to stay here? Qin Yao nodded. Her blushing cheeks were slightly hot and her eyes looking at Lin Chuan were somewhat evasive. Lin Chuan gently picked her up in a princess carry and walked towards the bed. Qin Yao's body was very light, which was about 100 pounds. Anyone else would probably be the slightly chubby type, but because she had been working out for years, the meat on her body was very firm, and she didn't feel any flab at all. Lin Chuan gently placed her on the edge of the bed and gently took off her shoes for her. Lin Chuan, Qin Yao looked at him fondly. Will you be good to me? Lin Chuan gently kissed her forehead. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, I won't let you suffer. Then he gently pulled the curtains closed and turned off the lights. The bedroom was soundproofed very well, but Lin Chuan still covered the quilt. The sky outside was suddenly drizzling. The owls outside the window were also twittering in the trees. Dark clouds covered the moon. It wasn't until 3 in the morning that the rain gradually stopped. The 2 bodyguards at the door were whispering again. It's after 3. Is Lin Chuan not coming out? Wait a little longer. I'm sure he'll come out. Lin Chuan woke up early the next morning. Qin Yao on the side was sleeping soundly. A few messy hairs plastered on her face. Her long eyelashes rose and fell with her breathing. Lin Chuan was just about to get up when Qin Yao wrapped her arms around his neck. Her mouth was still softly chanting for Lin Chuan not to leave. Lin Chuan gently kissed her cherry lips and embraced her in his arms. It was already 10:30 when Lin Chuan woke up again. Qin Yao was lying on top of him poking his nostrils with 2 hairs. Achoo! Yao, you've gone too far. Are you still trying to beg for a handful of mercy? Lin Chuan cupped her face and laughed badly. No, really can't beg for mercy anymore. Qin Yao hurriedly shook her head. When she woke up this morning, her body was aching, just like it was falling apart. If she did it again, I'm afraid that it really wouldn't work. Alright then, I'll spare you today. Lin Chuan rubbed Qin Yao's head and softly said. He got up and took a shower, then put on his clothes. Qin Yao also got up and hugged him from behind and said, Lin Chuan, are you going to school? I'm not going to school. I'm going out for a bit. Aren't you going to school? Lin Chuan asked back. Today was Thursday. If they went to school they were all in military training. Not much fun. The military training was a total of 2 weeks, so he would go back to school tomorrow when it was over. Right now he was going to the high-tech auction, to participate in the auction. Yesterday, Elder Tang said that there might be something he wanted in today's auction. I'm not going. You went so overboard last night. I'm a bit sick today. I'll go again when I'm better. Qin Yao hammered Lin Chuan with a grudge. Lin Chuan turned around and kissed Qin Yao's forehead. Softly said, then you have a good rest. I'll leave first. Are you still coming tonight? Qin Yao stared at him fondly, just like a little daughter-in-law. Come and wait for me. Good. I'll wait for you to come back. Qin Yao said happily. After Lin Chuan left the villa, he drove directly to the high-tech zone based on the address Tang Lao gave him. This was a banquet hall that specialized in providing banquets, and today's auction was here. At this time, the entrance to the hall was already lined with luxury cars. Business-type luxury cars made up the majority, like the Mercedes-Benz S-Class, BMW 7 Series, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Maybach and the like. The sports car type is just a few. It could be seen that those who arrived today were basically big bosses. After arriving at the entrance, the security guard spoke. Excuse me sir, do you have an invitation? Tang Doji, Elder Tang, asked me to attend for him. Lin Chuan replied. Alright, you please enter. Probably because he was driving a sports car. The security guard surprisingly didn't give him a hard time. After Lin Chuan came in and registered, It was almost 12 o'clock. The hall was full of people, and the second floor was also full of people. Lin Chuan received a license plate and sat at the end, listening to the people in front of him whispering, "I heard that today's auction is full of seized things. There are embezzled. There are social bigwigs. There are old scoundrels. Anyway, today's auction is full of things used to offset debts. What's all there? Do you know? I'm not sure. It should all be things that the family has. It shouldn't be good. Take a look. Maybe I can pick up a leak." The reserve price of this kind of auction was basically far below the value of the items. If you run into someone who doesn't know what they're talking about, you might be able to pick up a leak. Soon 12 o'clock arrived. A bell rang, and a flirtatiously dressed host ascended to the front stage. "Hello leaders, bosses, guests, welcome to, omit 5,000 words here, today. I don't have much to say. Let's have our Miss Manners bring us the first auction item." The host's words just fell, only to see a tall and beautiful model walk up with an ethereal stride. In her hand was also a plate covered by a red cloth. As soon as she appeared, countless old colorful people at the scene let out screams. Surprisingly, it's Ms. Su. "Oh my god, my dad loves him," a rich second generation roared. "She has to be in her 40s this year, right? So well maintained. Still as hydrated as if she was in her 20s. I thought it was a little beauty, but it's an old demon." Lin Chuan was also stunned upon hearing this. At first glance it definitely looked like someone in their 20s, but who knew it was already in her 40s? The lights on the scene immediately aimed at the female model, while the large screen behind them began to project this first exhibit. "Ladies and gentlemen, our first lot today is the genuine calligraphy of Tang Pak Fu from the Ming Dynasty." Everyone knows that Tang Pak Fu was one of the four great geniuses of Jiangnan, and is even known as the double master of calligraphy and painting. One of his works was once auctioned at a sky-high price of $3.6 billion, and today's genuine calligraphy, although slightly mutilated, is definitely worth collecting. Our first auction item, the starting price is $10 million. As soon as the price came out, the crowd cheered. $15 million. I bid $30 million. $50 million. $80 million. $80 million. Any more increases? $80 million once. $80 million twice. Congratulations to our VIP No. 57 for winning this authentic calligraphy by Tang Pak Fu. The crowd cheered for him. Lin Chuan didn't like calligraphy and paintings and such. After all, he didn't have a hobby in this area either, so there was no bidding. Our second exhibit today is a Patek Philippe men's wristwatch, with an estimated value of $70 million. The starting bid is now $5 million. Start bidding. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. A watch? This one can be had. It is said that poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. A rich person, outside things must be in place. $10 million. $13 million. $70 million. Lin Chuan raised the sign. Chapter 72, I'll offer $100 million. The crowd all looked back at the sound, only to see an unfamiliar young man holding a sign. They all frowned. Have you seen it before? Never seen it before. Maybe it's a rich second generation from somewhere else? The people here were basically all dignitaries of Iris. A young man who could afford to buy a watch for $70 million was worth at least tens of billions. It was impossible for them not to recognize such a person in Iris capital. Could it really be a rich second generation from somewhere else? Lin Chuan smiled slightly at the gazes of the crowd. He didn't bid too high on the first piece. After all, it was a bit of a pretense. He would shock them again when there was something good directly behind. Any more bids on the spot? $70 million once. $70 million twice. Congratulations to our VIP number 389 for winning our second item. The host's words had just fallen. The crowd applauded him. These big bosses weren't too interested in the diamond-encrusted watch. They just marveled at Lin Chuan's handiwork. $70 million for a watch was simply too extravagant. Except of course for those who like to collect watches. Just like the last piece of calligraphy. Those who like it are worth $80 million. Those who don't may think it's just a piece of scrap paper. This following auction item is a supercar. Due to the limited space in our hall, we didn't drive it up, but everyone can still see it on the screen. This is a red Ferrari Rafa sports car. The full mileage is no more than 100 kilometers. And it's brand new. No blemishes. Even the protective film on the dashboard is intact. The estimated price of this car is $50 million. The starting bid is $20 million. Now the bidding begins. The host struck a small hammer. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. There were only a few dozen Ferrari Rafas in the whole of China, and there was no market for them. The value of a second-hand one now was speculated to nearly $50 million, not to mention an almost brand new Lafa. Even these big bosses were moved at this moment. There was even a rich second generation hugging his dad's leg in joy. Dad, will you buy me this car? As long as you buy it for me, I'll need $1 million less for my monthly pocket money. His dad helplessly held up his sign. I'll offer $30 million, $40 million, $60 million. $62 million, $65 million. $60 million was already beyond the value of the car itself, and the crowd gave up. Only two insurance company bosses were competing for their sons. Old Lee, looks like you're determined to get this car? Mr. Liu, you also know that my son loves cars, so there's nothing I can do as a father. The two insurance companies are like water and fire. In front of so many people, they are not fighting for the car anymore, but face and strength. $66 million, $68 million, $70 million. Old Lee was silent. The price had far exceeded his budget, but he had also achieved his goal, spending an extra wave of money on behalf of the opposite side. Mr. Liu, count yourself hard. $70 million for a car worth $50 million or you're still tough. Ha 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 ha. The crowd also felt that Mr. Liu was a little bit out of his mind. Obviously blood loss. At this time, Old Lee's son hugged his leg again. Dad, don't give up didn't you say you'd buy it for me? Make an offer. At worst, I'll lose half of my monthly allowance. Pa! Old Lee directly slapped him to the ground with a big mouth. Asterisk 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 off. You loser. I give you over $1 million a month and you still want this and that. From now on, I'll only give you $100,000 a month. I'll see how you can live? No, Dad. I don't want the car. Don't deduct my pocket money. Okay, it's only $100,000 a month. I don't even have enough to eat. You're starving me to death. His son was still crying and wailing. Old Lee saw that it was a bit disruptive and directly asked the security guards to drag his son out. $70 million once, $70 million twice. Just as the host was about to drop the hammer, Lin Chuan raised his sign. I'll offer $100 million. What? 100 million. It's him again. The crowd was shocked. What is this young man's origin? The strength is so tough. Is he here to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? The crowd only saw Lin Chuan smiling with a light-hearted face. It was as if $100 million was dispensable to him. This must be some son of a family in Kyoto or Magic City. 100 million once, 100 million twice. Duong. Congratulations again to our 389 VIPs. The next items were some rosewood furniture and antique ornaments. There was even a mink coat. This was taking all the valuable things from one's home and selling them. Lin Chuan wasn't interested in these, so he didn't bid. The following appearance is a Changbai mountain ginseng. After expert appraisal, this ginseng is more than 200 years old. Estimated price of $10 million. Auction starts at $5 million. Ginseng has the effect of prolonging life, and those over 1,000 years old have absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The item must be of great significance to these big bosses, and the price directly soared all the way up to $30 million. $50 million. Lin Chuan raised his card again. The purpose of his visit this time was for it. No one else would be able to do it. If it wasn't for the fear of being called a cutie, he would have wanted to directly bid $100 million. $50 million. Any more bids? The host shouted. If there wasn't, he wouldn't bother shouting 1, 2, 3. I bid $50.5 million. A young woman in the front row with a duck-tongue cap and mask shouted. She was the one who shouted the 30 million just now. The corner of Lin Chuan's mouth rose slightly. I just love price raisers. $60 million. $60 million and a half. $80 million. Lin Chuan shouted again. The woman was silent for a moment or raised her sign. $80.5 million. $100 million. The crowd had their eyes fall out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This young man is fierce. I wonder which family's son. Does anyone know him? I want all his information. I'm afraid that this handful of money is not even comparable to the Wang Gongzi of the Baida group. Who the hell is he? Eventually the duck-tongued cap woman gave up bidding. $80 million was her current limit. She wanted this ginseng very much, but she had no choice. Once again, congratulations to our VIP number 389. There were a few more auction items in the back. There were houses, cars, and jewelry. Lin Chuan didn't see anything useful to him until the end. After all, this was an auction of personal items, and the real sense of an auction was still almost something. After the smooth handover, Lin Chuan only brought his watch and ginseng. For the car, Lin Chuan gave them an address to send them directly to Lin Chuan's newly bought house. After sitting in the car, Lin Chuan had just started the car when the passenger side suddenly drilled in a person.